You were once a prodigy everyone had high hopes for, yet at the job change ceremony, you chose to become an archer, even drawing disdain from teammates. But you knew the infinite arrow god talent would propel you to unimaginable heights in the game. In the year 2030, the Six Paths Divine Tower descended upon the territory of Japan, leading to the country's unexpected annihilation. Subsequently, countless nodes of the Divine Tower emerged across the rest of the world. The tower's realm mirrored reality, creating lands and rivers, forming a dual relationship between the inner world and the outer world. One day in 2050, Dragon Country's Zhengcheng Square was hosting its annual job change ceremony. Nyo Dagon became a novice warrior, while Kai Jian took on the initial profession of a dancer. As the Zhengcheng Tower node official announced each result, the young men and women below displayed starkly different reactions, some ecstatic, others immediately dropping to their knees. So amazing. After job change, I can see my stats and skills. Assassin. I became an assassin. Ha ha ha. Why am I a life class weed cutter? Bro. I assassinate demons with style. You beautify the city by weeding. We both have bright futures ahead. Among these people, a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was filled with complex emotions. Su Ming had been transported to this parallel world for a year now. His original parents had sacrificed themselves for the Dragon Nation's Divine Tower cause, leaving him with enough compensation to live comfortably for the rest of his life. At the age of 18, everyone underwent a class change ceremony, which determined their future advancement path, just like the two people beside him. An assassin could advance to become a shadow walker or a demon hunter, while a weed cutter could become a senior weed cutter or a weed master. Although their combat abilities hardly changed, they all firmly believed they had a bright future ahead. When it was Su Ming's turn, he reached out to feel the glow of the class change crystal. Su Ming, initial class assigned archer. As the announcement echoed, the gazes of many young men and women behind him fell upon Su Ming. Brother Su Ming is an archer. I wonder how skilled he is in other areas of shooting. Please, I'd love to become a mage or archer too, so envious. As long as it's not a life skill class, I'll take anything. Among the initial combat classes, the most popular were mages and archers, followed by warriors and assassins. The first two classes boasted the strongest sustained and area of effect damage output, along with decent combat power early on, making them the best choices for commoners looking to change their fate. After all, if one were to choose a support class priest, without being able to rely on strong teammates or afford to buy resources, leveling up even once in the early stages would be painfully slow. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a weight lift off his chest. Archer, a class with explosive damage output. Just then, he suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of power within him trying to rush toward the crystal. Holy! Su Ming tensed up internally, enduring the excruciating pain in his nearly dislocated right hand as he quickly pulled back. According to the materials left by his parents, this situation might indicate a hidden archer class. But now, as an orphan with no backing, he had to tread carefully. Young man, are you alright? The supervisor clearly didn't suspect a hidden class after all. It was rare for even one to appear nationwide each year. Su Ming hurriedly replied, I was just too excited about becoming an archer. No worries, archers are highly sought after even in the early game, the supervisor said with a chuckle. While others were still undergoing their class transitions, Su Ming quickly checked his own class panel. Name, Su Ming. Class, Infinite Arrow God. Level, LV20, 0th Job Advancement. HP, 200. Mana, 999, Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Attack speed, 0.8 arrows/SEC. Attack, strength times 2, 20. Defense, 10. Single arrow capacity, 999. Staring at the overflowing mana and arrow counts that couldn't fully display, Su Ming was stunned. Infinite Arrow God. A hidden profession unheard of. Actually 1 in 10,000. Then he looked at his talents and skills, his breath nearly stopping. Exclusive talent, infinite firepower. Undetectable. Permanently retained. Infinite mana. Never depleted. Exclusive arrows have unlimited reserves. Never lacking. Each arrow fired splits into 99 additional arrows with identical effects. Scales with job advancement. Exclusive skills are forcibly converted into normal attacks, requiring no charging, with cooldown equal to attack speed interval, and inheriting all skill effects. One of my arrows equals 100 arrows from other archers. Skill, exclusive. Explosive arrow LV1, after charging for 1 second, fires an arrow with explosive effect, dealing 200% attack damage to all targets in a 2x2 area, with 30% chance to inflict burn. Consumes 50 mana. 5-second cooldown. Frost arrow LV1, after charging for 3 seconds, fires an arrow with a freezing effect, dealing 300% attack damage to a single target, freezing it for 1 second. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Compared to ordinary classes, Last year Jiangqing's only Thunder Mage merely had slightly more damage and a paralysis effect. But Su Ming's skills combined with infinite firepower were practically unstoppable, ignoring charge time, doubling arrow count, unlimited mana and arrows, using skills as basic attacks, absolutely terrifying. In the inner world of the Six Paths Divine Tower, not only were countries like the Lighthouse Nation and the Aryan Nation eyeing covetously, but the greater threats were the restless extraterrestrial demons lurking in the abyss dungeons and instances. Su Ming knew he had drawn the ultimate starting hand. As long as he kept leveling up through job advancements, he could stand alone against 10,000 armies, annihilate legions of demons with a single arrow. As a transmigrator, he had finally received his golden finger. Bro, you actually became an archer. So jealous. I'm a shield master. Wanna team up? We'll get twice the results. Newbies should stick together. How about I lead as the mage? Newly advanced players often received invitations from major guilds. Facing the crowd gathering around him, Su Ming shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to reveal his talents too soon. He'd at least wait until he was strong enough to make choices. Sorry, I prefer solo grinding. With that, Su Ming stepped into the node passage and entered the inner world. He couldn't wait to test his combat power. Solo leveling would surely be faster than teaming up, wouldn't it? Has that Su Ming left already? What a pity. I wanted to have a deeper exchange with him. Just an archer. I'm a mage. I'll reach level 3 today. Everyone, follow me. He'll surely regret it and beg to join us later. After Su Ming, the newcomers entered the nodes one after another. After a flash of light, Su Ming arrived in Zheng City of the inner world. The city layout resembled the surface world, but the wilderness dungeons had entirely different environments. Based on the difficulty of secret realms, dungeon levels, and city-state strength, areas were divided into different tiers. The level 1 zone was equivalent to a beginner's village. At dusk, low-level job changers shuttled back and forth through the town. Su Ming didn't waste any time. Spend money on a map of the distribution of copies around Ryworld. Then take the drop and aim for the newbie wilderness land a block away. Cabs in Ryworld are driven by chauffeurs who are living professions and are extremely fast and can easily drift, but charge 3 times as much as in the table world. A fresh breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. Under that driver's envious gaze, Su Ming entered the dense forest outside Block 14. The dense forest is bordered by signs that have been placed there by forest rangers for a long time. Big-eared rabbit forest, level, LV1 LV5, suggests newcomers to form a group of 5 or more. After entering the dense forest, Su Ming looked around. There was no sign of a single person in the neighborhood. Relief. There are a total of 2 copies of this level 1 zone for newbies. Therefore, Su Ming deliberately chose this more remote and faraway one. It proved to be a cold place indeed. He climbed a large tree. Then he saw a group of rabbits not far away that were going around frantically digging each other out. Big-eared rabbit, ordinary monster. Level, LV2. Life value, 200. Skills, frantic slapping, digging, stomping. Message, a bunch of manic rabbits with a lot of energy to spare. Very good test subject. Thus, a normal longbow that came with the profession initially appeared in his hand. The arrows in the back arrow pouch were all exclusive arrows. You don't have to buy your own arrows, and they automatically come with skill effects. It can be better than purchased arrows somehow. Knock an arrow and draw a bow. Shot. Bursting arrows. Su Ming used the effect of this skill to replace the pulse attack. Only the head of an ordinary arrow was seen to give birth to a hot, fiery flame. Then in Su Ming's eyes horrifyingly split out 99 additional identical arrows. The sight of a sky full of rockets was instantly created. Each burst arrow lands and explodes at the same time, creating ranged damage. Boom 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 boom. 40. Burns. 40. The movements in Su Ming's hands did not pause for a moment. A second burst of arrows hit the longbow again. Today he has an attack speed of 0.8 arrows s. This equates to only 100 burst arrows every 1.25 seconds of cooldown. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying explosions kept echoing in the depths of the dense forest. The poor big-eared rabbit didn't even get to see Su Ming's face before he died in the midst of countless dense arrows. Chirp. The arrow not only hit the big-eared rabbit, but also the trees. The entire dense forest set off a scorching breath. Along with that, there is a constantly refreshing message in the panel. You have killed the big-eared rabbit LV1 and gained 10 experience. You have killed the big-eared rabbit LV3 and gained 30 experience. You have killed the big-eared rabbit LV1 and gained 10 experience. After splitting into 100 arrows, each of his strikes creates a wide range of covered damage. That's scary, that's a sick ability I have. In the midst of the burning breath, Su-ming also smelled a faint fragrance. The aroma of roasted rabbit. Go on, quickly clear this place of rabbits. One's mana was inexhaustible, and one didn't have to worry in the slightest about the consumption of crazy skills. And an attack rate of 100 arrows per 1.25 seconds. Soon the rabbits will be slaughtered throughout the center of the dense forest. Congratulations on your title, Hair Killer. Su-ming looked towards this title of his. Hair Killer permanent title, plus 5% experience gained from killing wild monsters with the word hair in them. This was better than nothing for Su-ming. It is obtained by killing 50 big-eared rabbits of the same level in 3 seconds. It's only possible for newbies to acquire it, but others can't do it easily at all. Haha, comfortable, more. A burst exploded one after another, and Su-ming shot soundly. As a final wave to wrap things up, Su-ming transformed the attached skill effect into Ice Arrow. The arrow's burst of flame disappeared, then quickly unfolded into a chill. Turned into silver-white ice crystals. Whether you shoot rabbits or trees, a small ice block rises from the target site. Suppressing the blaze, the searing breath dropped a few points directly. Tisk, if every 100 arrows hit a boss without immunity control at the same time, don't even think about moving the whole time. Su-ming was overwhelmed with emotion and had a whole new perception of these two skills. The big-eared rabbit has an average burst rate as a newbie monster. But it couldn't hold up to the huge base of deaths, and several types of equipment appeared in the drops. Until the rabbits in the depths all perished in a short time. It was only then that Su-ming jumped off the treetop. Pick up those items of good value. As for most of the rabbit skin and rabbit meat, he doesn't lack that kind of money. Then go to a higher level copy as soon as possible to continue upgrading. The big-eared rabbit drops with 3 types of equipment, 2 of which you can wear yourself. And so, Su-ming looked at their information. Rabbit skin boots, bronze. Type, boots. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV2. Attributes, agility plus 8, durability 2020. Feature, active consume 10 durability points, additional agility plus 8 for 5 seconds. Necklace with rabbit's teeth, bronze. Type, necklace. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV5. Attributes, mana plus 100, attack plus 10, durability 2020. Feature, plus 10% damage to wild monsters below your level. Rabbit bone staff, bronze. Type, weapon. Profession, mage. Level requirement, LV2. Attributes, attack plus 20, durability 2020. Characteristics, strike plus 1%. Wear the rabbit skin boots and rabbit tooth necklace straight on. And then a brief inventory of extra equipment of the same kind. Along with the information of the kill came the news of Su-ming's leveling up. You have leveled up by 1 LVL, LV1 LV2, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up by 1 LV2 LV3, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. And so, Su-ming once again looked at the panel. Name, Su-ming. Profession, Infinite Arrow God. Level, LV10 LV20 0 turns. Life, 2000. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 19. Agility, 27. Attack speed, 0.89 arrows s. Attack, 48. Defense, 19. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. I didn't expect to be level 10 after just one brush with a novice monster. Su-ming lamented, after all, it was all the rabbits in the entire dense forest, and the first 10 levels were also the easiest to raise. Beyond that, the proficiency of explosive arrow has increased a little. Skill level LV10 is capped, and there are 2 ways to improve it. The first is to keep using it to increase proficiency, only more slowly. The other is to buy rare skill proficiency crystals, commonly known as kryptonite, to get stronger. In order to increase his strength as soon as possible, Su-ming was planning to make a purchase afterward. Soon he took out the map while moving beyond the dense forest. Find if there's an out-of-the-way level 15 copy and go there. P.S. Thanks for the gift support from you guys, love you Moyo IL. Chapter 3, Bow and Arrow players have dirty hearts hee hee hee. As Su Ming walked towards the outside of the dense forest. At the same time just a group of people came to the sign outside the forest. This is it, Kong, why did we take a detour to come here? You're silly. The newcomers are all in the wilderness, and it takes half a day to grab a wild monster. No one here has wild monsters that are all ours. Huh, by the time we're level 3 they'll only be level 2, Kong is the strongest mage for newcomers. Then. These 5 men and 1 woman just happened to see Su Ming walking out of the dense forest. Someone, isn't this that archer Su Ming? Why is he here, and alone? You can see he's all alone and forlorn, so I guess it's a shock. Newcomers trying to solo are lucky if they don't die surrounded by small monsters. We don't have an archer, maybe we can invite him. And so. This group of people gave Su Ming a warm smile. The large mage in the lead beckoned. Brother Su Ming, I'm sure you're planning to brush up on your leveling in this novice copy as well. Are you interested in temporarily teaming up with us? Yeah, we have mages, fighters, and priests. Brother Su Ming should have realized that the efficiency of brushing monsters alone is far less than a full squad. Oh, is that an invitation? It was just that their perception of Su Ming's strength was completely wrong. Nowadays, he has reached LV10. Su Ming didn't stop. By the way, he reminded, the rabbits in the depths of the dense forest have already been killed. If you guys still want to level up here, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few hours for them to be refreshed. Hearing this, both the large man gang. Still, the only priest girl had an incredulous look on her face. Did you do this? Su Ming spread his hands. I don't know, so I'm planning to go somewhere else. He was just being nice and reminding the group because he saw that they were polite. As for who did it? What does it have to do with me, Su Ming? Maybe it's some dozens of leveled bigots looking for bunnies to vent their feelings, venting and then leaving. This. The 6 newcomers in the squad looked at Su Ming's back and looked at each other. Gang, I think he just doesn't want to join us as a deliberate excuse. Isn't it just an archer? Who are you looking down on? Brothers, since he doesn't want to forget it, let's hurry up and go in. Obviously, all 6 of them did not believe Su Ming's words. Except for the newcomers. Who would be bored enough to run around slaughtering rabbits? They took 1 step deeper into the dense forest. It was silent and a few degrees hotter than outside the forest. Until you see the depths of the dense forest. Rabbit, where's my rabbit? All I see is a field of rabbit skin and rabbit meat. CH. A wasted trip. Wait, these drops can still be sold for quite a bit of money. They cried out, realizing that Su Ming hadn't lied, and sure enough, they hadn't seen a single live rabbit. It was just that there was something strange about the expression of the big mage Wang gang. Looking at the scorch marks on the trees, he became more and more agitated inside. Maybe, forget it. So picking up items moved a few moments faster. Aho! Su Ming, who was rushing along, sneezed. Though he didn't know the guys were thinking the wrong way. But in my heart, I know that as long as I make a move, I will definitely leave a trace. Therefore, it is best to complete at least 1 transfer in a short period of time. Perhaps I can voluntarily expose a portion of it. Because of the obvious characteristic of 100 arrows in 1 shot, in the future, as long as the battle hidden profession thing will always be unable to hide. It's better to just politely admit it. He then reveals that his special ability is arrow splitting. Think about it. His mood lightened. Soon, under the old driver's racing car, Su Ming smoothly arrived near a huge mine. He doesn't skimp on what he can fix with money up front. As soon as he levels up, he can make money in minutes with his ability. Walking into the mouth of the mine, there is a sign here as well. Labula Mining Volcano, Fire Lizard LV10 LV15, Silver Iron Beast LV14 LV18, Rare Boss, Golden Iron Beast LV20, Dead Volcano, but occasionally there are rolling rocks very dangerous. Both the dense forest before and this mining volcano. All are copies that have been explored in detail by humans, and only the secret world is full of unknowns. Su Ming continued to walk inward. Sure enough, I didn't see anyone and thought to myself that I had come to the right place. But while on the mountainside, suddenly stopped by 3 men rushing down from above. The front has been occupied by our Bata Guild, please go to the left path. Su Ming watched as the 3 strong men across from him revealed their guild's Bata panel information. Without dwelling on them too much, he went straight up the road to the left. He's not afraid of things though. But even more so, he didn't want this group of dildies to see himself fighting and killing monsters. Batu? It seems like it's one of the top few guilds in Jiangcheng. River City was a level 5 city-state, and the highest level of that guild was also level 5. Batu should be a level 4 guild. It's kind of a little dominant in this part of the world. There's no one around. However, Su Ming soon saw a group of large lizards in his vision. Their backs are studded with fiery red mineral crystals. Earth Fire Lizard, Common Wildlife. Level, LV12. Life Value, 2400-2400. Skills, Tail Swing, Flame Spray, Rampage. Information: the mineral crystals on the backs of Earthfire lizards store notable amounts of flame energy. Newbie scrying only works for wilds up to LV20. The only way to do this is to complete at least one transfer. Only then can you additionally detect the names and levels of high-level wildlife and others. Either that or do what those three did and actively display a certain piece of information. Present. Su Ming directly pulled away to the side and opened his bow at the same time. The explosive arrow is very effective in mines filled with the element of fire. Chirp. The sharp arrow cut through a graceful arc. At the same time, it split into a total of 100 identical arrows in an instant. The Earthfire lizard had only just charged forward when it was met head-on by a rain of fiery arrows. Arrows lodged in their skin, in their eyes, above their mineral crystals. 96. 96. Burns. 144. Fatal blow. Then it exploded with a bang, and reddish-brown blood stained the area with a thick color. A sharp arrow doesn't do enough damage though. What about my 100 covers? The movements of Su Ming's hands did not pause for a moment. Wave after wave of arrows descended. Chirp chirp. The foremost batch of Earthfire lizards ended with a grudge, and Su Ming once again rose one level. The blockheads in the back activated the mineral crystals behind them after finding it difficult to get close. Young lizard fire, don't be so big. In that case, I'll cool you down. Ice arrows. The effect of the arrows changed instantly, and the dow of sharp arrows shot at the edge of the mineral crystals, setting off a burst of frost. 150. 150. 225. Deadly blow. Their flame eruptions were constantly restrained by Su Ming's cold ice, and the two were never able to close the distance. In 3 or 2 strokes, the kite kills. Buzz. The Earthfire lizards let out wails of pain, but to no avail. Eventually it turned into ice, shattered or dead, and fell straight to the ground. Guys who play with bows and arrows have dirty hearts, hee hee hee. Chapter 4 upgrades are more than a thing of beauty. The rolling stones are coming. In terms of damage, Ice Arrow is higher, and it has horrible control. But the Fracturing Arrow has a wider range and hits harder. It remains the preferred choice in the quest for efficiency. You have killed the Earthfire Lizard LV11 and gained 400 experience. You have killed the Earthfire Lizard LV12 and gained 400 experience. You have leveled up 1 level, LV11 LV12, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The kill brought joy to Su Ming. And upgrades bring their own fulfillment. Look around. No live ground fire lizards could be seen nearby. So decisively, he went up and picked up the good value drops. Every 4 or 5 earth fire lizards will give out 1 low-level magic item material, fire crystal. Su Ming collected them into his backpack without dropping a single one. Beyond that, there are also a dozen pieces of bronze equipment, all of which are earth fire armor. As for the rest of the skin, there was no time for more than a few glances. Earth and fire armor, bronze. Type, clothes and armor. Occupation, general physical system. Level requirement, LV8. Attributes, life plus 200, defense plus 8, durability 30-30. Characteristics, 10% reduction in damage from fire elemental skills. Su Ming directly equipped one piece and put all the rest into his backpack. With the killing of a large number of earth fire lizards, his own level was eventually raised to LV13. Although more and more experience will be needed later on, as long as enough high-level monsters are killed. No worries about leveling up. Trying to level up to level 20 here in the mines. At that time, you will be able to go to the transfer hall to complete the exclusive transfer quest. Su Ming continued to walk inside. Finally, a new swarm of ground fire lizards was seen in the depths again. A sunny smile played at the corners of his mouth. Boys, I'm coming hot. Chirp chirp chirp. An inexhaustible supply of sharp arrows and mana creates unlimited firepower. Utilize bursts wide coverage to attract the hate of all earth fire lizards. It then converts into frost to keep controlling the target in front of you. The side pulls away to the left to one side. Easily kite one batch of charging big bean after another. He's just one person. Then it did what only dozens of small teams with perfect cooperation can achieve: no injuries to the regiment. Although this side was causing quite a commotion by him. But in the end, it didn't attract anyone to check it out. Su-ming had entered the inner world for the first time, and thus happened to be unaware of the reason. Deep in the road at the center of the La Bula mine volcano. A new batch of silver iron beasts has been refreshed. Brothers go. This is already the 7th wave today, isn't it? The golden iron beast hasn't come out yet. I do have a bit of a black face today, but the silver glowstones dropped by the silver iron beasts are just as important. The group of people who are talking are all from the Bata Labor Union. And yesterday, Bata took on a mission from one of the big families in Zhangcheng. It requires a lot of silver pyroxene as well as gold pyroxene. Therefore, all the major replicas in Zhangcheng that produced this item were occupied by the Bata Guild in a high-profile manner. Of course, they also gave the other grand guilds some favors. As for the casuals, Su-ming was still only asked to change lanes, and some copies directly blew away all the casuals. As a result, Su-ming didn't see anyone at all on the left side of the road. As the group counted the drops, one man asked with interest, "Iron Bull, why didn't you just blow that kid away? Just a rookie, surely she doesn't know what happened yesterday, and she dares to come here alone. So? You purposely led him into the other lanes to try to get him killed." Had ha. Iron Bull licked his upper lip. Whoever told him to run into our guns deserved it. Who wouldn't give them some face in Zhangcheng? This kid is here now, whether it's intentional or not. It's all in the face of the Batus. Su-ming clapped his hands. Once again, the ground fire lizards were finished and in a good mood. You have leveled up one level, LV14 LV15, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the mountain of the La Bula mining volcano. Then a dark golden figure appeared from the top of the mountain and let out an angry shrill whistle. Roar! The figure quickly jumped in the other direction and then disappeared. Su-ming leaned behind a huge rock. Until the mine is back on an even keel. What is that thing? Dark gold color, it can't be the boss here, can it? The golden iron beast. Now that I think about it, the squatting target of the Bata Union should be this guy. No wonder we haven't seen a single silver iron beast along the way. It turns out that they are all surrounded by Bata over there. What's it got to do with me? Su-ming still chose to continue looking for the earth fire lizard to practice. Now it has been smoothly raised to LV15. Killing monsters and upgrading can be a real joy. Only. Just as he continued upward, he spotted a broken sign on the side of the road. Rolling stones ahead. Su-ming narrowed his eyes. The earth fire lizards below were all taken care of by him. Refreshing takes hours. The rest of the road is occupied by Batu. To reach the LV20 goal quickly, it looks like he'll have to head for the Rolling Stones belt. He thought, even if he encountered a rolling stone, with the countless frosts generated by the cold ice arrows, could be delayed enough to leave. He was a generation of Bao God, how could he stop there? Besides, there was no one around, so there was no longer any need to worry about exposing his strength. Spin. Su-ming arrived on this rugged road. The longbow in his hand was poised. Sure enough, the earth fire lizards above were almost all level 15 big guys, with more reddish mineral crystals on their backs than the group below. Eat my one arrow, no. Eat 100 arrows. You have killed the earth fire lizard LV14 and gained 500 experience. You have killed the earth fire lizard LV15 and gained 550 experience. Smoke filled the air and lizard beasts hissed. As a figure falls, the joy of the harvest spreads across the face. Just then, he steeply heard a distant crash. Rolling stone. Still coming. Su-ming was fearless, and immediately drew his bow and shot an ice-cold arrow at the rolling rocks below in the distance. Hundreds of streaks of frost rose. Su-ming maintained his sideways output and kept retreating. Boom! Frost stopped the foremost tumbler for a moment, but still couldn't stop it completely. as the ever-present rolling stones in the rear began to collide. Once again, the entire Labura mining volcano shook violently. Air. After he changed the rolling stones track, but then didn't completely change it successfully. The sound of the collision in the back grew more and more intense. All cheating. The result is that they divert the road. Rolled down the other lane at a much faster pace. And that road. Damn, this golden iron beast is finally running out of gas, let me make up for it. What's that noise? Rumble. Run. My golden iron beast Damn, how so many rolling stones appeared. When this group of people saw this scene, they didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation and directly ran. The level of this copy was not high, and the ones who entered it were only the guild members of Bata who had only just turned one. It can't do anything effective in the face of a rolling stone natural disaster. After all, there was no one who could generate 100 frosts at once without stopping like Su Ming. Chapter 5. You're right, so die in peace. Su Ming didn't stop running furiously all the way. Murmured, the butterfly effect is pretty scary. It was good to see that the previous tumblers were basically diverted to another lane. So there was a scare for him. It's still too slow to upgrade. Su Ming sighed. Ha! Just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he noticed a huge beast covered in dark golden iron or sprinting towards his side in the distance. Under the boulderite, a level 20 boss must also be avoided. The group of Bata's men kept running to the right. Instead, the golden iron beast chose to drag his weakened body to the left. It was exactly where Su Ming was. Don't come over here. The situation is not right. This golden iron beast was already dying. Ice arrows. Su Ming immediately held his breath and quickly opened his bow. An arrow was aimed right at the golden iron beast's brow. Chirp. Instantly splitting 100 cold ice arrows hit the same target at the same time, penetrating its body. Frozen, down. Roar. The golden iron beast gave a final low roar and pawn. You have killed the golden iron beast LV20 boss and gained 3W experience. Your first kill of the golden iron beast LV20 boss gains you an additional attribute, agility +2. With the demise of the golden iron beast, there was also a complete piece of gold-colored or golden glowstone on the ground. That's picking up the slack? Gold phyllite should be a good material. Su Ming sighed at his inexplicable luck. So he immediately put the stone in his backpack. Everyone gets an extra gain for the first kill of a rare boss. So never let it go if you can. You have leveled up one level, LV18 LV19, life +200, mana +100, strength +1, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV19 LV20, life +200, mana +100, strength +1, attack speed. Your level has reached LV20, please continue to upgrade after completing the transfer. A large number of earth fire lizards were killed earlier. Plus the 3W experience gained from accidentally killing the golden iron beast this time. Reached the LV20 level cap sooner than expected. Just as he was happily trying to think of a way to pull away, the La Buena Vista mining volcano shook again. It wasn't just Su Ming, but also Batu's group. All were horrified to see a lava erupt from the top of the mountain. Then the second and third courses. What's the situation? Su Ming was completely ignorant of this. Running wildly down the hill while dodging falling debris. Joining him in his mad dash down the mountain were on the other side, a dozen members of Batu. Is this the La Buena Vista mining volcano we know so well? I've never heard of a mine erupting. Pissed off old me, almost killed the golden iron beast. Blanche his grandma, we must find a chick to have a good exchange tonight. It wasn't until Su Ming came to where the roads converged. Things you don't want to meet still appear coincidentally. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Su Ming? Kid, you didn't die, aren't you just a level 10 rookie? Wait, he's already level 20, how is that possible? Those who had already turned 1 could see Su Ming's name and level. The crowd's pupils contracted and they sucked in cool air. Boosting from level 10 to level 20 in such a short period of time? Especially the Iron Bull 3. Watching Su Ming go up to the other path single-handedly, he even came down in one piece. This. Kid, did you kill the golden iron beast? The Iron Bull suddenly stopped Su Ming. Currently the impact of the lava in this location is quite a bit less compared to the mountains. He moved a little. How is it possible for you to level up 10 in such a short period of time? The experience of the Golden Iron Beast should definitely account for some of it. His words instantly caught the attention of the others. Not to mention, he, a level 10 rookie, was able to slaughter the Earthfire lizard alone without getting hurt. There are definitely good treasures in their possession that exceed their strength. Su Ming didn't go up and break in. Take 3 slow steps backward. Cocking the corner of his mouth, "What, do I have to report to you guys for what I do? Kid, hand over everything in your backpack. And reveal the secret of upgrading so quickly, and we'll consider letting you go. You can't afford the price of angering our Batu." Not only Tainyo, the other people also revealed their greed one after another. It attempted to cut off any direction of Su Ming's advance. There were no other witnesses in this area except them. Every year, there are many rookies who die by getting into advanced copies. They can skewer it plain as day. Kid, if you don't want to die, be good. Cold arrow. Seeing that he had already opened a sufficient distance, Su Ming did not hesitate for a moment to shoot the frost arrow. You guys are right. So go to hell. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In an instant, one arrow instantly split into several, fully surrounding them. With his 0.99 arrows S attack speed today. In the second, 100 cold arrows once again dragged the bow away from his hand. 204. Freezing. 204. Freezing. 306. Freezing deadly blow. They're not very high level, and they're perfectly capable of breaking defense. Su Ming's sudden outburst caught them off guard. First wave of direct hits. This hit is a big deal, and the freeze lasts for 1 second. And he's the same 100 arrows in 1 second. The sharp arrows in the sky turned a dozen blocks of ice into ice again. 20-something levels is only a few thousand blood. How many arrows can each of you take? Su Ming looked at the panicked faces staring and opening their mouths in the ice. The heart is like a rock, very decisive. You killed the Iron Bull. You've killed Wang Tai Sang. You've killed Li Buju. They didn't think about it until they died. A newcomer who has only just reached level 20 and has yet to transfer. Surprisingly, it instantly erupted into such a terrifying raining arrow attack. The bottom line is, once you're in control. Without counter props, it's control to death. You go in peace, too clear. Su Ming's last word fell coldly, and the ice shattered. No one survived. Few. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In the Rai world, strength means status, and there will only be far more disputes than in the table world. So he can't be merciful, or he will be the one to fall. Who told you to initiate threats? As he spoke, Su Ming shot another burst of arrows at the corpses of several people. Boom, boom, boom. They're all fried to a crisp. It looks like the unlucky one that got hit by the molten lava, unfortunately. Without dealing with it too much, Su Ming decided to leave. The strange disappearance of these people will surely attract the attention of Batu. But now it just so happens that the mining volcano is erupting molten lava. There is also a trend of increasing ferocity. This kind of death is simply not natural. Unfortunately, once a person in the inner world dies, all the items in the backpack will disappear. Su Ming helplessly skimmed his mouth, unable to lick the bag. And why those people didn't do it in the first place? After killing Su Ming, it would no longer be possible to know his secret. It's just that they missed the point. Su Ming's power did not rely on props, but rather the talents and skills that came with special professions. Well, I'll leave you to it. Sleep in peace. Chapter 6, Handsome, you can still come to me at night. Next. Su Ming cautiously returned to the La Bura mine crater. There was still no one around. The only thing that signaled that something was going on here were the pieces of magma that kept erupting and scattering all over the place. Take a detour this time and walk to the transfer hall. Transfer hall, Dongjiang District, Jiangchun, Level 3 District. A few hours later, Su Ming very naturally walked into this opulent hall. It's not just newcomers who come in and out. And a lot of guild veterans. So the more natural you are, the less likely you are to be targeted. Dear customer, may I help you? A pretty bunny girl lady skillfully works the greeting. And so, Su Ming took out the large amount of bronze equipment and inferno fire crystals in his backpack. Please recycle these for sale. At the same time, Su Ming revealed a smile. I need to enter the first turn crystal space. Okay. The young lady quickly disposed of the bronze equipment. Then a white card was handed over. After deducting the 200,000 fee for entering the one-turn space, there is still 120,000 left in the card, please check. These sold for $320,000 straight up. Su Ming inwardly slurped, his own speed of earning money in the future would be extraordinarily terrifying. But only just once into a one-turn space. It's going to cost $200,000. Having to pay the fee again if you fail to transfer is really unfriendly to the poor. The receptionist lady guided Su Ming towards the interior of the grand hall. Getting more enthusiastic. Handsome guy is new, right? Never seen one before. Did you obtain this much equipment alone? What is your profession, handsome? The young lady asked a couple questions every now and then. Archer. Su Ming merely answered these 3 words and ignored the rest. Su Ming's coldness. It made that young lady's enthusiasm die down. I can't believe I reached LV20 on my own. I'm sure I'll be able to get invitations from quite a few guilds soon. Handsome man, you have an unlimited future. I'm so envious. The young lady spoke as she straightened her collar, if anything. Finally, in the other's complicated expression, Su Ming walked into the transfer room with a flat face. Helplessly, he shook his head. Sheesh, women only affect how fast I can fire my bow. Su Ming's gaze looked ahead. In the center of the room was placed a huge glowing crystal ball wrapped in countless golden rings. Wistful excitement. Place your hands on the connector in front of the crystal ball. Detected that your level has reached LV20 and meets the conditions for one turn. In the transfer profession generation, the professions you can currently transfer into are. What's going on? For it was at this moment that the crystal ball's dazzling light suddenly dimmed. The words that appeared in Su Ming's panel also looked as if they were stuck. But soon, the crystal ball blossomed with light once again. Your current profession, hidden archery god. As far as he understood, the general profession was basically based on the current profession every time he changed professions. A couple of additional branches of progression. For example, a normal archer's first turn is magic archer or swift archer. Generates random difficulty transfer quests based on the chosen profession. The only way to transfer successfully is to complete the quest. Hidden archery god? Another profession never heard of. Since this hidden profession was the only option, Su Ming no longer hesitated. Each country's transfer crystal ball is directly connected to the Divine Tower system. So he didn't have to worry about his information here being found out by others. You have chosen Stealthy Archery God, generating the transfer quest, Stealthy Hunting difficulty 10. Chomp. Su Ming once again stared carefully at the last few words. Difficulty 10. That means it's the highest difficulty quest at the current level LV20, ah. I don't know if picking up the slack earlier used up all my luck. Su Ming hurriedly clicked to view the mission description. Hidden Hunt difficulty 10. Description: enter any secret realm above LV20 and kill 100 wild monsters above LV20 without the wild monsters noticing you at all. Damage percentage 50%. Time limit, 30 days, mission replacement reset after failure. Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Those 100 wildlife have to be hunted in an undetected state. Very difficult for the average LV20 archer casual. They have to have a lot of teammates drawing hate for them the whole time. Then hide at a distance and fire the bow to grind time. Because the individual share of the damage still has to be more than 1.5. Either. Just wait 30 days and come back to re-randomize the transfer quest. Only, this task was instead a simple test for Su Ming. Starting with a rain of arrows in the sky, unlimited firepower to kill in seconds is not a matter. It's okay, just used to keep an eye on the secret world news. Su Ming walked out of the transfer room with a relaxed face. The bunny girl young lady waiting at the side looked at Su Ming's pleasant appearance. Opening his mouth, he said, "It seems that the handsome man's luck is good, and the difficulty of the mission is very low. Well, not too difficult." At these words, the lady on the opposite side of the room was again filled with envy. This newbie hottie is bound to be one turn soon. The only people they had access to were casuals, and also mostly newcomers and low-turning veterans. Thus meeting Su Ming, a newcomer with unlimited potential. She really wanted to hug her thighs. Unfortunately, this tall, handsome little man doesn't mean a thing to himself. Do you sell skill proficiency crystals here? Su Ming casually mentioned it as he walked. The Hall of Transfers encompasses other businesses, large and small, in addition to transfers. It is a more comprehensive official place of an integrated nature. Ha! Miss Bunny Girl was clearly not expecting it. Skill proficiency crystals have to be found in auction halls or large trading houses. Soon the Jiangbei Trading House is going to be open, so you might want to take a look. Su Ming nodded his head, then seemed to continue talking casually. It's still too slow to constantly use skills, and there's not enough mana at all. His hands rested behind his head at the same time. Beautiful lady, you should know the approximate price of skill proficiency crystals, right? I'll see if I can buy one or two. The young lady on the other side of the room showed a hint of petulance. Handsome, a skill proficiency crystal costs almost 300,000 or so, and it's easily out of stock. But with your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to make more money soon. Su Ming nodded his head in satisfaction, revealing a sunny smile. Thanks a lot. Only to see the lady across the street remove a business card from her underwear pocket. It was quickly handed to Su Ming. Then a happy wink. Handsome, here's my contact info, and you can still come back to me at night if you need anything. Su Ming. Walking out of the transfer hall, Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Glancing at the business card, Qin Xiaoye? Number 1145. This might be their way of survival in the inner world, and Su Ming would not comment on it. Next. Fold up the little card and throw it in the trash. Secret Realm, I'm coming hot. Chapter 7, Lava Mysteries, Unlimited Firepower Carpet Arrow Blasts. After realizing that the River North Trading House wouldn't open until later, Su Ming intended to go to the Secret Realm first to get the task of transferring his job done. Open the map. There are a total of 3 secret spots around that match. It's a bit far. If replicas are ecosystems that naturally exist in the Rai world, then the Secret Realm is a deeper hidden space. Or rather, the countless unknown alien spaces connected within the Divine Tower. As long as one enters the teleportation array at the location of the inner world's secret marker point, they will be teleported to the foreign space connected within the Divine Tower. There's nothing but more and stronger wildlife there. There is also the presence of the unknown, with its opportunities and dangers. At this point he was walking down 7th Street. Suddenly, a huge broadcast resounded through the entire River City. Attention all residents of Jiangchang Rai World. An unexpected eruption situation has occurred at the La Bula mine volcano, and a new secret world has been generated. Residents of the living department, please return to your homes in the table world or the rival world and wait for the process to be completed. Residents of the combat and auxiliary departments can receive quests of the appropriate level at the official quest hall of River City. The city's guardian barrier will rise in the River City's surface world in 20 minutes, and the quest collection time will end. To guard our city, please act quickly. The above broadcast is constantly circulating through the River City radio tower. The street Su Ming was on was suddenly bustling with the sound of horns that never stopped. His heart tightened. La Bula mining volcano has such a big impact? And he caught a key piece of information in the broadcast. This eruption actually gave birth to a secret world. This means that it has never been seen before and is more full of unknowns than the marked secret spots. Go to the official mission hall first. It was a good thing that it wasn't too far from the transfer hall. Mission Hall, Dongjiang District, Jiangcheng City, Level 3 District. With Su Ming's arrival, the entire mission hall was similarly packed with people in high spirits. My goodness, it's actually a new secret realm that hasn't been seen in 3 years. I just finished reading it. The secret realm is for people with low turnings and is divided into 3 areas, Level 20-25, Level 50-55 and Level 80-85. What? The other man's pain mask, ING just got up to LV 56 yesterday. Bro, then you can only take the external mining volcano and city watch quests. Someone instantly knelt down and cried bitterly, a newborn secret realm, even if a pig comes out alive, it can take off. It's fine, the mortality rate of the freshman mystic realm is very terrifying, it's better to let my brother take care of the dangerous things. It's just that the body is honest. The man couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from curling up as he spoke. Su Ming swiftly crossed over a crowd of people. Come to the place where LV-20 combat professions can receive quests. In front of him, the most prominent thing is the secret world mission in the center. Lava secret. Restriction, LV-20 LV-25. Information: Labula mining volcano newborn secret low-level area, internal monsters are roughly lava type, boss information is unknown, all eligible people can register to enter the secret area after receiving the task. Requirement: clear the wildlife in the newborn realm as much as possible. Official reward 1, for each wild monster killed, you can redeem the bonus with the kill log. Official reward 2, those who kill the boss will receive an additional reward. On top of that, it seems that the environment within the Labula mining volcano has changed dramatically. Su Ming was very surprised as the person who experienced it at the very beginning. In a short time, the mining volcano was completely transformed into a land of lava. And it's official. In 20 minutes, there will be another real eruption sweeping across the river city. Of course, Su Ming didn't waste any time. Decisively choose the lava secret quest. This was because once the river city barrier was raised, he wouldn't be able to get out, and there wouldn't be enough time to go to the other secret realms. Who knows how long this eruption will last? Mobilized for this secret world. The official bigwigs of Jiangchang directly laid down a teleportation array in the mission hall. So he was soon back in a familiar place. No. The original ground fire lizard of the Labula mining volcano was gone, and the silver iron beasts and even the gold iron beasts hadn't even seen a shadow. There's lava everywhere. And in the lava, surprisingly, a new wild monster has appeared. Lava fire snake? Due to the level being over LV20, he was currently unable to probe. Little brother, are you alone? An older guard with a serious expression approached, showing suspicion. Well, it shouldn't matter. The uncle shook his head helplessly. That's fine, it's just that you're only just level 20 and it's too dangerous to be alone without a teammate. Without teammates, it might be more dangerous for the casuals to be on other teams. Thanks for the reminder, uncle, I have confidence in my own strength. Well, remember to stay alive first. Su Ming nodded and followed the group upwards. Oh. The previous left center right path up the mountain now generates 3 special spells. The one on the far left was the one he was stepping into this time. And so, without hesitation, Su Ming stepped into it. Ha ha ha, Team Wang, that kid just now even called you uncle. Am I that old? After being flirted with, Wang Lin didn't get angry. Does your World Intelligence Department in Jiangcheng have any information on that kid just now? He was a little curious. Why did Su Ming dare to enter the secret realm alone? Su Ming, currently level 20, occupation is archer, as for the rest surprisingly no? Wang Lin propped his hand on his chin. Even you guys can't find out any information, so he could only possibly be the most recent batch of newcomers. Wait. It's not right. When he said this, Wang Lin and those two immediately glanced at each other. Wasn't River City's recent newcomer transfer ceremony just yesterday? It had only been a day and he had risen to level 20? If Su Ming was a son of a large family, it would indeed be easy for him to do so with a big brother from a super guild leading the way. But Su Ming is clearly not. Team Wang, if he boosted it alone, could it be an unreported hidden profession? The man said as he spoke. Suddenly he saw a light in the eyes of the bearded tough guy in front of him. This newcomer, I'll take it. Su Ming didn't know that he had been targeted by the strange uncle outside. He seemed to have come to a piece of earth wrapped in countless volcanic lava. Next, a large scorpion with fiery red rock armor attached to its body charged towards him. Can't see the info at the moment though. But Su Ming wasn't afraid and directly shot out a cold ice arrow. At the same time, move yourself immediately to the right. Let the volcanic boulders serve as cover. Chirp chirp. 204. Freezing. 204. Freezing. You have killed the rock scorpion LV21 and gained 1000 experience. No matter what you are, under Su Ming's terrifying rain of arrows you will have to die for the master. Experience gained before you have transferred can be accumulated. Not worried about wasting it. As he moved carefully, he soon discovered the lair of a large group of rock scorpions. It's definitely over 100. Think about it. Su Ming hid behind the boulder and began to adjust his position and firing angle. As long as you don't see me before you die, won't that solve it? And Su Ming didn't even have to deliberately aim at a certain rock scorpion, but rather, he aimed his full output at the lair, carpet bombarding it with arrows. That's how infinite firepower is meant to be played. Chapter 8, shooting 100 arrows at once, and you're telling me I'm an archer? To the sky, 45 degrees. Open bow. Bursting arrows. Su Ming, who was hiding behind the cover, pulled one arrow after another. The situation instantly turned into 100 after 100 sharp arrows falling from the sky. After the shot, it was accompanied by an explosion. It was a one-sided massacre. Chirp chirp chirp. 136. Burns. 136. 204. Deadly blow. You have killed the Rock Scorpion LV-21 and gained 1000 experience. You have killed the Rock Scorpion LV-22 and gained 1000 experience. As Su Ming transformed into a merciless archer with arrow after arrow. Finally, the log message is updated. You have completed the transfer quest Hidden Hunt level 10. The highest difficulty for others is completely trivial in his case. You have become a hidden archery god, life plus 2000, mana plus 2000, strength plus 20, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV-20 LV-21, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV-21 LV-22, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's comfortable. It's cool. After the transfer, a huge increase in one's panel attributes was ushered in. Moreover, the accumulated experience had raised him to LV-22 in one fell swoop. Upgrading is like drinking water, but that's it. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Hidden Archery God. Level, LV-22 LV-51 turn. Life, 6600. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 51. Agility, 61. Attack speed, 1.21 arrows S. Attack, 112. Defense, 59. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. The basic attack reached 112, and with LV1 cold arrow enchantment it was 336 damage. And that's just one arrow. Split 100 roots can control both for wide coverage. It can also all hit the same single body. Don't blow up too much no matter how you look at your output. Beyond that, you have unlocked a new exclusive talent called Hidden Eye. You have unlocked the new exclusive skills Wind Arrow and Thunder Arrow, but Su Ming's eyes went straight. As far as he knew, new talents replaced old ones when anyone transferred. And not only does he not have to replace it, even this is a super talent that is retained permanently. Talent exclusive. Hidden Eye, unable to detect, permanent retention. 1. Any detection type skills are ineffective against yourself. 2. When detecting other targets, you can additionally detect the occupation or weakness of the opponent. 3. Both eyes are transformed into eyes of immortality, immune to any eye attacks, controls, etc. Su Ming was overjoyed. It was a snowball's worth of godly talent for him. In the future, no matter how high the level or special the occupation, no one would be able to detect their information. From then on, whatever he says goes. The talent of arrow splitting can also stand up completely. You don't believe me? Then you go and see and scout for yourself, hee hee hee. And I didn't expect to get 2 exclusive skills again. Just shoot 4 random arrows and you can get 4 completely different super effects. Windy Arrow LV1 shoots a windy arrow, dealing 200% attack damage to all targets in a straight line within a range of 500 meters, and boosts your agility by 1% for 5 seconds, consumes 100 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Thunder Arrow LV1 stores up power for 5 seconds and then shoots a long arrow covered in thunder, dealing 500% attack damage to a single target and causing an electric field to form in the surrounding 10-10 area for 5 seconds, dealing 100% damage to the target therein per second, consumes 200 mana and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Awesome! If this uses the blast arrow, doesn't one's speed take off? From now on, it's easy to pull without pressure, and kite until the enemy cries. And the countless electric fields formed by the running thunder arrows were simply a group-killing weapon. Woohoo! My phone took off. Not only that, the second effect in Infinite Firepower also received a boost. Each arrow shot splits into 199 arrows of the same effect, which improves with the transfer. The original effect was 100 arrows. After the transfer, one shot is 200, which is twice as many. Others can still play? Su Ming's little heart fluttered. Thinking, will one arrow become 10,000 arrows after transferring higher? Until now, he also possessed his own scouting ability. So he looked to the rock scorpion. Rock scorpion, common wildlife. Level, LV 22. Life value, 6,800 6,800. Skills rock armor shield, poison needle stab, dust bowl. Info, hard rock armor gives it a decent defense. Weakness, eyes. There really is an extra weakness tip, and when it hits it's 1.5 times the damage of a killing blow. Who? Su-Ming quickly entered the rock scorpion's lair. There are already corpses all over the place, not a single living wild monster to be seen. The drops are only the same. Rock cubes all over the place. This thing? Su-Ming didn't know its purpose, but it was rich in earth elements. Maybe it's a better magic material. Like the golden glowstone from before, he hadn't even sold it yet to avoid suspicion. Put it away for now. Just then, there was a rustling sound outside. There's a group coming in. Su-Ming quickly hid by the corner of the interior. Holy, which team is this who did this? Just heard the noise and came here, and it's all taken care of? This must be a well-trained team, and the pyromancer among them is unusual. No one wants any of these rock cubes. One is worth 10,000, there are so many here, we're rich, haha. Apparently, the group thought the team that attacked earlier had left. Was about to pick up a large number of rock cubes. Then he saw Su-Ming, who had calmly walked out from the depths. Who? Why can't he detect the information? He's got an anti-detection prop. Su-Ming, on the other hand, quickly swept a glance. Name, Manhwa. Occupation, Lancer. Level, LV 23. Name, Zhou Zhirong. Profession, Pyromancer. Level, LV 24. There were 10 people in total, and other than these two, all of them were only level 21. They're supposed to be the leaders. This brother, you're here to pick up the pieces too, aren't you? The lancer named Manhwa revealed an unknown smile and gripped the lance in his hand. Su-Ming didn't answer. Instead, he asked rhetorically, do you know where the most monsters are? This kid is out of line. To the east, that's where we came from, in addition to the rock scorpions, and there's also a large number of even more terrifying swarms of rocket needle wasps. The pyromancer spoke. I hope you guys aren't lying to me. Su-Ming revealed a smile before moving out in front of the crowd. Both sides are on alert. Didn't do it? Good, then I won't think about killing you guys for a while. After all, it's not like he's the devil. And so, after pulling away enough, Su-Ming stopped and smiled once again. I killed all these rock scorpions, are you guys sure you want to rob my loot? Then he drew his bow and shot an arrow in one fluid motion. Without any additional skill effects, 200 sharp arrows flew in unison and shot in front of the crowd. Zhou Zhirong, I. He was stunned. Just now if Su-Ming had shot at him, wouldn't his life be in danger? Manhwa. Nay, he is uneducated and will only travel the world. Is this an archer? An archer who shoots hundreds of arrows at once? Chapter 9. Both are 20-something levels, the difference is too big, right? I'm not afraid to tell you guys, I'm the hidden profession 100 arrows archer. Su-Ming knew that his powerful strength couldn't be hidden in this secret realm. Unless you hold back from killing monsters, but you can't level up. Then, no more hiding, showdown. Because of the hidden eye talent. Now even if he was exposed it wouldn't be a real exposure. Didn't expect that, did you? I ripped the vest and then there was another layer of vest. What? Hidden professions. Big brother has something to say. Manhwa Dun shows the way from the heart. The boy across the street could be too cautious to figure out what to do until he had drawn a sufficiently favorable distance for the archers. But then again, if that kid had been shooting at close range, they simply couldn't withstand such a huge number of arrows. After all, even if it was an elite squad, the highest that entered here was only LV 25, how strong could it be? Other people's one-hit seconds are non-existent. However, now they saw that Su-Ming possessed the strength to strike a second. Su-Ming once again drew his bow. The two defense fighters in that squad had a huge panic on their faces and hurriedly set up their shields. Now, will you go? Or do I send you away? This word send, Su-Ming said it extraordinarily heavily. Big brother, take it easy, let's go, let's go. Big brother, we are members of the level 4 guild Lost Leaf, we hope to see you again afterward. The lead pyromancer didn't hesitate. Hurriedly, he pulled Manhwa and the others and ran backwards. Obviously, he could sense Su Ming's mercy. This is a time when it's better to sell a good impression than a hard one. Never seen or heard of this archer before. Definitely a rising star. Su Ming, on the other hand, was surprised that these old farts were still members of a large guild. Then the publicity will be even better then. Under their guidance, other forces will also be preoccupied with thinking of themselves as 100 arrow shooters. Originally, the characteristic of shooting 100 arrows at once by himself was very obvious. Over 100 rock cubes and $1 million straight in. After a few people on the other side of the room were so scared that they ran away completely. Su Ming quickly stowed the items he hadn't yet had the chance to pick up into his backpack. Then moved to the east. With no more worries, he was able to let go of his fists and slaughter monsters. That's tough, nurse heal, quick. Oh, I'm just trying my best to milk it, I can't. The boss might be over here, it's just that there's no way to solve all these rocket needle bees. Let's have Jiang Lon's elite squad come, we'll withdraw first. Many of the casual teams had the intention but didn't want to get killed for it. Dabeo, look out. 2 rock scorpions suddenly burrowed out of the ground and jacked Dabeo up. Stuck in the air for a few moments, Dabeo became the most obvious target for the mid-air rocket needle wasps. It's too late. Chirp chirp chirp. The rocket needle bee shot out countless fire needles, and Dabeo strained to cover his face, his last stubbornness. Chirp chirp chirp. But the second wave came from the other direction. Hundreds of arrows with flames collided with the sharp needles. Produces a violent explosion. Su Ming continued to shoot, and the subsequent arrows deliberately did not come with skill effects. I'm not dead? Dabeo grunted as he landed on the ground. Stunned, he watched the collision of countless sharp needles and arrows in the sky. This is a regiment of archers? Nope. Daebo's mouth went from an O to an O. Just one person there? Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Yelling at the group, stand away from interfering with the rocket needle bees, I'll take the output. His eyes had detected the rocket needle wasp. Rocket wasp, normal wildlife. Level, LV24. Life value, 8,858,850. Skills, Inferno Needle Stab, Noise, Bee Dance, Stab. Information, possesses very strong group coordination skills and loves to dance. Weakness, Wings. Blizzard Arrow. The long arrows were swift, and the huge number of them subsequently provided Su Ming with a huge agility bonus. It's like having the wind at your feet. Su Ming quickly changed his position. 216. Deadly Blow. 216. Deadly Blow. 144. Most of the damage is a killing blow. Soon a group of rocket needle bees in front of them under the strong coverage of the arrow rain landed in a box. Su Ming once again skillfully switched to a normal attack. Even so, quantitative changes remain sufficient to cause qualitative changes. The rain of arrows rising and falling from the sky was spectacular. He's less than LV25? Dabeo's mouth twisted in fear. As he climbed to his feet. The others, all of them, used their meager skills to interfere with the swarm. As well as not allowing the rock scorpion to get close to Su Ming. Hear the prayer of the flame at. Little fireball spell. Whirlwind chop. Elves from Freedom's Gate, I ask for. Elven blessing. It's just that several of the teams on the field today look like they're playing for keeps. They look at themselves. He also looked at Su Ming, who was alone in the distance, constantly moving and shooting. The heart was like a million ants crawling. Who is this superbly handsome man? The difference, it's not too big. You have killed the rocket needle wasp LV24 and gained 1200 experience. You have killed the rocket needle wasp LV25 and gained 1200 experience. You have killed the rock scorpion LV22 and gained 1000 experience. You have leveled up one level, LV22 LV23, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV23 LV24, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The experience is still going up all the time. It's only been 10 minutes. The corpses of the wild monsters that Su Ming had annihilated could be piled up into a huge mountain. The others watched such a magical scene. Jaw-dropping. Dabo even gave himself a slap that hurt. It wasn't an illusion, that archer not only saved himself. He also massacred the wild monster swarm with one person against 100. Bursting arrows. Su Ming finally used the explosive arrow to wrap up, not letting go of any of the fish that had escaped and scattered all around. This was Su Ming's battle of fame as a newcomer after he took the initiative to step forward. He watched the reactions of the 40 or 50 people in the opposite teams with great satisfaction. Also took the time to look at the panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Hidden Archery God. Level, LV 27 LV 51 turn. Life, 7,600. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 56. Agility, 66. Attack speed, 1.26 arrows s. Attack, 122. Defense, 64. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. Reach level 27 straight away. Plus 2 major exclusive talents and 4 exclusive skills. It's always nice to go out there with a little bit of power that you can hold and not be treated like a soft touch. Although the entry condition of this secret area is LV20 LV25. However, it is not affected if you upgrade in it. After all, the secret realm could only last for a few hours each time it opened. Those who are alive after the time has passed are forcibly teleported out, and the next time those who are over the level won't be able to get in. In addition to the rapid increase in rank, Su Ming realized that the skill Explosive Arrow had also been upgraded by 1 level. Chapter 10, Su Ming Big Brother Want a Pendant? Plugins are fine. Explosive Arrow LV1 reaches sufficient proficiency, Explosive Arrow LV1 Explosive Arrow LV2. Explosive Arrow LV2 stores up power for 1 second and then shoots a long arrow with explosive effect, dealing 250% attack damage and 40% chance of burn to all targets in 2-2 range, consumes 80 mana, cooldown 5 seconds. No growth in scope, but boosted damage values and burn chance. Not bad. Su Ming withdrew his bow drawing motion. But the great bow in his left hand remained tightly gripped. He calmly looked at the several groups of people across the street, his powerful demeanor unmistakable. This brother. What's your name? Thank you for saving my life, I will definitely repay you when I get out. Name, Debeo. Profession, Heavy Fist Fighter. Level, LV 23. Debeo was the first to speak, while being shocked in his heart. Surprisingly, he was unable to detect Su Ming's information. Su Ming. Su Ming then waved his hand, just doing it in passing. All the while alerting the crowd. Pick up the rock cube dropped by the rock scorpion and the equipment dropped by the rocket needlebee. There were enough 70 to 80 fire red longbows. This was an archer's weapon, and Su Ming was overjoyed. Rocket longbow, silver. Type, weapon. Occupation, archer. Level requirement, LV 20. Attributes, attack plus 50, attack speed plus 0.5s, strike plus 2%, durability, 50-50. Characteristics, 5% chance of burning the target with each arrow shot. These can be silver level weapons for all turn 1 archers. Equip a handful and put all the rest in your backpack. The harvest is full. The attack speed boost to his overall output is significant. And 2% more blitz. Su Ming brightly picked up the drops alone. The others here didn't make the slightest move. Who dares? No one dares to be the one to stand out. Su Ming's arrows flying all over the sky like no money at all really refreshed their 3 views. Whoever becomes his target is not looking for death? Brother Su Ming, you're also too strong, it couldn't be the son of one of the Peak families, right? Debeo called out brother to Su Ming, who was obviously much younger than himself. That's a gracious. No, I'm the hidden profession 100 arrow archer. Hidden professions? Not only was it Debeo, but all the others had also heard Su Ming's plain words. Anyone who knows. If the first transfer is a hidden profession, that future achievement definitely far exceeds that of ordinary professions of the same type. 100 arrow shooter? They instantly thought of Su Ming's appearance as he shot a rain of arrows across the sky and sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. The previous attack turned out to be caused by the occupation. No wonder he could slaughter the swarm. With his terrifying abilities, he is definitely a newcomer with great potential. In this moment, Various thoughts rose in the minds of many. Boom! In the very next second, visions abounded. The fiery red earth cracked and hot magma continued to overflow. Someone yelled, "Back up, everyone!" The sensation of this one goes far beyond this piece of earth. The entire secret realm was affected. Su-Ming had already seen quite a few teams converging on this place from all directions. Then a fiery serpent erupted from the lava. It got in the face of a nearby girl and screamed straight to the heavens. "My face is ruined, ah! I won't live." The most people who enter the secret realm is LV25. It's true that people of the same level don't have an advantage over wilds, and usually require teamwork. Not to mention, bosses. Many people ran backwards in terror as the lava was in the middle of it. A large snake with 3 heads is flopping around, accompanied by countless magically generated fire snakes. It's a boss, the secret realm's boss has appeared. Su-Ming simultaneously withdrew to a safe output position. "Lift your head again." The message of the great serpent unfolded in his eyes. 3 cranial serpents, secret boss. Level, LV25. Life, 28.8W 28.8W. Skills, Molten Jet, Fire Serpent Flame, Glare, Giant Tail Slap. Talent Flame Body, all non-flame damage taken is reduced by 10%, and flame damage is reduced by 20%. Talent Split Head, when life is below 20%, it can split into 3 small snakes with 10% life value, and if it doesn't die within 5 minutes, it will refuse and restore 30% of its maximum life. Information, a creature that sleeps in magma and harnesses the power of terrifying flames. Weakness, right side of head. It was worthy of being a boss, with a full 28.8W of life value. It's a natural advantage of being an alpha. And as a raider, it stands to reason that you can take advantage of the numbers and how well each profession works together. At this point, Su-Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. Unlike the gold and iron beasts that were picked up earlier, this boss was not only the first kill for him. It's also the first kill of the boss itself in this newborn secret. Definitely bonus more attributes. That's the most tangible power boost. This boss is so big, if it's tied up Shasha. Burning Zero, don't Nimrod shake here, you'll be comfortable at night, the people from the major guilds are coming, we have to act quickly. A lot of people have to die again, I'd better mix up some participation rewards on the periphery to save my life. Some are backing up. And some eyes became searingly forward. Su-Ming was alone by a huge rock, eyeing more and more people, murmuring, "This boss, it's mine." So there was no more hesitation and the bow was fired straight away. Blizzard Arrow. Blizzard Arrow is a straight line of damage and will not be a cool blow-up sight like the other 3 skills. But the increased agility is truly horrific. Although one arrow only increases agility by 1%. But he had a one-time 200 expense hand. Lasts 5 seconds. And keep in mind that with a 1.7 attack speed after equipping a longbow he can shoot 8 by 200 shots in 5 seconds. Chirp chirp chirp. A rain of arrows rose from the sky and fell mercilessly. 315. 472. Deadly Blow. 945. Killing Blow, Strike Burning. Hiss. The great snake was incomparably furious, and the fiery snake flames splashed everywhere. The unlucky ones were still the large group of fighters who had charged forward. And Su-Ming? Already the wind can pick up under your feet in speed. I shift to the left and shoot an arrow. Chirp chirp chirp. Then I shifted to the right and shot the arrow again. Chirp chirp chirp. His ever-accumulating agility caused his temporary speed to exceed that of this great serpent for a time. A direct one-man forced kite boss situation. Mamma mia, handsome Su-Ming is alone in the fairy fight while we are being treated like monkeys. Quite a few people were dumbfounded throughout. Su-Ming was the first to open his bow, plus the output percentage was a clean sweep. The boss hate is always there for him. And Su-Ming's speed was equally terrifying, even though it hadn't clearly erupted. However, it still easily dodged the magma jets and fire serpent flames from the 3 giant mouths. Outsiders even seemed to continue pulling the giant snake to move. This guy is so sick, isn't he? He's the equivalent of over 100 archers in output by himself, how can we compete? Sloppy, I think it can take out the boss alone. Do you need a plugin for Su-Ming, big brother? Plugins are OKO. The group currently fighting had seen Su-Ming's terror. completely swinging for the fences without a boss dealer in mind, only thinking about the possibility of a leg up. Chapter 11, Killing the Great Serpent and Reaping the Rewards. Su-ming quickly slithered the big snake out of the molten zone. Look at its message again. Down to 20%, its talent should be triggering. It's just a few minutes. Su-ming alone had output 79.4% of the boss's entire life value. The crowd only saw the great serpent begin to split from head to tail. It quickly turned into 3 smaller fire snakes, trying to scurry in 3 different directions. How could I let you get away? Ice arrows. With a shot of cold ice arrow, the roiling ice arrows fell instantly, freezing the 3 snakes. Then relied on his super high agility to move right into the fire snake. Transforms into a blistering arrow. The ice arrow looked to outsiders like a big move that had been brewing for a long time before it could be sent out once. It won't be abrupt in the slightest. Chirp! Chirp! In the distance, there was also a large group of people who saw the raining arrow shot out by Su-ming. There are people from the Jianglong Guild. There are also people from the Bata Guild, as well as the small group of Lost Leaf Guild troopers from before. They were the 3 local guilds of Zhongcheng. Among them, only Jianglong is class 5. Damn, it's all because of Jianglong's bunch of prude fools that made us come a step late. By the time we get there, that group of archers will be done killing. Boss said that if you can't take this boss, none of you will be able to stay in Batu. I'd like to see where Jiangcheng got so many archers. Eventually, the fire serpent that split from the left side of boss's head dies out. Soon the fiery serpents separated by the middle head died out one after the other. This head on the right is the most cunning, no less, where the weakness lies. Last hit. No longer was the fire covering the entire body, but all of it was aimed squarely at its head. Boy, give me stop. To Su-ming's rear, an assassin kept flashing in an attempt to interrupt himself. Then grabbed the last hit of the boss. But there wasn't enough distance, so he yelled angrily. Stop, you sister. Su-ming didn't hesitate. Sharp arrows out of the bow turned into countless raindrops, shooting a big hole in the little snake's head. Then, the bodies of the 3 small snakes merged once again into a huge 3-headed snake. But without the life of a living thing. You have killed the 3 cranial serpent LV25 boss and gained 5W of experience. Your first kill of the 3 cranial serpents LV25 boss gains you an additional attribute, attack plus 5. You have completed 1 blood of the 3 cranial serpent LV25 boss, and have received an additional reward, Fire Flame Crest, life plus 500, mana plus 500, strength plus 5, agility plus 5. Sure enough, the bonus attribute of 1 blood is not too comfortable. The Fire Flame Crest? What's this? Su-ming had never heard of this thing, but it didn't stop him from happily storing it in his backpack. The next second, there was no thought of picking up the drop. Instead, move quickly. At the same time, the arrow was aimed at the distant assassin. Assassin? Why did that archer pull away at once from the distance that he had managed to close? He has more speed than me. Assassin's agility is higher than archers in all cases at the same level. An assassin's self-knowledge also has a special acceleration skill. I can't believe we still can't get to. Take another step forward and die. Su-ming's voice was clear and powerful, cold with a domineering aura. He saw the other's message in his eyes. Name, Tai Mang. Profession, demon hunting and assassination. Level, LV25. Iron Mang stopped, he hesitated. The advantage is entirely with the archers if they can't get close enough at the current distance. How he didn't expect it. Such a terrifying rain of arrows was actually caused by this kid alone. Regardless of whether you've added a small guild or not, I'm going to give you a choice now, back out and join Batu. With your potential, you will definitely become one of the future masters of the Batu. And, most likely, with the help of the entire guild pouring in. Su-ming almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard the other party's words. What, you're from the Bata Guild? One must know that Su-ming had destroyed a group of people from the Bata Guild. I don't know what relationship this guy has with Iron Bull. Gee, that's a bossy thing to say, what if I don't want to? Instead of being angry, Tai Mang on the opposite side showed a teasing expression. Sure, as a newbie, you think you can take on the whole guild by yourself? Hee, that's not necessarily true. If I choose River Dragon or Lost Leaf, there seems to be no reason for them to refuse. Su-ming had already thought about it, and after he emerged this time. All the major guilds in Jiangcheng would throw themselves at him. It only caused a bit of a stir on the Jiangcheng side. Then you can save your life and develop peacefully. It is a very good deal. And he had wanted to join a guild with a high rank first if possible. Because, the higher the level of the guild, there are various more and more attribute bonuses and guild gains for members. Jianlong is the #1 guild in Jiangcheng, which is a very good choice for now. Tai Mang was momentarily speechless. This kid is out of line? It hardened the words he had prepared long ago. Kid, coming to our Batu is the best choice, otherwise nothing counts without a growing potential stock, don't you think so? Su Ming's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? The wind arrow. Open bow. One and done. Tai Mang's mouth did not fall out of anger, but in his heart, he was almost scared to pee. Seeing that the large force in the rear was also approaching. Straight away, he flashed away in a flurry of skills. This scene was likewise seen clearly by the major scattered teams over here. Su Ming actually messed with Batu. The situation was all of a sudden delicate. Just this? Su Ming shook his head helplessly and didn't forcefully chase after him. Instead, he moved to the body of the great serpent. Looked to the drop. Surprisingly, there are 3 complete flame hearts, and the fire elemental aura is very abundant. It's like $1 million a piece if you sell this stuff. And a skill book? Earn a fortune. Eagle's Eye, Archer Class Skill Book. Level limit, LV 30+. Eagle's Eye LV1, the Archer has keen vision, upon activation gains all vision within a 200-meter radius for 1.5 seconds. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. After seeing the effects of this skill, Su Ming was overjoyed. The skill book is less than 300 W upwards, but he must have used it himself. Requires level 30 to learn. Decisively stowed in the backpack first. The others were no more than LV 25 at the highest, and no one dared to enter his firing range, let alone grab the drops. All of the loot Su Ming was alone. It's such an easy thing to make money. Suddenly I feel like my original $30 million is just a sprinkle. Just as he was about to get away from here as quickly as possible, the body of the great snake suddenly slowly dissipated. Then a spell rose there. Su Ming beside the great snake was rightfully not spared and was enveloped by the spell formation. Boom! The earth cracked, magma spewed everywhere, and this secret realm became more and more unstable. And the place where Su Ming was originally located had cracked into a huge mouth at this time. Where's my Bao God? No way. The nearest Dabo looked up and saw no more of any figure there. A little dizzy. This was the feeling Su Ming had when he was inexplicably teleported. Then light appeared before his eyes. Or more to the point, the lava on either side of the road was flaming red and glowing. This is the magma floor, a hidden space? It was as if he had been transported to a special place by a teleportation array. The spell formation inspired by the fire flame crest also guarded him at the same time, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Follow the road ahead. A swarm of vicious fire spiders appeared before his eyes. New wildlife species. Su Ming didn't expect that there were still large swarms of spider wild monsters in the secret realms underground. The corners of his mouth quirked up. Since they've come to give away their experience, how can I refuse? Chapter 12, The Great Lord Zagurumi, my name is Tai Mang. Information about the group of spiders appeared in his eyes. Fire poison spider, common wildlife. Level, LV 24. Life value, 7,500. Skills, slime, web, gnaw, spider leg strike. Information, many parts of the fire spider carry toxins and need to be approached with caution. Weakness, prismatic bumps. Su Ming looked forward along the field of vision. Sure enough, I saw a small bump right in the center of quite a few spiders. As more and more fire poison spiders crawled towards Su Ming revealed a smile. Great, thanks for the experience babies feed. This trip to the secret realm, Su Ming could definitely LV 30 plus hit the bottom when he went out. Ice arrows. Thunderbolt. The retreat in this space is very narrow, so kiting sets with blast arrows is not appropriate. Therefore, freezing control can be utilized at the same time. Creates a wide-range electric field through the penetrating thunder arrow. Beige. In addition to the horrific damage from the massive rain of arrows. The electric field that encompasses the entire space also deals 100% attack damage per second to the spiders. 617. Freezing. 1542. Deadly strike electric field. 205. The terror of 3 shots of 600 arrows in 2 seconds directly covered the entire space in front of them. Countless densely packed fire spiders had yet to rush forward. Just frozen into a block of ice and then electrocuted. You have killed fire poison spider LV24, gained experience, 1000. You have killed fire poison spider LV25, gained experience, 1200. You have leveled up 1 level, LV27 LV28, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The information in the panel log was constantly refreshed, and Su Ming was soundly satisfied. As the spiders in front of them continued to turn into corpses, Su Ming could also slowly move forward while shooting. TCH, no one knew there were so many wild monsters hidden here. In sheer numbers, it's several times more than a swarm of rocket needle bees. Even if an LV25 team of 20 or so was teleported in. Don't even know if you'll make it to the end of the road alive. You have leveled up 1 level, LV28 LV29, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Very well, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he continued to twitch. A few minutes passed. Both at the ends of the road and in the lava. All that's left is an eye full of spider debris. Experience soared and another breakthrough was achieved. Until Su Ming stopped his pumping gesture, the level had become LV32. No one else can even think about it. He entered the secret realm once for a single kung fu brush. Raised from LV20 to LV32 in a short period of time, a naked wild monster killer. What's this? Among the drops, Su Ming saw that the only other drop besides leg meat was the poison water droplet. A droplet-shaped purple solid that falls with hundreds of drops. Stow it in your backpack first. When the time comes, you can go to the exchange and learn to identify more uses for the props. And so, Su Ming carefully alerted his surroundings before following the road and starting to walk internally. Study. You have met the requirements for Eagle Eyes, and have successfully learned this skill, Eagle Eyes LV1. After leveling up over level 30, Su Ming finally learned this assist skill. This is the right time to use it and activate it immediately. It was as if he felt a strange power. Then the view within a 200-meter radius all came into one's eyes. There's no more sign of the fire poison spiders. Huh, what's that? Su Ming saw that there was another space at the end of the road, and the spell formation to leave this place seemed to be on the other side of that space. The skill duration ends and the screen comes to a screeching halt. However, Su Ming had also arrived all the way straight to the entrance of another space. Who? Stepping into it, the spirit is highly tense. But in the very next moment, what he saw caused his breathing to slow down a few moments. Magma converges all around. And the source of the final convergence was actually a blazing sun-like fireball overhead. Su Ming vaguely saw the shadow of a sleeping dragon from the fireball. That's right, a giant dragon. Could it be that the magma of the secret realm isn't natural at all? It was actually born from this giant dragon. Su Ming's heart palpitated though. But slowly moving along the road towards the teleportation array on the other side. As long as you don't wake it up, it shouldn't be a problem. But it was not to be. The dragon seems to have awakened. Human, was it you who awakened me from my slumber? The evil dragon Zagwa Molten opened his eyes. Its words carried the majesty of a superior being and a vague excitement. How many years? It has been sealed in this place for an unknown number of years. Today, although you can't see the appearance of the other side outside the fireball. But at last a human who carries a special unsealed item has arrived. The evil dragon Zagwa Molten revealed a sinister smile. A greedy race like humans could never resist the temptation of the great lord Zaguro Molten. Su Ming's heart soared and fluttered at this moment. This is a real dragon. An existence of at least 400 levels at the legendary level. How could he, a little rookie who had only just turned 1 day old, touch it? Huh, that's not right. If this dragon was really so powerful, why was he still talking to himself? So is it possible? Su Ming immediately behaved humbly and said, "Honorable Dragon Lord, I have no intention of disturbing your rest, so I will leave now." Wait. Zagyaruman was in a hurry. Hearing these words, Su Ming, who was separated from the river of magma, revealed a smile. He guessed it. As a traveler, this sort of thing quickly made him realize what was going on. Lucky boy, you are a human chosen by the dragon, and if you guessed correctly, you should have a fire flame crest by your side. Su Ming looked at the flickering fire flame crest on his left arm. If you think about it, this thing, it actually has something to do with dragons? And so, he began to continue the show. My god, great dragon lord, it is this coat of arms that has guided me here. The Zaguru Melton the fireball finally showed a satisfied expression. This is the proof of your dragon familiars. Zagurumon teasingly opened his mouth. Come human, channel the power of the fire flame crest into the fireball and make a contract with me from there. You will have the power of a gargoyle, as well as access to the countless treasures of the great dragons. It is luring greedy humans step by step. After so many years had passed, it was impossible for the current humans to know the true significance of the fire flame crest. And once it breaks through the seal, the world will be dominated by the great Zagu Molten. Actually, Zagurumon doesn't know. This secret space it was in had passed through the Six Paths Divine Tower, connected to Blue Star's Rai world. It was no longer his original world dimension. And the Blue Star countries, rightfully, don't know what the fire flame heraldry does. At most, it can be used as a high-level flame charm prop. Oh, the dragon's treasure. I wonder what is the name of the great dragon lord. Zagu Molten was very comfortable by Su Ming's ass-kissing. At the same time, listening to Su Ming's greedy words, it was as if he saw the result of the other party's folly. Kid, just let you be happy for a little while longer. I am Zagurumon, the originator of the lava dragons. Boy, as my contractee, I allow you to state your name. A lava dragon ancestor? That's a bit of a big deal. Su Ming was silent for a moment, and after pondering, he hurriedly said, Great Lord Zagwa Molten, my name is Tai Mang. Come, Iron Manganese, meet the dragon's treasure. Chapter 13, Grandma always said, you can't take back what you've given away. Finally, it's finally coming out of the seal. Poor bugs that fantasize about taking advantage of a giant dragon. Zagurumi was excitedly anticipating the moment when the god's seal cage would disappear. It wants the poor worm to experience the despair of falling from heaven to hell. Ha 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 ha. Just. But it was slow to wait for the seal to disappear. What's going on, Iron Mang boy? Why aren't you moving? Don't you desire great power? Don't you want to be the master of the world? Make a contract with me and you will have countless treasures. Su Ming, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Because of the eye of concealment, it was impossible to reveal one's identity. So after realizing that this giant dragon can't come out, how about figuring out how to pull some wool over your eyes? Once you are out of the secret realm, in addition to a lot of forces recruiting, certainly there are forces hostile. The Rai world is already in crisis. So, this is opportunity. Seeing that the time was ripe, the Oscar-winning actor came online. Ahem, Honorable Lord Zagurumon, though I am not doubting you. But Grandma always said that the devil always uses sweet words to tempt people to fall for it. So, if you can give me the props to prove your identity as a great dragon, I must be doubly honored as your faithful follower. Kid, you. Very good, being careful is a very good quality, not being blinded by greed inside, worthy of being the contractor I have my eye on. If Su Ming could see Zagurumi's face, that's definitely pissed off enough to blow up red. Who's your grandma? The great Zako must unload on her when he melts out. I am the great lava dragon, today I will let you peek into a corner of my true splendor. Zagurumon finally calmed down. You can take it back when it comes out anyway. Kid, don't you dare let me down again. Then, Su Ming only saw 2 items fly out from the fireball. This is from the space backpack that everyone has. So it won't be affected by the seal. Su Ming was agitated and adjusted his breathing. Immediately take those 2 props in your hands. It was actually 2 completely different huge scales, molten fire scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal. Next. Su Ming heard the other party open his mouth as if reminiscing. Iron Mang boy, seeing these 2 dragon scales, you understand my true greatness. The first molten flame scale crystal, possessing the ability of this patriarch to absorb all the fires of the world and to double the release of the infinite power. The other rock armor scale crystal inherits the terrifying defense of this patriarchal divine beast, possessing absolute defense for almost 3 minutes after activation. It could be heard that it was very complimentary of these 2 scale crystals of its own. Of course, it's not just Zagura melt that's praised for this. And Su Ming. His tears flowed out of his mouth, indisputably hosting Dragon Scale Crystals, or 2. Not to mention the heaven-defying effect of the Molten Flame Scale Crystal absorbing 10,000 flames. The Rock Armor Scale Crystal was simply an instant boost to his ability to save his life. The equivalent of 3 minutes of real men? Who can live with their infinite firepower, playing a full 3 minutes of output? Going forward, even if a god comes, 3 minutes will be enough to decapitate him. Oh great dragon Zagurumon-sama, your trust in me is appreciated, wait out. Then, Su Ming didn't have the time to study those 2 legendary great scale crystals anymore. It was directly stowed in the space backpack. His feet moved. If he didn't slip away now, when would he? The fiery ball of fire was overhead in the center of the road. Su Ming, on the other hand, quickly continued towards the location of the spell formation at the other end of the road. The giant dragon Zagurumon vaguely saw the small human shadow outside move. Good, he's going to give his life for the great dragon here. Come on, come on. Huh, something's wrong. That's not right, kid. How come your figure is getting farther and farther away from me? Honorable Lord Zagurumon, no, I'm just following the guidance of the Fireflame crest. Su Ming straightened it out and bent it. But there was no pause in the movement of the feet. Soon you will be able to say goodbye to this extremely narcissistic dragon. It's not right, it's definitely not right. Kid, you're clearly farther away from me, are you cheating the great Lord Zagurumon? Roar. The Zaguri and the fireball fused, dumbfounded. The script isn't right. Shouldn't it be the boy who approaches himself knowing it has great power? No. I am the great lava dragon originator, how can? It roared in anger and barked furiously. However, the dragon's power will disappear as soon as it touches the divine seal flame cage. Human, you are deceiving the great dragon? How dare you deceive the great Lord Zagurumon? How has it ever been so teased when it was so high and mighty? And by a weak bug at that. The dragon that was supposed to play the other side off. Surprising 2-stage reversal into a clown. Human, return my scale crystal to me, roar. Su Ming finally couldn't help himself. This narcissistic gargoyle realizes it now, but unfortunately it's too late. Su Ming also finally didn't have to pretend and show his cards. Geez, Lord Zagurumon, Grandma always said that there's no taking back what's given away. Weak, I'd better leave you alone, I'm leaving now. Zagu Molten exploded with anger, and its head became extraordinarily red. It was as if it was going to set off a lava explosion at any moment. The entire blazing fireball was constantly roaring. Zagurumon raged, Iron Mang boy, I will kill you, and your damn grandmother, all of you lowly worms, you all deserve to die. Su Ming smiled happily, this dragon's brain was truly one-dimensional. See, I knew you didn't have any good intentions either, but you just couldn't get out, could you? Roar. Human, you're not a man of honor, you're not a man of virtue. Su Ming shrugged, oh. Same to you. Finally, he came to the teleportation spell where he had left. Su Ming decisively stepped into it and slightly waved his hand. I don't blame Lord Zagurumon for being too stupid, who called me a resourceful assassin, bye-bye Yuna. Su Ming, 0. Zagu Fusion, hashtag you come back ah. Taimang on the day when I get out of this trap, I'll make sure that you live a life worse than death. The roar of the dragon resounded throughout the lava space. But under the powerful suppression of the fireball, Zagurumon could only rage impotently. No, take a step back. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Damn Iron Mang. The phalanx flickered. Su Ming smoothly teleported and left this scorching space. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. When he looked again, he realized that he was back on the lava earth, except that there was no one around him. This isn't the place where the boss 3 cranial serpents were before. But, in the distance, he saw another swarm of rock scorpions. Thus, Su Ming quickly hid himself behind a boulder to the side. Experienced babies, don't try to escape. Blizzard Arrow. Open Bow. Chapter 14. I'm just a mediocre, ordinary person. Chirp chirp chirp. You have killed the rock scorpion LV-21 and gained 1000 experience. You have killed the rock scorpion LV-22 and gained 1000 experience. Su Ming had never been so relaxed and comfortable. The agility gain provided by Blizzard Arrow made his life-saving pull extremely terrifying. Now there is the rock armor scale crystal of the bottom. You can focus more on drawing the bow output non-stop. While this area is empty, fire away and kill them all without leaving a single one. If the rock scorpions had intelligence to speak, it will definitely treat Su Ming as a demon. Don't come over. You have killed the rock scorpion LV-22 and gained 1000 experience. You have leveled up one level, LV-32 LV-33, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Just as Su Ming kept on passionately killing monsters. The other side. The large forces of the three major guilds had been rushing to the boss area for some time now. Looking at the rock scorpion and rocket needle wasp corpses all over the ground. All reveals old people, subway, cell phones, .jpg. The kid wasn't found nearby, so it's 80% dead. It's basically impossible to live when you fall into a magma geode. It's a pity for a good seedling. Blanched. Wouldn't the boss die in vain? All the resources are wasted. Not only do the bosses die too quickly, the kid who killed the boss is also suddenly and unexpectedly gone. The leader of the team on Batu's side was none other than LV-25 Iron Mang. He breathed a sigh of relief and wore a very strange expression. My mouth is open? The only thing that was lost was a large treasure in one of the teams that left with the squad. I saw with my own eyes the Bao God's body fail to stabilize and then disappear into the crack. His own savior. Still such a powerful newbie archer profession, too bad. Eventually, everyone had to scatter around. Resuming the cleanup of rock scorpions and rocket needle wasps everywhere. The process of closing the secret world is not far away. Su Ming had already killed Redite under his mad slaughter. The level had soared from LV-32 to LV-35. And, again, close to 200 rock cubes. It's all money. Soon the entire area of rock scorpions were all killed. Su Ming was simply a true first-class contributor to this secret realm. And so, a quick look at his base panel. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Hidden Archery God. Level, LV-35 LV-51 turn. Life, 9,700. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 69. Agility, 79. Attack speed, 1.84 arrows s. Attack, 203. Defense, 72. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. Wait until afterward to replace a full set of premium gear. His panel attributes will be higher. Of course, the actual combat power is far from reflected by the panel alone. Because he's got 200 rounds of arrows and all sorts of special effect gains bursting at the seams. Alert, Lava Realm LV-20 LV-25 will be closed in 2 minutes, all survivors will be teleported out in random order. There is some reluctance, though. But the wilds on the secret side were almost all killed. He muttered, it's likely that you'll run straight into Batu's group when you go out. But the La Bula mining volcano currently has an official sit-down. Batu will inevitably not dare to make a move. Then you just need to join the Jianglong Guild and everything will be solved easily. Thinking of this, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Rock armor scale crystal requires special identification. He figured out how it was activated, but couldn't be sure exactly what the effect was. Both scale crystals will need to be appraised at the exchange after this outing. Soon. A soft light enveloped him from above the secret realm. Su Ming knew that this was to teleport out of the vicinity of the La Bura mining volcano. Boom! Just out of the secret world, the volcano erupts. The situation that Su Ming had expected did not appear. Because the situation is even more horrific now that everyone is fleeing to fend for themselves. Damn it, there's molten lava everywhere, get off the mountain. A copy of the La Putra mine volcano is a whole 7 or 8 times larger in scope. The rocky paths outside the mine entrance and the wooded area were turned into a sea of lava and fire. And so, Su Ming didn't waste any time jumping downwards. As for the next opening of the secret realm, it would be about 10 days or more. And some of those super high-level restricted secret areas will be measured in years. Therefore, each time you enter the various secret areas for a period of time, officials are releasing guaranteed reward quests to clear as many wilds as possible in this secret area. If the secret area is closed, too much wildlife remains. It would then affect the wild ecology of the Rai World region through the Divine Pagoda, and then affect the ecology of the surface world even further. Su Ming felt that as time passed, the inner world and the surface world will one day merge completely. So, there is nothing left of him in the surface world that he can make a big difference in the in-world. There were more lava fire snakes in the distance. Su Ming quickly threw over a scout. Lava serpent, normal monster. Level, LV 45. Lifespan, 1.9W 1.9W. Skills, jet flame, fire snake vortex, molten bomb, whistling, tail toss. Information, a newborn species born from magma, harnessing the terrifying power of lava. Weakness, white ring on tail. Su Ming didn't open his bow to suck in the hate. After all, any random lava serpent exceeded the level of a boss in the secret realm. Just then, he heard a yell from above. Apocalypse shield. Come up here, little brother. Su Ming raised his head. A large helicopter gunship was seen descending a special ladder, surrounded by shields. He quickly climbed up. Met a few rescuers and some 20-something casuals. We are members of the official River City Rivalry Rescue Department. Can't see the name information? Looks like you brought an anti-detection prop. Don't worry, you will be delivered safely to the middle of Jiangchang. Su Ming nodded his head and in turn looked at the other party's message. Name, Jian Li. Profession, Grand Shield Master. Level, LV 75. Little did I know that this rescuer was not even 3 turns away. Well, thanks a lot. He learned that since 3 sets of people of different levels entered the secret realm, the mining volcano soon began to erupt. It's a good thing it's quite a distance from town. So River City only needed to raise the mode barrier to solve this crisis. And they, the rescue teams. On the other hand, they specialize in rescuing raiders who are new to the secret world and can't fly. Flying skills well. At the very least, they all have to be learned after at least 2 turns, and are still extremely rare. But he was sure it wouldn't take him long to reach it. Who else doesn't know how to fly, doesn't they? Su Ming walked towards the inner rest area and actually saw an old brother who looked somewhat familiar. You're not dead. Bao God? Dabeo, who was leaning to the side, shouted in excitement. The rest of the casuals all converged their gazes over. What impressed most people the most in the entire secret realm low-level area was the sky-wide rain of arrows that stormed the boss. Except for Dabo and the 2 most recent teams. The others had not seen Su Ming's appearance. Now, hear the Bao God. Uncharacteristically, I thought of the horrible person who was there. Oh my goodness, so handsome, my aunt seems to be coming early. Is that him? What a newcomer, huh? This is definitely going to be fought over by all the major guilds. Su Ming frowned and glanced at Dabeo. Older brother, you keep a low profile. Ahem, I'm just a mediocre, ordinary guy, I'm going to rest. Chapter 15, Identifying the Scale Crystal, Strong Ah. The effect is too strong. Su Ming quietly leaned to the side and no one bothered him anymore. Soon he saw that there was a huge hemispherical barrier looming over Jiangchang. The helicopter entered it through a special opening. Quite a bit of lava could still be heard crashing against the barrier. And then the sound disappears. Everyone is safe, the barrier will last roughly 1 day based on the current situation. After all the casuals have come down. Rescue helicopters are once again flying towards the La Bula mine volcano. The current state of alert for the entire city. People didn't dare to cause trouble in the city even if they had more than one mind. The crowd dispersed, and only Dabeo followed Su Ming. Tell me dude, what's following me? Dabo gave an embarrassed smile. Hurriedly, he returned, oh god, if Bata knows that you're still alive, and the recruiting doesn't work out he might deal with you. This big guy was around at the time. Knowing that he and Bata didn't get along, so he was giving himself a reminder? Su Ming's expression softened a lot. It doesn't matter, Bata, I don't put it in my eyes yet. Su Ming said as he walked, do you know where there is a large amount of skill proficiency crystals? Hearing this, Dabeo hurriedly followed. Smiling and grimacing, stay back, oh god, you're really asking the right person. Are you going to go to the Jiangbei exchange? It may not always satisfy you there, but the Yalt exchange in Jiangnan has the most and best stuff, and it will definitely satisfy you. Oh? Su Ming stopped in his tracks, he had heard of Yalt's name. In the table world they were the biggest electronics company in Jiangcheng, and I didn't realize that here they held the important business of the exchange. Alright, I need to buy quite a few skill proficiency crystals, there you go. As well as, identifying the role of the 2 scale crystals. Absolutely, and quality is guaranteed, it just might be more expensive. Oh god, You don't have to worry about that. Su Ming waved his hand. Yalt Exchange, Gangnam District, Gangseong City, Level 4 Zone. Honorable guest, may I ask what you need to trade? Su Ming stepped forward, dumping out large quantities of equipment and props from his spatial backpack. Just recycle it straight away. The front desk lady was stunned, the low-level equipment was nothing. But those rock cubes are a rare commodity only found in the secret world. How can you have so much on your own? Also, the value of the 3 fiery red hearts and the gold faience looks very expensive. Your guest will wait a moment. Thus, Su Ming soon saw an elegant noblewoman walk out in place of the front desk lady. Naturally, you read each other's messages. Name, Yasui. Profession, Senior Flower Arranger. Level, LV 36. Yo, it's still a handsome VIP that I haven't seen before. Yujui, head of the Yalt Exchange, nice to meet you. It seems that little brother has gained a lot in the secret realm. Su Ming calmly looked at the beautiful woman, not realizing that as a steward she was still a life profession. Su Ming then politely shook her hand. I need 44 skill proficiency crystals and a trip into the exchange's appraisal room. He didn't respond to the topic of the sub-whiny mysteries. The woman didn't care. After hearing Su Ming's request, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Dear Mr. Su Ming, 44 skill proficiency crystals might almost cost around 13 million. Su Ming nodded his head, well, I'll directly make up for what's not enough. Then handed over a black card. It's got over $30 million left by cheap parents. Yujui did a double take. This little handsome guy, he's also a tycoon. Except for the 4 exclusive skills, all of which have to be full leveled. He additionally plans to upgrade his eagle eye to full level. Because the ranged survey of this skill is very good, solo get it all at once. Soon, the other party finished counting the items. The total value of the recovered props is at 7.83 million, please check. And then add a deliberately friendly discount. Bought 44 skill proficiency crystals for 29W each. Su Ming didn't say anything more, he didn't realize that the normal sale of 1 here was 33W. Entered the appraisal room after paying 20W again. Yujui looked at Su Ming's back and the props he was handling and fell into thought. This little handsome boy must have only just come out of the freshman mystic realm, and he was still in the low-level zone of LV20-LV25. Such a young rookie can even make it this far, the future is immeasurable. Maybe get a little closer. So she sent a message to her big brother. Who? Su Ming let out a breath of relief. The nature of the appraisal room is the same as the transfer room, which is connected to the divine tower. So he's not under any pressure. Take out the molten scale crystal requires special identification. It costs 800W to appraise this item, is it appraised? What fa? You're ing robbing me. However, Su Ming thought back and realized that items of this quality could only reasonably be obtained by a true big shot. 800W is probably pocket change land in their eyes. I didn't think that the appraisal firm would cost more than the deal. But gritting his teeth, he chose to confirm. Identification. Waiting. The results of the appraisal are as follows. Molten scale crystals legendary item. Information. The scale crystals that accompanied the ancient lava dragons, after 10,000 years of gestation, detach to become props with great power. Passive ability. The holder is immune to flame damage effects, absorbing flames on contact and storing them. Active capability. When activated, double the power of the stored flame is released. When activated, it simultaneously generates the molten flame field, increasing all flame damage dealt by 300% and reducing all non-flame damage received by 50%. Effective upon authentication. Characteristics. Immortality. Holder's attack power plus 1000, strike plus 20% effective after authentication. Oh my gosh, it's so worth it. Su Ming was inwardly incomparably excited, the holder was a pig that could take off at the same pace. Thus, another piece of gray rock-colored scale crystal immediately appeared in his hand. It costs 800W to appraise this item, is it appraised? Appraise. Su Ming did not hesitate. Waiting. The results of the appraisal are as follows. Rock armor scale crystal legendary item. Information. The scale crystals that accompanied the ancient lava dragons, after 10,000 years of gestation, detach to become props with great power. Passive ability. The holder takes lethal damage instead of bearing it and removes any current negative effects, immune to all damage for 3 seconds, number of passives remaining, 3. Effective after appraisal. Active capability. Upon activation, immune to any percentage, decimation effects, and damage up to 100 million values for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 7 days. May reduce the cooldown of activated abilities by killing a large number of wildlife for up to 6 days at a time. Effective upon identification. Characteristics. Immortality. Holder's defense plus 1000, resistance to violence plus 20% effective after appraisal. Valuable high-level props, such as these 2 scale crystals. Many require appraisal to activate full abilities and traits. Su Ming was really too thankful to that honorable Lord Zaguro Molten yet possess these 2 scale crystals. Even now facing anyone under 4 turns, he's not even the slightest bit weak. Tisk, with a single increase of 1000 defense, no one else can break their defense. Not to mention the 3x damage bearing passive and the superb life-saving active. Even the 3-minute true man cooldown is only 1 day as long as one kills a lot of monsters. Strong, too strong. He, an archer, was even able to output at the top of the warriors. Thinking about this image, Su Ming simply cried and laughed. Chapter 16, My house is pretty big. All skills full level, terror boost. Once again, the 2 scale crystals were put away in the backpack. Su Ming walked out of the appraisal room with a very indifferent expression. Saw the sub-whiny with a flirty smile in the hall. Congratulations, little brother. Su Ming must have gotten some nice props in the secret realm. She didn't ask again, because that was the rule of all exchanges. But don't ask anyone to identify the item. Besides, she didn't find what this newcomer could appraise these days to be all that valuable. And so, Su Ming only saw the other party pull out a special black card from his chest like a trick. This is the Yalt VIP black card. In the future, with this card in Yalt's transactions are all purchased at a discount of 8%, recycled at a discount of 10.8%. Oh. Thanks. Su Ming accepted the card without politeness. It's not uncommon for exchanges to rely on all sorts of favors to gain the goodwill of strongmen and newcomers alike. This is because of the ability to provide a constant channel of items of all levels later on. Sort of an early investment. Su Ming didn't care. After all, there will certainly be a large number of equipment items that need to be recycled in the future. Price fixes everything. Handsome young man, is there anything else I can help you with? We at the exchange will definitely try our best to fulfill it. It was as if Yuzui could surmise what was going on in his mind. Oh, I'm just asking, do you have any flying skill books here? Yuzui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head sadly. Flight class skill books are very rare, and the entire River City Exchange should be out of them in the current state of alert. But maybe soon. Oh, we'll be sure to keep an eye out for it if you need it. Then, the other person smoothly blurted out plus contact information. I'll do it. It's only about work. After walking out of the Yalt Exchange, Su Ming saw Debeo waiting on the side of the road. This dude hadn't left yet? Did you get all of them, Bao God? Well, thanks for the advice. Because in talking to Yuzui, he knew. Many items from the major exchanges were now being purchased by Jiangcheng officials. It wasn't really possible to buy so many skill proficiency crystals if you went to the north of the river. The 2 of them, Su Ming, spoke as they walked. By the way, brother Debeo, do you know where in Raiworld in Jiangcheng is a good residential area? I'm planning to live in Raiworld for a long time. Ha! Debeo showed surprise. This mysterious newcomer to the Bao God wouldn't have just entered Raiworld for the first time, would he? Think about it. Then he would have been a lone wolf scrubber wandering around before. Ahem, if you don't mind Bao God, you can consider my home as your home, as a way for me to repay you for saving my life. My home is quite big. Su Ming? Then it was time to listen up to Debo's narration. He is also an orphan. The only legacy left behind by his own parents was when the Divine Tower first came into the world 20 years ago. A large house invested in River City RWD. It's worth an unknown number of times more today, but he's not willing to sell it. So, you also have to team up with casuals often to kill monsters for money. Gangnam-gu, City Center Residential Area, Level 1 District. Su Ming looked at the large villa that Debeo pointed at with a strange expression. It's still the centerpiece. This bean would have more money than himself if he sold the house? It's no wonder that they recommend themselves to come this way. Because it was already not far from the Yalt Exchange, it was very familiar with this side. Okay, I'll take the second floor, excuse me. In just one day's work, he rose to LV35 and also obtained 2 legendary dragon scales. Su-ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked at the moat barrier outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Then his eyes moved to his panel. Remove 44 crystals at the same time. Start using one after the other. You have used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve skill proficiency. Bursting arrow LV2, bursting arrow LV3. You have used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve skill proficiency, burst arrow LV9, burst arrow LV10. In total, after using 8 skill proficiency crystals, explosive arrow reaches full level. Su-ming looked at the skill description. For a while, I didn't even know how to express my exclamation. It's simply too strong when paired with infinite fire. Burst arrow LV10, storing up power for 1 second and then shooting a long arrow with burst effect, dealing 600% attack damage to all targets in 10-10 range, 100% chance of burn, consumes 400 mana, cooldown 5 seconds. No surprises, 100% chance of burns. And with the addition of the molten scale crystals. And it can get even scarier. Go on. You have used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve skill proficiency. Ice arrow LV1, ice arrow LV2. So, kept using 9 over and over. He immediately looked at the full level effect of ice arrow. Ice arrow LV10 stores power for 2 seconds and then shoots a long arrow with a freezing effect, inflicting 1000% attack damage on a single target that hits, freezing it for 2 seconds, consumes 800 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. Freeze for 2 seconds at a time. Before the opposite side could get an uncontrol, the second shot it came back. Commonly known as long as you can't control it to death. Go on. After 9 skill proficiency stones, Blizzard Arrow reaches full level. Blizzard Arrow LV10 shoots a long blizzard arrow, dealing 600% attack damage to all targets in a straight line within a range of 5k meters, and boosts one's agility by 2% for 10 seconds, consumes 500 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. If you learn the flying skill after this, with the terrifying speed gain from such a roiling arrow, I'm afraid the enemy can't even see the stump. Go on. Finally, there is the 4th exclusive skill. Running Thunder Arrow LV10, store power for 2.5 seconds and then shoot a long arrow covered in thunder, inflicting 1500% attack damage to a single unit that hits and causing an electric field to form in a 20-20 range around it for 8 seconds, inflicting 150% damage to the target in it every second, consuming 1200 mana and cooldown for 30 seconds. Not bad for a thunder attribute skill. Each arrow generates a wide-range electric field that lasts for 8 seconds. Group kill is even a step above burst arrow. It's really not too awesome. Go on. This is a very good support skill, Eagle Eye. And don't let go. Eagle Eye's LV10, the archer possesses keen vision, and upon activation gains all vision within a 1000 meter radius for 3.5 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. Wow. What Su-ming didn't expect was, this skill boost was surprisingly good. The field of view has increased dramatically. And the duration has been increased to 3.5 seconds. It's too convenient to use to open up the field of view ahead of time. Few a sleepless night. After all 5 skills are fully leveled, one's combat power is forced to double a few more times. Lay low, I've only just turned 1. Su-ming continuously stabilized himself. Nima, he felt that his level 35 self could easily up a bunch of level 135s now. Chapter 17 Wan Lin's Invitation, Official Invitation 2? After one night, the barrier of the river city finally dissipated. Dabeo has gone out to work. Just as he was going out to practice alone as well, a knock on the door sounded. Through the cat's eye, Su-ming saw an older man in a trench coat. This guy. I think I've seen him somewhere? Open the door and look at each other in all directions. Uncle? Wasn't this the same uncle who had warned him about the La Bula mining volcano? Little friend Su-ming, you are indeed here. Wang Lin instantly became excited. Such a handsome little brother could only be Su-ming. The original unsmiling face added a few moments of life. And Su-ming was in the detection of the hidden eye. It is now possible to learn basic information about the other person. Name, Wang Lin. Occupation, Archer of Heavenly Punishment. Level, LV 236. Su Ming stared blankly at the other party, and his expression froze. Beyond level 180 is turn 5, and you can't receive turn 6 quests until level 240. You're actually a big guy who's already 5 turns close to 6? And he is also an archer-type profession. If it wasn't for the hidden eye, all you can see against someone 2 turns above yourself? At this time, Wang Lin revealed a helpless expression. Little friend Su Ming, I'm only 24 years old, I'm a big brother not an uncle, my name is Wang Lin. Oh, is there something wrong with brother Wang Lin? Su Ming quickly calmed down and acted as if he didn't know the other party's strength at all. As for why he would be preoccupied with calling the other guy uncle, it's because the other guy's beard is huge, and his face is so pale. He should be an official. So the odds are that this time he found himself not looking for trouble. Don't worry, this time I'm inviting you to re-enter your career information on behalf of the official Jiang Chang. You're supposed to be an unreported archer with a hidden profession, right? Wang Lin was a little excited. I've heard a lot about the 100-arrow shooter. So it is. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief after coming out of the secret realm. Except for the group of casuals who came back together. Just about the only official who knows he's alive. Right. Su Ming nodded in confirmation, and Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't realize I was a hidden profession when I transferred until I opened the panel in the in-world. Su Ming told a well-intentioned lie. We understand your concern, once your identity is publicized, you are bound to get a lot of attention. Wang Lin revealed a smile. So, this time, in addition to re-entering your information, I wonder if you're interested in joining the Dragon Kingdom Special Guild, the Godslayer Temple. What? Wait, say that again, brother Wang Lin? The two had already appeared in the sky above River City. And at their feet, surprisingly, was a griffin. This was Wang Lin's tamed beast, which Su Ming detected to be level 196. Haha, I'm actually not from Jiangcheng. Wang Lin continued, 2 days ago, Pop sensed a strange transcendent aura leaking out from the vicinity of Jiangcheng. So I was sent to do some secret investigating, and who knew I'd run into a volcanic eruption? Perhaps this natural disaster is not as simple as it seems. Wang Lin's eyes instantly became cold. This. Is this something I can know? Su Ming expressed a little panic. Wang Lin then realized something, but softened. Speaking to Su Ming, he said, the Godslayer Temple is a level 9 guild. The Godslayer Temple was established in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom and was one of the only 2 level 9 guilds. But, it's worth thinking about. There are very few members in the Kingslayer's Temple Guild. It's also largely unseen during the week. In terms of influence, it is far inferior to another Dragon Kingdom Holy Land Guild, Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. This? Brother Wang Lin, what does a newcomer like me have that is worthy of the Godslayer Hall's attention? If anything, Su Ming was shocked plus excited at first. Well, now he felt backward instead. Why would such a top-tier guild invite itself? The 100 Arrows Archer has some reputation, but without growing up he's just an ordinary archer. Just a little attention from them, I guess. And whether it's 2 dragon scales, or your own real career, he wouldn't dare expose it. Dragon scale. The aura that big brother Wang Lin's old man felt, shouldn't it be the giant dragon Zagu fusion? Whether it's the lava in the secret world, or the lava that flows from the Lavra lava mountain officially renamed today, they all have their source in the lava dragon Zagu molten. Doesn't this mean that Zagurumon would not have been far from getting out of the trap? You've really messed with a big guy. Su Ming recalled that there should be no details that revealed any identity. The amount of the pair. What does it have to do with me, Su Ming, if it's looking for Tai Meng? This seems to be having to think long and hard about joining the Godslayer's Temple. River City Official Center Information Tower, Level 5 Zone. The two had jumped off the griffin. Wang Lin, however, revealed a mysterious smile and patted Su Ming's shoulder. I'll tell you when you get out, go on. 2 heavily armed guards brought Su Ming into the testing room. Oh, Su Ming, right, welcome. Before that, may I ask if your anti-detection is a gift or a prop? Name, NU. Profession, Mech Warrior. Level, LV 173. Props, parental relics, no comment. Good. Anu nodded and stopped asking questions. 100 Arrow Archer, TSK, what a hidden profession with great potential. This might be the first case in the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, there's always a lot of careers we don't know about in 20 years. Then Su Ming demonstrated his terrifying ability to fire 200 rounds at a time. Dazzled a crowd of recorders. This was still the state where he had hidden the effects of his skills. Thanks for your cooperation. Interested in joining the River City Guards? With your potential you will definitely become a commander in the future. Remember to contact us if you are interested. Su Ming smiled and hurriedly slipped away. Officials, while nice, have to sacrifice most of their personal liberties. A lot of times not being able to do anything about it. He still liked the feeling of taking his destiny into his own hands. Therefore, a high-level guild is the way to go. Freedom in life will not be limited. Simply reach the appropriate contribution requirement for the guild every so often. Then you can enjoy great additions and conveniences. And more importantly, the Grand Guild was already close to the officials, and its resources were in no way inferior. Many presidents and vice presidents hold important positions at the same time. Come out after. He saw that Wang Lin was happily waving at him. Well, I suppose you prefer freedom. The Godslayer Temple doesn't restrict the personal freedom of any of its members. Brother Wang Lin, you must have some reason, right? So Wang Lin sighed, pulling Su Ming aside alone. Well, I won't hide it from you, we need a hidden profession of an archer. What do you mean? Su Ming was alert. Always ready to activate the rock armor scale crystal. There are some things the populace doesn't know, and the world is likely to change dramatically again. An important secret area involving the ranking of countries around the globe, an area that requires several different 5-turn hidden professions to enter. Nowadays, the archer's position is always vacant. Su Ming asked back, so you need me to enter the secret realm? That's really what I thought. Not only are you an archer hidden profession, but you also leveled up to 20 in one day alone, right? Right. Su Ming was tempted to say that he was already LV 35. Your natural potential is huge, and your survivability is at the top of the list even among hidden professions. A few hundred arrows at once, even I have to be impressed. Of course, if you don't want to you won't be forced. After all, the unknown secret realm is full of dangers. Chapter 18 Old Brother Wang Lin Showdown. Massacre in the Black Mist Swamp. Wang Lin kept telling Su Ming about the advantages of the Godslayer Hall. Su Ming quickly grasped the point. Immediately, he asked, there have been no archers with hidden professions in the Dragon Kingdom for 20 years? There are 2 known, but both are dead. Now you're the only one with huge hopes. Wang Lin's mood was a little complicated, and his fists were unconsciously clenched. One of them died in that very secret realm. He slowly regained his composure. However, in Su Ming's eyes he seemed to carry a sense of unwillingness. If you accept the Godslayer Hall as well as I will absolutely protect you from smoothly advancing to turn 5, how about it? Su Ming always felt that Wang Lin had a selfish agenda. In order to reassure you, it seems that I must reveal the bottom little friend Su Ming. In fact, my father is none other than the president of the Godslayer Temple, one of the 10 ninth-turn mighty powers in the Dragon Kingdom. He then revealed his Godslayer Temple guild information. As for the image of the president, Wang Bo, I can't say that they look alike. Su Ming, then you're really have a good father. If this were the test officer in you who was here just now, his jaw would definitely drop in shock. This airborne king team was actually a big shot from the Godslayer Temple? But to be licking newcomers nowadays? Even if it's a hidden profession. It was also definitely not as good as Su Ming. So now there is a choice put before you. It was to decline Wang Lin's invitation. Join Jianlong and Bata, those domineering guys who fight over monsters and clash constantly. Or do you accept the invitation and take off from there to turn 5 where you are? Kids will definitely choose to accept it. And of course the adults have a childlike heart that goes back to the basics. So, I accept. Doesn't that smell good? Su Ming's words had just fallen. It was as if he felt that Wang Lin was much more relaxed, as if he was relieved. Ha ha ha, that's great little friend Su Ming. In the future, whoever bullies you, look for me to take you to him directly. If I can't even do it, then look for my old man. Su Ming. In the face of this bold father lifter, Su Ming almost didn't laugh out loud. But maybe I can lift it myself later. Is this the joy of having someone behind you? In Su Ming's eyes was a completely different color of excitement. If you successfully reach 5 turns. Talents, skills, how horrible will that boost increase to? Wang Lao Go, Wang Lao Go. We won't know who's leading who when the time comes. And so. Su Ming's smile grew more and more genuine and happy. Wang Lin spoke, since that's the case, tomorrow you will accompany me on a trip to the imperial capital of the rival worlds to join the Godslayer temple. Take you off when the time comes. The serious-faced Wang Lin showing this expression was surprisingly a bit contrasting. Soon the two were riding in a griffin. Wang Lin dropped Su Ming off at the Black Mist Swamp at his request. Su Ming, this is a level 40 zone, you're taking too much of a risk, aren't you? Wouldn't it be faster to wait for me to take you practicing tomorrow? Wang Lin was a bit dumbfounded. With a heartbeat, he took out a compact cross shield. Next, activate it to generate a 5W life value shield straight away. Consider it my gift to you. Su Ming took it. Look to this prop for information. Crossed light shield fine item. Active ability, temporarily gains a shield of 5W life value upon activation, disappears after being broken or lasting 3 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Validated. There is only one simple active ability. But the 5W lifesteal shield up front is really good for him. Don't worry brother Wang Lin, I'm already level 35, don't worry. Okay. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Then he took a griffin back to the city to deal with the volcano follow-up. He searched in vain for 3 years. Now he has accidentally found this hidden profession archer with great potential. You can't talk about it if you plant a garden, but you can't talk about it if you don't want to. He only hated that he wasn't a hidden profession and couldn't accomplish this great thing himself. Wait, how many levels did that kid just say he was? He's level 35 and it's only been a day? Even the transfer quest is complete. I copied and completely picked up the treasure. So, Wang Lin was energized. He only thought about picking up Su Ming quickly after things were done. A 5W lifesteal shield, that's really good. Su Ming looked at the small shield in his hand and lamented, then put it away in his backpack. Soon, a sign in the mist was visible. Black Mist Swamp, Magic Swampfish LV35 LV40, Twisted Tree Spirit LV40 LV45, Rare Boss, Magic Swamp Frog LV45. Black Mist is very easy to interfere with line of sight. It is recommended to form a team with a light mage. This time, reach level 50 in one fell swoop. Su Ming had completely walked into the Black Mist. His idea was, before Big Brother Wang Lin took himself to the imperial capital. First, you'll get the transfer quest for turn 2. Who knows if it will be done in passing by then. He can't always rely on others for everything. Su Ming saw a pool of stagnant water in front of him. A few dead trees were distributed among them, unusually eerie under the black fog. Suddenly, a huge vine came flying in. Su Ming quickly rolled to the left, but was grazed a little on his arm. 0. Unbroken defense. Put. Su Ming really didn't want to laugh unless he couldn't help it. Because of his own heaven-defying defense, he could currently walk sideways in the wild monster swarm piles here. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. Right at the next moment, densely packed arrows with lightning attached to them rushed up into the sky. The trees ahead turned out to be no ordinary trees. Instead, it's the Twisted Tree Spirit. Twisted Tree Goblin, Common Wildlife. Level, LV40. Lifespan, 1.2W 1.2W. Skills, Whiplash, Entanglement, Body Slam, Rooting and Sucking. Information, good at consuming enemies on the land, can restore life value after rooting. Weakness, Roots. Su Ming didn't care about his opponent's weakness at all. Instead, they take a direct full coverage fire dump. 1.8W. Electric Field. 3.6W. Electric Field Blast. 1804. 1804. In addition to the ongoing damage from burns and electric fields, Su Ming was a one-hit second to any normal wild monster here. No way. The 1000 attack power added by the molten fire scale crystal is just too sick in the early stages. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. Beep. You have killed Twisted Tree Goblin LV40 and gained 1600 experience. You have killed Twisted Tree Goblin LV41 and gained 1600 experience. The Wind Arrow. Su Ming interspersed the running thunder arrow with the blast wind arrow once in a while. So he has the speed to take off at the same time. As he continued to move into the interior of the swamp, the bodies of the twisted tree spirits became more and more numerous. Also saw the magic swamp fish in the swamp lake. Demon swamp fish, normal monster. Level, LV 36. Lifespan, 9600-9600. Skills, nourishing water, splash leap, bubble attack. Information, a fish monster that is affected by the black mist but does not appear to be fully evolved. Weakness, tail. This thing is weaker than the twisted tree spirit, but it can't hold much. You have slain the devil swamp fish LV 36 and gained 1400 experience. You have killed twisted tree goblin LV 42 and gained 1600 experience. You have leveled up one level, LV 37 LV 38, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It hasn't been long since he opened his bow and drove. The level has been raised from LV 35 to LV 38. Even if Wang Lin had seen Su Ming's monster-killing speed with his own eyes from the side. And will only exclaim, "You're a real pervert." Hawk eye. In an instant, the entire field of vision within a 1,000-meter radius was in his eyes. Twisted tree spirit, magic swamp fish. Found the magic swamp frog, behind the swampy lake. What's the magic swamp frog's tongue curled around, an egg? Chapter 19, Holding Back the Frog. Special item Shadow Space Stone. Su Ming acted immediately. A wild ride around the swampy lake. At the same time, all of the arrows in his hands all changed to blast arrows. The speed skyrocketed. With the eagle eye effect still intact. Dashed into the back of the twisted tree spirit's encircling net. 7218. 1.4 W. Blast. You have killed Twisted Tree Goblin LV 35 and gained 1400 experience. You have killed Twisted Tree Goblin LV 35 and gained 1400 experience. And, of course, there was the fact that he deliberately ignored the damage from the vines hitting him. 0. Unbroken defense. 0. Unbroken defense. 0. Unbroken defense. Su Ming thought that if he had a rampage skill, a good archer can be more reckless than a warrior. Drop that egg. Cold arrow. An arrow of cold rose up and turned to cover the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. And he didn't pause for a moment in his own footwork. It's like a nimble assassin bursting in. Then frog mouthed the egg and rolled to the right of the boss magic swamp frog. In Su Ming's eyes, scouting information had already appeared. Demon swamp frog, boss. Level, LV 45. Lifespan, 82.1 W 82.1 W. Skills mudshot, black swamp water gun, glare, high-speed movement, frog tongue lick. Talent skin adaptation, skin transforms to blend in with the environment when life is below 30%. Talent devour, devour a wild monster with the word magic swamp in it to gain a moderate amount of life regeneration and a small increase in strength and agility. Information, adaptation of the skin is so effective in the dark fog that it makes its form undetectable. Weakness, tongue. There's nothing noteworthy about this guy's skills. It's a kind of invisibility effect that is triggered by adapt to skin. And, because of the huge base of magic marsh fish. If you let it devour, you simply can't kill it and you're going to be destroyed by the group. The corner of Su Ming's mouth curled up. Too bad you met me. Ice arrows. Thunderbolt. He didn't have time to examine the egg now and quickly threw it into his backpack. It is then directly exported in person. Under the intertwining of ice and lightning. Magic swamp frog movement will be a luxury. At the same time, any demon swampfish and twisted tree goblins approaching inside the boss's circle are subjected to intense electric field damage. He was clearly the one who broke into the wild monsters alone. Nowadays it's instead a sacred ground that wild monsters can't get near in any way. The eyes of this giant purple-skinned, large-mouthed frog rose with endless fury. It then turned red and was glaring at Su Ming. But the teenager across the room, however, guffawed. Sorry, invalid. A very large category of mind control and control skills is mediated by the eyes. So, Su Ming's second divine grade talent, Eye of Concealment. Restrain it to death. Sharp arrows left his hand and turned into a rainstorm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jojo. 1.2 W. Freezing. 1.2W. Freezing. With frozen infinite renewal control. The swamp frog quickly triggers skin adaptation. Su Ming suddenly cocked his head and his eyes lit up. There was no more boss in the ice in his eyes. But in actuality it's still an ice and extremely suffocating. No wonder it doesn't have a bit of boss compulsion. The truth was that Su Ming was now equivalent to 200 archers with super powerful skills in one person. Blast off at the location where the ice was generated. Easy, no pressure to take heads. You have killed Demon Swamp Frog LV45 boss and gained 10W of experience. Your first kill of Demon Swamp Frog LV45 boss, gain an additional attribute, defense plus 7. Oh. Extra defense attributes. Su Ming was overjoyed in his heart. The side used the running thunder arrow to constantly generate electric field circles in a 360-degree circle. Sustained hits on the charging twisted tree goblins. At the same time, looked at the items dropped by the Demon Swamp Frog. 2 Eye of the Spirit, which is a magical material that can be sold for some money. There's also a silver-rated ring. Su Ming happily equipped and looked at the equipment information. Magic Swamp Ring, silver. Type, ring. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV40. Attributes, attack plus 50, defense plus 20, strike plus 5%, durability 80-80. Characteristics, any negative effects suffered are reduced by 30%. It's not much of a showstopper, but it's generally pretty good. Jewelry such as rings, necklaces, crowns and so on. Except for the newbie monsters LV1 LV10 that have drops of minimum quality. The rest of the qualities are basically only dropped by bosses. Thus rarity and value are several times higher than clothes, weapons, etc. of the same quality. As for why he can wear it? Because already nowadays he happens to be LV40. Reckless solo kills and upgrades just make so little sense. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Hidden Archery God. Level, LV40 LV51 turn. Life, 10,700. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 74. Agility, 84. Attack speed, 1.89 arrows s. Attack, 1,263. Defense, 1,097. Strike, 27%. Resistance to violence, 20%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. Just as he was about to shift his position. Suddenly see. Half embedded in the meat of a frog's leg, there is a purple shard, Space Stone of Shadows, Shard 1-4. What is it? He had almost overlooked it, but luckily his eyes were sharp. So Su Ming quickly picked it up. There's no way this thing, the Demon Swamp Frog, could have dropped. It should have been eaten into its stomach. However, it is similarly immortal in nature, so it has not disappeared. Then until the boss is killed by itself. It ends up mixed in with the drops. Look at the quarter-fragmented stone. Su Ming suddenly thought of the egg in his backpack. There's a similar pattern. Since it landed here with the egg. Then shattering the other 3 shards must have been nearby as well. And so. After stowing the shards in his backpack, he turned on the carpet bombing in searching mode. With the magic swamp ring, the field of vision is much wider than before. Let's clear out all the monsters first, then we'll unify our search. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. No more hesitation, send out running thunder arrows. Thunder and lightning flashed and beeped throughout the black fog swamp. You have leveled up 1 level, LV40 LV41, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up 1 level, LV41 LV42, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Who? No one else could be as crazy as he was. Mana limitations have forced countless people to finagle their way through copies. You also have to buy expensive supplies in advance. Su Ming didn't need it. Eagle Eye. Su Ming kept moving in search of the wild monster swarms in the depths, raising his eyes to look out, filled with rags. An hour passed. Chomp, just stuck at LV49, I've slaughtered an entire swamp. His mouth said so, but Su Ming's heart was incomparably excited. There are no Guinness World Records in this world. Otherwise, how else would you have taken the single brush monster kill, single brush upgrade? All the highest records in this category. At the same time, an extra shard appeared in his hand. Space Stone of Shadows Fragment 2-4. The shard was found from the treetop of a twisted tree spirit. It was just as he suspected. Su Ming continued to search for the remaining 2 fragments. At the same time, the deeply colored egg was removed. Normally, he couldn't see any information about this egg. But under the effect too of hidden eye. And yet, the same information was visible as when scouting other humans and previously griffins. Race, Dark Phoenix Egg. Attribution, Space of Shadows. Level, LV0 about to hatch. At that time, it was precisely because of this information that scared Su Ming inside. Why else would he be a human punching bag to take it away from the frogs? Chapter 20, The Exterminator. The shards are all set, gorgeous. Whether it's a normal wild monster or a boss. All are automatically refreshed at intervals after death. Those that hatch from eggs, on the other hand, can be categorized as ectoplasmic tamers. The special beast breeds are in other dimensional spaces similar to secret realms in the Divine Tower world. For example, many of the skills of the summoner class professions can conjure up a number of powerful races from other dimensions to assist in battle for a short period of time. It seems like I've never heard of an official record of a shadow space realm. Perhaps he was alone. After that you can poke around from Brother Wang Lin. Of course. Space of Shadows is not the point. The point is the race of this egg. Nima, the race is Dark Phoenix? The legendary level of divine beasts, he had only encountered the dragon, this was replaced by the phoenix? Block 3, found it. While he was pondering this, a third shard was discovered from the mouth of a dead fish. Dark Space Stone Fragment 3-4. Su Ming's eyes once again clarified for a few moments. If the complete space stone is fused, maybe we'll know the way to enter the dark space later. He kept moving faster. From dead trees to swampy earth. Yet there was still no sign of the last shard. Then others have to come closer to distinguish one from the other. Actually, Su Ming was even simpler. As long as the shards appear in binocular vision, the hidden eye will display information about the base names of all the items. Then, all he had to do was see if there was anything he needed. Then there's only one place it could be, the bottom of the lake. The only place Su Ming didn't look for was the lake in the center of the swamp. He wasn't going to do it halfway. So the items were all stowed in the backpack. Put. You have entered the water avoidance state, and due to the lack of water avoidance items, your life value is reduced by 20 per second for every 60 seconds you remain in water. Su Ming didn't care. This is an interesting setting in the world of God's Tower. For those who can't swim, forced breath holding for 60 seconds leads to gradual drowning. It only reduces life by 20 per second though. Strong people with thick blood can still stay for a long time and thus save themselves. There are still a handful of magic marsh fish under the water. They are rushing towards you, accompanied by a bubble attack. 0. Unbroken defense. 0. Unbroken defense. Not only did Su Ming not get angry at being disturbed after seeing these wild monsters. Instead, I felt resourceful for jumping in. Great, thanks for the gift of experience, baby. Just in time to level up to 50 without having to make an extra run to the next copy in the middle. The wind arrow. Waves quickly rose in the middle of the lake. Hundreds of arrows charging in a straight line shot the last school of demon swampfish comfortably out of the water. Ding, you have killed the demon swampfish LV39 and gained 1400 experience. You have leveled up one level, LV49 LV50, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's been just over 2 days since I was able to claim my turn 2 quest. Su Ming kept up his efforts for almost a day for every turn, and the key was still soloing alone. Anyone who hears that is going to drop their jaw. It's not possible for a 100 arrow shooter to do something so amazing, is it? But I'm not a 100 arrow shooter. Congratulations on your title, the Slayer. What? Gained another title? And that title sounds like something. Requirements for Slayer: after entering a copy within your level, before the next monster refresh, slaughter all monsters in the entire copy including bosses, with a total team limit of 30 players. Su Ming scat inside. This is an extremely difficult title to obtain. Looks like there was a leak in the last rabbit clearing. It's like in the middle of this lake. Never out of the lake like the last school of magic marsh fish. known as the monster in the hidden terrain. But there's no difference between these monsters and the lower level copies is all. And so, Su Ming simultaneously looked at the effects of this title. Slayer permanent title, attack any wild monster or boss up to 5 levels higher than your own level, and if the damage causes its life to fall below 5%, you will kill it directly. It was an excellent effect. Su Ming immediately commented. This would be a huge advantage for when scrambling for the last hit of a boss. Of course. Su Ming felt that even without this effect, no one else could argue with him. It's another great harvest day. Then Su Ming withdrew his mind and quickly swam his body, searching around for the last fragment. Times are different now. Now the faster he improved to turn 5, Wang Lin would only pay more attention to himself, increasing his investment in himself. And 5 turns later, even if the other person has something small in mind, he also possessed enough strength as a base. Sure enough, it's here. The boulder in Su Ming's heart fell in the gravel at the bottom of the lake. Finally, I found the last fragment that was plugged in. Space Stone of Shadows Fragment 4-4. If this is really a space stone that can be used for teleportation, it would be awesome. The rock armor scale crystal gave him time to save his life. Plus, if this space stone is used to teleport away, your life will be truly protected in the event of any future accidents. Su Ming deeply understood the ability to go against the grain with this hidden profession of his own. As long as you live, you have the absolute output of a one-man army in the future. It's better to get out of here early. Su Ming used the flames of the explosive arrow to quickly restore himself from wet to a handsome young man. Step out of your copy with a sunny smile. The black mist of the black mist swamp naturally enveloped the earth as if it were a mother. From Su Ming, whether he was inside or outside the copy, a whole lap without seeing anyone to be sure. How unpopular this very remote swamp outside the western part of River City is with adventurers. This was also the reason why he chose to brush the monsters alone here. And a few hours after he left this place, a new round of wildlife keeps refreshing. The figure of a giant frog also loomed in it. But instead, a dark crack suddenly appeared at the edge of the swampy lake. Through the tiny cracks, it was impossible to see the end. It's gone. How is that possible? It's absolutely impossible for her to teleport again in her near-death state. Her scent and the space stone can't be sensed. So she was deliberately revealing the wrong coordinates, and my great shadow demon god was actually tricked. This is a passageway that I have managed to open up for a while at great cost. Damn you, Phoenix, what realm are you in? Damn traitor. A huge figure of extreme chaos was vaguely visible within the crack, constantly whistling shrilly. The entire swamp lakeside wild monsters were scared and fled in all directions. But soon as the pitch-black cracks were uncontrollably forced to shrink, the shrill whistling was becoming more and more faintly audible. Eventually it disappeared. Transfer Hall, Shijiang District, Jiangcheng, Level 3 District. Su Ming happily hurried into the city. The magical egg in 4 pieces are in the backpack, beautiful. Then hitch a ride in the old driver's wild limo. Finally appearing in the transfer hall. Last time I went to the East River District, so this time I'm going to the West River District. Walk lightly into it. Handsome, may I help you? The receptionist spoke politely. I need access to the Turn 2 transfer room, please lead the way. Su Ming didn't talk nonsense. Pick up the mission early and then see what happens and move on. Well. Ha? Oh. Good. The receptionist lady looked at Su Ming with an unbelievable face, somewhat incoherent. 2 turns? This handsome man so young and never seen before is going to 2 turn? My god, did I hear you right? Chapter 21, Heaven Reaching Arrow God. The cub of a top-tier divine beast? What's the handsome man's name? Her professionalism quickly adjusted her mindset. Su Ming. Su Ming replied flatly. Mr. Su Ming, please follow me after paying the 50W fee. She looked at Su Ming's angular features. Tall and strong. And an image that is not in the least bit sickly but masculine and handsome. The legs were slightly weak. This young fluttering handsome guy, he couldn't be a son of some family that slipped out, could he? Then her legs got even weaker. Aha! Su Ming took out his black card. Swipe away 50W straight away with a calm face. Large sums of money for a civilian are now but a trifle in his case. please lead the way." Su Ming was breezy and silent all the way. It made the young lady hold back her words several times when she wanted to strike up a conversation. Isn't this gentleman at all excited? Sure enough, he was a member of a large family who favored and humiliated people. Su Ming noticed the small movements of this somewhat timid young lady. Totally different from the bold bunny girl from before. Inwardly, I felt funny but a little helpless. In today's day and age, it's all about money and power. Not only that Su Ming was extremely handsome, it was simply overwhelming. Therefore, it is normal to attract the favor of girls. Next, Su Ming decisively entered the transfer room. "I will draw my bow like the full moon, look northwest and shoot the sky wolf." Su Ming lamented a sentence and slowly stepped forward. Showing a smile, that is what makes a shooter romantic. The center crystal ball was glowing as always. He instantly put his hand on the connecting device. Detected that your level has reached LV50 and meets the conditions for 2 turns. In the transfer profession generation, the professions you can currently transfer into are Heavenly Archery God. There is still only one transfer option. Still haven't heard of it. Tisk, TSK, pushy, I wonder how strong it should be by then? There was no hesitation to start the confirmation. The God of the Sky Sweeping Arrow. You have chosen God of Arrows. Generate transfer quest, Death of the 5 Poisons difficulty 10. Su Ming? You're being unkind with the 6 Paths Divine Tower. I'm an honest man. Will you stop bullying me? Read it again, still on difficulty 10, 5 Poison Gothic. Step with the right foot. Though, what is the highest level of difficulty for someone else isn't necessarily going to be that hard in his case. Su Ming hurriedly clicked to view the mission description. The Death of the 5 Poisons difficulty 10. Description: enter the 5 poisonous mysteries LV50 LV55, kill 5 special bosses among them, and get the final blow, while the personal damage percentage of each boss is greater than 6%. Time limit, 30 days, mission replacement reset after failure. The secret realm of the 5 poisons? It was still a notorious secret place in the Dragon Kingdom. Not in the vicinity of Gangtok, but inland in the Himalayan region. Since this mission can occur, just means it will definitely be on at least one time during this period. So, trying to accomplish that. And a special trip out of town. Su Ming instantly confirmed the 2 approaches. The first flies, or teleports, directly from the Rai world to its destination. What, trying to go overland? I don't know how many copies I had to go through in between. The wildlife won't even let you go if you want to. The second is to reach the corresponding town in the table world. Then from the node you enter the in-world. The big boys definitely chose the first, and the common man had to choose the second. Either. Stuck at level 50 here for 30 days after refollowing? Su Ming was definitely unwilling. So, a trip had to be made. As for how to get there, Su Ming didn't have the slightest worry and instead curled the corners of his mouth. This kind of thing will have to find my big brother Wan Lin. Big brother or called is not a joke, he. Then, while still in a perfectly secluded space like the transfer room, Su Ming took out the 4 fragments he had obtained earlier. They create a powerful attraction whenever they are aggregated together. Will the Space Stone of Shadow Shard 1, Space Stone of Shadow Shard 2, and be fused? Shadow Space Stone? Su Ming didn't immediately fuse at that time. It was the fear that a successful fusion would cause quite a stir attracting nearby adventurers. I didn't realize that there was no one outside the copy. However, it will only be safer here now. Yes. Congratulations on your successful fusion, you've obtained the complete Shadow Space Stone. The entire space was centered around the Space Stone in Su Ming's hand. It was quickly enveloped in dark shadows. Even the large crystal ball was dimmed a few degrees by the darkness. It's a good thing I chose this place. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the Space Stone flickered. As if commanded, the shadows eventually retracted all of them. Space Stone of Shadows requires special power to activate. This was the information that Su Ming's hidden eye saw. Special powers? It shouldn't be. Immediately take out the Dark Phoenix egg in his backpack. Contrast the floral symbols in the center of the Space Stone and on the egg. It's so identical. Su Ming tried to bring the Shadow Space Stone closer to the edge of the eggshell. Suddenly, A great attraction connected him to the egg using the space stone as a medium. My mana is dwindling. That egg was actually absorbing its own mana? Although, he has unlimited mana. But every time you attach a skill, it was still possible to feel that you had consumed the appropriate amount of mana. At this point, that's exactly how it feels. And, still, it's a case of persistent and massive depletion. My balls. You're in KAM God and Devil? Ha! Through the space stone of shadows. Surprisingly, he could feel the emotions of that little being in the egg. It's... Where is it? You. Who is it? A clear, pleasant female voice sounded in his head. Su-ming vaguely saw that there was a small, black, slinky chicklet among them. Was tilting his head curiously at himself. Worthy of being a top divine beast. He can communicate with people before he's even born. What's he going to do? Su-ming's heart thumped inwardly. But had a bold idea. The life in the egg, even if it has the qualifications of a divine beast. But in the egg, intelligence is at best the same as a small human child. It's a good trick. A look that makes you want to be close and pampered. Hello little one, I'm Su-ming, your guardian. Oh. Su-ming? Guardian. Man? The corners of Su-ming's mouth slightly curved. At the same time, allow yourself to quickly regain your composure from your agitation. A guardian is a loved one who can do happy things with you and provide you with good food. Su-ming was testing and guiding step by step. He had never thought of contracting a tamed beast before level 100 before. Isn't it a death wish to enter a foreign space if you don't have enough strength? For example, Wang Lin's griffin was originally a dominant party of a certain space sky race. Besides, you're trying to gain the loyalty of a tamed beast. It's not like you can't get recognition and then slaughter the other species, is it? Though many of the Lighthouse State's bully guilds practiced this forceful suppression of submission. But in the Dragon Kingdom, it is well known that what goes around comes around. Yummy? Su-ming, your mana. A lot. It's delicious. Little Chickadee's eyes instantly lit up. Su-ming's endless mana value was just too intoxicating for her. What? Only then did Su-ming understand. It turns out that this egg absorbs its own mana. To the dark phoenix cubs among them, it was feeding. Chapter 22. Chickadee is lumbered with a limp. A chance encounter. Ahem, little one, so how would you like to eat my delicacies every day from now on? There was something strange within Su-ming. Why do you feel like an uncle who coaxes children with lollipops? Nope. It's handsome boy. Really? Really? Su-ming clearly felt the little guy's happy emotions. From thinking directly back to him. It was entirely the pleasure that this dark phoenix cub felt from the bottom of his heart. There is nothing false about it. All it takes is for you to be willing to sign a taming contract with me, and we'll be the closest of companions. And then mana is always available to raise you white, black and fat. Little one, my mana value is indeed 1 billion points different from others. Su-ming was very confident. Even more exciting was the fact that one's own mana could then be used as part of its food. The speed at which this little guy consumed mana was extremely terrifying. In exchange for a random LV100 person, all instantly eat up not enough to stuff their teeth. But his unlimited mana never runs out. Eat. All you can eat. You just let go and eat. Su-ming. Beast taming. The contract is... What? The little chickadee in the egg was puzzled, but clearly heartened. Now the little one is very innocent. It was reasonable that he would be impressed by Su-ming. This is a testament to us as the closest of people. Su-ming laughed softly. Little fellow, you don't want to not be able to eat my delicious and unceasing source of mana, do you? He was too happy to guide success close at hand. Owns a legendary beast-level tamed beast mount. I'm afraid that the entire Dragon Kingdom can be counted on a single hand. At most, only half of those 10 9-turn powers had this heaven-defying chance. I wonder what Big Brother Wang Lin's old man's tamed beast is. But right now, he himself has been blessed with something that countless others have coveted and envied. Not only is it a divine beast, it's an unborn cub. This means that once the contract is successfully signed, loyalty opens at full strength. All professions, after 2 turns. It will then have the ability to make a mount contract with an otherworldly tamed beast. For a lot of professions that don't have a lot of life preservation, powerful mounts can change your life back in a critical moment. Su Ming continued to ask, "Little one, do you know when you will break your shell?" The strangeness of the top divine beasts could not be deduced by common sense. Since you can communicate with yourself in the egg, controlling when you break out of your shell isn't a big deal, is it? Su Ming. Because of your mana, it seems that I possessing right now the power to break the shell. Happy carrot carrot. He felt the excitement of the hairless chicks in the eggs. Little man, wait. But he hasn't completed turn 2 yet. Never. Good thing I asked ahead of time. Little one, you're definitely still weak right now, so don't rush to break your shell. As long as you're in the middle of my backpack, I'll feed you a constant stream of mana, allowing you to build up your potential and power in the egg. After a while, you'll be born again and you'll be able to have uncommon strength straight away. Once this little guy breaks out of his shell, it wouldn't be able to be stowed in a backpack. And there is no covenant to enter the covenant space and expose it to the public. Once out of the transfer room, the consequences are unimaginable. Su Ming. Your good amazed face. Hearing the well-behaved message transmitted by the little chickadee, Su Ming was moved. Though there is an element of flimflamming yourself. But you can't fail this well-behaved and innocent beast in the future. Murmured, follow me and you won't suffer. The Dark Phoenix was definitely the dominant force in the air. Just being a flying mount is a definite advantage. I wonder how sick its shadow ability is. The Dark Phoenix, as well as the Light Phoenix, were two unique and powerful existences even among the Phoenix clan. And about the Dark Phoenix's inherently mysterious and powerful shadow power, Su Ming was very much looking forward to it. Handsome, it seems that the task of acquiring is not too difficult, congratulations in advance. Okay, thanks. Su Ming returned politely at the same time. By the way, handsome, if you're going out of the city, it's best if you don't go out of the West City Gate. This is the West River District. And it's closer to the West City Gate. So she summoned up the courage to warn anyway. What's wrong? Su Ming was surprised. Because that's how he came through the West City Gate. You may not know that during the time you entered the transfer room, the black fog of the Black Mist Swamp actually suddenly spread dramatically. The countryside outside the western city gates is all shrouded, and there are even figures of wild monsters fleeing. An official statement has been released, and I'm afraid there are quite a few officials outside of West City right now. Su Ming revealed surprise on the surface. This is too sudden, isn't it? Yeah, there's still an official investigation into what's going on. Missy picked up. Thanks for the heads up. Su Ming's words came from his heart. Black Mist Swamp. If nothing else, there should be an accident. He felt absolutely inseparable from the egg. But the good thing is that nowadays in the Shadow Space Stone are safely shielded in the backpack. And he was soon to leave Jiangcheng. I don't panic. So after Su Ming said a friendly goodbye, alone, he leaned against the stone pillars at the entrance to the transfer hall. Send a message to brother Wang Lin first. Don't get to the point where Wang Lin thinks he's trapped in a black fog with a huge range. Then vaguely reveal the matter of the 5 poison mysteries. Soon, he received a reply. That's great, little friend Su Ming, I've just finished processing, can leave early. Wait near the main hall, I'll come and get you right away, and we'll talk about things in person. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Okay, brother Wan Lin. With the help of big brother Wan Lin, a lot of things are no big deal. Emma really smells good. Then at the same time sent a message to Dabo as well. Going to be away from River City for a while. Anyway, by God, you have the key, and the bed stays, so even if you come back in the middle of the night, you can just sleep. Su Ming. This being, if he's short of an errand boy job later. Rather, he could be asked to save himself some trouble. With Su Ming's ability to slaughter monsters in the future, everyone else can make a killing even with a little soup. But the thoughts were quickly interrupted by a voice at the entrance to the Great Hall. Su Ming? Why are you here alone? Following the sound, Su Ming saw a group of people walking towards him. And the one who spoke to him. Name, Li Qifan. Profession, Mage. Level, LV6. Who is this guy? Su Ming quickly remembered that it was the day of the transfer ceremony. The mage who tried to pull in the newcomer to lead the group. Not bad for 2 days to be at level 6 already. Fan, is this your friend? The one who spoke was the leader of the group, and was frowning at Su Ming. Name, Ding Bao. Profession, Archer. Level, LV 20. Su Ming saw it. The others should get together and follow him to get their transfer quests. Brother Panther, he's a newcomer who transferred with me and is an archer. Hearing the archer, Li Jinkuan's eyes flickered for a few moments. Kid, you haven't joined a guild yet, right? How about joining the Yen Ding Guild? Ding Bao's words just fell. Li Qiming began to introduce himself in the tone of a senior. Su Ming, Yen Ding is a level 3 Grand Guild, and Brother Panther's elder brother is still the vice president. With Brother Panther covering us, we'll only need a month to receive our turn 1 quest. Li Qiming confidently looked towards Su Ming, acknowledging that the prickly kid trying to solo is at most LV3 today. Oh Su Ming, accept this favor gratefully. Chapter 23, How dare you touch my people? Who gave you the courage? Su Ming looked at the eloquent Li Qiming. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or laugh out loud. Not interested. Su Ming calmly replied and glanced towards the sky. What are you talking about? Brother Panther took the initiative to invite you and you refused? I really didn't expect that you'd still be so ungrateful now. Li Qiming's face was a little hard to hang on to. Immediately, he rebuked Su Ming. Kid, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to pick up a transfer quest. Ding Bao's face was a bit gloomy. Because this was the 3rd time he had picked up a turn 1 quest. The first 2 times were either difficulty 9 or difficulty 8. All were not completed within 30 days and were scolded several times by their own big brother. And now he's even offered to invite the kid. And you're so cocky? Do you really think that the big guild of Yen Ding will look at a rookie like you? Su Ming. UTM ruled out the correct answer first. What else do I have to say? So what if I'm the one receiving the transfer quest, what's it to you guys? With that, Su Ming lifted his foot and walked away. If he's only in the teens, he might fight for it. But he's already LV 50. Not meant to be on the same level as this group. He's had a change of heart. Just don't get in the way of me taking off to turn 5, it's all fun and games now. Stop right there. These fools don't dare to make a move by the transfer hall. Therefore, Su Ming continued to walk far away, paying no attention at all. Su Ming. Good, you didn't just piss me off. And can you afford to piss off the Yen Ding Guild? Only to see Su Ming in front of him stop in his tracks. Ding Bao finally curled his mouth, and Li Qiming and a few other newcomers shook their heads sarcastically and helplessly. Su Ming slowly turned around. However, his temperament suddenly changed, and his cold eyes stared at Ding Bao. Are you sure the Yen Ding Guild wants to be my enemy? You? Ding Bao was dumbfounded. He actually deeply felt Su Ming's terrifying killing intent. What's with this kid and the backstabbing? The air between the two sides seemed to be frozen. There were quite a few people inside and outside the temple who were attracted by this scene. But as long as they didn't do it, no one cared. It was only a brief moment of tranquility, but it was soon broken by an elegant dragon's vocabulary. A gruff thud came from the terrace high at the other end of the interior of the Great Hall. Su Ming was also attracted by the sound at the same time. The eyes moved into the distance. A large man dressed casually was soon seen, along with a message in his eyes. Name, Jiang Chongtian. Occupation, Golden Armored Warrior. Level, LV 199. Su Ming's pupils shrunk slightly. This guy is actually level 199, a 5-turn bigot? Levels over 180 are already in turn 5. In this small place of Jiangcheng it counts as a real big shot. The crowd then saw 2 older gentlemen who looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. Appeared from the rear by the terrace. Breathing a little fast. President Zhang, once the black mist passes through the West City Gate it will be at the transfer hall. This is an important building that connects to the Divine Tower, there can't be any slip-ups. That's right, it's about time the source of this black fog had to be thoroughly investigated. They obviously didn't notice the situation below. He only wanted to urge Jiang Chongtian, who had been so hard to invite, to solve the problem. However, he only saw Jiang Chongtian laugh. The black fog will be dispersed soon, there's no rush, I'll recruit an interesting kid into Jianglong first. Ha! The two old men held their glasses to show their confusion. Next. Zhang Qiongtian leapt down from the terrace in a single bound amidst the various gazes of the crowd. Showing a smile, not caring about his image at all. This kid won't let you get away. Su Ming hadn't joined the guild yet. The largest and most reputable guild in Jiangcheng was also none other than Jianglong. He was one step ahead of the others in terms of courtesy. Even proximity has a natural advantage. Ah, little friend Su Ming, don't hide, come join me, Jianglong. Zhang Qiongtian quickly walked towards the opposite side of Su Ming. Show the information of your guild, Jianglong. To others, however, they are ignored as if they were air. As expected, Su Ming was somewhat helpless. I didn't think this could all be encountered in the relatively remote Shijiang district. This rating. The casual and relaxed demeanor basically verified his suspicion that he was the president of Jianglong. Li Qiming? Ding Bao? Jiang. Jiang. Jianglong? Li Qiming is a little short on words. And Ding Bao is even a whole lot more controlled by himself, petrified and frozen. Yan Ding is completely scum in front of Jianglong. The two of them looked at Zhang Qiongtian's broad back. Looking again at Su Ming, who was somewhat frowning and hesitating. It was as if his face felt a fiery sting. Can someone tell me what's going on? Zhang Qiongtian looked at the handsome young man in front of him and gave it enough time. In fact, he'd focused on this sight a few minutes ago. It was just a short walk from the inner sanctum to the terrace. Then there was a small glimpse of the newcomers below. Yo, that kid's still got a rare anti-detection prop. Something seems familiar about this handsome look? Until Ding Bao roared out Su Ming, causing him to freeze. Su Ming. He wanted to get up. There was the name Su Ming in the information handed in by the members. And there's an accompanying picture. Something felt familiar precisely because of having seen the handsome young man in the picture. Many people thought that Su Ming was dead. But Zhang Qiongtian was close to Jiangcheng officials, so he knew it wasn't dead. Additional information on hidden occupations was also registered. As far as we know, this kid is at least a turn one with a lot of potential. Just never knew the trail. You don't know where to solicit, do you? As a result, it was stumbled upon by myself personally. Alas. Su Ming let out a light sigh. Then with a calm, clear face, he replied. I'm sorry, President Jiang, I refuse. Zhang Qiongtian stared unexpectedly. Instead, the entire transfer hall exploded. The two old men up there are hall masters, so this is. I remember seeing this big guy in the sky before. That's right, he's Jianglong's number one, the warrior's idol, President Zhang Qiongtian. Oh my god, he's inviting a newcomer? But that newcomer actually refused, how dare he? This newcomer is called Su Ming. Wait, it shouldn't be that. Quite a few people were whispering. As for Ding Bao's group, who were not far from Su Ming and Zhang Qiongtian, just want to find a crack in the floor in the Great Hall. They became the background of Su Ming and Zhang Qiongtian. No, they also became the clowns of the entire hall. I think I just said that the Yan Ding is an enemy of him. Ding Bao instantly went into a two-eye trance and his legs went weak. Zhang Qiongtian didn't show anger. Little friend Su Ming, can you tell us why? Otherwise Jianglong won't let go easily. As for treatment resources and whatnot, well said. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. President Jiang, it's actually me who already has my heart in the right place. If the thighs on brother Wang Lin's side didn't smell so good, he might just as well have happily joined Jianglong. This president's casual and spontaneous personality made Su Ming feel quite comfortable as well. Oh? Zhang Qiongtian instead became even more puzzled. Could it be lost leaf? You're not going to agree to those fools from Batu, are you? So you think Batu is full of idiots too? Su Ming wanted to laugh a little inside. But the expression had to be tight. And always be prepared to activate the rock armor scale crystal to prevent accidents. President Jiang, neither. Just as he was quickly pondering what to say in response, an eagle voice sounded. Only Su Ming finally revealed a soothing expression. Ahahaha, little friend Su Ming, I've come to pick you up. Did I come at a bad time? Wang Lin looked at the crowd with a strange atmosphere. Put away the smile and returned to the serious older man's face. Decisively stepping forward to protect Su Ming behind him. Oh? Then Wang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Zhang Qiangtian and the two old men in the distance like a falcon. Indifferently, he spoke, "Dare to touch my people? Who gave you the courage?" Chapter 24. What kind of person is Su Ming? Going to the imperial capital. A dominating cry. Once again, the hearts in the transfer hall were in their throats. He? Who is it? Wang Lin has been in the Dongjiang district for the past few days. So civilians on this side of the West River have basically never seen it. But Zhang Qiangtian and the two old men above the terrace, however, were so shocked that they lost their words for a moment. This is the famous president of the Jianglong Level 5 Grand Guild. Unbelievably, he looked at Su Ming. Then he looked at Wang Lin. Team Wang? This kid was actually abducted by you. Haha, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Qiangtian's smile turned into a crying face. I didn't want to invite little friend Su Ming to join Jianglong, but I didn't know that you officials pried him away first. As he spoke, the big man looked towards Su Ming with a regretful expression. Oh, little friend Su Ming, do you really want to join the official? You should know that it's more free in the guild. Su Ming also saw the puzzled expression Wang Lin passed over at the same time. He spread his hands and nodded his head to indicate that was the case. So Wang Lin, who understood what was going on, flashed a smile at Zhang Qiangtian. I'm leaving River City soon and have resigned from being the temporary commanding captain. There's one more thing, Su Ming didn't join the Jiang City officials. Wang Lin had quite the blandness and braggadocio of having already abducted Su Ming into his hands. Zhang Qiangtian helpless, I'm afraid really cannot rob a. Ha? That fast? He knew that Wang Lin had only been parachuted in for a few days, and he was leaving? Though it was a good thing for their local tigers in River City. Then, Wang Lin nodded his head. Revealed his guild information Temple of Godslayer. Su Ming is an internal member of the Godslayer Temple, it would be impolite if you guys still want to fight over it. Little friend Su Ming, this is my mistake, don't mind. Let's go, I can't wait. Wang Lin's speed of changing his face is comparable to turning over a book. The constant licking as if he was afraid that Su Ming would slip away caused Zhang Qiangtian and a crowd of people to drop their jaws in shock. Su Ming scat inside. Okay, brother Wang Lin. So he directly followed Wang Lin outward without anyone stopping him. Little eagle, long time no see. Wang Lin beckoned. Su Ming saw the familiar griffin. Race, griffin. Belongs to Sky Ring Battlefield. Level, LV 196. In the end, the Wang Lin in midair only left behind one sentence. In the future, whoever wants to make an enemy of Su Ming will first have to ask if the Godslayer Hall agrees. No one was expecting it. That's the way things will end. Su Ming. Not only were they not targeted, it also made Zhang Qiangtian and this suspected official high-ranking person personally fight over it. Su Ming. Is it really him? That hidden profession that fought 1 against 100 in the freshman's secret realm. But even if it's a hidden profession, it's not such a big deal, right? How scary is this newcomer? The Godslayer Temple? Seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Can't remember for a moment. Many people refreshed their views, being deeply envious of Su Ming's treatment. For a short while there was no connection between the Godslayer Temple and the imperial capital. But at the moment the crowd is seeing it. Zhang Qiangtian suddenly pounded his legs hard. Ouch, Team Wang is actually. I said, why is Su Ming so calm? He simply doesn't see us. Why did I only realize this now? What a loss, what a loss. Godslayer Temple, Team Wang is actually from Godslayer Temple? Because of Wang Lin's parachuting in, many of the official Jiang Chang's top brass and big guilds had grievances. So they deliberately avoided Wang Lin. How do I know? Is Team Wang here for Su Ming? If only I could have gotten in good with people earlier and introduced them to the Godslayer Temple. That's a level 9 guild. He missed the true apex of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming. Who the hell are you? Zhang Qiangtian recklessly pounded his chest and lamented. The rest of them dispersed individually, fearing that they would be the ones to take the heat. Li Qining dragged Ding Bao, who was already in a trance. No longer dared to linger at the entrance to the Great Hall. He looked at Ding Bao, but was even more skeptical. Why, when it's obvious that we transferred together, would the gap be so big? He realized now. Su Ming definitely didn't come here alone for no reason. He actually leveled up to 20 in 2 days, but I only leveled up to 6 by all means, this. He regrets it. He wanted to slap himself even more. Isn't he or she a total clown in front of people? I'm so blind, why didn't I lick Su Ming then? If only he knew. Su Ming wasn't level 20 but level 50 coming in for turn 2. I'm afraid I'm going to regret it in my gut. This. President Jiang, Captain Wang is actually a member of the Godslayer Temple, we were all blinded. It wasn't just Jian Dotian. There were also the 2 temple lords who had rushed over at a fast pace with a bereft look on their faces. Su Ming joining the Godslayer Temple is enviable even to old me. If only we had discovered Su Ming earlier, so we could gain his favor. Jiang Qiantian finally sighed helplessly. That Su Ming kid might even have to look up to us in the future. By the way, which group of ungrateful fellows provoked little friend Su Ming just now? The 2 old men's eyes lit up. President Jiang, just leave this small matter to us 2 old guys to resolve. Daring to cause trouble in our transfer hall, they're really tired of living. Today's storm quickly swept through the entire Jiangcheng. Eventually, when people realized what a presence the deicide temple was, most of them rose with an incomparably shocked envy. Is this the treatment of a hidden profession? I'm envious, I'm jealous. Why don't I have the same luck as Su Ming? Crying. Worthy of the Bao God, so dazzling. As well. A small number of people are too scared to leave their homes. Su Ming didn't care at all. The 2 men on the back of a griffin today are crossing the Western River. I was pretty good just now, wasn't I? He. Su Ming looked sideways at the old uncle-looking Wang Lin. The corners of his mouth twitched a little. Brother, don't lick it, really don't lick it, the more you lick it the more I panic. Many thanks to brother Wang Lin. By the way, you said earlier that you were going to some secret realm? How many levels are you now? The more Wang Lin looked at Su Ming, the more satisfied he became. Level 50, turn 2 quest requires entering the 5 poison mystic realm. Oh. Wang Lin nodded, then froze. How many levels? 50. So? You didn't just happen to pass by the transfer hall, but rather, you picked up the 2-turn quest? Aha! Wang Lin. You kid, as always, are sick. He had personally seen the black mist swamp that Su Ming had entered alone. It turned out to be only a moment. Straight from level 35 to level 50. Shouldn't one person have killed the entire monsters in the copy? I think that even if it wasn't for a special reason, you're still important enough to be taken seriously by the Godslayer Temple. Su Ming smiled and didn't reply. That's not it? If one's true gifted profession is revealed. I don't know what kind of uproar is going on in the whole world. So, cultivated by the super guilds with the semi-misunderstood situation they are in today. It was a very good deal for him. Arrived. River City Center Information Tower, Level 5 Zone. The 2 talked and laughed. The griffin flew into the top of the information tower in the center of the River City. There was a teleportation array here that Wang Lin had prepared long ago. Fresh wash. After an eagle sound, the light of the teleportation array rose. Then the scene in front of Su Ming's eyes changed. It had come to the other end of the teleportation array, the Imperial Capital Information Tower. Chapter 25, The Godslayer's Palace. Gain is too scary, right? Imperial Capital, Level 9 City State. Imperial Center Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. After coming out of the teleportation array, Su Ming's nerves were then tightened at all times. This is a Level 9 district, where the real big boys hang out. Oppression is full of it. Right at this moment, Su Ming's panel log updated with a message. Wang Lin invites you to join the Godslayer Temple. Agent Approver, Wang Bo approved. Do you agree to join? Yes, no. Guild invitation information. The Godslayer Hall that appeared before Su Ming's eyes was dazzling. It's like what brother Wang Lin said. Guild establishment is limited by the scope of the city-state itself. So, he would have to enter the Imperial Capital if he wanted to join the Godslayer Temple. Of course, once you join, it would no longer be affected in any way. What Su Ming didn't expect was that this had only just arrived at the Imperial Capital. Wang Lin then had all the guild approval procedures ready. Not bad for a real son. Little friend Su Ming, joining the Godslayer Temple will definitely benefit you endlessly. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming, who was somewhat hesitant. Inside, he was even more stunned. The entire Dragon Kingdom's major clans used every means possible. I only hope that my own excellent offspring can enter the Godslayer Hall. Every year there is a fight for a spot. As a result, Su Ming had displayed a look that made countless people red-eyed and jealous. It's really going to piss people off. Yes. You have agreed to join the Temple of the Godslayer. Approval is pending. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief and finally agreed to the invitation. The era of universal transfer. The higher the level, the more times you can transfer. The subsequent tasks will become increasingly tedious and difficult. So, you can speed up your power-ups with the help of a guild, as well as making life more secure. That's why almost the entire population joins guilds, large and small. Su Ming himself was used to Lone Wolf's fighting style though. But there's always a busy time. As a traveler, with only one life, knows the importance of guild resources. He needs to grow and be secure today. Maybe if we need something in the future, the Godslayer Temple will have it straight away, perfect solution. That's if it's something a level 9 guild doesn't have. One can imagine that the entire Dragon Kingdom would be hard to find. Su Ming, officially welcome to the team, don't be surprised later. Wang Lin smiled broadly in delight as the approval was completed. Then, Su Ming's panel log began to frantically keep refreshing. You have successfully joined the Guild Godslayer's Palace, rating, level 9. Your guild position is, Ordinary Member. Temple of the Godslayer has been blessed by the Six Paths Pagoda's Blessing of Conquest. Based on your position, you have been given the buff, experience gained in duplicates and secret worlds is increased by 400%. Godslayer's Hall has gained the life aura of the Six Paths Pagoda, an additional 2000 life for all members. Temple of the Godslayer has gained the mana aura of the Six Paths Pagoda, an additional 2000 mana for all members. Godslayer's Hall has gained Rokudo Shinta's agility aura, increases all members' agility by an additional 100. Godslayer's Hall has acquired the defense aura of the Six Paths Pagoda, which increases the defense of all members by an additional 100. Godslayer's Hall has obtained the power aura of the Six Paths Pagoda, 100 additional power for all members, replaced by 50 spells for legal professions. The Temple of Godslayer has acquired the spell aura of the Six Paths Pagoda, 100 additional spells for all members, replaced by 50 power for physical professions. Your class is Archer, and you have gained the Temple of Godslayer Guild Level 9 adaptive benefits, attack plus 200, attack speed plus 1.0 arrows ACC, and single arrow reserve plus 20. Your current level is LV 50, and you have gained the Godslayer's Hall Guild Level 9 adaptive gains, life plus 100, mana plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50. The Godslayer's camp is the Dragon Kingdom. When you are in the Dragon Kingdom you gain the buff, recover life value plus 20 per second, recover mana value plus 10 per second, wild monsters and bosses rare props popping rate plus 10%. When you are outside of the Dragon Kingdom you gain the buff, plus 10% final damage to those not in the Dragon Kingdom camp, 10% final damage from those not in the Dragon Kingdom camp. When you enter the world's secret realm, you will belong to the Camp Dragon Kingdom. Upon entering the Sky Ring battlefield, go to this? Su Ming's surprise didn't have the slightest element of disguise. A horrible number of gains, as well as buffs generated based on various situations. There were even names of alien spaces in them that he didn't even know. It's held in secret by the top brass of each country. Worthy of the highest level 9 guild, this is also too fragrant. Just by joining, you are whoring out huge properties. Only. A doubt suddenly rose in Su Ming's heart. Brother Wang Lin, since the gain of high-level guilds is so terrifying, why don't you have everyone join a guild to improve the overall national power? Wang Lin looked at Su Ming smilingly as he asked his question. Replied, the reason is simple, there is a limit to the number of places available each year. Guilds above level 7 will receive more guild gains depending on the Divine Tower determination. But at the same time, it also limits the number of guild members because of its size. Su Ming nodded, so it is. The largest guild in River City was only level 5. So he did not know before. As far as gain and stuff goes, it's not comparable at all either. TSK, no wonder countless people are squeezing their heads to join a higher level guild. That's the stark difference. And the same was true for Su Ming himself. with the powerful addition of the Temple of Regicide. The panel attributes are once again radically improved. Name, Su Ming. Profession, Hidden Archery God. Level, LV 50 LV 51 turn. Life, 14,800. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 234. Agility, 194. Attack speed, 2.99 arrows s. Attack, 1833. Defense, 1,257. Strike, 27%. Resistance to violence, 20%. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. And that's just the most intuitive basic attributes. The rest of the various buffs will likewise subconsciously become part of the strength. For now. The main thing is that the Molten Fire Scale Crystal and Rock Armor Scale Crystal bonuses are rough enough. I'm only level 50 here. Attack 1833? Defense 1257? 3 arrows a second? I'll just ask, for a regular level 100, or even 120 who hasn't turned 4 yet. Can you take 1 arrow from me? This arrow currently equals 200 arrows. I'm afraid the number of splits will be even more horrific after completing the transfer. Beyond that, what excited him the most was the 400% increase in experience gain. That is, it is equivalent to 5 times the original. After all, it's just now a turn 2, and upgrades can be fast. Once you complete turn 3 LV 80. Go to the level after turn 4 LV 120. Whether it's the horrendous amount of experience required per level, or the complex and tedious transfer quests, all will be a true test. Now, there's no worry about quickly leveling up. Su Ming thought that he could challenge the record of completing 5 turns the fastest. And so, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved elegantly. Ah, Su Ming, now you know the benefits of joining the Godslayer Temple, don't you? This isn't the end of it. A level 9 guild that can be recognized by the Divine Tower is far less simple than it seems. Going forward, you'll get to experience more hidden benefits firsthand. After Wang Lin saw Su Ming's reaction, and finally a solid and satisfied smile. Smart people are physically honest, he he he. Chapter 26, The Great Advantage. Entering the Himalayas. Because you don't have nearly enough rank authority right now. Leveling up as quickly as possible is the first priority until there is a turn 3. In the future, as long as you can get enough guild contributions, you can even exchange them for almost all rare props. Wang Lin waited while Su Ming digested the various information. Edge patiently explained. Current guild available quests turn 1 not yet available. Current guild available quests turn 2 not yet available. Current guild quests turn 3 for each earth flower submitted to the guild. You will receive 1 point of contribution and 30 W of dragon coin for each kill. Current guild available quests 4 turns. Time limited missions not yet available. Special assignments none at this time. Su Ming's gaze quickly swept over the guild mission column. This is a daily task visible to the entire guild. Except for the first 2 turns, there are no quests. Each subsequent turn includes dozens, if not hundreds, of tasks, large and small. And not only do you get great money in contributions, there were even some rare items that were not visible at all in the ordinary realm. It will also be based on the different occupations of the members. Get special customized props and more. This is the strength of a top guild. Su Ming sighed inwardly. If there was some hesitation before because of the fear of exposing your secret, then, after personally experiencing the convenience that the Godslayers Hall brought, he only wanted to have a good exchange of today's insights with a senior named Wang Jingza. Smells good, it's ing delicious. Guild's latest top message: first newcomer Su Ming has joined the Godslayer Temple, topped by Wang Bo. Guild information channel privileges opened after LV 181. Su Ming. He can't see the guild messages yet. Beyond that, he also took a cursory look at the guild store that was directly redeemable by regular members. Sure enough, most of the rare items and equipment require contributions. Even so, then the treasures that are very difficult to come across in the River City. It's all available wholesale here. Skill proficiency crystals, for example. If you contribute enough, you can buy 99 plus directly from the guild mall. But just then, Su Ming once again heard old brother Wang Lin smile. Ha 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 ha, Su Ming, you are unaware. The guild channel is now blowing up with several vice presidents and various elders. Aha? Su Ming asked, Brother Wang Lin, what's wrong? By the way, I haven't told you yet, this year's recruiting scramble for the Godslayer Temple is in 1 month. So you're the only one who bent over and plugged in early. And a newcomer confirmed by my old man himself. By now, I'm afraid they're desperate enough to approach my old man face to face to inquire about your identity. Su Ming's expression was helpless. That's not good, is it? You can do whatever you want just because you're the chairman's son? Su Ming looked at the other party who was clearly showing off, but kept licking at himself. And a vaguely needy expression. There was some consternation for a moment. It seems that brother Wang Lin paid a small price for his place. You are an ordinary member, enjoying basic benefits with no restrictions and the highest degree of freedom. If you want to get more resources in advance through the guild, then keep raising your guild contribution. It's very useful for exchanging items or raising your status in the guild. You should be able to see it, the items in the normal mall, right? Su Ming nodded, aha. Not bad for a level 9 guild, even if it is a normal mall. The props in there are premium items that are hard to find for years for others. Casually all pro. Gold, platinum and even diamond quality equipment and jewelry are available in all parts. And that's just the most common and lowly of the broadsides. And the further back the treasure goes. A life-saving item similar to the low-cost version of the rock armor scale crystal. Or the specialization skill books that countless people covet. All naked in front of their eyes. Even if Jiang Qiongtian was one of the most popular figures in Jiang City. And also to shed tears at the corners of your mouth. Su Ming thought. How great would it be to see further items after a higher status? This is the most immediate advantage of joining a large guild. I think, with your talent, if you can get out of that secret realm safely, the future is destined to become a giant in the Godslayer Hall. Of course, all of this is up to you. Su Ming nodded once again. Wang Lin was like an enthusiastic big brother at this point. Keep presenting him with all kinds of information. Right now you don't need to care about anything else. Next I'll start by taking you up to turn 3 as quickly as possible. When you receive your 4-turn quest, the special space is where you'll make your mark. By the way, would you like to contract a griffin? As Wang Lin spoke, he tenderly patted the big guy under his body. Su Ming, however, joyfully revealed a smile. Haven't thought about it yet. Then, the direct option of playing dumb to change the subject. Brother Wang Lin, I also want to upgrade as soon as possible, it's just that I have to pass the 5 poison mysteries for the transfer quest. Look at. He quickly explained the mission requirements to Wang Lin in detail. Upon hearing that it would require Su Ming to kill 5 bosses along the way the entire time, the oldest brother was stunned. Su Ming smiled and winked. Dude, you know what I mean. Hey. Good deal, if you're okay with it yourself, then I'll set you up. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched a bit. Continuing, he said, the 5 Poison Mystic Realm is a very special low-level elite mystic realm LV50 LV60. There are a total of 5 of these bosses, but they are in different spaces not interfering with each other. And all the different teams enter different spaces because the boss is actually a 5 poison doppelganger created by the real 5 poison beast. No one knows where the real 5 poison beasts are. Therefore, do not respond to an unknown presence, no matter what secret place you are in. Su Ming's face was calm. But inside, it was very unsettling. Because, not only did he provoke Seguro Molten the lava dragon that could get out of its trap at any time, and staked out the mysterious shadow space chicken little. There were far more unknown existences in this world than he had ever imagined. Tell you what, I'll get you 4 teammates and head straight out. Su Ming, however, was puzzled. Mate? He still needs teammates? Infinite ice arrow control until the boss can't take care of itself. For him. As soon as you enter the secret world. There doesn't seem to be any difference between killing bosses and killing monsters. Maybe the only role of a teammate is to join the group from the sidelines at 666 sound. Just when you refused to say that one person was enough. Wang Lin spoke again, I know that your output is now 1 for 200. But if you want to tackle 5 bosses at once, you have to be in a group, i.e. a team corresponding to at least 5 people. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming who had a helpless face. Almost want to explode, his grandmother. But hold back. You still want to kill through 5 bosses by yourself? Other people need dozens of teams to kill a boss, and it's also dangerous. If they knew this, they wouldn't even be alive. And so it was soon. Under the remote operation preparation of Wang Lin Lao, the Griffin flew into some airspace. The teleportation array opens up and goes straight to Himalaya. Himalayan city-state, level 7. Himalayan wind and snow mountains, level 5 zone. Chapter 27, Entering the Secret Realm. Monster, what kind of monster is Su Ming? A chill quickly invaded Su Ming's body. The mountains were white with snow as far as the eye could see. Green grass, sheep and animals add a little more color to this poetic picture. It was the first time he had witnessed the beauty of the snowy mountains of Ryworld. Of course. Beneath the beauty lies intense danger and killing opportunities. Brother Wang Lin, let's have 4 assistants then, just fix it as soon as possible. Su Ming said casually. Okay. Good. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched once again. This kid, why does it feel like he's begging to stuff him? But Su Ming's well-behaved yet calm character was really, the more he looked at it, the more he was happy. So he sent the message a few moments faster. They'll be here soon. Although Wang Lin usually did things in a low-key manner. But as a man of honor and strength in the Godslayer Temple. As a result, it was broken by Su Ming several times. In the end, there was nothing to do but smile helplessly. Ha, Su Ming my old dad will definitely be glad that he agreed to my request. With your potential, in the future, maybe his old man will even personally protect you. Su Ming was not in a hurry, without Wang Lin's help. It would take him at least 10 days to successfully enter the place where the secret realm was located. And it was a good conversation with Wang Lin all the way. It is said that Wang Bo, the 9-turn-old man, is an extremely protective person. It once even caused the lighthouse state to hemorrhage money over something but dared not say a word about it. Coming. A helicopter approached from a distance. Soon, 2 men and 2 women came out of it and saluted Wang Lin. Su Ming did not make a sound. This big brother seems to have quite a bit of status himself. So he looked to the information about the 4 people. Name, K-pop. Profession, enlightened. Level, LV 58. Name, Moya. Profession, enlightened. Level, LV 57. Name, Shi Tailong. Profession, Grand Shield Master. Level, LV 60. Name, Luo Fonglin. Profession, Botanical Mage. Level, LV 57. These 4 are all borderline military talents that fit your needs. Don't worry, they'll never hold you back. As Wang Lin spoke. Feeling a little weird myself. It seems to have determined in its heart that Su Ming is not half as strong. Commander Wang? My god, it's really you. The 2 sisters, Mumu and Muya, seem to have known Wang Lin before. This is Su Ming, you should understand the conditions of this mission, right? Understood, sir. The 4 replied at the same time. Then, their eyes had all stared at Su Ming. Each one had a complex expression. Why has this handsome young man never been heard of or seen before? Most critical. At the time, they wondered a few times after hearing the mission requirements if they had misread them. Kill 5 bosses with just 5 of them? One of the output roles is even just the archer Su Ming alone. Can he shoot over? Only. Though skeptical, they didn't hesitate. Because one of the very good things about this secret world is that you can quit voluntarily when you realize that you are not defeated. You just can't get back in for 1 year once you're out. You formed a temporary team, Captain Su Ming. K-pop has joined your team, current team size, 240. Moya has joined your team. Current team size, 340. Styron has joined your team. Current team size, 440. Luo Fonglin has joined your team, current team size, 540. 5 Poison Mystery Group cap is up to 40 people. Su Ming here, only 5 people, or he had no choice but to temporarily form. By the time the Griffin swept overhead, many of the local Himalayan adventurers and grand guilds all revealed a look of surprise. A few of them entered the secret realm? It's too arrogant. Either they have a background or they're too stupid to get involved with us. Brothers to team up, no? 1 short of 39. Unsurprisingly to Su Ming, the door to the passageway of the 5 poison mysteries had been open for some time. And so, With a nod from Wang Lin, Su Ming led the 4 people to step inside. Your party has entered the ancient centipede's domain. You don't need to do a lot, except for the plant mages who constantly use plants to control the field. The rest of you just apply gain skills and shields behind you. As for Su Ming, open bow. The earth of the space began to shake as countless giant centipedes began to burrow out, with the plants of Lo Fong Lin forming several barriers in front of them. The wind arrow. Su Ming's arrow blasted wind started. Chirp chirp chirp. 1.1 W. 1.6 W. Deadly blow. 2.2 W. Blast. A shower of arrows at 27% forced blast. At least all of them are 1/4 storm high damage appearances. Directly inflicts a spike. At the same time, information about these centipedes appeared in his eyes. 100-footed centipede, ordinary wildlife. Level, LV 52. Lifespan, 2.1 W 2.1 W. Skills, binding, venom spray, sting, bite. Information, a species born from an ancient centipede with terrible toxicity. Weakness, tentacles. What are you waiting for? Give the gain. Su Ming looked at the frozen few people and wanted to laugh a little. Then move forward quickly. The centipede's speed of advancement wasn't even as fast as the speed of his extermination. Chirp chirp chirp. A horrible sustained burst of 3 shots a second. Blast arrows and ice arrows occasionally alternate. Even when using flat A's that don't carry any skill effects. Both can form an impenetrable defense on all fronts. After all, whose flat A is 200 rounds? 1833. 3666. This. Moya was stunned and slowly looked at her sister. Then he saw a few people who were equally baffled. What the hell is this Nima, Su Ming? Hidden professions. He must be a hidden profession, and a hidden profession with an extremely terrifying output ability. They finally understood the mission Wang Lin had posted earlier. The way they looked at Su Ming also completely turned into envy and admiration. Scrolls of Enlightenment, Volume 1 Divine Power. Scroll of Enlightenment, Volume 2 Godspeed. For Square Shield. You are affected by the skill of your teammate K-pop, and your strength is increased by 10% for 10 seconds based on both levels. You are affected by the skill of your teammate Moya, and your agility is increased by 10% for 10 seconds, based on both levels. You've acquired the shield. Su Ming was continuously opening his bow at the same time. Feel a wave of enhanced relief in your body. Murmured, it's not for nothing that outputs like to carry subs. Temporarily boosts gain by 10%. Maybe icing on the cake for others in the class. But on its own it's a king bomb. The agility in particular is further improved and is fast enough to take off. Ice arrows. Su Ming's sharp arrow quickly caused a large area of frost. Luo Fanlin, you used the plants to suppress their space to move. Yes, Captain. He was unwavering in this cry. For a short period of time. Su Ming had already caused these 4 heavenly prides to go from frustrated to envious to honored. Because, they had the honor of having teamed up with Su Ming. This relationship, maybe a little soup in the future to take off. You have killed the 100-foot centipede LV-52 and gained 5,000 experience. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience equally. You have killed the 100-foot centipede LV-53 and gained 5,000 experience. The rest of the team will share the experience 5,000 equally. Su Ming was ecstatic. The guild's 5x experience bonus was terrifying. Straight up 1 W of experience per monster. Only in the case of a group, 1/2 of the killers and half of the rest. This was why he preferred to kill monsters alone. Heavens, monster, what kind of monster is Su Ming? Anyone who teams up with him can be taken flying. That great shield master Shi Tailon looked at Su Ming, speaking with a little shiver. He realized that after having Su Ming at the front, he completely became a soy sauce roll omega. Chapter 28, Nima bosses die this way? Rush Gloves Gold. It wasn't just Stryker who was skeptical. Botanical mage Luo Fanlin also wore an embarrassed expression. Always a self-proclaimed super controller. After Su Ming casually dropped hundreds of frosts. Completely dumbfounded. Marveling, it's a good thing Su Ming can't freeze infinitely, or else I would just be dumbfounded. It was the first time he was in awe of his peers. Pressing on. As long as Su Ming is willing, Arrow Frost will teach you to be a human being. Not to mention that Burst Arrow and Running Thunder Arrow are currently in use. It's good, if slow. But only for a few minutes. The corpses of centipedes piled up throughout the space. Then it's slowly dissipated. The boss is going to show up. Luo Fonglin roared and kept retreating behind Su Ming. Well, just leave it to me. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth and nodded his head at the mage. Luo Fonglin's battle sense was also considered respectable. Then, with his gaze, he looked towards a huge centipede that had broken out of the ground. Hiss. Ancient Centipede, Secret Boss. Level, LV 55. Lifespan, 114.5W 114.5W. Skills, 1000-foot Thorn, Venom Rain, Blast, Whistling, Hardened Skin. Talent Toxic 1000 feet, targets touched by 1000 feet enter a poisoned state. Talent Sprint, upon entering combat, increase speed by 1% per second, after increasing to 180% any attack 20% converts to true damage. Information, a poisonous insect born from ancient times that releases a terrible poisonous rain. Weakness, tentacles. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. This boss monster's weakness is likewise tentacles. However, in skills, Rain of Venom is a terrifyingly large poisonous group technique. Therefore, he couldn't let the big guy have time to use it. The Wind Arrow. Ice Arrows. 2 arrows away. The gains of the two sisters, Mummy and Mia, once again fell on him. Spread the earth with plants and don't let him burrow. Su Ming roared. This plant mage was still somewhat useful. Next. Arrow to centipede body. Courses of frost rose from the body of the great centipede that was charging angrily at Su Ming. Bowed in half paused in the air. Plant vines and an overwhelming rain of arrows immediately take the field first. Su Ming was not careless. And then, explosive arrow. The moment the ice broke open, the full body of the large centipede resounded with a violent roar. Tentacles, huh? Shoot me. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. 1.6W. Deadly blow burns. 3.3W. Deadly strike bludgeoning burning. 3.3W. Deadly strike bludgeoning burning. This storm, comfortable. Adjusting the angle, Su Ming kept drawing the bow. Seconds 3 shots in 1 shot. The familiar twirling movements once again left the auxiliary threesome in the back looking wide-eyed. Nope, now it's a secondary 4-person team. The large centipede began to roll over on its back, trying to make a last stand before dying. Unfortunately, its 2 talents couldn't do anything in the face of an absolute outburst. I.e., they can't get close fast enough. It also can't drag out the full sprint time. So the only way is to use the sharp whistle to spray poisonous rain all over the sky. However, Su Ming had already rushed underneath the body of the large centipede. An arrow to the sky. Blizzard arrow. Several sharp arrows that shot up into the sky shot its huge body high into the air. Straight through. Horrible, horrible. You have killed the ancient centipede LV-55 boss and gained 37.5W of experience. The rest of the party shares the experience equally 37.5W. Your first kill of ancient centipede LV-55 boss, gain an additional attribute, agility plus 12. Naya, this just died? Stellan exclaimed. Meanwhile the other 3 are seen helplessly spreading their hands. Auxiliary. They really deserve to be aided. And never have I felt so truly safe. Su Ming, we won't take 10% of all the boss drops after that. Yeah, gaining so much experience so easily is already very satisfying for us. They are very self-aware. He also thought from the inside that he must have a good relationship with Su Ming. That's definitely a leg up. That's about God. Being able to befriend an archer whose output blows up in the rookie stage. In the future they simply don't dare to think about it. Good. Su Ming didn't push back, instead agreeing very naturally. Because even without them, it can be solved alone. Since ancient times, bowmen have been hung up on a lot of things. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and got up with a strong billion points. A fierce poison crystal. Su Ming joyfully put the loot into his backpack. Only bosses in the 5 poison mysteries have drops. But heard from Wang Lin. There is a high probability that various rare props will appear in the drops. The manticore crystal is exactly that. Just about any profession that involves the use of poison, such as quite a few assassin-type professions. This fierce poison crystal is an excellent toxicity quenching prop. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can trade a lot of your favorite treasures. There's one more piece of equipment: the rush gloves. Su-ming picked up the gloves with a calm expression. It's only gold level quality equipment though. But for only LV 55 level boss drops. Already a solid rare drop. Ha, it's true that after seeing more equipment in the guild store, I've drifted myself. Then looked at its properties. Rush gloves, gold. Type, gloves. Occupation, general physical system. Level requirement, LV 60. Attributes, strength plus 80, strike plus 5%, strike resistance plus 5%, durability 120-120. Features, plus 0.5 attack speed for assassin and archer professions, plus 0.3 attack speed for other professions. Dramatic increase in power. And what made Su-ming's eyes light up was that it could once again increase his attack speed by 0.5. The faster you shoot, the harder you shoot. However, you can't reach the wear level condition until the transfer is complete. Su-ming happily put it away in his backpack. This time, when you come out of the secret world, you will be able to easily reach the level condition. Then there were dozens of ordinary poisonous water drops and densely packed centipede legs. Su-ming picked up the poisonous water droplets. As for the centipede legs, love whoever wants them. He doesn't want it anyway. Su-ming let out a light breath. Silently, he watched as the centipede's massive corpse slowly dissipated before entering another area. Just then, Su-ming suddenly felt a special movement in his backpack. Dark phoenix eggs? More than that. The space stone of shadows seemed to have given birth to a trace of sensation as well. Then, Su-ming, who was next to the boss's gigantic corpse, was instantly enveloped in dark shadows. Captain, are you okay? Luo Fonglin cried out and hurriedly maneuvered the plant in an attempt to pull Su-ming out. But the next second. But the shadow was seen to disappear strangely. I'm fine. Just now was the phenomenon of this corpse generating special items. Su-ming wore a smile on his face and very naturally made it up. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky, the boss generated a rare prop. Really? Congratulations then. Congratulations too. Envy, it's all because you're so awesome, Su-ming handsome. I hope to see you again in the future in your gallant form. And so, the crowd turned deeply envious under Su-ming's guidance. Then, open lick. Chapter 29, Love, 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 Super Skill Book Arrow Net Inferno. Su-ming joked with the crowd while slightly narrowing his eyes. Consciousness is communicating with some being. Little fellow, this ancient centipede seal that you forcefully left behind belongs to the power of shadow? Aha, amazed face. After confirming it again, Su-ming's expression relaxed. At the time, Chicken Little couldn't wait to inform Su-ming. There was a shadow mark inside this boss that was dissipating with it. And there was a shadow force origin present in the seal. So what? Now it was equal to this part of the power being stolen by the Dark Phoenix Cub. The little guy had acquired such a terrifying dark origin in the egg. Once the shell is broken, the shadow talent definitely far exceeds that of his peers. In fact, how could it not have done it on its own? Anymore, it's a baby that hasn't been born yet. But who called Su-ming a mobile rechargeable treasure of infinite mana? Even if every 1W of mana only barely supports the little guy unconsciously manipulating shadow in the egg for a brief moment, he also remains firm. You have completed the challenge of Ancient Centipede's domain and are currently in group mode 540, you can choose to exit the realm or continue into the randomized area. As captain of the temporary squad, Su-ming soon received a message notification. Of course, Su-ming chose to continue. Guys, get ready to go to the next area. Su-ming reminded after a sentence. The remaining 4 all nodded respectfully. After seeing Su-ming's terrifying output, they no longer have any concerns. We're 5 strong. Your party has entered the ancient Spiderlands. As before, start moving. Then Su-ming ruthlessly drew his bow. The wind arrow. Ice arrows. A rain of arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. 1.1 W. 3.6 W. Bludgeoning freezing. 1.8W. Freezing. You have killed the red-eyed spider LV52 and gained 5,000 experience. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience equally. You have killed the red-eyed spider LV53 and gained 5,000 experience. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience equally. A constant stream of spiders shot by. Su-Ming's main output skill began to be replaced with Explosive Arrow. Flat A with skills Silky Smooth Articulation and Interspersed. Bombardment in turn. The massive burn field that was created was once again an impenetrable barrier for the spiders. Hawk Eye. Full field of view for a 2,000-meter radius. He saw more dense cobwebs. Something's really wrong, you're up there. Explosive Arrows. Boom boom boom. Various gains and shields fell with it for Makuma, Moya, and Stetson. Su-Ming once again drifted in ghostly as he showed off the entire arena. Ancient Spider, Secret Boss. Level, LV55. Life, 120.1W 120.1W. Skills, 8 Spider Spears, Spider Web Inferno, Scarlet Eyes, Cocooning, Silk Spitting. Talent Arachnid Dancer, Ancient Spiders can move through spider webs in flashes 0-10 meters. Talent Bloodlust, 10% of damage dealt is restored to your own life. Information, a venomous insect born from antiquity, a dancer in a spider's web, graceful and dangerous. Weakness, Compound Eyes. As it presents information. In Su-Ming's mind, the normal difficulty of killing this fellow definitely exceeded that of the ancient centipede. And Scarlet Eyes is a powerful mind control technique. Once a key player is hit, it is likely that the whole team will collapse. Unfortunately, I'm not normal. Explosive Arrows. Since this guy can keep blinking on a spider web. Well, the most important thing is to burn all the cobwebs first. Chirp chirp chirp. Boom boom boom. Arrows rained down with fire, burning every spider web in space. Boss was enraged by Su-Ming's actions. Once again, the giant spider web cage erupted. Tiny cobwebs, burn me. 2.2W. Blast burns. 1.1W. Burns. Su-Ming was under attracting hatred alone. Drift from side to side with a more terrifying movement speed than your opponent. Without the cobwebs as cover. The control skill was again ineffective against Su-Ming. The ancient spider had to become indistinguishable from the ancient centipede. Ice Arrows. As for you still wanting to cocoon? Doesn't that make it a perfect target, and I'm having even more fun? The last blow is a cracking arrow that kills. Dead. You have killed the ancient spider LV55 boss and gained 37.5W of experience. The rest of the party share the experience 37.5W equally. Your first kill of ancient spider LV55 boss, gain additional attribute, attack plus 18. The time of joyous carnage is always short. Then on to the more joyous harvesting of loot. This guy too? Su-Ming quickly confirmed after. The first step is intended to solve such a big problem. And so, under the secondary efforts of Su-Ming and the little guy. Finally, it didn't cause the shadow to escape and managed to obtain the ancient spider seal. Turns out the 5 bosses are essentially the same. No wonder elder brother Wang Lin said that the 5 poisonous insects were from the detachment of the 5 poison beasts. That being the case, the real 5 poison beasts must be shadow creatures. The remaining 4 members have gone numb. Once again, he truly felt that Su-Ming and them were not a 5-person team at all. And at least a 204-person team. This time, the big spiders didn't drop gold quality equipment. In addition to the customary spider leg meat and poison droplets, there are no high-level materials like fierce poison crystals. However, Su-Ming was even more ecstatic. This boss turned out to be the only one that dropped a book that was extremely satisfying to him. Skill book. That's right, and not only that. It's still a book of powerful skills exclusive to archers. Arrownet Inferno, Archer Class Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 60+. Arrownet Inferno LV1 shoots a special arrow with no attack power, generating hatred towards all nearby monsters after reaching the landing point, forcing them to converge towards the landing point for 2 seconds, current range 200 meters around the landing point. If it was an output skill, Su-Ming wouldn't be particularly attached to it instead. Because the exclusive technique that comes with it paired with infinite firepower is truly terrifying. And Arrownet Inferno is a forced monster gathering technique. Gather the monsters, then roam the arrows yourself. Gee, the output efficiency is definitely on another level. Don't be afraid of skills being rare, be afraid of skills being unavailable. Big Spider, I'm so in love with love. So, it was decisively put away in a backpack. Su Ming couldn't wait to pierce through the remaining 3 channels of space. After the transfer is complete. Level up to LV60 learning soon. Murmuring, after rising to full level, the effect of gathering monsters is absolutely terrifying as hell. Everyone. In addition to the career skills that come with each transfer. Additional skills learned are limited to 2 extra squares per turn. For example, when he officially completes turn 2. You can only learn a total of 4 additional skills from the skill book. You have completed the Ancient Spider Realm challenge and are currently in group mode 540, you can choose to exit the realm or continue into the randomized area. Go on. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately confirmed. The other 4 then moved quickly, standing back and concentrating on their supporting roles. Forward? Su Ming alone was a legion of people with open bows. Chapter 30. Transformation completed. God of Heavenly Swept Arrows. Speed pass 2 spaces later. The crowd was in a frenzy. Your team has entered the realm of the Ancient Serpent. Soon, the nest of snakes exploded and the boss appeared. After Su Ming saw the skills of this large snake. Eyes narrowed slightly. This guy has full range strikes, watch the timing of applying shields. Yes, Captain. Sure, Tai Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally not hitting the sauce the whole time. Omega. Ancient Serpent, Secret Realm Boss. Level, LV 55. Life, 119.8W 119.8W. Skills, Poisonous Plasma Spray, Sprint, Spinning Entanglement, Ultrasonic, Ground Shaking. Talent Ironhide, 20% less non-spell damage taken. Talent Tyrant's Wrath, when life is reduced to 20%, attack is increased by 50%, speed is increased by 50%, but that Ironhide talent is lost. Information, a poisonous insect born from ancient times, possessing a hard skin and capable of wreaking havoc on the earth. Weakness, Mouth. The full-range striking skill Su Ming was talking about was the earth-shaking skill. Even if it's taken directly doesn't reduce life by much. But there's a big shield master in Styron. You can't really just watch the show plus 666, can you? Su Ming lightly laughed as the rocket longbow was ready. Shot. Ice arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. You have killed the Ancient Serpent LV55 boss and gained 37.5 W of experience, the rest of the party shares the experience equally 37.5 W. Your first kill of Ancient Serpent LV55 boss, gain an additional attribute, attack plus 16. Your party has entered the domain of the Ancient Scorpion. Your party has entered the realm of the Ancient Toads. The final 3 bosses are as good as it gets. After Su Ming briefly analyzed his skills and talents. Easy to quickly match the optimal and fastest solution among the 4 exclusive techniques. The result was not what he expected. In addition to the drops themselves, all of them once again condensed their respective shadow marks. Su Ming is even a little worried about the little guy being burst. But after receiving the message that the other party was just a little indigestible and not in any serious trouble, he let go of the big stone in his heart. Beyond that, killing the Ancient Scorpion gave him 15 attack points. Killing the Ancient Toad gave him 8 points of defense. As well as a couple other nice trophies. The harvest is full, and the necklace dropped by the Scorpion can also replace the rabbit's newbie outfit. Because of his own horrible upgrade speed. There's no need to deliberately collect all the ordinary equipment before turn 3, or even turn 4. It's perfectly adequate for wearing after any encounter. After all, after the real molding, you will be able to create exclusive equipment that is a perfect fit for your profession. His eyes went to the necklace. Necklace, gold. Type, necklace. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV60. Attributes, life plus 5000, mana plus 2000, attack plus 80, durability 120-120. Feature, removes the first control effect you receive, damage does not remove it, cooldown 3 hours alone. That trait works. The mere fact that it has the uncontrol trait. All of which means it's worth a lot more than the average gold level necklace. After all, A lot of control isn't emitted from both eyes either, and he currently needs the ability to be control-free as well. Just the right amount of snow. The ancient serpent drops a giant serpent's tooth. If set on an assassin's or warrior's weapon, adds an additional 3x damage to shield's effect Toth weapon. Directly worth a minimum of 300 W plus Dragon Nation coins. Then there was the ancient toad that was killed at the end. I didn't realize this boss was the real big brother. It has a full 240 W of blood. Of course. This is due to the talent, reducing one's attack and increasing one's life significantly. Su Ming was lucky. It has two of the more valuable items in its drops. One of them is the spiritual water bead, a high-level material that water and ice mage adepts crave. 2. It's actually a complete prop. 5 poison magic cube epic item requires special identification. Even Su Ming was internally startled at that time. It's not about luck anymore. Rather, it's outrageous. How can a normal boss with only 2 turns drop a complete item? Not at all. This cube is like the molten fire scale crystal or rock armor scale crystal. With exclusive effects, it is a prop that can be activated directly. Su Ming already knew the quality of this prop in advance. But epic quality is already very high too. Wait. Is it possible that this wasn't dropped by the Great Toad? Su Ming pondered. For stealing all the dark essence of this secret realm by himself. So this prop is akin to reaching some sort of prerequisite for it to appear? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. Better sneak out quick. He's in danger of stealing the real 5 poison beast's own treasure. Who? Su Ming ended up reaping a huge harvest. The 4 scavengers did not return empty-handed. The snake skins, poisonous toad skins, scorpion tails, and so on that Su Ming couldn't see. Their excited hearts and trembling hands collect them. Captain Su Ming, you will definitely be able to reach the legendary Bao God ground in the future, and I hope that I will have another chance to see you in the future. Those who can join the Godslayer Temple are already the pride of heaven, and Captain, you are even the pervert of perverts. Captain, in the future, if there's anything we need help with from the border force, just come to us. Facing the admiring gazes of the crowd, Su Ming gently nodded his head. Will do. He is used to lone wolf mode in his behavior though. But it doesn't mean one is a loner. He responds with the same friendly kindness to those who have helped him. Your team will leave the 5 poisons realm in 1 minute. With a soft glow enveloping all 5 at the same time. Open your eyes again, yo. Isn't this Brother Wan Lin, who was guarding the entrance with a shocked look on his face? Better look at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. You guys? So fast? Wang Lin was dumbfounded. The speed at which Su Ming's few people killed 5 bosses was shorter than the time it took other teams to raid a boss off. It was also at that moment. Su Ming's message log is synchronized and updated. Congratulations, you've earned the title, 5 Poison Enemy of Heaven. Another achievement. Requirements for obtaining 5 Poison Enemy: kill 5 bosses in the 5 Poisons Mystery Realm at one time, and each boss's own damage percentage 10%. There is a limit of 10 people who can earn this achievement, and you are currently the first person to earn it. Sure enough, no one has ever gotten that far. This means that he or she is currently the first. It may even be the only person to reach this achievement in the future. Moreover, this hidden achievement was currently known to no one but him. So Su Ming immediately looked at its effects. 5 Poison Enemy of Heaven Special Title. 1. Deals an additional 10% true damage to centipede, spider, snake, scorpion, and toad creatures for an additional 10% true damage. 2. Triggers when attracting the hatred of a special being and permanently strengthens this title. I can't believe it's not a permanent title under normal circumstances. And he felt that this special existence was close to naming a certain 5 poisonous beasts. Su Ming revealed a strange expression. But not in the least bit panicked. He couldn't even imagine how strong he should be in the future. What about the 5 poison beasts? Gods come to kill gods, devils come to kill devils. At the same time, the log was updated with another piece of information. You have completed the transfer quest Death of the 5 Poisons level 10. The transfer is complete. God of the Sky Skimming Arrow. Chapter 31, Heaven Reaching Arrow Intent. What a terrifying talent. You have been transformed into the god of heavenly arrows, life plus 5,000, mana plus 5,000, strength plus 50, attack speed. The death of the 5 poisons mission. Now he's experiencing it firsthand. Already cut to the chase to see exactly how difficult 10 is this time around. Nima, let's just swing for the fences for someone else. Wait 30 days and you'll be a good man again. Even with a team of 40. Raid 5 bosses in a row and a huge number of dependent minions. Which team with only LV50 LV60 can afford it? Unlocked along with the transfer. There is also a great deal of experience accumulated in the secret world. Now a breakthrough. You have leveled up 1 level, LV50 LV51, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up 1 level, LV51 LV52, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's so cozy. Even in a group situation. The total amount of experience he gained this time was also 2.5 times higher. As a result, the current rate of leveling continues to be extremely fast. 59, 60, 61, 62. Just one trip to the secret world. His level had unexpectedly risen to 62. Plus the extra attributes gained from the transfer. The light base panel values are once again raised by a large amount. That's not all. Equip the rush gloves. Equip the hook jade necklace. Also use skill books directly from your backpack. You have met the learning requirements for Arrownet Inferno and have successfully learned this skill, Arrownet Inferno LV1. Arrownet Inferno LV1 shoots a special arrow with no attack power, generates hatred towards all nearby monsters after reaching the landing point, causing them to gather towards the landing point for 2 seconds, current range 200 meters around the landing point. Didn't realize. It's only just out of the secret world, so you can strike while the iron is hot. Equipment and skill books reach the level requirement, then neither should be spared. And so. Under Wang Lin's old brother's marveling. Su Ming then looked at his skyrocketing value. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Heavenly Archery God. Level, LV62 LV82 turns. Life, 27,200. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 376. Agility, 268. Attack speed, 4.11 arrows s. Attack, 2,236. Defense, 1,327. Strike, 32%. Resistance to violence, 25%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. Now for Su Ming. It might just be that the life value is not very satisfying. The base attack power had surprisingly reached 2,236. Not to mention my 4 shots a second? Hands are going to shoot convulsive rhythm. It's horrible. It's horrible. Luckily, I have the rock armor scale crystal as a life-saving card. Su Ming thought to himself that he would have to pay more attention to life value boosting props afterward. Of course. Since there are more than just numerical changes when you finish transferring, it stands to reason that there are more than just numerical changes. Sure enough, another new talent to keep permanently. As well as 2 more exclusive skills. Even other so-called hidden professions. You will only gain 1 additional exclusive technique for each transfer. Therefore, one's future is going to be way ahead of the crowd in terms of changes and skills. You have unlocked a new exclusive talent, Heavenly Arrow Intent. You have unlocked the new exclusive skills Holy Light Arrow and Shadow Arrow, but it wasn't until after Su Ming looked at their introduction. Still unconsciously the pupils quake and suck in a breath of cold air. What a horrible talent. Talent exclusive. Sky Skimming Arrow Intent, unable to detect, permanently retained. 1. Generate a progress bar on any feral population and randomly loot a portion of its attributes when the maximum number of kills is reached. 2. Kill a boss and loot some of its attributes so that at least 1 rare item adapted to the archer profession will be dropped. This will only work once for each type of boss. 3. Attack and defense power will never be reduced. That's a growth talent. It's nothing compared to infinite firepower. Don't look at the fact that the attributes looted by each type of monster and boss aren't very high. As long as a little goes a long way, a quantitative change will definitely trigger a qualitative change. Just give him time to brush up and grow. In the future, he alone will be able to fight off all the nations that are screwing up. And Effect 3 gives a guarantee of his output. I'm sorry, it only makes sense to boost my attack power. Then came 2 exclusive techniques with powerful effects. Skills exclusive. Holy Light Arrow LV1 stores up power for 2 seconds and then shoots a light holy arrow, dealing 400% of attack true damage to the target, purifying it of all gain effects and transferring them to yourself for 10 seconds. Consumes 200 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Curtain Shadow Arrow LV1 builds up power for 2 seconds and then shoots a Shadow Curtain Arrow, dealing 200% attack damage to all targets in a 10-10 range, with a 10% chance of silencing them for 1 second, preventing them from using any skills. Consumes 200 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. The effects of these 2 skills are a bit more interesting. Damage is not a problem with the forced pairing of infinite firepower. Holy Light Arrow steals the opponent's gain. In fact, the role is enormous. Because of the higher level bosses or enemies encountered later. None of them like to stack various gains before a fight. Your gain is good, but it'll be mine soon. The effect of the Shadow Arrow is equally perverse. It's only level 1 and it's a wide range of silences. He thought. This skill reaches full level. How scary should the range be? But the ultimate probability of silence is certainly not too high. But I have a lot of arrows. Hundreds of arrows covered at once, and it's still 4 shots in 1 second. Who cares what kind of monster you are, just turn them all into super soldiers. This is paired with Arrow Net Inferno's ability to gather monsters. Later on, you can always be in a very safe environment to binge output. Finally, with each transfer comes a changing number of arrow splits. One of the extremely scary effects of this, infinite firepower. Each arrow shot splits an additional 399 arrows with the same effect, which improves with transmutation. My god! Su Ming was inwardly stunned. Even calm as he is. Both could already feel the violent heartbeat at this point. Previously 1 turn boosted 100 arrows. Now it's actually doubled again. Upgraded from 200 to 400 arrows. Think about it, 4 shots a second is 1,600 arrows. Is this really going to grow to the point of shooting an entire dimensional civilization with a single arrow? Su Ming was helpless, as if he had become a billion points stronger again. Su Ming, you are truly opening my eyes more and more. With the 5 coming out without a moment's delay. The crowd outside the secret realm set off 2 completely different waves of attitudes. Wang Lin naturally understood that Su Ming had definitely succeeded. Many teams, however, showed mockery. See? These 5 guys came out a little while later and definitely quit of their own accord. Such a small number of people dare to raid one of the 5 poisons bosses, arrogant. How can they when 40 of us folded under the terror of the toads last year? The 4 Stellans showed their anger at the taunter. But Su Ming didn't, and only waved his hand slightly and laughed lightly. Because one is beyond their perception. These people, destined to only look up to themselves. Tough luck, we're leaving this place. No hard work, no hard work. Sure, Tielong's few people hurriedly said back to Wang Lin. Compared to Su Ming, we really didn't help much when. They thought of the scene in the secret realm. There was only inexplicable bitterness on his face. Don't get ahead of yourselves, you guys are pretty good too. Su Ming nodded. Then, he jumped onto the griffin's back and left with Wang Lin. Chapter 32, I'm an archer whose life is thicker than a warrior's, is that a problem? Wang Lin invites you to join his temporary team, do you want to join? Yes. Su Ming confirmed without hesitation. After all, nowadays, for the sake of efficiency, the team would be disbanded after leveling up. You have successfully joined Wang Lin's team, current team size, 2. Let's go straight to the advanced copy. My experience gain is 10x, and evenly divided 5x is the same as your own, and it doesn't affect your monster kills at all. With Kitty's protection, there's no problem with your life. Then the griffin made its way east along the sky. It eventually landed amongst the treetops of a giant sky dome tree. This is a copy of Between the Domes near the Himalaya, with LV-160 LV-179 flying wild monsters distributed. Wang Lin introduced Su Ming. Then, a large purple gold bow appeared in his hand. Su Ming, you will perhaps be the fastest person to ever reach the 3rd rank in the Dragon Kingdom. Though others can rely on the big boys to group up in front of them for upgrades as well. But the transfer quests are to be done in person. For others, even difficulty 5 and 6 require ample preparation. Which was like Su Ming after finding the right place. Minute by minute. Had ha. Su Ming laughed softly and looked towards the wild monsters in front of him. Green-scaled eagle, common wildlife. Level, LV 165. Lifespan, 68.6W 68.6W. Skills, Scale Crystal Light Bullet, Wing Attack, Dive, Fierce Wind, Cross Chop. Information, Flying overlords inhabiting the firmament, with terrifying interspecies coordination. Weakness, Eyes. Heavenly Demon Rockbird, Ordinary Monster. Level, LV 172. Lifespan, 74.5W 74.5W. Skills, Magic Rock Transformation, Violent Wind, Rock Claw Strike, Shadow Erosion, Shockwave. Information, Flying overlords inhabiting the Vault of Heaven, any individual possessing great strength. Weakness, Eyes. TSK, 2 large flocks of huge birds and beasts flew ahead. At the same time, Wang Lin's stored arrow was ready. Heavenly Punishment Meteor Strike. Since I promised to help you upgrade quickly, I have to take some real skill as well. Wang Lin's chi climbed and an arrow came out of his bow. It abruptly disappeared from Su Ming's field of vision. Once again, it was the entire vault of heaven above. It turned into a giant arrow. At the time of the fall, the flock of birds crumbled. Then, Wang Lin once again relentlessly built up his strength, and wave after wave of giant arrows followed. The griffin at his feet opened its mouth at the same time. The light bullets converged and kept pouring out. Su Ming quickly read the output of elder brother Wang Lin. Utilizing the pull of the griffin, sustained output of giant arrows that deal huge amounts of ranged damage. A standard archer bigot indeed. Wang Lin killed the green-scaled eagle LV 168, in the group, you get 20.2 W of experience. Wang Lin killed the green-scaled eagle LV 169, in the group, you get 20.2 W of experience. Soon, Su Ming's information was refreshing like flying. He also realized the joy of lying down. He had no intention of being idle, though. Instead, they drew their bows and arrows in the same way. Let's try to see if we can break the defense with our own attacks first. Exploding arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. If Wang Lin shot a giant arrow that fell from the sky at once. Then. Su Ming, on the other hand, was a rain of countless sharp arrows. 7,564. Burns. 1.1 W. Deadly blow burns. 1.5 W. Blast burns. Su Ming revealed an excited expression. Though the damage isn't as desirable as killing low-level monsters. But it does break defense. But Wang Lin, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Su Ming? You're actually able to break defense against a monster that's so many levels higher? And does it do this much damage? He didn't have the slightest joking tone. Wang Lin was truly shocked by Su Ming to the point that his hands shook. Wait, did your arrow-splitting ability improve again? At this moment, Su Ming shot an arrow. It seems to have far exceeded the previous number. Well, each transfer boosts it a little bit. A little? Wang Lin almost didn't switch off. Geez, you're only a few levels over 60, right? The output is almost catching up to me. If this 3 turns were completed, wouldn't he definitely still surpass himself? Is this the hidden profession of extreme output? Not to talk about the ability to stay alive, the output aspect of 3 turns can exceed others' 5 turns. Wang Lin wants to cry so much. He acted as a senior who guided Su Ming. There has never been such a feeling as if ants were crawling inside. Can Su Ming finish all the surprises? Otherwise his little heart is going to be unable to handle it every day. In a month's time, the old man is definitely going to laugh his jaw off. You're such a pervert. When the time comes, maybe the old man will personally protect you. Just as Wang Lin was excited about breaking the defense within his heart. Su Ming also noticed an additional progress bar in the information he saw. Progress on the green-scaled eagle, 12%. Progress of the demon bird, 8%. I believe this is the separate progress bar formed by the heaven-swiping arrow intent, effect 1. Except for Wang Lin's one-time giant arrow killing a super large number of wild monsters. Su Ming relied on the terrifying damage formed by the constant rain of arrows that roamed the sky. The kills won't be much slower. Get the progress full first. Kill. Thunderbolt. 1.7 W. Electric field. 3.4 W. Blast electric field. 1243, 1145, 2534. As the current group killing weapon, countless thunderbolts were bared. The whole vault of heaven between. Sharp arrows flew horizontally and lightning flashed. For now, with the help of Wang Lin, the speed at which he gained experience did increase by a large margin. But it's not at all what Wang Lin thought. Wang Lin felt that even if he relied on Su Ming himself, it's also just a little more work when you've taken life-saving measures. The kid is a total creep in his own right. Thankfully, he had joined the Godslayer. Maybe Su Ming only needs 10 years. Until then, the Dragon Kingdom will surely add another 9-turn legendary shooter. You have killed the green-scaled eagle LV-169 and gained 20.1 W of experience. The rest of the party shares the experience equally 20.1 W. You have killed the heavenly demon rockbird LV-177 and gained 21.2 W of experience. The rest of the party shares the experience equally 21.2 W. Wang Ling killed the heavenly demon rockbird LV-178. In the group, you share 21.2 W of experience. Although he shared half of his experience with Wang Lin when he killed it. But Wang Lin still killed quite a few more. So it's him who makes the big bucks. Su Ming shot wildly while smiling as he watched the experience come in. You have leveled up one level, LV62 LV63, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV63 LV64, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Without any surprises, Su Ming's rank skyrocketed. It soon stayed after LV80, with the rest of the experience building up. But he deliberately glanced at Wang Lin's level information. Or does LV236 stay the same? The further this goes, the experience required is literally a bottomless pit. But Su Ming was not fearful. What's more, my never-ending infinite arrows say no. Soon, the news came again. Progress, 100%, you've looted 15 agility. Progress, 100%. You have taken 2,300 life. Simple and brutal, these are real attributes. So that's it, great. This later if we can plunder more and more lives. He's a brittle archer who can also turn into a blood cow. Not only that. Other attributes are likewise plundered as they continue. And widening the gap with others. Later that is. I'm an archer with more life than a warrior, is that okay? I'm an archer faster than even an assassin, is that okay? I'm an archer. I'm an archer with an attack. What's the point of being a bow god if you don't come first in attack? Chapter 33 LV80 level easily. Beast taming contract. Soon, under the power of the two men's wild arrows, even the fiercest beasts can only perish in pieces. Mainly the griffins at the feet of the two men. The speed was already a big step above this group of wild monsters. Wang Ling killed the heavenly demon rockbird LV-178. In the group, you share 21.2 W experience. You have killed the green-scaled eagle LV-169 and gained 20.1 W of experience. The rest of the party shares the experience equally 20.1 W. Soon the outlying flocks of birds were all swept away. Archers who cannot be meleeed and can always output safely will be able to deal far more damage than any other profession. That's why it's in the matchups. The reason why both sides will choose to set fire to the opposite archer. Su Ming knew deep down that he only needed to live for one more second. A devastating blow to any enemy. I hope the little guy will surprise himself then. Su Ming thought in his heart with some anticipation. When it is time to enter the transfer room again, that is when the deed is done. These green scales are good material for building shields. It's worth just as much if you recycle this much, and it belongs to you as a trophy. Eventually, after confirming that Su Ming had reached the LV80 cap, the two chose to quickly evacuate the area. Not only did Su Ming accumulate a large amount of experience at once, also got a full haul of all the drops. It is indeed true that the stronger you are, the faster you can make money. The goal this time was not to solve this copy, but to upgrade. It's been less than 10 minutes. Wang Lin sked. Su Ming similarly lamented inwardly, thinking that other newcomers might have toiled for 1 month to fight monsters before barely reaching level 20. The gap, like the Pacific Ocean. But for himself, it's simply not too comfortable. Go straight to the transfer hall on the Himalayan side. So the Griffin was at full speed. That's right, Su-Ming, the quests for turn 3 and beyond will be significantly different from before. What's the difference? Wang Lin explained, as you know, the mission you received before had nothing to do with occupation. But from turn 3 onwards, the quest content will gradually move closer to your profession. But don't worry, turn 3 is still just the initial change, so it shouldn't be any problem for you. Su-Ming slowly nodded his head after hearing this. There was some helplessness in his heart. How can you think that your task can't be simple? But he doesn't panic. One arrow won't do? Then I'll take 1,000 or 10,000 arrows. Himalayan City-State Transfer Hall, Level 5 Zone. Hello, I need to enter the 3-turn room to pick up my transfer quest. Well. Ha? Su-Ming looked at the other party's dismay and somewhat wanted to laugh. But politely wait for its return. None of the 3 front desk ladies I've met in the past few days have had this reaction. Only one at a time more intense than the other. Respectfully, sir, are you sure you want to go into the turn 3 room? Ms. Bunny subconsciously asked again. Well, it's 100W. Well. Okay, please follow me. After watching Su-Ming lightly and breezily pay 100W, Miss Bunny was thoroughly convinced. Who is this handsome gentleman, anyway? She hadn't thought for a moment in the Himalayan city-state that Su-Ming was related to any power. And so, at Missy's shocked and curious look, without any hesitation, Su-Ming stepped inside the transfer space. The usual look. Goodbye to this big crystal ball connected to the Divine Tower. Within the Divine Pagoda, there may be even more secrets hidden. Su-Ming muttered. After joining the Kingslayer. After seeing numerous hidden spaces, world dimensions within the Divine Tower, and so on that he had never known before. After. He was no longer an ignorant teenager. The only way to have the freedom of choice is to get stronger quickly. Long time no see, little one. Before that, Su-Ming took out the Dark Phoenix egg from his backpack. And the complete Space Stone of Shadows. In the blink of an eye, he saw the egg rock gently. Su-Ming held the Space Stone in his hand, constantly transmitting huge amounts of mana to the chicks in the egg. I have to say, there was a surprising sense of emptiness. He was the one with the mana never dies talent. Oh little one, you can really suck it. Su-Ming lightly laughed and shook his head. Anyone else would have been bled dry long ago. And there's no telling how many years it will take to make it hatch. Since ancient times, bowmen have been hung up on a lot of things. Who called me Su-Ming not only hung up, but also several ing ones. None of the 3 current talents will not be another eyesore for countless people. And right away, there's going to be another one. Click. Click. Crisp sounds rang out, and tiny broken lines appeared. Su-Ming's gaze was filled with anticipation. The eggshell eventually shattered, revealing a wet little black chicken. Ha 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 ha, it's true little chicken. I'll have to record it for your black history later. Who would have thought that the future legendary divine beast Dark Phoenix that followed Su-Ming in his great killing spree? At this point it's still a bare little black chicken? Race, Dark Phoenix. Attribution, Space of Shadows. Level, LV20. Murmur the little one chirped cheerfully. Then eat all the eggshells. It ended up rubbing against Su-Ming's thigh. Su-Ming was surprised to find that even in his current state, he could likewise sense the other party's meaning through the Space Stone of Shadows. This thing. What's it got to do with her? It doesn't seem to be a companion item like the Zaga fused 2-scale crystals. I didn't expect you to be level 20 at birth, no. He knew that at least half of this guy's dark origin hadn't been digested yet. So even without your own help, her leveling up after that will fly. Deeds, deeds. I'm going to eat shadow charges yummy da. Well well well. Then, Su-Ming looked towards the abilities he had rightfully gained after turning 2. Beast Taming Pact obtained at turn 2, sign a pact with the selected target. After obtaining the consent of the other party loyalty greater than 50% the pact is successful, the pact fails and enters a 10-day cooldown. Information 1, only one tamed beast can be contracted at a time, and the contracted beast can be contracted again after it has died for 1 year, and the summoner class occupation is given an additional slot and the cooldown is halved. Information 2. When the taming animal's loyalty reaches 100%, it will never betray, and when contracting a newborn cub, the loyalty will be 90% 100% depending on intimacy. Message 3. The taming of a beast does not share the experience of the Pak-T, but enjoys an additional 50% of the experience gained by the Pak-T, and causes 50% of the experience gained by itself to be given to the Pak-T. Su Ming based his description on message 2. Confident that you and your little one can definitely achieve a starting 100% loyalty. After all, his infinite mana value generically makes it impossible to leave him alone. The bottom line is this. In the egg, the little one had already communicated with himself. It was a point that other taming cubs simply could not reach. Look again at message 3. Taming the beast not only does not share away their experience, it also gives you a lot of extra experience. Also because of the deed. Automatically, you'll get 50% of the experience of your contractors, so there's no fear of not being able to keep up with your contractors. Whoever it is, they take this extraordinarily seriously. For the truly strong, a tamed beast is not only a mount, but also a fighting partner who can be your equal. Come on! Chapter 34 Terrifying plus Deck of Divine Beasts. Undying Arrow God? Su Ming did not hesitate. You don't think a pre-pup does much? That would be wrong. In addition to her own combat power, she has a racial contract bonus. Just contract a legendary level divine beast. I'm afraid that the bonus alone is not inferior to an artifact. Su Ming's hands generated a starburst formation. Then, a soft glow enveloped the Dark Phoenix with its crooked little head. The Dark Phoenix has agreed to your request for a contract. Loyalty, 100% never betray. Watching the log updates. The corners of Su Ming's mouth finally couldn't help but rise widely. Ha 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 ha. You just snubbed a divine beast cub yourself? And the opening is 100%. After following yourself, no one can take it away from you. Her information is only visible to the indentured servants. Race, Dark Phoenix Divine Beast Juvenile. Contractor, Su Ming. Attribution, Shadow Space. Level, LV20. LV20 can be advanced. Life, 48.8W. 48.8W. Mana, 7.2W. 7.2W. Spells, 377. Attack, 754. Defense, 378. Battle Condition Agility, 520. Mounted Movement Agility, 520 plus 1-2 Contractor's Agility. Skills, Shadow Incarnation, Shadow Ball, Shadow Leap Unlearned, Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring Unlearned, Shadow Possession Unlearned. 16 skills not yet learned. Talent Phantom God Phoenix. 1. Can hide himself in the shadows, this state cannot be probed by any means. 2. Immunity to any natural elemental damage that is not light or dark, and immunity to anomalies and percentage damage. 3. When in a state of near death, one may choose Nirvana, which shields one's breath from all others, and unlocks the effect at least once after succeeding in Nirvana. 4 Remaining count 2-3. For plus 20% growth in all attributes, each damage taken does not exceed a maximum of 5% of total life value. Can control all birds and beasts below the level of divine beasts whose level is lower than his or her own by 20 levels. Unlocked. Racial Pact Plus. Contractor's total life plus 10%. Plus 10% total mana of the indentured servant. Plus 10% to total power spells off indentured servants. Plus 30% total agility of indentured servants. Plus 20% total attack of indentured servants. Contractor's total defense plus 20%. Contractor blitz rate plus 20%. 50% of damage taken by the indentured servant is transferred to itself. Information, ancient legendary hierarchical divine beasts, masters of space and shadow, possessing the power of immortal reincarnation, mysterious and incomparable. Hiss. What a horrible addition. And, level 20 base attributes are that high? Beasts do have many times the life value of humans. Can understand. But it's only level 20 agility. It was even close to being twice as good as his own. There is also an additional 20% increase in full attribute growth. Make already unbelievable attributes even more unbelievable. Wait. You've already had Nirvana once. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly thought of something. Shocked, he looked over at the innocent-looking little baby. Wouldn't that mean that the little guy was once perhaps fully formed? Then he thought about the change in the misty swamp at that time. Su Ming had quite a few guesses in his heart. Is it likely that some being was hunting her at the time? But since you're my person now. Bird, don't worry, I'll take care of it for you in the future. He happily stroked the head of the current carefree little guy. From now on, I'm going to call you Little Ravings, hee hee hee. Raving happy carrot carrot. What a percentage addition. This is the kind of card that a true beast of God should have. Attribute bonuses are fixed even if you join a level 9 deicide temple. As the level rises, far more powerful than the percentages. Little Ravings? Since completing the deed, even without the Shadow Space Stone, he was able to communicate mentally with the other party. Su Ming, it's so amazing. The little guy doesn't even know he's in a boat. But just then, the Shadow Space Stone in Su Ming's hand erupted with surging shadow power. Su Ming. I feel as if it's a bit familiar. This time the shadow force didn't spread around. Instead, it continued to merge into Little Rumor's body. These shadow powers were like they belonged to this little guy originally. Su Ming had already roughly understood something. In addition to Nirvana, Little Rumor had previously activated the last of her shadow power to activate this space stone. So, it just happened to fall across the space in the misty swamp. The space stone of shadows broke into 4 pieces with it. Changed? As the power of shadow continued to pour out, Su Ming saw different information under the hidden eye. What a space teleportation stone! Space stone of shadows special item broken. Information, a special item that belongs exclusively to the space of shadows. The user must have both shadow and space abilities. Active ability 1, after activating the space stone using the shadow ability, you can teleport to anywhere within 10 W meters, with a 12-hour cooldown after each use. Active capability 2, inoperable. It also seems that fusion can only simply keep it intact. The original active ability 2 might have been interdimensional teleportation at no small cost. However, small ravings can activate active ability 2. So, to your current self. Still an excellent run and save prop. Murmur, you've surprised me far beyond expectation. However, he saw him pat his chest with a haughty face and called out. Murmuring, I'm very good at this humming. Well then, you go into the contract space first, and afterward, I'll buy you a lot of shadow power rich food. Aha, amazed face. Su Ming clapped his hands, and the man went numb with laughter. Small ravings have to be advanced once before they can have the ability to fly people. So immediately click on her advancement request. Your contracted tamed animal meets the advancement level LV20. Requirements for level 1, Black Plume Feather X1, Shadow Stone X1. Taming is similarly divided into ranks 1 through 9. However, because of racial limitations, most of them are capped at 5-7 ranks. Apparently, the limits of the little ravings are all at least 9th order. Su Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. It's not hard to ask, as long as there's enough money. It's not hard to trade to both of these items on the big exchanges. Besides, it really can't. There is also the Temple of Regicide, which can be redeemed by completing guild quests to earn guild contributions. So, looking to his all-skyrocketing panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Heavenly Archery God. Level, LV80 LV82 turns. Life, 34,133. Mana, 999999999. Power, 434. Agility, 391. Attack speed, 4.29 arrows s. Attack, 2,823. Defense, 1,614. Blitz, 52%. Resistance to violence, 25%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. Only LV80 attacks had already reached the terrifying value of 2,823. Not to mention a blitz rate of over 50% in one fell swoop. Only. Right now, his agility wasn't even as high as Little Raving. Dark Phoenix deserves to be the dominant force in the sky. With the finalization of the deed of one's heart and mind, Little Rave was at ease flying around and absorbing her mana in the contract space. Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes as he walked over to the transferring large crystal ball. Immediately put your hand on the connecting device. Detected that your level has reached LV80 and meets the conditions for 3 turns. In the transfer profession generation, the professions you can currently transfer into are Undying Arrow God. Still no surprises about the only option. Today, Su Ming's face was calm. Indestructible? Could it be a talent that greatly increases the ability to stay alive? He could look forward to it too much and didn't drag his feet in the slightest to confirm it. Chapter 35, World Corridor. The powerful passive of the 5 poison magic cube. Indestructible Arrow God. You have chosen Indestructible Archery God, generating the transfer quest, Spirit's Arrow difficulty 10. I knew it, but so what? According to what old brother Wang Lin said. Since the beginning of turn 3, the difficulty of the quests is likewise tied to their own professions. Generally at a medium difficulty level. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. It seems that this horrible hidden profession of his own. It's no accident or coincidence that every mission is difficulty 10. Rather, it is deserved. Instead, he relaxed a lot at the thought, this was the deck of cards of a powerful profession, wasn't it? Then looked to the mission description. Spirit's Arrow difficulty 10. Description: you have been summoned by the ancient spirits to enter the world corridor in the Tower of the Six Paths, and follow the guidance of the Church of the Dawn to find and kill the boss that has devoured the spirit's magic arrows, the Raider's Plague. Time limit, 30 days, reset after mission failure. This World Cloister? Su Ming unexpectedly saw the name of this space in the description. The only guild buffs are in the Temple of Regicide. It was only the first time he knew of this mysterious place. It's times like these when it's time to call on old brother King the Toolman again. After Su Ming took a breath of relief. Straight out of the transfer room. This time, there was no stopping in the transfer hall. Walked straight out. Seeing the patiently waiting Wang Lin. Well, feel free to mention anything you need my help with. It's not far to the next opening of that secret realm. You must get to turn 5 as fast as you can first, and after that you're on your own. Su Ming looked at this old brother who was clearly not very old, but showed all the vicissitudes of life. Touching his head with a smile. Brother Wang Lin, still really need your help, hey? Su Ming said as he spoke. Edge noticed the old man's frozen expression. The World Cloister? I didn't hear right. Aha! Difficulty 10, inquired Wang Lin. Su Ming saw his expression cloud over once again. How do you know? Su Ming was puzzled. I was going to wait until you were level 120 and completed turn 4 before letting you venture in. But you're only level 80 and haven't even turned 3 yet, the world corridor can only be difficulty 10 for you. Wang Lin explained, because in that realm, even ordinary wild monsters are all over level 100. I'm quite comfortable with your output ability, it's the means of staying alive that's the big issue at the moment. This oldest brother sighed. Good thing, the World Cloister is the main dimension connected within the Six Paths Divine Tower. The Dragon Kingdom has established a secure teleportation point in one of the Aurora churches. So you can accomplish as much as possible under the umbrella of the church. As the two moved towards the Himalayan Trading Hall, Su Ming had a preliminary understanding of that realm from elder brother Wang Lin. Each of these different forces has established special communication with the different countries of the Blue Planet. Like the Aurora Church. It is a major power in the order-keeping camp in this realm. Huh, there's a Yalt exchange here too? It seems the Yalts are even bigger than he thought. Su Ming's eyes lit up and he walked in decisively. Yalt Exchange, Himalayan Center, Level 6 Zone. He was going to stop by the exchange. Not only deal with harvesting full of drops, but also buy the props needed for small ravings on the way. As well as identifying the 5 poison cube. Elder brother Wang Lin remained patiently waiting outside. Looking at Su Ming's back, there was some sighing. Murmuring, "Oh old master, maybe in a few years your title of Dragon Kingdom Bao God will be gone. Big brother. I won't let you die in vain, with Su Ming's potential I will definitely kill that stupid behind-the-scenes heavenly demon for you. Continue inward." Su Ming directly took out the black card that Yajiui had given him. All of these common drops and equipment are recycled. These fierce poison crystals, giant serpent's teeth. Let's first see if any black plume feathers or shadow stones can be traded. If not, then it's good to recycle them together. I'm going to buy 27 skill proficiency crystals and a lot of shadow pink crystals, and I don't think it's possible to go without them. By the way, I still need to make a trip to the appraisal room. Su Ming's series of smooth operations shocked none of the several receptionist ladies. The point is he's so young. One guy just pulls out so many goodies straight away? Maybe they were recycled for the entire medium guild together. But an old man soon came out. After seeing Su Ming's appearance and the black card in his hand, there was a lot of excitement. You are little friend Su Ming? Name, Yalan City. Occupation, astrologer. Level, LV 158. A 4-turn grandpa. However, his occupation turned out to be a special category of auxiliary occupations. An auxiliary profession whose initial awakening is astrologer. This profession doesn't have any means of attack, but it can help the team anticipate many dangers in advance. You know me? Haha, of course, with the news of you being looked upon by the Godslayer Hall spreading in Jiangcheng. All of our home exchanges around the world received a message from Sakai's girl. After all, you are our guest of honor. I didn't expect you to come here. The two talked to each other. And after having made the request themselves, they received a reply very quickly. Black Plume Feather and Shadowstone will do the trick. There are props about Dark Phoenix advancement. Su Ming tried his best to avoid letting Wang Lin know about it, and just collected it in the form of transactions at the exchange. After all, Wang Lin had involved a 9th-turn powerhouse behind him. Defense is not an option. Finally Su Ming until he entered the appraisal room. Take out the black and hard 5 poison magic cube. Show me what you're really capable of? Su Ming was very much looking forward to it. Appraisal of this item requires payment of 200 W, is it appraised? 200 W? Hope you're worth it. Although 200 W isn't a lot for him these days. Select confirm directly. Identification. Waiting. The results of the appraisal are as follows. 5 poison magic cube epic props. Information. An item that brings together the toxic origin of the 5 poisonous beasts, capable of continuously increasing its toxicity through the killing of 5 types of poisonous insects. Passive ability. 1. The bearer is immune to poison damage and can absorb 1/10 of the original value of the poison damage to restore life. 2. All normal attacks of the bearer have poison damage attached to them for a permanent period of time. Effective after identification. 3. After accumulating a certain amount of damage each time poison wound is used, poison wound is increased. Currently, 500 per second. Effective after identification. Characteristics. 5 poison splitting souls, 5 poison convergence. Holder's attack plus 300 effective upon identification. Surprisingly, it's a prop with only passive abilities. The ability to be free of poison was possessed at the time of acquisition, he just didn't know it at the time. And the ability to take effect after the second and third appraisals. It's a perfect match for his profession. This was because his own skills also fell into the category of normal attacks. So, in the future, it's arrows with poison. 500 per second, and as long as you can't detoxify it fast enough, you're dead. Even more outrageous, his mom opened the door to outrageous. Poison wounds can still grow? Am I in the rhythm of torturing bosses to death just by releasing poison from now on? And he now finally understood why he had gotten this Rubik's Cube. 5 poisons divide the soul, 5 poisons converge. Little Rumor stole 5 copies of the 5 poison beasts' dark origin. Therefore, the part of the essence of poison cannot return to the usual, and finally aggregate it together. What he doesn't know is this. Some dark and horrible mound. An indescribably chaotic viper opens its numerous compound eyes. There was deep consternation in the self-talk. The dark essence I buried is gone? Even the origin of poison is gone, how is that possible? It was suddenly in a state of hesitation. Is there a terrifying existence hidden behind that realm? Then the countless compound eyes gradually revealed the color of panic. Eventually it stopped fading altogether. Erasing everything so easily means not taking me seriously at all. The one who struck must be a Shadow Lord. I must report to the Bug Emperor not to act rashly. Great terror, that realm definitely hides a great terror beyond the human race. There will be a day in the future when it evolves to the next level. To make it pay for it, aha. Chapter 36. Virtual battlefield can still be open? Su Ming was excited inwardly. But with a flat face, he walked out of the appraisal room. Attack, 3183. The 5 poison magic cube caused his attack power to break through 3k plus in one fell swoop, becoming a little bit stronger again. Little friend Su Ming, all the items you need are ready. The rest of the 328W is stored in the black card altogether. Su Ming smiled as he took the black card handed over by old Manhwa. Thanks a lot, old man. Ha 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 ha, a young man who is not arrogant, the future generation is fearful. The little ravings advancement thing is easily done, it just costs money. And was going to buy only 27 skill proficiency crystals. This time, I simply purchased 63 of them outright. Directly able to raise 7 skills from LV1 to LV10 consummate. In one fell swoop, it emptied this exchange's inventory and temporarily bottomed out its own wallet. I can learn 2 more skills at the moment. Plus the 2 exclusive skills gained after a successful transfer, a one-time solution. And skills learned using skill books can be forgotten at any time. It's better to look for elder brother Wang Lin first and ask if there are currently any skills that are suitable for me that are stronger at preserving my life. Mumbles of Kung Fu. He had walked out of the Yult exchange. The two soon took a ride on a griffin. Eventually, he flew to the teleportation array he came from and left this snowy mountainside city-state. Imperial Capital, Level 9 City-State. Imperial Center Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. I've contacted the old man, and you have permission to pass through the Temple of Godslayer. The world cloister is far more complex and dangerous than you think. Normally people before turn 4 are not authorized to enter, so you have a small problem. Su Ming turned his head sideways. Can't get in? There's still something the Deicide Hall can't handle in the Dragon Kingdom? Now he was up for a moment. Of course not, no one would dare touch your spot again. But it was because you temporarily took an archer's slot. So some family's original archer was brushed off. Wang Lin said as he snickered with a meaningful smile. It seems the family that was occupied was not on good terms with him in the first place. Su Ming understood, so that's how it is. They want a statement, right? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Little friend Su Ming is smart, exactly. That's why the old man said to let you both have a fair match before then. When Wang Lin said the word fair. As if holding back a laugh. That's pretty fair, for turns against 2 turns. But from the moment I realized your horrible ranged output, I was completely relieved. Those old guys don't know they're clowns yet, ha ha ha. Su Ming also revealed a smile. Since this is about the conditions for completing the transfer yourself. He would have to make his opponent lose well before he could do so. Your opponent's level is LV122 and his turn 4. But how can you not think that you still 3 turn less than? The griffin was heading for the wilderness outside the imperial capital. Just then, Wang Lin spoke, it's coming. At the same time, a crimson glow emanated from the top of the imperial capital's information tower. Only this scene lasted only a moment. Next, Su Ming saw the dome of the sky above suddenly flooded with starry paintings, and the scenes kept changing. Here, this is neither a surface world nor an in-world area. Don't be surprised, this kind of thing is usually out of reach for those below turn 3. Besides, you're still a newbie who's only been transferred for a few days. In fact, not only the Imperial Capital, but the Jiangcheng Information Tower can likewise communicate with the Divine Tower space. The other side. A well-dressed man had a somber look on his face. Who is Su Ming? How dare you take away my spot? Is that kid who came out of nowhere afraid to come? Peggy Chu's big face was all scrunched up. Don't be hasty, young Master Zhu, you also know that the resolution is that Lord. As long as you can defeat your opponent, the spot is equally yours. The middle-aged man who was in charge of this occasion was very helpless. Peggy Zhu was the weakest one though. But it was good to break through to turn 4 in only a year's time. I heard that the person called Su Ming was still a newcomer who had just joined the Godslayer Temple. How's this for a fight? Soon, the figures of Su Ming and Wang Lin appeared. After the scene is finally stabilized. Su Ming saw a dense forest in front of him, as well as the 2 people in front of it. You are Su Ming? Or a guy who hides his head? Shu Peiqi realized that she couldn't see Su Ming's message and revealed her mockery. Su Ming didn't bother with him. However, Wang Lin, who was on the side, snickered, Junior Zhu, don't cry in fear when the time comes. Ridiculous, I would be afraid of this rookie? The corners of Su Ming's mouth rose slightly as he saw the other party's message at the same time. Name, Peggy Zhu. Profession, Secret Archer. Level, LV122. And another middle-aged man, as the head of the other side. Name, Li Gould. Profession, Blast Assassin. Level, LV 188. Soon 2 rays of light enveloped Shu Peichi was teleported to a certain area in the dense forest. The dense forest is an excellent stage for my secret arrows. Kid, if you want to compete for my spot, you're still a bit young. So he chose to quickly hide his figure. As soon as the prey shows up, it would no longer be able to evade the trail of its own sharp arrows. Su Ming was also teleported to the other side of the dense forest at the same moment. The words spoken by elder brother Wang still lingered in his ears. This space is a different environmental battlefield virtualized by the Imperial Capital Information Tower with the help of the Divine Tower. So dying in it doesn't really kill you, you just need to kill the opponent to be considered victorious. Su Ming revealed a smile. Generally speaking, the huge dense woodland is indeed the most exciting scene for an archer to compete in. The archers can use the cover of the trees to tackle the opponent step by step. But he's not average. Hide? It doesn't exist. Since I don't know where you are, I'm going to cover the entire dense forest in its entirety. Eagle eye. Open up the view and go all the way. Exploding arrows. Exploding arrows. 4 shots a second, 1 arrow divided by 400. Countless sharp arrows with flames exploded the road ahead. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. Hidden behind a tree, Peggy Zhu wore a contemptuous smile. Learning from the family that Su Ming might have LV 100 plus. But definitely not 4 turns. The advantage is in him. Foolish to make such a big commotion. He apparently heard a loud noise in the distance. That's like telling me where he is, and that's all he can do to compete with me? Watch me open my bow. Shoot. Ha. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jojo, Jojo. The sky was shrouded in dense red dots, and there was nowhere for him to hide. The fire rains down and starts a relentless blaze. It was as if Shu Peichi was petrified. The virtual battlefield could still be opened? Chapter 37. Someone is silently helping Su Ming. Entering the world cloister Bao Brave. How is that possible? Peggy Zhu froze completely. You an archer in just a few dozen seconds. How can you shoot so many arrows? Since I can't dodge it, then I won't. The damage of a single arrow is definitely not high if you pile up the numbers. So Peggy Zhu chose to meet the enemy head-on. Su Ming was so foolish as to take the initiative to expose it. Then just tackle the opponent before you get covered in a shower of arrows. Then, Shu Peichi smiled evilly at the sharpshooters. An arrow. That's all you want to. 1.8 W. Burns. 3.6 W. Burns bludgeoning. 500, 500, 500. Poisoning. Then Shu Peggy opened her eyes with a blank expression. He's dead? How did he die without even knowing it? If this were a real fight, wouldn't it turn into dust in an instant before you could react? Hiss. Ligud stared incredulously. In less than a minute, you're G? While Wang Lin's mouth twitched, seemingly smiling. Worthy of being little friend Su Ming. I just shot an arrow. How did it come out? How is it possible for that kid to shoot so many arrows in a short period of time? Impossible. He must have cheated by relying on the information tower system. Peggy Zhu was in a state of skepticism. Then he saw the bland face of Su Ming who had appeared. Brother Wang Lin, there's no problem already, right? Aha! TSK. Wang Lin himself didn't dare to be careless when facing Su Ming. The Shu Clan kid must have suffocated to death. You're telling me it must have been cheating, right? Peggy Zhu couldn't figure it out how to think about it. Su Ming shook his head indifferently. Peggy Zhu, he made a note of this person. If his family wanted to deal with himself in the future, he wouldn't be the least bit soft. But right now, completing the transfer quest was the key. You? How dare you look down on me? Wang Lin walked outward along with Su Ming. Then still turned back inside. Don't compare yourself to Su Ming, or you'll collapse. Maybe not for long. Su Ming would be able to turn 4 or even 5. In time, the gap will only widen. What? Meaning? Peggy Zhu froze and eventually watched the two disappear. Hidden profession? Grandpa said that Su Ming seems to be a hidden profession. But hidden professions can do this? Never. Su Ming. The next time we meet, I will prove to everyone that I am the strongest archer. Little friend Su Ming, are you really just a 100-arrow shooter? Su Ming met elder brother Wang's gaze. I nodded my head without changing my color. If you don't believe me, just check it yourself. Well then, rest assured that the promise to you remains the same. Wang Lin revealed a smile that came from his heart as he looked at the baby. In the meantime, a dimly lit chamber. The two old men were hidden. Elder Wu, could the hidden future have something to do with that kid's hidden profession? I don't know, even I can't see through it. If it's really him, you guys must protect him well, cough cough. Elder Wu. You. It's okay, little Bo, I can still hold out for 2 more years, but the future of the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Star is getting more and more confusing. But the Lighthouse State is still stirring up civil wars, damn it. The Fae, as well as the heavenly demons will be stirring, and he may be able to bring us a surprise, cough cough. Good. Wang Bo looked a little sad. The man he called Elder Wu. It was the first great power to ever reach 9 turns in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It was also the oldest of the seniors. Moreover, his profession was actually a hidden profession of the auxiliary class. He can see almost all information about people of lower rank than him if he wants to, at the cost of consuming his own life. But he can't see through it. It's as if he doesn't have a past, but that's good news. Wang Bo thought about these last words of Elder Wu without explanation. Then received a message from Wang Lin. Murmuring, little friend Su Ming solved it in less than 1 minute? He didn't tell Wang Lin what Elder Wu had said. 100-arrow shooter is already outrageous, what if it's more than that? It's definitely a supreme treasure. Su Ming may be the future hope of our Dragon Kingdom. So far, he could still try to buy Su Ming as much time as possible to grow. No. I can't lick too obviously. I heard he's missing a flying life-saving skill. It shouldn't be too much for me to give one away sensibly, should it? He was very fortunate that Su Ming was first discovered by his own people in the Dragon Kingdom. Through his quick cutoff, and the efforts of Wu Lao. A lot of Su Ming's reality information was all specially hidden and suppressed. Su Ming's hidden profession. It's not at all the same thing as the former hidden professionals. Su Ming didn't know that the 2 old men had carried the weight for him for some distance. Yet he understood. Your own strength will only become more apparent later. Unless he's been hiding and not making a move. Now with the help of the Godslayer Temple, it would be better to ride the waves. Make yourself a powerhouse in your own right that no one else can touch. By the way, little friend Su Ming, aren't you lacking in flying skills? A certain uncle of mine's family needed something from the World Cloister in a hurry, and after posting the quest I intercepted it for you. The rewarded flying skill is perfect for you. Do you take it? Since your turn 3 quest is in the World Cloister, the probability that the turn 4 quest is also there is very high. Su Ming was excited inwardly and hastily nodded his head, take it. It was a pill-picking mission that didn't really conflict with his trip. Anyway, even if he didn't finish, he didn't have anything to lose. That flying skill is worth at least a couple 100 million and still has a price tag. Who asked Brother Wang to be here? It's called The Water is Close, the moon comes first, understand? As for the turn 4 quest, he was also prepared for it. The subsequent quests would have been related to professions, and indeed there is a high likelihood that they would have been equally in the World Cloister. Imperial Center Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. Back again at the top of this towering tower. This time, Su Ming followed Wang Lin down into the interior. Until you walk into a special secret room. A large crystal ball still appeared before his eyes. Only, it was different from what you usually saw in transfers, it was actually fully transparent. There are only 2 nodes to enter the World Corridor LV80-LV180 in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital. This special realm that spans 3-5 turns is different from normal secret realms. Only one person can enter each node at the same time, the one in Mordor has already had people entering it for a while. Not only that, other countries besides the Dragon Kingdom likewise have nodes. That means you're also likely to meet people from other countries who entered at the same time. Su Ming understood. People from other countries have no qualms about laying their hands on each other once they are in conflict. For the sake of his own life, Su Ming would likewise not go soft on the killers. Finally, Wang Lin lent himself some life-preserving gadget for the time being, and Su Ming wore it around his neck. Entering the location where the teleportation array was located, the large crystal ball shone. After a wave of vertigo, the scene in front of him shifted. World Cloisters, Aurora Church Temple of Valor, Hall of Valor. Oh, Honorable Bao Brave Su Ming, thank you for obeying the call of Aurora. A white-bearded clergyman was praying reverently. Chapter 38, The Church's Commission, The Aurora's Spirit Returners. This old magus quickly led Su Ming to move towards the main hall. Obviously, he didn't know that the original Bao Brave wasn't Su Ming. But switch to him. It will only make the task better. In the hidden eye, Su Ming saw the other party's information. Name, Holder. Occupation, Shriner Elder. Level, LV 145. However, at this time, a message also appeared in Su Ming's log. You have entered the world corridor and gained the buff, restores an additional 10 life per second, restores an additional 5 mana per second, and reduces shadow damage taken by 10%. It's a buff provided by the Temple of Regicide. Su Ming thought. This is partly due to the Dragon Kingdom's special connection to the Aurora Church. Moreover, Su Ming already knew that before he entered. The occupation of World Cloister is similar to but different from that of Blue Star. They are more interested in their identity than their professional specialty, such as being a Bao Brave. Soon, guided by Holder, Su Ming met more Magus elders. Brave Su Ming, the Aurora Church needs your help. Of course, we'll offer you a generous reward. Then the congregation began to speak forthrightly about the commission. Su Ming's heart stirred within him as he listened. As soon as he arrives, he triggers the official career-related thread. It seems that this event is very important to the church. Even in this realm, the price of death is literally death. Su Ming remembered this deeply. So, every step of the way, do the best you can. So it is, gentlemen. I didn't realize that Rider Calamity was such an existence. Su Ming let out a sigh of emotion. The Church of the Aurora has issued a commission to you, sole returner of the Aurora. Do you accept? Pretty much as he suspected. The Church of the Aurora needs a strong archer professional to enter the Hall of Valor in the land of the dead. Deliverance from the plague of letter, corrupted by the magic arrow. Because of the ingenious magic arrow, he can only be killed by archers. In Su Ming's heart, he suddenly thought, the Yingling demon arrow might be a good thing for himself. Alas, Rider was once the church's #1 archer, unrivaled. But after being compelled by the infernal demon arrow, it eventually turned into a killing demon. Su Ming Braveheart, when you make it rest in peace, you must quickly destroy the Yingling magic arrow. The elders were vocal in expressing their concerns. Okay. Su Ming didn't comment too much. The plain look was quite reassuring to the crowd. The old magi thought about the fact that Su Ming was so confident. Should all be at least LV 150. After all, before for that matter, the church has lost several valuable marksmen. Horror Soul. Description: after missing for hundreds of years, the legendary genius marksman Rider returns, only to become a killing demon enslaved by a magical arrow. Rider's calamity, following his killing instincts in the land of the dead and waiting for one prey after another. Requirements: kill the Rydal Scourge, free it, and use the Vial of Aurora to return to the Aurora. Level limit, LV 80 LV 179. Occupation limit, no limitation on the periphery. The final Hall of Valor is limited to archer-type occupations. Team limit, peripheral team limit of 20 people. The final Yingling Hall single, cannot be teamed up. Time frame, none. Reward, 3 kilowatts of experience. Holy Magic Stone, Bao type weapon, enchantment stone, title Arrow of Dawn, platinum ranked jewelry, one of your choice. Wow. Not a regular assignment, but... Su Ming's tears, however, flowed out of his mouth indisputably. The Sacred Magic Stone is an ultra-rare item that belongs exclusively to the World Cloister. It won't be obsolete even if the equipment is replaced. Not to mention the fact that this Holy Magic Stone was also an exclusive Bao-type weapon, the bonus effect on him would only be more pronounced. And then there's a title that I don't know what effect it will have. But anyway, the title must have been full of benefits for himself. Don't worry, gentlemen, I will accomplish this task. Even if it doesn't overlap with your own transfer quest. He won't let it go either. This is clearly the kind of hidden quest that you wouldn't normally even come across. The previous Peggy Chu couldn't have known. The initial purpose of entering this place was entirely just to kill monsters with the precious items inside the collector. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ming had made some guesses because of the transfer task, It's not his turn either, he. Elders of the Magi, except for your commissions. I still need to enter the Flux Du Valley to pick several rare herbs. Can the church give me a more detailed map? Su Ming patiently waited for a reply. This incidental task, Su Ming wouldn't miss it if possible without missing it. Besides, it's here. He was able to vent his fire without having to cover it up. I'm afraid that the speed of upgrading will be even more rapid than in the Rai world by then. Fluorescent Du Valley? Holder showed doubt. Yes. This. Holder looked a little unnatural. It was still the other head clergyman named Roughman who sighed afterward. Explaining, Su Ming Braveheart, you don't know yet. Luminary Valley has become a temporary stronghold for the undead cult, blood demon cult, and other cults during this time. There's no telling what dangerous rituals they're about to perform again. Su Ming asked, is there no movement from the Aurora Church? Yes, we sent a whole Legion of Valor on a crusade. By the way, another Braveheart is following the Legion. I'm sure it won't be much longer before we get the latest information. After Su Ming understood the beginning and end of what happened in the Fluorescent Du Valley, 2 more detailed maps were also successfully obtained. You have been given a more detailed map of the Valley of the Flowing Dew. You have been given a more detailed map of the Deadlands. Legionnaire Horton might be able to help you quite a bit if you're still going to be in the Valley of Flux Du by then. At this moment, Su Ming saw Holder hand over a sun badge. And a small golden bottle. You've acquired an Aurora Church token. You have acquired the Vial of Aurora. The Vial of Aurora allows Ryder's soul to be finally purified and return to the Aurora. Praise the sun, and may the dawn bless you. Who? After Su Ming let out a light breath, he stepped into the church's teleportation array. Outside of Sunray, Deadwood. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an eerie, dry forest. Teleportation can only go as far as the nearest town site in the land of the dead. After collecting his thoughts, Su Ming quickly took out his map and hurried towards the land of death. It soon crossed behind the dead forest. A mist with a scarlet odor enveloped the entire land. This mist? Poisonous? This was a rhythm that was going to dissuade a lot of adventurers before they even reached the outskirts of the land of the dead. Sighing was sighing, but Su Ming didn't stop. Because he carries the 5 poison cube, sorry, I'm poison free. It was too late. There was a sudden stupid sound in the distance to the left. Then he saw countless eyes that showed red light emerging from the land. Su Ming quickly panned to the right. At the same time, he activated his eagle eye vision. The wind arrow. Arrow net inferno. Ice arrows. Shadow arrows. 4 different effects of sharp arrows out in 1 second. Then it spread out and shot. Chapter 39 Slaughter and Harvest. Entering the land of the dead. Because Eagle Eye opens up the field of view. Su Ming saw their message from a long safe output distance away. A bunch of LV-105 LV-115 monsters. So it's just a bunch of rats and mice. Scarlet Devil Rat, normal monster. Level, LV-108. Lifespan, 21.8W 21.8W. Skills Dig, Scarlet Ray, Bite, Sprint. Information, a very flexible creature, although small in size, has a terrible attack ability. Weakness, Eyes. Just take you guys first. The agility stacked by the blast arrow had begun to take effect. Su Ming acted swiftly. The Scarlet Ray is a terrifying long-range straight-line attack. Though he wasn't sure if with his 16-14 defense, the rats and mice would be able to break through it to deal 1 point of damage. But who told you to start with both eyes? This is now completely ineffective. The rats that were going to sprint were hit by the force of the arrow net inferno. Forced absorption towards a certain center. 3.2W. Freezing. 6.4W. Bludgeoning freezing. 1.9W. Silence. 500, 500. Poisoning. Shocking values continued to soar wildly above the wild monster's head. Soon he received a large number of kill messages. You have killed the Scarlet Demon Rat LV-108 and gained 13.5W of experience. You have killed the Scarlet Demon Rat LV-108 and gained 13.5W of experience. 5x experience on every wild monster is nothing short of comforting. The full-leveled Arrow Web Inferno with the group silence of Moose Shadow Arrow is so relentless. Su Ming sighed with emotion, and at the same time, he continued to use his curtain shadow arrow to cover the entire swarm of rats. Long before departure, Su Ming alone had already used 27 skill proficiency crystals. So all reach LV10 perfection. ArrowNet Inferno LV10 shoots a special arrow with no attack power, generates hatred towards all nearby monsters after reaching the landing point, forcing them to converge towards the landing point for 2.5 seconds, current range 1000 meters around the landing point. The duration of this skill has been increased to 2.5 seconds. What's scary is the huge increase in distance. 1000 meters. Any wild monster that presumes to close in on itself is first forced to pull back. Then came the Holy Light Arrow and the Shadow Arrow. Holy Light Arrow LV10 stores up power for 3 seconds and then shoots a light holy arrow, dealing 1200% attack true damage to the hit target, purifying all of its gain effects and transferring them double to yourself for 10 seconds. Consumes 1500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Curtain Shadow Arrow LV10 stores power for 3 seconds and then shoots a Shadow Curtain Arrow, dealing 600% attack damage to all targets in a 50-50 range, with a 50% chance of silencing them for 1 second, unable to use any skills. Consumes 1500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Holy Light Arrow now not only purifies, but I double it. And the attack range of the Curtain Shadow Arrow single arrow was so terrifying. Not to mention the 50% chance of silence. In one fell swoop, it became the most direct group killing weapon. Chirp chirp chirp. Most of the rat population was not only silenced, and to be frozen into ice until they die. The lucky few who escaped the initial wave of arrows finally shot red. However, it was easily dodged by Su Ming's ghostly drift. It won't hurt, but how will it make you hit? Otherwise it's too sorry for Blast Arrow's horrible acceleration. Scarlet Rat progress, 100%. You have looted 7 attacks. With the log updated again. After the special progress bar reaches 100%. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth. And I wonder how many times it will take for a poison wound to strengthen again? The corpses were like mountains, and Su Ming continued to push forward. Poison damage was better than nothing for the horrible damage he was currently doing. Su Ming didn't care too much. The Scarlet Demon Rats dropped quite a few common items. Except for the skin. He just throws it all in his backpack and he's done. No equipment, punk rat. There are no equipment slots inherently available in all drops from this type of wild monster. Finally, he walked into the center of the poisonous fog. And then realized. It turned out that the culprit of this poisonous fog was another large group of wild monsters. The little lord of this misty land, Misty Smoke Snake. Misty Poisonous Smoke Snake, common wildlife. Level, LV-118. Lifespan, 27.3W 27.3W. Skills, Whistling, Venomous Spray, Feral Entanglement, Poisonous Smoke. Information, individual ability is average, but has the terrifying ability to change the environment when acting in a group. Weakness, 7 inches. Snake, did you know that I can still inflict an additional 10% real damage on you guys? Without waiting for the group of vipers to reply, Su Ming directly opened his bow. Explosive arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. Because of the semi-active skill, Poisonous Smoke. As long as the foggy viper keeps breathing, it will be able to create a large amount of poisonous fog. But Su Ming didn't have any surprises, and in 3 or 2 strokes, there was only charcoal on the ground. Using fire against vipers is very effective. You have killed Misty Smoke Snake LV-118 and gained 14.5 W of experience. You have killed Misty Smoke Snake LV-129, gaining 14.5 W of experience. Progress, 100%. You have looted 8 defenses. Things worked out perfectly. All of the experience that is currently being gained on an ongoing basis is also being accumulated. Maybe then, once you complete the transfer, you'll be able to pick up the 4-turn quest again right away. Su Ming simply cried and laughed a little. I wonder how long it would take for someone else or a team to make it through this place. Anyway, Su Ming was less than 10 minutes away. Passed without injury. Several pairs of silver quality boots are a lot of money to recycle. Wait. The biggest female snake dropped a pair of gold-ranked clothes and armor. That's not bad. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile. Direct snakeskin boots replace rabbit skin boots. Snakeskin boots, silver. Type, boots. Occupation, General. Level requirement, LV 40. Attributes, Agility plus 20, Defense plus 10, Durability 40-40. Characteristics, 10% chance of poisoning the opponent for 1 second when attacked. It hasn't even been a couple days. Even the novice suit durability at the time hadn't run out yet. Then replaced the smoky low clothes and armor with the earth fire armor. Smoky robe armor, gold. Type, clothes and armor. Occupation, General. Level requirement, LV 80. Attributes, Life plus 5000, Defense plus 80, Durability 100-100. Characteristics, 30% chance of poisoning the opponent for 1 second when attacked. Just enough to meet the level requirement for this piece of equipment. But I didn't realize that both pieces of equipment were characterized by poisoning. And so, Su Ming, who was laughing lightly, finally arrived at the other end of the poisonous fog. Land of the Dead. It's only now that we've reached the outer reaches of the true land of the dead. Su Ming became even more vigilant. First used the eagle eye to open the field of vision to explore, to confirm that there is no hidden danger. Step into it again and proceed with caution. The Hall of Valor in which led Calamity is currently trapped. It was a secret altar space somewhere in the land of the dead. Except for the Aurora Church. The other powers were unaware of the existence of the Rider Calamity and the infernal demon Arrow. Normally, no one comes to this place at all. But at that moment, the other opposite direction. Two tall but black-cloaked men crossed the poisonous swamp. Come quickly to the vicinity of the land of the dead. Balaxi, the intel is right here. Only, their destinations happen to be staggered with Su Ming. Who knows, a demon god shadow incarnation is sealed deep within this place. O great power of the demon god, of the crooked regal. Chapter 40 Aquamarine Fruit. Guardian boss of the god Raven altar. The Deadlands, Black Raven's Bluff. Su Ming arrived under the Black Crow Bluff according to the map. Gah! The sound of black crows rose and fell. He stopped in his tracks as he continued into the interior. What's on the crag? Damp shady room. A faint blue shimmer was visible in one spot. A flock of blackened crows were fighting over what was in the shimmering light. Su Ming's eyes had already seen their message. Shadow Black Raven, common wildlife. Level, LV 124. Lifespan, 28.1W 28.1W. Skills, Shadow Curtain, Spike Spike, Stormwind, Raven Eclipse. Information, a black raven with the ability of shadow, holy light can cause good effects. Weakness, Mouth. At the same time, the group of black crows with keen senses also spotted the intruder. It was clear that they treated Su Ming as an alien contender. Can this be tolerated? Gah, gah, gah. The flock of crows cawed and began to whip up a storm. Facing the dominance of the crows, Su Ming would not back down, and his longbow appeared. Hundreds of arrows and thousands of arrows turn into rain. The wind arrow. The wind arrow. The wind-to-wind attack rages violently. Arrow net inferno. Su Ming hooked the corner of his mouth and shot an arrow towards the other end of the cliff. The flock of black ravens that had been trying to guard the shimmering light were actually drawn uncontrollably. Gah! Chirp chirp chirp. 1.9W. 3.8W. Blast. 3.8W. Blast. 500, 500. Poisoning. Bright red values float by. The wings of the flock of crows, who had not yet realized the gravity of the situation, froze. Then one after the other rolled their eyes up to the sky. Down into the craggy underbelly. You have killed Shadow Black Raven LV 128 and gained 17.2W of experience. You have killed Shadow Black Raven LV 129 and gained 17.2W of experience. Look at the values of the blockbuster blasts. Su Ming slurped. He himself is only less than 3 turns over half of the storm. After that there is no worry about not being able to go over 100% in one fell swoop. Of course. Higher level bosses encountered in the future will themselves carry quite a few anti-violence attributes. So a higher value is never a disadvantage. The movements of Su Ming's hands did not pause. The same goes for footwork. After the black ravens were pulled away, he jumped decisively along the small stone steps in a row. It's aquamarine fruit. Su Ming saw a flower in the shimmering light. As well as the fruit that forms on top of the flowers, the mood is extraordinarily exciting. It's about to ripen. The flock of crows kept fighting for this moment, not realizing that it would end up being cheap. The shimmering light is fading and it's time to pick. Ice arrows. Several rounds of cold arrows were fired at the increasingly approaching flock of crows. A path of ice appeared in the sky and smashed into the ground. Then Su Ming didn't hesitate. The turquoise blue fruit arrives. Stow it in your backpack. One and done. No wonder Su Ming was so excited at this moment. Because this thing is likewise a rare thing that belongs uniquely to the World Cloister. It's documented in the tutor's information about the World Cloister. Any profession, just take the blue fruit at the time of transfer. Both will gain a permanent buff. Take it the moment he reaches turn 3. Just fine. Quack quack quack. The shadows thickened, and it was clear that the flocks of crows in the rear were thoroughly enraged. Su Ming's eyes reverted to indifference. Since none of you will be able to escape after the fruit is in your hands. Shadow arrows. You come to the shadow, I'll come. You're still no match for me. Are you angry? Chirp chirp chirp. Although the shadow curtain had reduced his field of vision, Su Ming was still completely capable of firing a random shot. Because, with my full coverage, everywhere I run is an arrow. Shadow Raven progress, 100%, you have taken 2,000 life. Another 2,000 extra large life points were gained. Su Ming was beaming with joy, life value was the attribute he currently needed the most. Group kill with silence, God see all have to hide. Cool. Until the shadows cleared, it was empty of birds for a few short minutes. Su Ming didn't miss out on the deserved loot either. Ha! So you stupid birds drop black plume feathers too. In a group of bird thighs and bird wings, Su Ming found a few special feathers. Just like the ones traded from the exchange before. One is worth a lot of money. Good luck, there are 3 of them. Now the little guy has used the progression prop. It's completing its progression in the contract space. When her first advancement was complete, I'm afraid that her image and strength would have truly metamorphosed. The Hall of Valor is physically hidden in the mysterious space of the God Crow altar. Su Ming muttered. According to the recorded legends of the Aurora Church, this place was once inhabited by an ancient shadow beast in the image of a black raven. Thus, the altar is the very symbol of the flock of ravens calling on the gods for all eternity. Legends are ultimately half-truths. No one in the world cloisters has ever seen an altar get a response from the shadow goddess. Instead, it was communicated to the Hall of Valor by the Aurora theocracy using a secret method. You call this mindlessness? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Eagle eye. As he advanced, he became alert once again. Because before entering the Hall of Valor, you also have to break through the defenses of the God Raven altar itself, a giant raven boss. This boss is the Altar Guardian, which allows groups of 20 people to raid. There are additional looting attributes that must not be spared. So he quickened his pace. Gah! In the next second, a loud noise invaded Su Ming's ear sockets. With mania and anger, Big Bird made the already dimly lit bluff even dimmer. It seemed that it had discovered that all of its minions had been cleared out by Su Ming. Su Ming decisively raised his longbow in his hand. The corners of his mouth curved dangerously against the large bird high above the altar. Big Bird, get down here. An arrow unfolded its cold aura, followed by a spreading of the sky. Frosty flowers were formed in the gale. 3.2 W. Freezing. 6.4 W. Bludgeoning freezing. 500. Poisoning. When faced with a large-bodied boss, the freezing of a single arrow only covers part of the area though. But it will still be a massive hindrance to the opponent's movement. The big bird's wings became stiff and icy everywhere in the first shot, soon straining to slow the landing by a few moments. Looks like the flying skill book must not be spared. If one can fly, solving this boss will only get easier. But nowadays. So what if you're a level 135 boss? Just it up as usual. Ice arrows. Ice arrows. Get your ass down here. Shadow Crow King, boss. Level, LV 135. Life value, 792.2 W 1286.6 W. Skills, Shadow Curtain, Shadow Needle Rain, Fury Cry, Shadow Leap, Bird Dive. Talent Shadow Reversal, 30% chance to dodge all skills in the Shadow Realm. Talent Crow Summoning, after entering combat, summon several Shadow Crows at regular intervals, which will live forever until they die. Information, a creature that has gained the power of the mighty Shadow, Master of the Black Raven. Weakness, Claws. There's no mistaking it. This boss's life value had exceeded 1 kilowatt. Even with a team of 20 LV-135 or so. Trying to solve this boss without dying. It also requires a lot of preparation and damage calculations. But I alone am equal to 400 berserk archers who can shoot until their hands cramp and damage dunk you. Attack-wise. With several powerful props and divine beasts to add to the mix. Already 3k plus doesn't have to worry about not being able to break defense in the slightest. Su Ming's current life value was only 4.5 W, and he was temporarily vulnerable. Looting up later. You're okay with a 100-fold life boost, right? And now. He wouldn't give his opponent the slightest chance to counter, kill. Chapter 41, The Crow King Wants to Cry. Entering the Hall of Valor. Su Ming had wind in his hands. Countless cold auras then converged into a single point. The most useful skill to face the boss is the Ice Cold Arrow. Control, watch me perform seamless control to death. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The arrows descended, causing the Crow King to let out a cry of pain. With that, dark shadows began to loom around it. Upon entering combat, a small flock of black crows once again appeared among the shadows. But under Su Ming's indiscriminate attack, pressure couldn't rush over and turned into ice and smashed down. Shadow arrows. The Shadow Crow King caused the dark shadows to spread at the same time. Su Ming, on the other hand, replaced it with a curtain shadow arrow as he moved along the outer circle of the altar. Sure enough, it was as if the Shadow Crow King couldn't make it. The shadow could no longer spread half as far. What Su Ming paid close attention to was its Shadow Leap skill. Because the little raving little guy has the same in his skill pool. When paired with Shadow, it's a super powerful blink skill. I'm sure this boss does have a very nice Shadow bloodline. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Silence me and see how you flash? 3.8 W. Blast. 2.8 W. Deadly Blow. 500, 500. Poisoning. As the number of arrows grew, the cumulative poison wounds per second became horrific. Gah! Gah gah gah! The king of the crows cried out anxiously. If I could leave tears, they would absolutely gush wildly. Shadow Crow King, I'm not human, but you're a real dog. The wings were covered in a large amount of frost for a short period of time. Self-flight is strained, while summoning minions halfway around the world becomes shattered ice. The dark shadow of what was thought to be a nightmare for countless people. Directly silenced on all fronts by this human. Even if you get lucky and flash once, you still only see arrows flying all over the sky. The last of the countless feathers transformed into shadowy flying needles to fight for their lives. However, he saw Su Ming suddenly withdraw his hand. Turn around and slink away, pulling away without looking back. Su Ming, Omega. Gah! Meanwhile, the last wave of sharp arrows had fallen. The Crow King suffocated to death. You have slain the Shadow Crow King LV-135 boss and gained 135 W of experience. Your first kill of Shadow Crow King LV-135 boss, gain additional attribute, life plus 500. Shadow Crow King progress, 100%, you've looted 3,200 lives. A series of 3 message refreshes. Su Ming finally revealed a satisfied smile. What a bunch of treasure crows, the life value looting is so good. After confirming the Crow King's death message, Su Ming once again came to the altar. No more black crows will be refreshed for at least a few hours. So in a hurry, he shifted his gaze towards the loot from killing the boss. It's described in Sky Skimming Arrow Intent. Killing the boss will surely drop at least one rare item adapted to the archer profession. Therefore, Su Ming was very much looking forward to it. A full cubic meter or so of shadow pink crystals, just the right amount of rations for the little ravings. A sharp beak, a premium item for making magic props. And... this? Su Ming's eyes lit up. It was actually a black coat of arms with a plume. Pseudo-hunting heraldry archer's prop. And upon seeing the sole ability of this prop, Su Ming even let out a cry of shock. Camouflage heraldry: an archer is adept at camouflage on the battlefield, blending in with his surroundings when activated, and deactivating when he enters combat. Takes effect on creatures of a level lower than the wearer's. That's the only thing it does. When worn, it is equivalent to achieving optical invisibility in the presence of creatures of a level lower than one's own? Su Ming muttered. An archer ignored by anyone who suddenly explodes. It would have made a huge difference to the entire war effort. Just this one ability though. It can also be positioned in other ways. But he can definitely deliver a big surprise to those who meet him for the first time. I guess this prop dropped because of his own talent. It had to be said that Su Ming was very moved. It can be activated and deactivated at any time when worn directly. It's so cozy. And so, Su Ming quickly finished counting all the loot. By the way, I glanced at the current panel attributes. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: Heavenly Archery God. Level: LV 80 LV 82 turns. Life: 48,213. Mana: 9999999. Power: 434. Agility: 406. Attack speed: 4.29 arrows s. Attack: 3,191. Defense: 1,722. Blitz: 52%. Resistance to violence: 25%. Single arrow reserve: 9999999. 9999999. Although the current level is temporarily stuck at LV 80. But it's immediately possible to resolve the writer calamity to complete the transfer. The experience accumulated by then really might be able to rush to LV 120 in one fell swoop. Interesting. The power of his strength was not reflected in his rank. Rather, it's the terrifying talents and powerful exclusive skills you gain with each transfer. A total of 10 god-level talents after reaching turn 9, it's terrifying to think about. Pervert. Totally perverted. The altar of the raven is no longer a threat. Su Ming eventually walked into the center of the altar on a stone inscription array. Then he took out the Aurora Church token. The patterns on the token and the stone engraved array patterns actually echoed each other. A few minutes passed and the log was updated with a message. You've activated a mysterious space, fulfilling the conditions for entry. Do you enter? According to the Aurora Church, the Hall of Valor exists in the crevice of the World Cloister. It is the perfect mecca for countless talented people of all different types of professions to break through. Yes. Su Ming chose to confirm. The stone pattern engraved array actually began to glow with a shimmering light, enveloping him. Yingling Hall Bao. As far as the eye could see, a magnificent palace was floating under the starry sky as if out of nowhere. Not only that, the gate was slightly open but not visible inside. Behind the 3 words Hall of Valor is painted an ancient longbow. Meaning the entrant has to be an archer by profession. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Without pause, he walked into the middle of the Great Hall. The Aurora Church had wanted to use this place to become a place for powerful archers to hone their skills. Unfortunately, it turns out that the core is occupied by the corrupted writer Calamity. It transformed into a special boss comparable to LV 130. This caused several powerful archers in succession to fall from this. Because the Hall of Valor only allows a single person to enter at a time. You'll also have to pass through the Inferno itself before facing the final boss head-on. You can't stop when you're tired. So, and finally even LV 179s. Also have to win in a 1v1 with a LV 130 boss. Definitely not an easy, and life-threatening task at any time. The most obvious is the difference in life value. People are 1 kilowatt while you are only 10 W. As a brittle archer once hit by a boss, it's likely to get straight GG'd by a combo down. Su Ming was quite relaxed in turn. Didn't he just control a LV 135 treasure crow to death? Yet the next second, the Great Hall building began to change dramatically. Su Ming found himself as if he was in a desert land. Fearless archer, you have opened the trials of the Hall of Valor, and the only way to end it all is to complete all of the final trials or die. Shadow of the Desert Test 1, utilizing an archer's wisdom and strength to slay the beasts that move beneath the yellow sands. Rustle. Rustle. 1 time. Forward, backward. The sound of a large number of yellow sand monsters tumbling about gradually resounded from all directions on all four sides. Chapter 42 True Sense Permanent Gain. Real men choose super hard mode. Su Ming made an immediate decision. Eagle Eye. Arrow Net Inferno. After his field of vision was wide open, Su Ming then shot an arrow out to the northwest. First inspired these two skills of a supportive nature. You can make yourself quickly grasp the whole situation. So, the rustling sound of what should have been all directions approaching one's own. At this time, a large area is converging on the landing point of the Arrow Net Inferno. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. And around Su Ming, electricity surged. The electric field began to rapidly surround him in a ring of lightning with him at the center. Other archers may choose to keep moving to form a distraction. But he doesn't have to. Instead, the corners of his mouth ticked up in a calm and cautious yet arrogant manner. I'm right here, and I'll lose if you can get through the electric field. Beige. Looking across the electric field to where the wildlife converged. Finally saw them break the ground for what they are. Yellow sand skeleton, special wildlife alienated. Level, LV 125. Lifespan, 5.2W 5.2W. Skill skeleton strike, yellow sand splash, split heads. Information, gain huge attack power at the cost of lowering your life value. Avoid being meleeed. Weaknesses, none. Alienation? Su Ming quickly understood. It seems that the wild monsters in the Hall of Valor are not regular wild monsters. No big deal. And a LV 125 wild monster only has 5W plus lifesteal, so what if it has a high attack? It's only going to spike faster. So, as long as they don't get close, clumsy skeletons aren't too hard to tackle. In that case, sharp arrows out of the bow. Shot. Exploding arrows. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 1.9W. Burns. 3.8W. Blast. 500. Poisoning. The effects of the running thunder arrow are based on sustained ranged damage. Instead, explosive arrows and curtain shadow arrows were group instant bursts. Terrifying damage values floated out continuously. Su Ming was the killer of Mod's feelings. The skeletons that couldn't advance died at a rate that was only faster than the black crows earlier. You have killed the yellow sand skeleton LV 125 and gained 5W of experience. You have killed the yellow sand skeleton LV 126 and gained 5W of experience. These skeletons are considered less experienced in comparison. But there are a lot of them. It fell apart just as it came out under the intense rain of arrows. Some flukes have a skull left. Trying to fly over and bite himself to reach the final blow. Shatter them all, bursting arrows. Boom boom boom. Art is an explosion. Skeleton of yellow sand progress, 100%, you have looted 12 attack points. From the time he opened his bow to the formation of the mountain of skeletal corpses, he didn't even move a single step. The wild monsters in the Hall of Valor are at LV 120 LV 129. The final boss, Rider Calamity, on the other hand, is LV 130. But there are practically no LV 150 plus and really powerful people with hard power. All of them could not get any advantage in the slightest. This was also the reason why those few divine magi earlier thought that Su Ming exceeded LV 150. After all, under the concealment of the hidden eye, they were completely unable to see through Su Ming's true situation. Soon, Su Ming's log was updated again. Fearless Archer, congratulations on passing the test of Desert Shadow and receiving the permanent gains of the Hall of Valor Bow, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Attack Speed plus 0.2. This message is out. Su Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with starlight. A sizable bonus every time you pass the test. No wonder the Aurora Church is unwilling to give up on this place. If it wasn't for the suddenness of the Rider Calamity. The Church of the Aurora, which secretly occupies this side of the Hall of Valor. A few years from now a large legacy of powerful archers will surely be produced. However, to Su Ming, the attack speed bonus still pleased him. Current attack speed, 4.49 arrows S. Su Ming exclaimed, soon it will be a sprint toward 1 second 5 shots. With the first test completed, the scene in front of him shifted again. This next. It was as if he had once again seen the vastness of the starry sky. As in coming to the gates of the Hall of Valor. Only 2 golden doorways appeared directly in front of them. At the same time, he saw the different messages represented on each of the 2 doorways. Challenging God's domain left, normal difficulty, normal challenge rewards. Challenging God's domain right, extremely difficult, with a wide range of prizes, and a ranking of past challengers. Just pass this test with flying colors. It will be possible to reach the last level where the Rider Calamity is located. The previous group of people were trying to save their strength. All choose the doorway on the left. But the result is still the death of Rider Calamity's arrows. I choose right. Every professional needs a lot of luck. It is only then that you can find the once-in-a-lifetime World Cloister Hall of Valor. Either successfully complete the ordeal. It's death or die. Su Ming was a greedy person who wanted to preserve secrets. It would be necessary to make yourself as strong as possible in a short period of time. Of course. As a traveler, he was not ignorant and reckless. Be aware of your own strengths. Others don't have that kind of strength, but I do, and of course a real man picks the super hard mode. Eventually. With a firm gaze, Su Ming stepped into the doorway on the right. You have selected Challenge God's Domain Right Test 2, and the challenger ranking will be opened simultaneously. Wave 1-3. Challenge countdown, 10s. Who? After Peace stepped through the doorway, Su Ming realized that the location he was in was actually a huge sky arena. Take advantage of the pending time in the 10s. He quickly branded the entire distribution of the arena's grounds with his mind. Directly in front of him the storm sand ticked. On the left side, it's alpine drifting snow. Meanwhile the right side of the lake with lightning and thunder. Only his rear is currently a meadow. It seems that we must deal with attacks from wild monsters with different attribute characteristics at the same time. This for a fallen archer. A particularly severe test indeed. For some reason, Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth in excitement. Kill anyone who comes along. The countdown is finally over. Su Ming, who was originally located in the center of the battlefield, did not hesitate. As if without a target, he shot blistering arrows into the sand, snowy mountain battlefields and thunderclouds. The wind arrow. The wind arrow. At the same time, an explosion of agility brought the wind to his feet. Su Ming's gaze looked towards the grass at the back. Occupy the grassy battlefield first, and there will be no more worries. Sure enough, just as the blistering arrows fell, the wildlife within the 4 scenarios appeared overwhelmingly. The difficulty is unashamedly immense, with the front and back all hemmed in. Unlike the yellow sand skeleton's singular clumsiness, the 4 medium monsters here all have their own unique characteristics, and their effects are powerful in conjunction with the battlefield. The grass. Is that an iron-horned rhinoceros? Their information appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Iron-horned rhinoceros, special wildlife alienated. Level, LV 128. Lifespan, 12.6W 12.6W. Skills, Savage Punch, Savage Roar, Unicorn Punch, Trample. Information, gain huge attack power at the cost of lowering your life value, and the trampling effect on the grass is horrible. Battlefield buff, 10% reduction in direct damage taken on grassy battlefields. Weakness, Kiku. Chapter 43 Unlimited Firepower is just so terrifying. It seems like there's a bit of a gap, huh? The same is true of the alienated special wildlife. On top of that it comes with an additional battlefield buff. It seems to occupy a battlefield. And a nice layout of the strategy to draw the other 3 populations in. Get out of my way, Arrownet Hell. Facing the herd of cows charging at each other, Su Ming came to a sharp stop. Then an arrow through their rear. Results. They rush and suddenly turn around. It was in the same direction as Su Ming. The cow's ass is facing me, so I'm embarrassed. Shadow arrows. Explosive arrows. 2.8W. Deadly blow. 5.4W. Bludgeoning fatal blow burns. 500. Poisoning. Finish off this group of rhinos. Arrow deadly strike, plus double damage from blitz. Su Ming was like a cow slaughterer. You have killed the iron-horned rhinoceros LV-127 and gained 5.1W of experience. You have killed the iron-horned rhinoceros LV-128 and gained 5.1W of experience. Huge batches of iron-horned rhinos fell. The rest began to roar and trample up the grassy earth. I can't let you guys wreck this place. Shadow arrows. Silence, 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 all give me silence. Wait, this brute rage is gain. Holy light arrows. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This was one of the few times he had the holy light arrow to shine, so of course he couldn't let it go. Soon after, with the silenced rhino is under the next wave of holy light arrows. The combat logs swiped a new message. You have purified the benefits of Iron Horn Rhinoceros and gained a double transfer, plus 200 attack and 40% increase in the range of group attacks for 10 seconds. It's actually one that boosts the range of effective group injury techniques? Su Ming was greatly surprised. Because what about killing monsters faster next? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The range of the explosive arrows and curtain shadow arrows were further enhanced, and Su Ming's hand did not stop. Progress of Iron Horned Rhinoceros, 100%. You have looted 10 points of defense. He clapped his hands. Finally, the only survivor on the grass so far. After getting up to speed quickly, it didn't seem that hard. Su Ming muttered. This was if Wang Lin, who was also an archer, was here. Only to almost crush his own fingers. Listen, is this human? There is not a single moment to spare. Su Ming established an electromagnetic defense barrier within a few seconds of forcing the gap. He knew that he could absolutely exterminate all of them with his output alone. But a truly qualified archer. You also have to make sure that you are absolutely safe and that your mind is always steady. It is only arrogance that has arrogant capital. Thunderbolt. At this time, the wild monsters in the other 3 battlefields that had been angered by themselves had also entered the grass. Wave 2-3. Not only that, but he once again saw patches of rhinoceros herds on the grass. If you clear all the wilds from a battlefield first, it triggers the wave early? Su Ming seemed to have discovered a certain characteristic of this challenging god's domain. After all, he himself would have been covered in a shower of arrows. Then explosion with shadow silence for group coverage. Plus a persistent electric field. 10 at once or 100 at once doesn't really affect him that much. Beige. After the electric field was formed, Su Ming revealed a belly laugh. The meadow has turned into a lightning field, hee hee hee. Then, his gaze crossed over the newly appeared iron-horned rhinoceros to the rear. All of them accumulated in 2 waves? 2 of them are flying monsters, unusual archers should definitely be alarmed. But it's all my experience, baby. Su Ming added. A message from each of them appeared in his eyes. Blizzard Ape, Special Wildlife Alienated. Level, LV 128. Lifespan, 18.2W 18.2W. Skills, Vajra Hammer, Firmament Block, Blizzard, Avalanche. Information, gain a huge attack power at the cost of lowering your life value, and have a horrible crumbling effect on snowy mountains. Battlefield buff, 10% reduction in direct damage taken in the snowy mountain battlefield. Weakness, Nose. Sandy Dragonfly, Special Wildlife Alienated. Level, LV 128. Lifespan, 10.1W 10.1W. Skills, Noise, Rainblade, Dragonfly Dive, Rain Gathering. Information, reduced life value at the cost of a huge attack power, which can be used to horrific effect in rainy environments. Battlefield buff, 10% reduction in direct damage taken in a stormy battlefield. Weakness, Wings. Thunder Hawk, Special Wildlife Alienated. Level, LV 128. Lifespan, 12.4W 12.4W. Skills, Eagle Lock, Thunderbolt, Thunderclap, Storm. Information, reduced life value at the cost of a huge attack power, which can be used to horrific effect in lightning environments. Battlefield buff, 10% reduction in direct damage taken in a lightning battlefield. Weakness, Eyes. Unsurprisingly, each of these 4 medium monsters can be more than 100% effective on their respective battlefields. So, Su Ming's decisive action greatly reduced the time between the threat and the individual breakthroughs. He was the only one who dared to gather so many monsters at once. Dragonflies and war eagles flew secretly and numbly across the sky, and the scene was once appalling. The killing was imminent. The land has an electric field as a line of defense, the sky. Then it's all frozen into ice. Eagle Eye, Arrow Net Inferno. Ice arrows. Shadow arrows. In just a few short minutes, Su Ming had killed the pleasure. Blizzard Ape progress, 100%, you have looted 9 points of power. Sand Dragonfly progress, 100%, you've taken 1,800 life points. Thunderhawk progress, 100%, you have looted 8 points of agility. Wave, 3-3. That's the awesomeness of unlimited firepower. Su Ming lamented. Even though the last wave came with a vengeance. And yet, he still couldn't get close to the distance where the man's arrow had lost its flight. 5 poison magic cube, poison damage fulfilled, raised to 800s. Oh? Then Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Rollable damage should not be underestimated at any time. In the future, maybe dip the poison in tens of thousands per second. It looked like Su Ming had done a lot. Actually, no one dared to think that Su Ming's challenge would last even less than 10 minutes. Fearless Archer, congratulations on being the 23rd person to pass the challenge of the Divine Realm test right and receive permanent gains, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, attack speed plus 0.5. Wow, 0.5 attack speed gain. Su Ming excitedly watched the change in attributes. This is an automatic gain after completing the test. Think it must be a fraction more than entering the left doorway. Then, randomized prizes for various rare items based on leaderboards. Ranking settlement in progress. Su Ming patiently waited for the settlement from the Hall of Valor. I didn't realize that there were 22 others who passed this devil's challenge before me. Also right. The world cloister has existed for an unknown number of thousands of years in the course of time. It's not surprising to see a stunning archer from a certain era. A smooth mind is good. After all, the growth of his talent will only get more and more terrifying later on. Murmuring, I also wonder how much of a gap there is between my current self and the original ranking number 1? Soon, the settlement was complete. Surprisingly, there are 2 on the leaderboard. Su Ming's gaze first moved towards the passing time list. Your final clearance time is 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and you have reached the historical rank, number 1. I'm number 1? He thought about his horrible second monster speed belonging to the forefront. But I didn't expect it to be number 1. I'm a little embarrassed. Passing time list, LV80 LV179. First place, Su Ming time, 8 minutes, 32 seconds. Luckily there are only records of names and times. Then he curiously continued to look at the original first and now second place finishers. Second place, iCrod time, 76 minutes, 44 seconds. Su Ming. Are they that slow? It's a bit of a gap, isn't it? Chapter 44, Teasing the Rydal Calamity. What are you doing? Su Ming didn't dwell too much on the issue of time. Instead, he looked to the rewards section. Reward experience 1 kilowatt, Amulet of Strike, Limit Stone X1. Wait. Blitz Amulet, and Limit Stones? Su Ming's pupils shrunk slightly. Again, there's another chart. Comprehensive Performance List, LV80 LV179. First place, Su Ming Performance Rating, 19,198. Second place, Elgar Performance Rating, 2077. Sure enough, another almost tenfold difference. And the original number 1 in this performance rating is currently number 3 on the time list. Sure. What Su Ming cared about most was still the reward. Fame is all but a cloud. Reward, 1 kilowatt of experience, Guardian Talisman, Morning Arrow Block. His eyes twinkled once more at the sight. It's not in vain that I chose the super hard mode, I've earned it. Not only did you gain 2 kilowatts of experience, the props were all rare and valuable. Amulet of Strike, Amulet. Feature, plus 10% to the bearer's bludgeoning attack, and the first attack that enters the battle is bound to bludgeon. Guardian Amulet, Amulet. Characteristics, plus 100 to the bearer's defense, 99% damage reduction on the first attack, 24 hours cooldown alone. These 2 talismans can be carried directly with you to take effect. Especially the Amulet of Guardianship, which is a powerful damage reducer. And the Limit Stone is a particularly powerful consumable, all statuses return to full after use, well. All. Ha, having this is equivalent to having another life. Su Ming laughed like a 100-pound child. As for the Morning Arrow Block, it's good stuff. Used on arrows to increase the hardness of the arrow. However, Su Ming had all exclusive arrows because of infinite firepower. You can trade with other archers, old brother Wang Lin might be interested. As the snowy mountain thunderclouds gradually disappeared, Su Ming eventually returned to the splendid hall. Hall of Valor, Hall of Heritage. The message of the test did not appear as it had earlier. Su Ming's heart snapped. There was indeed a problem here. A sudden chill came over him. The moment caused him to draw his bow alertly. Intruder, this. Not the place for you to be. Die. Die. A blurry figure appeared across the promenade. With the metallic sound of chains dragging. Rider's calamity? Eagle Eye. Without further hesitation, Su Ming decisively opened his bow. Blizzard acceleration, frost spawn, and silence cage. It's his unexplained starting 3-arrow potential. If there is a solution, it can only be for one reason: the opponent is control-free. Yoo-hoo, it really happened. Holy light arrows. Su Ming began to rapidly retreat along the long corridor. Simultaneous replacement of combat methods. 7.4 W. Blast. 3.6 W. 800, 800. You have successfully purified the benefits of Rydal Calamity, gaining a double transfer. Ignore 200% of defense of all enemies within 1 W. Gain 40% bloodlust for 10 seconds. Good lord, ignoring defense and breaking 100. Sure enough, it's this guy. Rydal Calamity, demonized special boss. Level, LV 130. Life, 102.4 W 188.1 W. Skills: Flaming Arrows, Multiple Arrow Shower, Critical Strike, Shift Shot, Ultimate Defense Breaker, Sky Strike, Bloodlust. Talent: Burning Will. 1. Boosts strength and agility by 1% for every 1% reduction in life. 2. Attacks must cause burns and cannot be undone for 3 seconds. 3. Unleash the Flames of Death when your life value falls below 20%. Spirit Enchantment, Immunity to Control, survives for 30 seconds after death as a spirit, ignoring any damage or control. Message: those who are lost will eventually lose everything they have. Weakness: cannot be triggered. A special boss that was originally forced and high on the list. After meeting Su Ming, he completely lost his momentum. Whether it was broken defense or bloodlust, all of them were double stolen by Su Ming. And when it only shot an arrow. Su Ming was already several hundred arrows in place. Intruder. Die. Die. Shokusai Strike. Su Ming looked at the distorted face shrouded in demonic flames and shook his head slightly. It's just following its killing instincts. A total of 188.1 W lifesteal. But here in Su Ming's place, it wouldn't last long at all. The opposite side leapt towards the sky. Then a pitch-black demonic arrow forced its way straight towards Su Ming as if it had grown eyes. It's like a tracking must-have technique? Su Ming, who had utilized blizzard acceleration, quickly moved his body. All the while generating a constant rain of arrows against that threat. Ice arrows. Frost diminishes the speed at which sharp arrows track. And yet it still doesn't stop. This guy, he's really something. And so, the entire Hall of Valor became Su Ming's hiding place. The blast arrows kept roaming high into the sky. And Su Ming himself continued to soar wildly at a rapid pace. Speed in passion. It's drying up. Su Ming muttered, its life value is already below 20%. Deathfire sounds very scary. Instead, though, he breathed a sigh of relief. A molten fire scale crystal appeared in his hand. It's finally your turn to shine. Rider Calamity's life value is in a rain of arrows. Flesh drops from 20% to 15% and 8% again. But it laughed madly. Ha 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 ha. All deserve to die. I will destroy everything. All annihilated in the sea of fire. Just the next second. It froze. This demonized boss actually froze before dying. The flames of death erupted from its body and swept through the entire hall. Cold white with a hint of scarlet. But what is shocking to the world is the only place that doesn't erode but absorbs the flames in reverse. It was Su Ming, and the piece of scale crystal in his hand? How is that possible? Damn you! Why did you destroy my masterpiece? Aha! Rider Calamity let out a final roar of defiance. Annihilate yourself in the fire together. Silence. The silence in the great hall was immense. The sharp arrows that were tracking Su Ming also finally slowly dissipated. The Guardian Amulet hasn't even started working yet. However, Su Ming's nerves were once again tightened because the Rydal calamity wasn't dead through and through. Enchantment of the spirit, which is 30 seconds of absolute time. Once one is careless, the speed of death is never more than 1 second. Of course, this was without the rock armor scale crystals weighing them down. And so, Su Ming's strategy was slip and drag. The attack is no longer effective. Just drag it through for 30 seconds and everything will be drawn to a close. Aha! All die for me. I will destroy. Burn, sun. Sun? What's happening to me? Where is this place? Su Ming, who was constantly moving away from the Rider calamity, narrowed his eyes, only to suddenly realize that the guy had stopped moving. As the molten flame scale crystal continued to absorb the death flame, the heat of the entire hall eventually dropped a few points. I'm Rider, I'm not Rider calamity, I'm. Rider calamity suddenly turned his head, his tone anxious. Valiant archer, was it you who rescued me? Then, it quickly charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming! What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Stay away. Warrior, I'm about to perish, so please, you must. Listen to my last words. Rider's words were sharper. Chapter 45 Transformation, Indestructible Arrow God. Armor so thick that you can't even break your own defense? Su Ming, however, was unmoved, constantly distancing himself from the ingenious demonized Rider calamity. What the hell is going on here? Why does it seem to be getting sober? Could it be because he had absorbed all the death fire, thus taking away some of the erosive power? Whether you're under demonic compulsion or you genuinely have something to say, stand still immediately, at least 1,000 meters from me. If you have something to say, it's up to me if I want to hear it or not. Su Ming heckled the other party in a loud voice. He wasn't going to give his opponent any chance to sneak up on him. The last 10 seconds. What do you do when you give the choice to the other person? Warrior, there is a demon god incarnation suppressed underneath this land of death. Not only that, there are 2 other channels hidden in the luminescent Dew Valley and the Silent Ridge underground respectively. Please, you must destroy the demon god's incarnation. Otherwise, when the demon god awakens and finally merges 3 into 1, several worlds will face extinction. A demon god? Right underneath the land of the dead? Su Ming maintained a half-skeptical, half-believing attitude towards the Rider calamity. After all, he had encountered existences that were outrageous enough, such as a certain treasure dragon. 100 years ago, Rider had come precisely for the demon god incarnate, without ever thinking about it. After all, it did not resist the erosion of the infernal demon arrow. You can absorb the power of demonization, and by harnessing the arrow of the spirit of valor, you'll surely be able to destroy the demon god's incarnation. Rider glanced at the molten flame scale crystal in Su Ming's hand. Thank you for bringing me back to the arms of the Aurora, may the Aurora bless. The final moments. The demonized Yingling was actually praying devoutly. He used his actions to tell Su Ming. He got his soul cleansed. The stars aligned and no surprises appeared. Devotee, the creation, poor yo. Su Ming was a bit moved and overwhelmed. I didn't realize that this 30 seconds of the most dangerous time would end the way it did. You have killed Lead Calamity LV-130 boss and gained 150 W of experience. Your first kill of Rider Calamity LV-130 boss, gain an additional attribute, attack plus 20. You have obtained the first kill of Rider Calamity LV-130 boss, and gained the additional attribute, agility plus 20. Progress, 100%, you've looted 18 power. As information is updated. Su Ming took out the Aurora flask that Holder had given him. A shimmering light slowly came out of the bottle. Bloom and dazzle. Then it seemed to sense something and danced merrily. The light dimmed. Eventually it goes back into the bottle again. Su Ming sighed softly, Rider should most definitely be returning Soul Dawn. He shook his head helplessly, because this guy wasn't dropping anything. What kind of boss are you if you don't drop anything? Nope. With the flames absorbed to nothing. A large purple and red arrow filled with demonic aura gradually coalesced from the place where Rider had perished. Ingenious demon arrow. I don't know if it's because of the ability of the heaven skimming arrow intent. Or was Rider Calamity supposed to be the only one to drop this mystery-filled magic tool? In the meantime, you have completed the Transfer Quest Spirit's Arrow difficulty 10. Finally, with his tireless efforts, this difficult task is finally complete. Su-Ming clapped his hands. Exhale like a sigh of relief. You have been transformed into the indestructible arrow god, life plus 1W, mana plus 1W, strength plus 100, attack speed plus 0.5. Indestructible arrow god, TSK, domineering. That's not all. You have leveled up one level, LV80 LV81, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV81 LV82, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's so funny, it's really capped. Su-Ming's mouth was tinged with a smile. With the shackles breaking through, the rank was like a sun monkey about to poke through the sky. All the way up. It eventually stops at LV 120. Jump directly from turn 3 to a state where you can take on turn 4 quests. It didn't dishonor the name of the Bow God. Strength, once again, has skyrocketed, but the road is still long. Once again, Su-Ming was certain of his strength. As is human nature, excitement is inevitable. But also understand that only LV 120 is far from enough. Wait for when you can fire all arrows and instantly second 9 turns to feel safe. So he scanned his basic attributes that had increased greatly in value. Name, Su-Ming. Profession, indestructible arrow god. Level, LV 120 LV 123 turns. Life, 67,013. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 530. Agility, 640. Attack speed, 5.49 arrows s. Attack, 3,783. Defense, 1888. Blitz, 52%. Resistance to violence, 25%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. As an archer, it has to be said. What a horrific stack of attack speed and attack dealing appalling damage in 1 second. Crisp is still a bit crunchy. As an archer, base life only increases by 200 per level. It's also just a bit thicker than a pure output class mage profession. But nowadays, Su-Ming didn't panic anymore, and was even completely mentally stable. All because he looked to his newly acquired talent. With this talent, I'm afraid I won't be able to use the rock armor scale crystals passive even once. Head back. There are times in the future when you have to face fatal injuries yourself. Talent exclusive. Indestructible arrow body, unable to detect, permanent retention. 1. Have a shield with 100% life value, prioritize taking wounds and enjoying all blood returning effects, reset within 10 seconds without being injured. 2. While the shield is present, its own defense determines the final value x2, and the shield and defense cannot be ignored. 3. When the shield is broken, it may not be selected by any skill for 3 seconds. After having this gift, Su-Ming's survivability is like going directly from 1 to 99. It's a bit of an exaggeration though. But it definitely warranted his excited yelling. Refresh a shield as soon as you're out of combat for 10 seconds. A second life. The most critical effect 3. Means the shield is broken, gaining 3 seconds of invincibility. TSK, lock blood. Not only that, I'm going to lock full blood. Beyond that, Su-Ming once again obtained 2 exclusive skills. Then the skill proficiency crystals that had been prepared beforehand were taken out and used one after the other. It's perfect to reach LV10 full level in one fell swoop. Skills exclusive. Rock Shattering Arrow LV10 stores power for 3 seconds, then shoots a rock shattering arrow, dealing 800% of attack damage to the hit target, and releasing Earthquake if it hits the earth. Consumes 1500 mana and has a 60-second cooldown. Imperial Guard Arrow LV10 shoots an Imperial Guard arrow, dealing 600% attack true damage and stealing 10% temporary defense from all targets in the 2020 range, transferring it to your own cap of 100% defense for 10 seconds. Consumes 1200 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Su-Ming was surprised, there's actually a defense stealing skill? He thought about temporarily stealing 100% defense through the Imperial Guard arrow. Then double the numerical decision because of the presence of the indestructible arrow body, shield. And cannot be ignored. so for a sustained 10 seconds if someone else attacks him. Currently it is the 1888x4 that is being used to determine this. Wouldn't I even be able to break my own defense? Su Ming immediately numb with laughter. Chapter 46 Infernal Demon Arrow? No. It's the Spirit Arrow. Not only that. There's also the rock-shattering arrow Quake, which is kind of inappropriate. When the time comes, 1,000 arrows will come out. He, Su Ming, could be a natural disaster maker himself. Look again to the first, infinite firepower, talent. I wonder what the boost is again this time. Su Ming was filled with anticipation. Effect 2 splits an additional 999 arrows with the same effect for each arrow shot, which improves with the transfer. He fixed his eyes and looked again. Yes. Absolutely right. 1,000 arrows at once, it's really just not human. Su Ming should have laughed wildly. But somehow it turned into a crying shame. The last turn were only 400 arrows. This elevation is truly horrible. It doesn't seem like it's far from one arrow driving 10,000 arrows. Keep in mind that his attack speed today is 5.39 shots s. What is this concept of 5,000 arrows in 1 second? More so, it can be divided into 5 different effects of 1,000 arrows each. That scene. It's exciting to think about. But just check out the panel. The movements of Su Ming's hands didn't stop either. Immediately take out a plumpable fruit from the backpack. Aquamarine fruit. You have met the conditions for the use of blue fruit. A permanent buff will be generated. Permanent buff Bloodthirsty Rage, plus 20s extra life regeneration, plus 10% all-around blood absorption, plus 0.5 shot s attack speed per theory after absorbing 30% total lifeblood for 3 seconds. This buff. Su Ming's heart was excited. After all, the buffs gained from the Beyblade fruit are highly randomized. It's possible that it's completely useless. But what Su Ming obtained today was clearly not. Bloodthirsty Berserker has an attack speed effect? This was a direct result of him exclaiming that he had made a fortune. Not to mention the blood-sucking effect that comes with it. With the damage he does, wouldn't the theoretical blood absorption value explode in minutes? Eventually, Su Ming regained his composure. No more waves inside, steady, and set your sights on the long run. And so, while Su Ming was staring at the demonic arrow and thought, a clear and pleasant voice resounded in his head. This arrow, it's tainted with such a strong shadowy aura. ACA. Little ravings? Su Ming was overjoyed. You succeeded in advancing? Aha, amazed face. Then the compact space shook. With that, the small raving figure appeared in the Hall of Valor. The dark phoenix feathers were mysterious but not too dignified, and the little ravings unfolded their beautiful wings. The Great Hall of the Phoenix is like the king of the shadow. Raving. The streamlined, flamboyant body is a joy to behold. This is Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring. As expected, Little Rave's level had also come to LV50. Along with the progression together, he also learned Shadow Leap and Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring. This man and Phoenix of theirs is truly strange. Which is after a successful advancement. The reasoning that it's like water to water and immediately reaches the advanced state again? Su Ming thought. Now this mighty and divine little one is in her teenage years. Well, the still innocent but newly powerful Phoenix girl. This was when the little guy was still in the egg. Su Ming then determined the other party's gender. Murmur, down to business, you can absorb its shadow power, right? He beckoned to the dark phoenix that spread its wings and soared high above the Great Hall. Thinking of very feasible methods, the magic aura of the Yingling magic arrow was not self-generated. Could be. Little Rumor put away his playfulness and nodded his phoenix head. Then, surprisingly, she gradually invisibled herself into darkness. Shadow incarnation? TSK. The shadow touches the infernal demon arrow. The devil's breath erupted. Su Ming carefully stepped forward and watched as the entire hall was next enveloped in demonic aura. It was right not to pick it up hastily. Yingling Divine Arrow Fusion Artifact Fusion activated. Its message changed? No. The exact message on the surface is still Spirit Magic Arrow. But in the hidden eye. Yet it is as if they see through to the true essence. This ability Su Ming had long been aware of. Although there was no introduction on talent, these eyes of his own were indeed extraordinary. Surprisingly, it's part of a divine artifact. What's there to say? Put it away. There is no longer any burden to put away. Su-ming's eyes were a few moments gentler as he looked at little Rave. Raising a king of the shadows from a young age, all curses, magical auras, infestations. Get out of my way. It's time to leave. Little Rumor returned to the contracted space, happily absorbing the shadow pink crystals. And he also finally stepped out of the solemn and magnificent Stargate. Fearless Archer, you have been recognized by the Imperium and will leave this space in 10 seconds. Who? Su-ming's figure appeared at the Divine Crow altar. From the time he entered, it didn't actually take him much time. The Raven King boss didn't refresh either. So Su-ming walked in the other direction, cautiously verifying Ryder's words in the process. Somewhere in the eerie underground. Ha! This is the great day of witnessing. By utilizing this soul lamp, the power of the demon god will be controlled by the Lighthouse Kingdom. The two silhouettes finally revealed their faces underneath their cloaks. That's right, Balaxian, it's this spell that summons the demon god. The undead cult's side is also about to summon a demon god incarnation. When the time comes, the two doppelgangers will merge into one, controlled by our lighthouse, and will become the Blue Star Master. And we are the lighthouse's credit, beautiful women with stunning mounts for company. Actually, they only thought that this demon god had a total of 2 shadow incarnations. They took out a number of offerings. Began chanting a complex but magical prayer. Revive, demon god, and become a slave to our great lighthouse nation. They held up the soul lamps in their hands, their eyes wild. Jia jia jia. An eerie laugh rang out. Crooked Raguz. It was we who liberated you, be good enough to be taken into the soul lamp. The dark shadows grew thicker and thicker, gradually converging on the soul lamp. Jia jia jia. The figure in the shadows of the molded hooter, but as always, he laughed. Just. The laughter was getting creepy. These two bugs actually woke themselves up early? Almost ruined it. That's a big thanks to you guys. Ah. Su-ming's entire body froze. Damn, those two Lighthouse Nation. Name, Bailahi. Profession, Rock Mage. Level, LV 145. Name, Trap. Profession, Traction Warrior. Level, LV 143. He didn't expect to follow the guidance of the Yingling God's arrow. After coming to this extremely hidden underground space, I just happened to see 2 men in the distance who were ordering the shadowy form with a condescending look on their faces. At the same time, he constantly sang the praises of the greatness of the lighthouse, causing Su-ming to have a black line on his face. Don't even need me to fix it. Because the next second, instantly the lights go out. Those two then transformed into 2 soulless corpses assimilated by the shadow. Ryder didn't lie. Su-ming confirmed this matter. I just didn't realize that the lighthouse state was one of the instigators of it. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the demon god. Without a divine artifact such as the Yingling Divine Arrow, Su-ming didn't even have the strength to probe. Aren't they looking for death? Little Rave, you just need to isolate the power of the shadow. As long as these shadow powers couldn't pose a threat. Facing a newly awakened demon god incarnation, Su-ming had no fear. After all, it had the infernal arrow. GGG, there's another little bug in the distance. Ha, how come it can't erode? Then, he saw Su-ming, who rushed forward. The longbow was strung with an arrow, only this one was a little different than before. Yingling God's arrow. An arrow leaves the bow and shoots. GGG. Poor worm. Did you think you could walk on me? Aha. Demon Incarnate, Pawn. Chapter 47, surprisingly, it's the time and space arrow god. Anyone who sees it would have to say that it's a loser. You have slain Garusifa, the demon incarnate 1-3. Su-ming stepped forward expressionlessly to retrieve the Yingling divine arrow. The heart, however, was already racing. He really killed the demon god incarnate with 1 arrow. Though it does have an element of fluke in it. The newly awakened shadow incarnation hadn't even regained the power of the demon god yet. However, the power of the shadow was being used by the little raving heavenly Graham. So, in the face of a targeted artifact like the Yingling God's arrow, the bloodstripe was brittle as a pawn. It's too suffocating. Before even a millionth part of his greatness was exerted. Therefore, the sooner the other 2 incarnations were resolved, the easier it would be. Oh. It also dropped a piece of shadow constant crystal. So the bearer of this body is this extremely dark thing. This thing is going to make even a turn 8 or 9 shadow big brother blush, right? Su Ming took this piece of constant crystal in his hands and played with it. It was useless to him, but it meant something completely different to the Dark Phoenix. Raving, stop drooling. Little Rave, no, absolutely not. She was so happy she was going to cry. Following Su Ming was the best decision she had ever made. That. Master Su Ming, you must not abandon me in the future, raving. You're now. You can already write others, yo. Su Ming. The demise of the demon god was quickly confirmed. Su Ming used the explosive arrow to completely burn out the 2 corpses that had turned into soulless corpses. Also picked up a lamp that had fallen from the flames. This soul lamp, it shouldn't have been completely destroyed yet. Necronomicon, using special means to ignite the fire of the dead, it can control and drive the shadow creatures absorbed into it. The information was incomplete, but Su Ming didn't care. He hadn't had any idea of doing anything with it in the first place. Maybe if we let old man Wan Lin study it, we can figure out the Lighthouse Kingdom's next move. And so, after Su Ming cleared away all traces, there's no stopping. Raving. No one noticed that a phoenix, hidden in the shadows, flew over the land of the dead. Awesome class. Su Ming was simply like he had discovered a new world. Eventually through the teleportation array in the town of Xantha, Su Ming returned to the Aurora Church. Aurora Church, Aurora Hall. Honorable Bao Brave Su Ming, you are simply too excellent. Holder didn't hide his praise in the slightest. Thank you for freeing Ryder's soul, may the dawn bless. Brave Su Ming, that Yingling demon arrow? Su Ming replied with a calm expression, destroyed. It's good to be ruined, it's good to be ruined. I just don't know why. Su Ming felt that his emotions were more of a loss. He didn't care. He had it all to himself. Handed over the vial of Aurora. Only then was Su Ming's mission officially completed. A smile finally broke out at this point. You have completed the Aurora Church's commission, Aurora Soul Returner. Reward, 3 kilowatts of experience, Holy Magic Stone, Bao Weapon, Enchanting Stone, Title Arrow of Dawn, Platinum Jewelry, one of your choice. Holy Magic Stone Bao is very useful, but it's not used at the moment. So he looked to his newly acquired title. Arrow of Dawn, permanent title, blessed by the light of dawn, each shot has a 10% chance of removing its own abnormal status and immunizing it from the next control. Resolve anomalies? Immune to control? This title effect, it smells too good. Don't look at only a 10% probability. Su Ming now had 5 shots in 1 second, which was easy to trigger. In the meantime, there's also a platinum level jewelry. Rings, necklaces, and crowns, masks of your choice. I choose the mask. The crowns here can only be worn by law professions. The mask, on the other hand, is an object-based profession. The image of the equipment is hidden when worn and does not cause any changes. He didn't have any mask-type jewelry in the first place. And masks and crowns are the rarest type of jewelry. Even the exchanges are rare. Platinum is not bad at the moment, just probably not enough levels. You've acquired the Mask of the Deep. So it's a special equipment with no level restriction? That's great. After Su Ming revealed a smile. Wear it decisively. Deep Sea Mask, Platinum. Type, Mask. Occupation, General Physical System. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Life plus 1W, Defense plus 100, Storm Resistance plus 20%, Durability 360. Characteristics, Water damage reduced by 50%. Features, remove all abnormal statuses and restore to 80% when life value falls below 50%, independent cooldown 48 hours. Equipment that reaches platinum level will now have 2 traits. This trinket outfit doesn't say anything else. The platinum quality alone has no level limit on this. If Su Ming sells it, he can sell it for tens of millions of dollars. And with the second trait dramatically increasing the ability to stay alive, the price will only go up even higher. Beyond that, Su Ming's panel defense had all reached 2008. After Su Ming obtained the reward. Then he spoke, Magister Holder, I need to make a trip into the church's transfer hall first. What? You're already level 180? Geez, no wonder you can do it so easily. The old people were all moved. Obviously, they all thought that Su Ming was about to turn 5 instead of 4. Once you complete 5 turns over LV-180, you'll be forcibly transported back to the inner world by the world corridor. As a result, the gods and goddesses had somewhat complicated looks. Someone murmured, "Such a talented and courageous person, I didn't expect to never meet again soon." Su Ming smiled blandly and didn't explain the misunderstanding. Church of the Aurora, Hall of Transfiguration. The world corridor was originally part of a realm intercepted by the Divine Tower. As such, the powers here likewise possessed the Hall of Transfers. Su Ming entered it with a calm face. "Big Crystal, here I go again." This time he didn't hesitate for a second to activate the connection. Detected that your level has reached LV-120, fulfilling the conditions for 4 turns. In the transfer profession generation, the professions you can currently transfer into are Time Archery God. Wait. Time Arrow God? Su Ming was shocked, this name was big. The abilities of time and space, one alone, are rare in the world. Want to involve this ability? For other normal career transfer paths, it would have to be at least 8 or 9 turns. Most of it is still only minimal. As a result, he himself is only 4 turns old, and he is directly named after time and space. Kind of something. Will the name of the transfer become more and more intimidating in the future? Su Ming's thoughts were all over the place, but his body was honest. Tapped confirm. Time and Space Arrow God. You have chosen Archery God of Space and Time, generating the transfer quest, Eternal Strings, difficulty 10. It's only a 10. Sprinkle it on. Now see how difficult this is as always. Su Ming was very relaxed instead. It's only a problem if it's not difficulty 10. Just this. A divine arrow, a divine string. The next quest for turn 5 shouldn't be bowing, right? Moreover, Su Ming thought about the fact that the Yingling Divine Arrow was a fusion divine artifact. Is this going to be fused into a super artifact? Thinking of this, Su Ming's expression became even more serious, absolutely unable to let go. Other people's exclusive weapons rely on crafting. Your own exclusive weapon relies on artifact fusion? The demon god True God would have to say he was a loser even if he saw him. Chapter 48, Entering the Valley of Fluorescent Dew. You made a sneak attack? You're not a man of honor? Soon after, Su Ming looked at the contents of the mission. It seems correct that the turn 4 quest location is still here. Eternal Strings difficulty 10. Description: enter the world corridor, search for and kill the demon god named Garusifa, and get the clues to the eternal divine string. Time limit, 30 days, mission replacement reset after failure. Only. What made Su Ming very surprised was this ancient Lucifer. Isn't that the weakling demon god who can only jia an arrow and get seconded? It turns out that both obtaining the Arrow of Valor, or the message writer revealed before he died, Ben was laying the groundwork for this next task. It's still a chain of quests. So, anyway, that demon god must also be transformed into a soul under his arrow. Who told you to take my bowstring? The other 2 places are Luminary Valley and Silent Hill. Su Ming then thought of what Holder had said. No, we have to destroy that cult before they can release it. Let's go to Luminescent Dew Valley first, and finish the gathering quest in the meantime. And so, Su Ming quickly walked out of the transfer hall. As long as the Yingling god's arrow was in his hand, he had full confidence. Oh, my honorable warrior Su Ming, may I ask what else I can do? Holder and several of the magi all smiled. Su Ming, if you really LV-180. In the world corridor, it is the absolute power of war. It would be nice to help the Aurora Church out a bit in the last hours. Magister, I intend to go to Luminescent Dew Valley immediately. Really? That's great. Several old people were excited. If you intend to help the Legion of Valor, you may be able to obtain a number of rewards from Horton's hands. Su Ming nodded his head. It's a hint that Holden has a hidden commission in his hands. The crowd did not hesitate any longer. Su Ming once again stepped into the teleportation formation. Luminescent Town, Grove outside Luminescent Valley. Stabilizing his form, he calmly opened his eyes. With that, Su Ming called out Little Raving. Su Ming, I will protect you well, amazed face. Next. The little guy turned into a dark shadow and hid into his own shadow. This was her, Phantom God Phoenix's natural ability. once hidden in the shadows. The stealth effect could even reach the terrifying point of eye of concealment. As long as small ravings exist, the strange eroding power of the demon god's shadow incarnation would no longer threaten him. Let's go in through here first. Open the map and quickly walk through the grove. The Luminary Valley is very vast. His location was on the edge of what the church's Legion of Valor couldn't control. Maybe meet someone from the church along the way. The Order of the Aurora Church in Su Ming's hand was proof of his identity. Rustling. The movement ahead caused Su Ming to quickly become alert. A bunch of forest lizards? Looking for death. Before Su Ming could even look for the experienced babies, they took the initiative to rush forward. Forest lizard, common wildlife. Level, LV-134. Lifespan, 35.6W 35.6W. Skills, Rampage, Mudblood, Tailbreak, Earthquake Strike. Information, a dominant group inhabiting the forests, so large that it has stopped countless people from leaving the valley. Weakness, Head. The Wind Arrow. Gasho Arrows. Shot. Today it is the magnificent spectacle of one arrow divided into 1,000. As the blistering wind opened the way, Su Ming's speed quickly skyrocketed. Moreover, Su Ming also tried the Guardian Arrow effect for the first time. 4.4W. Blast. 4.4W. Blast. 800, 800. Your defense steal has reached 100%, temporarily increased by 2008 for 10 seconds. Only one wave of Imperial Guard arrows is needed. The defense then temporarily reaches 4016, which works like a charm. At the same time, the effect of Bloodthirsty Rampage is triggered. Attack speed increases again. A full-on near 1 second 6-shot Twitch monster. Soon, countless messages swiped out. You have killed Forest Lizard LV-135 and gained 28W of experience. You have killed Forest Lizard LV-135 and gained 28W of experience. Forest Lizard progress, 100%. You have taken 2,800 life. The rate at which the bodies are piling up is appalling. The life attributes that were once again plundered caused the corners of Su Ming's mouth to rise slightly. Only chunks of meat and crystal cores appeared all over the ground. Forest crystals, not bad. Decisively stow such items in your backpack. Su Ming traveled towards the interior of the valley. Once again, he felt the Yingling god's arrow guiding him. So that's how it is, the one this arrow senses isn't a demon god at all. Instead, it's the eternal god string. Because the demon god carries the aura of the divine string. Surprisingly, it's deep inside the valley to the right. There may be cultists hiding there. Therefore, Su Ming's spirit was highly concentrated. Eagle Eye. Take advantage of the wide open view for 3.5 seconds. The footsteps didn't stop for a moment. Sure enough, he soon spotted a group of people in black cloaks far ahead. There weren't many people, but each was around LV-150. This isn't supposed to be the lair, is it? Besides, this place is easy to defend and hard to attack. If the Legion can't solve it all at once, the other side will be able to get away completely unscathed. But at this moment, Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Killing people seems easier than killing monsters. The hunt for archers begins. Just shoot all the obstacles through a sieve and everyone will find out. Is that okay? Shadow arrows. Those idiots from the Aurora Church, ha ha ha. They were teased on the left side of the battlefield, completely unaware that the real purpose of the three patriarchs was to awaken the Lord sleeping in the ground. Once Lord Demon God is revealed, it will be our undead cult's world, Jia. Protector Kark, do you feel the sky darkening? Why is it getting dark? No. Arrows. Those are arrows that cover the sky. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. 4.2W. Blast. 2.1W. 800. You killed Mobile. You killed Kark. Who's the one who made a sneak attack? No martial virtues. Ah. So? There's only one? Damn. Master of Flame, listen. Why can't I use my skills? Ice arrows. 7.6W. Bludgeoning freezing. 3.8W. Freezing. 800. You've killed Tetanus. You killed Kabuffman. The dozen or so originally high and mighty protectors were all silent and frozen in a second. Completely dead with no reaction time. The ground was full of frost, and only one person was gently shaking his head in the sunlight. The Yingling Divine Arrow's senses are getting stronger and stronger, the demon god is definitely in the rear. Su Ming did not hesitate. Soon after crossing over the bodies of the crowd. After seeing an excavated entrance, his eyes flashed, it's in there. Chapter 49, Nima, an army of one? The cold and damp stone walls, however, vaguely revealed a demonic aura. Su Ming was inwardly flabbergasted, this doppelganger might have already come out. The wind arrow. Su Ming was maintaining the time of acceleration. For at the end of the path of the stone wall, a shadowy figure turned silently. There were also 3 dried-up corpses off to the side. GGG. This bug seems a bit different. This incarnation of Guru Rushifa did not go out immediately after awakening. Instead, he was restoring as much power as possible to his demonic god. At this time its shadow erosion followed, but as it was blocked by the small ravings. Yingling God's arrow. Su Ming didn't have any hesitation. The long arrow was strung across the bow, and another powerful shot was fired. No surprises, piercing Shadow's torso. It seems that its current demon god power isn't enough. This Garusifa incarnation was stunned and suddenly thought of something before dissipating. No. I must pass on the power to the third main body. Damned archer, the Lord will never let you go. It's clearly a demon god. Only to be shot by a bug at its weakest moment, which simply slaps you in the face. It resented it, it hated it. Aha! You have slain Garusifa, incarnation of the demon god 2-3. You're the one who's full of crap, and it's still 1 arrow second. It seems that one must kill all the incarnations in order to obtain information about the divine strings. Su Ming's expression became serious. Quickly, he stepped forward to retrieve the Yingling Divine Arrow and the dropped Shadow Constant Crystal. Gotta hurry up and get this place done. Rock-shattering arrows. Rumble rumble. As he left, Su Ming shot 1,000 arrows wildly at the land. The earth here began to shake. Rock collapse. Both the body and the hull were all buried. Requiem fluorescent flowers and knotweed are not this way. After Su Ming quickly swept through the area, he didn't find his target object. So all the way to the center and left. Su Ming was like a bulldozer. Everywhere you go, there's not a single monster left. We're in a hurry. Get out of the way, Shadow Arrow. 4.6W. Blast. 6.9W. Bludgeoning fatal blow. 800. That storm trigger rate, just love it. The amount of direct damage this horrific is even more appalling. For any LV 200 or less output profession, think nothing of it. Knotweed, found it. Su Ming had also killed most of the groups guarding this grass field on the way. Swift wolves, common wildlife. Level, LV 135. Lifespan, 35.8W 35.8W. Skills, Swift Strike, Call of the Wild, Bite, Grub. Information, individually powerful giant wolves are also excellent at pack coordination. Weakness, Eyes. Blood-toothed tiger, normal monster. Level, LV 140. Lifespan, 36.1W 36.1W. Skills, Call of the Wild, Earthquake Strike, Roaring Wave, King's Bloodlust. Information, a true dominant in the forest, posing a great threat with only a handful of individuals. Weakness, Eyes. There are a lot fewer blood-toothed tigers here than raptor wolves. But the wolves on the other side didn't dare to do anything rash. Shoot. Ice arrows. Su Ming didn't care, the moment of silence was immediately broken. To him, all of these are experienced babies. Frosty spawn, with a glance of several ice wraps. 7.6W. Bludgeoning freezing. 3.8W. Freezing. 800. You have killed the Swift Wolf LV 135 and gained 28.1W of experience. You have killed the Swift Wolf LV 136 and gained 28.1W of experience. You have killed the Blood-Toothed Tiger LV 140 and gained 28.4W of experience. Progress on Swift Wolf, 100%. You have looted 13 points of agility. Progress, 100%. You've looted 10 points of power. Not only that. By killing the blood-toothed tiger, Su Ming had luckily obtained a few pieces of the same gold-level equipment. Blood tiger boots, gold. Type, boots. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 110. Attributes, agility plus 50, attack plus 100, defense plus 50, durability 140-140. Features, the acceleration gain effect received is increased by 10% and the duration is increased by 10%. Seeing this characteristic, Su Ming's eyes curled up in a smile at that moment. It's a perfect match for the arrow of the wind. What's with the snakeskin boots? Direct replacement and equipment. Reap tons of experience, loot attributes again, and get equipped. As well. Taking a field of knotweed in his hand. Oh. Elated. Soon, Su Ming pushed all the way across to approach the valley to the left. And here in the nearby wilderness area, a battle between two forces was taking place. The traitors of the Aurora Church don't know anything, ha ha ha. Their lives will come to an end when the bishop and the others have completed the great ceremony. Jia jia. All will be turned into undead and bloody corpses. The light of the spells shone brightly as the warrior charged. Horton is head of the Valiant Legion and commander of the rear. The expression was very serious. Li Huiyao, the brave of the thorn, I'm going to ask you to take care of the opposite commander this time. The corners of Li Huiyao's mouth rose. To take the head of an enemy general from an army of 10,000, this is the very art of my assassin. I hope you won't forget my reward. Li Huiyao was inwardly thrilled to have finally obtained this special mission. As Li Huiyao slowly walked out, only Holden remained. Murmuring, according to father's information, perhaps another Bao brave will help us. But what does an archer in front of an army change? There is also a powerful archer from the other world in the cult across the way. Playing simply doesn't compare to an assassin. Let's hope that this mighty brave man can go straight for the heart of the opposing commander. Su Ming muttered, I didn't see any requiem fluorescent grass all the way. Since the church has been here for a few days, they should know. And so. In the eagle's eye, outside the forest. Finally met the two sides who were in the middle of a vegetable chicken fight. No pecking at each other either. It was just that Su Ming was used to group seconds and raining arrows from the sky. Is it so hard to exterminate a few tiny cults? He did not intend to waste too much time here, so Su Ming roared out. Tai! I am the Bao Brave of the Aurora Church, and it is incumbent upon us to put down evil. Cultists and villains, be baptized by my arrows of holy light. Holy light arrows. Su Ming decisively struck out, right at the cultist side. Chirp chirp chirp. Just a second of work. 1k, 2k. 5k. Countless sharp arrows with a holy glow broke through the air in a graceful arc. Such a shocking scene for the world. Even the two sides in the entire battlefield all briefly froze. Nima he. He. An army of one. Chapter 50, The Perfect Solution. Wait, Big Brother begs to be taken wooing. The Aurora Church campsite was just short of all kneeling in reverence. What a holy arrow, he must be a messenger of the goddess Aurora. My goodness, this rain of holy arrows is actually due to him alone. Long live the bow of valor, the dawn guides us, brothers charge. Su Ming began to transform into a sharp arrow of war. A person shoots an arrow for a short period of time. It was several times more than the entire battlefield. And all of them are also marked with holy light arrows. How holy, almost like a savior chosen by the Aurora herself. Su Ming, please call me the Justice Envoy. Some people are happy and some people are sad on the other side. The undead, blood devils, and other sect evil cultivators, however, completely blew up. Help, run away, quickly. 14.1W. Bludgeoning fatal blow. This arrow. The level 100 plus Stormblood warrior at the forefront was directly seconded. How is this possible? Is he brave? Guts, don't we have a guts of the bow as well? Behind him, there was an adventurer from the Sunset Kingdom. He froze instantly, his mouth opening into an O. Oh by God. Sorry, Protector Karen, I have a sudden emergency. He quickly took out a prop, not caring about his partner. In an instant, the flight kept retreating backwards. Archers? I can't believe I can't see the message. I'm going to tell the family the news, he's definitely a threat to Sunset Kingdom in the future. No, I have to sneak home in a hurry first. I want to find mommy. The news of that archer also appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Name, Folga. Profession, secret archer. Level, LV 152. A secret archer? It reminds him of Peggy Chu. If you've come, then stay. There was no way Su Ming would let the other party go back to the inner world to report the news. Unless you exceed the level to force a teleport out, you can only return from where you descended. The other side must be planning to run back to the real stronghold of the cult. Arrow net inferno. An arrow shot right in front. Both Folga and the many cultists were subjected to a huge suction. Explosive arrows. Boom 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 boom. This is impossible, he definitely exceeded 5 turns. Why? I don't want to die Faced with such a desperate rain of arrows, Folga didn't even have the courage to raise his bow. His one arrow's effort, the opposite side of a few thousand arrows You've killed USA. You've killed Ulka. You killed Folga. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile, like a messenger bathed in the light of dawn. Usually before turn 5 LV 180. Even for pure output professions. It is also difficult to make a qualitative change in personal output. Turn 5, as a stage at the midpoint of all transitions. It is the stage that makes the profession completely transformed. But today, the strength that Su Ming displayed was completely more than a metamorphosis, and 4 couldn't figure it out until he died. Long live the Aurora, long live the Bow of Valor. Ever since Su Ming had intervened in the battlefield, it had become a completely one-sided situation. On the other side, it was only then that Li Huiyao came out of the rear tent with a smile on his face. It is rumored that there is another Sunset Nation on the other side who is aiding and abetting the enemy. I'll have to find a way to stealth over and finish him off in the cloister along with me. Wait. What's going on in the sky? The side of the battlefield? Then he froze. Looking at the rain of arrows in the sky, the man who changed the tide of battle by himself. Countless words that I wanted to say could not be uttered for a moment. It took half a day to finally squeeze out a number. 6. Where is the man going to steal the command himself if he goes straight to regimentation? My friends, I need to see Headmaster Horton. Su Ming walked into the battlefield range of the Aurora Church and opened the door with the church order in hand. Aurora Shelter, truly a brave man of our Aurora Church. Honorable Lord Bao Brave, please come with us. Then, without waiting for Su Ming to go deeper into the tent. Then he saw a large man in the rear clad in armor. And someone with a constipated face. Name, Li Faiu. Occupation, Secretor of the Shadows. Level, LV 148. This guy, he's an assassin who switched to the man in the shadows path? Elder brother Wang Lin had mentioned Li Huiyao's name before he entered this seat. Same age as Peggy Chu. But good things about him, patriotic triple threat. Don't worry about it being bad for you. Therefore, Su Ming nodded kindly at him as a greeting. Anything more than that was only calm, and he wasn't going to trust someone so easily. Li Huiyao instantly turned from depressed to flattered. A quick nod of the head was returned. He had never seen Su Ming before. Inwardly horrified, which power is he, a hidden monster? Honorable Bao Brave, is this really what you solved it? Holden still didn't dare to trust his eyes. 1 second he was sighing that the other brave man couldn't change anything. And then, it slaps you in the face. Name, Horton. Profession, Holy Knight. Level, LV 160. What do you think? The smile seemed a little creepy to Li Huiyao. Su Ming didn't intend to delve into the explanation. Instead, he follows Horton as he walks, stating his purpose. Chief Horton, I need the Requiem Flux Flower. It's said to be in Luminary Valley, but why haven't we found it all the way? With the few conversations Su Ming had with him, Holden froze, and once again, Li Huiyao was petrified. You ended the lair on the other end as well? No wonder the opposite side keeps dragging us. Requiem Flux Flower? You've come at the perfect time, Bao Brave. And so, the very next moment, Su Ming's log panel was updated with 2 messages one after another. The valiant Legionnaire Horton has issued a special commission for you to kill Urka, the hidden commanding protector of the cult battlefield. You've completed the Horton's commission. Reward, Hardened Light Shattering Thorn, Requiem Fluorescent Flower X3, 800W of experience. Guts, actually where the Requiem Fluorescent Flower was at that time. Su Ming. Fastest ever to complete a commission, the moment it was posted. I see, Su Ming nodded his head. The Legion came in. It just so happened to be right in the middle of that group of cultists wreaking havoc on that Valley of Flowers. As a result, it was picked off by each of the two major powers after a battle. Thanks a lot. Then Su Ming almost cried when he saw Li Huiyao who was looking at him. This mission rewards. You're not going to cut off the mission that was originally his, are you? Hardened Light Shattering doesn't do much for me. If you want it, take the Archer's high-level item and trade it to the Godslayer's temple. You know. Su Ming revealed a smile and went forward to pat the other party's shoulder. My name is Su Ming, see you again sometime. Hardened Light Shatter is very valuable to assassin-class professions. So? He understood Li Huiyao's feelings. This is the hidden mission of Horton. Only before it seemed to be for a certain stab of valor. Along with telling Holden and a couple of lieutenants the location of the lair at the other end. He burrowed straight into the dense forest, and then a dark shadow rose silently out of sight. Target Silent Hill. Li Huiyao was alone in the mess. I've become a soy sauce player? Su Ming is so strong. Where is everyone? So he's from the Godslayer Temple. Wait, Big Brother begs for a wow oh carrot oh. Chapter 51, Demon God-controlled boss, silencing you and breaking your defense he. Su Ming came and went in a hurry. In the blink of an eye it had appeared in the distant sky. Murmur, step up and charge. Oh, amazed face. Su Ming rode on the back of the Dark Phoenix and sped along at a rapid speed. Silent Hill. Silent Hill is all but an out-of-the-way place for the world's corridors. There was no sign of the town or human activity nearby. Advancement of Ravage plus his own agility bonus. The extremely fast speed soon approached above this gloomy heaven and earth. After passing through a cloud, Su Ming frowned. Because a group of violent black eagles appeared in front of him. Storm Blackhawk, normal wildlife. Level, LV 148. Lifespan, 40.2W 40.2W. Skills, Cross Windblade, Roundhouse Kill, Eagle Clawstrike, Tsunami. Information, a powerful creature of the storm, wielding the ability of the powerful storm winds. Weakness, Eyes. This Blackhawk caste was considered a dominant party even in this realm. Little Ravings, don't stop. He, on the other hand, had drawn his longbow. Shadow Arrows. Ice Arrows. 4.6W. Blast. 3.9W. Freezing. 800. Thousands of arrows split out instantly, freezing with silence. The large flock fell in pieces before the Black Eagle's wings froze before they even approached. Currently 4 major godly talents cumulatively after. Su Ming's seconds of small monsters were like drinking water. You have killed the Storm Black Eagle LV 148 and gained 29.2W of experience. You have killed the Storm Black Eagle LV 149 and gained 29.2W of experience. Storm Blackhawk progress, 100%. You have looted 12 agility. Agility? Not bad. In a matter of a few dozen seconds. The group of overlords that were originally whistling turned into screams before they died. As for the feathers that fell in a few places, don't bother wasting time. He's posh enough to see these things for himself, master. Just below. The shadowy figure appeared, revealing the gorgeous and beautifully colored body of the Dark Phoenix. Raving. Small ravings familiarly hid in their own shadows. Eagle Eye. As soon as his vision opened up, Su Ming cautiously moved towards the interior. Surprisingly, all of them have turned into corpses? Shrouded in a layer of darkness and shadow, Silent Hill was just as its name suggested. The corpses of the giant bear wildlife were everywhere, and none survived. They definitely haven't been dead long. Because the wilds are close to the next refresh. Both the original corpse and the fallout will slowly dissipate. Su Ming thought of Garusifa's shadow means and was inwardly flabbergasted. The speed picked up a few points again. Eventually following the guidance of the arrow of the Spirit of Valor. He saw a cave. Roar! But at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came out from the cave. Su Ming pressed against the wall and approached the interior. Ingenious arrows and longbow weapons are on standby. GGG. Damn bugs, you're finally here. Today, I must control you to torture you 1,000 times. The time interval from when Su Ming resolved the second incarnation was less than an hour. There is no way around it. The last incarnation of this demon god chose to directly use the remaining power of the demon god. Control the strongest beast in the land to fight for it. The arrow in Su Ming's hand could find it. So it was necessary to settle Su Ming first. It only had the time to continue hiding in this realm to slowly recover the power of the demon god. This counts. Taking over? While wondering, Su Ming's expression became serious. At the same time, the blizzard arrow starts and quickly pulls away from the cave. 4.6 W. Blast. 2.3 W. Su Ming saw the other party's information at first glance. This is the strongest boss encountered so far. Also, that's a lot of blood. Deadly Demon Bear, boss mark of the demon god. Level, LV 170. Life value, 5000 W 5000 W. Skills, Deadly Silence, Mountain Shattering, Devil's Roar, Blinking Charge, Bear's Paw, Devil's Body. Talent Demonization, demonization after life value falls below 50%, immune to all controls, all damage taken reduced by 50%, attack range doubled, agility reduced by 20%. Talent Earth Armor, for every 20% of max life damage dealt, gain a temporary shield that lasts for 10 seconds, 100 W value, if the shield is broken it triggers an earthquake. Mark of the Demon God Reinforcement, any attack will cause the target to enter the erosion state, greatly affecting the opponent's mind. The longer it lasts the greater the probability of being assimilated by the demon god. Demon god gain, plus 50% of all attributes for 12 minutes. Information, a dangerous and powerful demon that has been completely corrupted by a faint hint of the power of the demon god. Weakness, inoperative. A full 5000 W of lifesteal, and still unable to fatally strike. A transcendent boss that is out of reach for anyone below turn 5. It's all you. Damn bugs. You caused me to have to fuse with this big ugly bear, roar. The moment the giant bear stepped out of the cave, it unexpectedly spat out human words. This time, Su Ming didn't set up the Yingling Divine Arrow. He only had one shot at a shutout. Since Garusifa is hidden inside this eroded boss. So, the great bear must first be destroyed and forced out. No control until after 50%, so now I'm not going to be polite. Su Ming indifferently spoke to himself. After Arrownet Inferno hit, the real battle began. Shot. The Wind Arrow. Holy Light Arrows. Gasho Arrows. Shadow Arrows. Ice Arrows. Starts with 5 arrows a second, and all of them have different effects. Blast Arrow Acceleration, Holy Light Arrow, and Sentinel Arrow steal gains and attributes. Then, it was the alternating cycle of Kurtai. And Shadow Arrows and Cold Ice Arrows. You have successfully purified the deadly demon bear's benefits, gaining a double transfer, plus 100% of all attributes for 10 seconds. You have stolen the defense of the deadly bear. The bear's defense becomes 0. Temporarily increased by 2258 for 10 seconds. Ha! But Su Ming almost burst out laughing. That's alright? Sorry about that then. He had actually double stolen this giant bear's terrifying demon god gain. And, because after the full attributes are increased by 100%. Defense skyrocketed to 4016. The cap for stealing additional defenses can even go up to 4016. But the total defense of all the bears that had lost their attribute gain was only 2258. That's pretty good, it'll be faster to kill you after stealing them all. A real injury from an arrow is no joke. Soon, a loud roar turned into a shrill whistle filled with wretchedness. Ah! How can it be, my power is gone. What the hell did you do? Ah! Frozen, silent, frozen. Nowadays, the deadly silence demon bear was a huge living target. Your stomach is full of ice, isn't it? Ah! Garusifa exploded in anger. And the terrifying power of so many different elements, who are you really? Skills can't be used, why is this broken bear so trashy? The arrow shot his bear with 1,000 holes. Garusifa is simply going crazy. Though once it was incredibly powerful. However, right now it could only use the ability of the deadly silence demon bear. Available at. It fakes silence, but it really breaks defense. Can't make it out, aha. Chapter 52, Double Killing with One Arrow. Marked hints on the demon's sealing scroll. At this moment, the deadly silence demon bear didn't have the slightest bit of the cards of a powerful boss. Just like a little cutie, froze at the mouth of the cave. Rumble. The earth began to shake, and the demon bear's armor quickly appeared and shattered. An earthquake? Ravage. Master Su Ming, I'm here, raving. The phoenix chirps in the 9 heavens, and the dark phoenix spreads its wings. Su Ming quickly rode on little raving's body and flew into midair. Be careful pulling away. As he commanded, Su Ming's hand movements did not slacken in the slightest. Face creatures that can't be exempted from control. Su Ming currently possessed absolute suppression. Just under a minute. The effective damage then hit the demon bear with no recourse, and his blood level plummeted. Ah! This trashy giant bear, I was careless. Soon, the eyes of the deadly silence demon bear turned black. Oh! That's a lot of blood dropping below 50% magically, it's so unforgiving to shoot. Deadly silence demon bear's demonization talent takes effect. Unable to be controlled, Garusifa was finally able to unleash his anger. Little bug, don't think I can't do anything about you just because you're flying through the air. Demon god body deadly silence of heaven and earth. The earth is trembling. The surface of the already tall demonic bear's body overflowed with thick black demonic chi. And then, furthermore, it's huge again. It was like a dominating beast. At the same time, the little ravings beneath Su Ming used the power of the shadow. The shadow's incarnation shielded him. Holy Light Arrow. 2.4 W. 4.8 W. Blast. In an instant, the dimly lit heaven and earth shot out countless arrows of golden light. Constantly purify the gains granted to this Bosby the demon god. Damn, roar. The giant bear chose to let go of the fight, strong as a demon god it was. It only needed to hit Su Ming once. It only takes one time to do it. It would be able to allow the power of the demon god to erode Su Ming's body. The huge bear's paw was like a mountain that suppressed everything. This blow that poured out Garusifa's full strength covered almost the entire range of Silent Hill. Ah ha ha ha, let's see how you can hide. This demon god has said that you will surely die. The bear's face, shot with 1,000 holes, finally showed a wry expression. It can be injured several times. But the one man and one bird in front of him couldn't at once. Die. Garusifa no longer hid his excitement. This bug. I didn't realize that even putting aside that horrible purple and red big arrow. It also nearly killed the giant bear. In the face of absolute strength, you will eventually fall, ha ha. Oh yeah? Su Ming, however, let out a calm voice. Rock armor scale crystal, activate. Just the moment the oversized giant bear's broken paw fell. The giant palm suddenly seemed to be blocked by something and slapped Su Ming's head. And yet, it couldn't fall no matter what. 0. Immunity. Phew, guess I wasn't careful enough after all. Su Ming's expression became even more serious. In fact, even if Su Ming hadn't activated the rock armor scale crystal, he was also protected by the shield invincibility of the undying arrow body. But that's a skill made of the power of the demon god. Su Ming could not be careless in the slightest. The only way to feel more secure is to be careful about multiple insurance policies. In the next instant, Su Ming struck his bow and shot an arrow in a single motion. A twitchy attack rate of close to 6 shots a second reproduces thousands of arrows. The corners of his mouth, with it, only finally curled up. My turn, you can die in peace. A thin camel was bigger than a horse, and this demon god made Su Ming feel its terror. Thus, it reinforced his mood to put an end to the problem. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. You. Why aren't you dead? Obviously weak bugs, why are they so tenacious? You must hold secrets in you, I'm going to erode you. The magic bear's shield reappears, but is quickly broken. Countless demonic chi once again transformed into monstrous palms. Do you have a chance? Su Ming was just short of reminding a certain demon god who was red-eyed with anger. You're at the bottom of your blood count. Others' countless sharp arrows may be scrapes. He, however, was scraping the bone. You dare to fight? Just be prepared to be completely scraped to a white bone. I'm going to kill. Ha! Where's my body? Garusafa froze. No giant bare hands when you look again. It's now. Su Ming's gaze was like a torch. Yingling God's arrows are mounted on the longbow. Pull full and go for it. Jojo. The divine arrow cut through the sky, breaking straight through the sky. You're the devil, don't come here, no. An arrow of extermination. It pierced through the huge body of the deadly silence demon bear. It also pierced through the separated Garusafa shadow incarnation. Double kill. Su Ming finally clapped his hands. Fighting really is the best way to hone your skills. You have killed deadly silence demon bear LV-170 boss and gained 150 W of experience. Your first kill of deadly silence demon bear LV-170 boss, gain additional attribute, life plus 1500. Deadly bear progress, 100%, you've looted 15 power. You have slain Garusafa, the demon god incarnate 3-3. Huh, this? Right after the boss and this avatar fell at the same time. Su Ming quickly stepped forward to retrieve the Yingling divine arrow. It was also discovered that Garusafa dropped shadow stellar crystals in addition to the usual. There was also an additional scroll brought together by countless shadows and magical chi. Demon Sealing Scroll, broken special item used to seal the demon god. This is the introductory information seen by the hidden eye. However, the scroll in front of him was slowly dissipating. That's right, with all the demon gods extinguished, this thing won't be able to sustain itself. Wait. On top of the scroll, are map markings and a textual hint? Eternal divine strings. Su Ming's first thought was this possibility. The last marked point on the map is precisely in the depths of Silent Hill. So, this text may be the special incantation that opens the treasure. No wonder the fuss needs to address the 3 incarnations. Only when all of them are resolved will the sealing scrolls appear briefly. Next. His gaze moved to the deadly silence demon bear drop that was supposed to be the true boss of this place. This heart. It shouldn't have mutated after being eroded by the power of the demon god, right? Su Ming took the demon bear demon heart in his hands. It clearly felt very different from normal. Murmuring, "Does this stuff work for you?" Dark Phoenix stretched his little head, looking left and right. Then backed up in a row. Master Su Ming. I seem to feel a great distaste for this kind of aura. Maybe you can use it against other demon gods? Su Ming put it away in his backpack. Eyes glanced strangely at the little ravings. Little one, your enemy wouldn't be related to the demon god as well, would it? Harm, one needs to be more careful in the future. Beyond that. Su Ming also saw a purple black finger ring, platinum grade? Deadly silence ring, platinum. Type, ring. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 100. Attributes, attack plus 500, strike plus 20%, durability 280-280. Characteristics, damage dealt to a target with more than 50% life cannot be restored for 5 seconds. Feature, damage to targets with less than 50% of life value increased by 20%. Chapter 53 Time and Space Arrow God. Perverts. Total perverts. Su Ming played with the deadly silence ring. One trait can't be restored and one trait increases damage, barely good. Not only that. Its base attributes dramatically increase attack and bludgeoning. This was rather satisfying to Su Ming. The level restriction was lower than he thought, just put it on A. Then, it turned its gaze to the last of the archer's special props. Earned a lot, it's actually. Arrow Chase Amulet? Arrow Chase Amulet, Archer Class Amulet. Feature, upon entering the battle state, designate a target whose level is not higher than the bearer's LV20, so that all the following arrow attacks will automatically track this target. Only one target can be designated at the same time. Su Ming looked at the characteristics of this talisman prop. The smile on his face couldn't dissipate for too long, it was so much fun. This is an eye-popping super prop for any archer. It's not even worth $1 billion. However, Su Ming wouldn't take it out for fear of scaring people not. Although his own archery and archery skills were praised and recognized even by elder brother Wang. But today 1.1 thousand arrows. As well as with more and more later. It's hard to do all hits on the same small-sized target. But with this arrow chase amulet, it's a whole different story. Or even just shoot randomly after designating a target. The arrows were as if they had eyes. You have to shoot the target even if you turn the corner yourself. Su-ming's first thought was of the fully automatic tracking great arrow that Ryder had used at that time. Replace it with yourself and it will no longer be a big arrow. Instead, 5,000 sharp arrows in 1 second chased wildly at the target. That scene, pfft. This takes one arrow to hit the boss all the way through. The boss is afraid that he will go to the yellow springs before the little monsters. Obtaining this supreme prop was thanks to the plundering effect of the heaven-skimming arrow intent. Eventually put away all the items. Su-ming immediately moved deeper into the silent hill. By the way, he glanced at his elevated attributes. Name, Su-ming. Profession, indestructible arrow god. Level, LV 120 LV 123 turns. Life, 81,743. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 557. Agility, 711. Attack speed, 5.39 arrows s. Attack, 4,497. Defense, 2056. Blitz, 67%. Resistance to violence, 45%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. The current attack has reached 4,497. If Wang Lin knew about it, he would definitely drop his jaw. He was also close to completing his transfer quest. Once you turn 4, your strength will gain another leap. Su-ming's footsteps sped up a few more points. This is it. Crossing over to the back of the original boss cave, Su-ming saw a broken altar. A wordless tablet. No. The original vacancy was supposed to have words in it. Eagle eye. There was no sign of any more creatures around. So Su-ming carefully wrote on the section of the scroll. In the next second, the monolith cracked. Su-ming? It seemed to be the aging of the altar, and it took a while for movement to be born. At the center, a high platform slowly rose. There is an eye-catching treasure chest on the raised platform. The conditions for obtaining this hidden treasure chest are really hard. Su-ming let out a light sigh. Except for the pervert himself. No one in the 20 years since the coming of the Tower of God has been able to do so. You have opened the ancient treasure chest and obtained the following items: Eternal Divine String and Fusion Stone X1. Su-ming's eyes flickered. The Eternal God String was indeed among them. Eternal Divine Strings Fusion Artifact Fusion activated. What a fusion artifact! So far, Su-ming had thoroughly confirmed one thing. Your own exclusive weapon is a bit special. I also don't know if it's enough to complete the fusion at turn 5. As for the other one, the Fusion God Stone. Perhaps a high probability of one's own exclusive artifact fusion is needed. And so, Su-ming quickly put away the two special props. A large number of rock-shattering arrows were fired at the area. The real earthquake has begun. The mountains and rocks were in turmoil, the altar was damaged, and all traces of it were eventually erased from this place. Murmur, it's time to go back. Raving carrot carrot. Whether it's the demon god, the eternal god string, or the Yingling god arrow. The implications are all too great. Su-ming did not intend to tell the Aurora Church or anyone else. Sighing softly, still not strong enough. However, just the next moment, Su-ming's log message was updated. You have completed the transfer quest Eternal Strings, difficulty 10. It's time to admire yourself for completing 2 turns alone in just a few days. Su-ming clapped his hands. Exhale like a sigh of relief. You have been transformed into the god of time and space arrows, life plus 3W, mana plus 3W, strength plus 300, attack speed plus 0.8. The time and space arrow god, I wonder what terrifying abilities it possesses. Su-ming muttered. Eyes moved toward the area of talents and skills. The experience that has been building up for so long is also starting to run upwards. You have leveled up 1 level, LV 120 LV 121, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up by 1, LV 121 LV 122, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Oh! 32 levels in one fell swoop, LV 152. Actually, Su-ming was a bit surprised. By himself, he had madly killed a large number of wild monsters, and the experience he had accumulated at turn 4 had long since exceeded 100 million. It only ended up boosting 32 levels instead of capping? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. The need for experience really is bottomless the further back you go. If Wang Lin had been on the sidelines, he would have wanted to yell, "Blanche." Su Ming entered at LV80 not yet transferred. It turned out to be LV152 in only 2 days of work. This is how many monsters have been killed without stopping for a moment. It was because he hadn't expected that Su Ming's arrow split had evolved to 1,000 arrows. Nor did he expect that Su Ming would not have to consider the issue of consumption in the slightest. The speed of killing monsters was beyond the reach of even him, a big man close to turn 6. Nope. Now it's even more mute. Infinite firepower, effect 2, each arrow shot splits an additional 2,999 arrows with the same effect, which improves with transmutation. How much? I'm not blind? Su Ming himself was startled and almost flipped over on the back of his little ravings. 1 arrow becomes 3,000 arrows? It was only 1.1 thousand when he turned 3, now it's straight up 3x. It won't be about to break 10,000 by the time we get to turn 5, will it? Su Ming felt it was very possible. Consider that it is currently possible to shoot 6 shots in 1 second. So, 1.8 W arrows can be shot in 1 second. This. With the words arrow chase amulet. Killing a boss in seconds might not even take 1 second? Perverts. Total perverts. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Time Travel Talent. Begin leveling with a bang. Su Ming had reached a qualitative leap. It was only 4 turns, not even halfway on his way to transferring. The Dark Phoenix's speed in the sky was extremely terrifying. It soon stayed in the air above a giant tree rainforest at Su Ming's command. He saw 2 very powerful groups in the rainforest. The liver explosion begins, so let's start practicing right down here. Aim to reach the LV180 cap soon after. Then you can leave the world corridor without fear. Raving. The little ravings chirped merrily and low, a handful of shadow pink crystals in their mouths. Primitive rainforest. This is a pristine, uninhabited territory. Wildlife fights were happening at all times between the towering trees. Eventually, while it was still falling, Su Ming's gaze fell on the newly acquired temporal arrow god talent. The body couldn't help but lean back again. Surprisingly, has the ability to call back time and space. Clearly shocked. The corners of Su Ming's mouth, however, couldn't stop smiling. Talent exclusive. Time travel, unable to probe, permanent retention. 1. Attacks hit the target 1 second earlier, and attacks delay hitting you by 1 second. 2. Within its own 1k space, it can form an absolute blockade, rendering all spatial abilities ineffective. 3. Can be triggered after entering combat, causing you to revert to the temporal state you were in 3 seconds ago, and then the effect goes on a separate 60-second cooldown. Let's look at effect 1 first, it's simply playable. A 1 second time difference, both in attack and defense. Both can determine the final life and death. Maybe not too much of an impact, only a little faster when it comes to brushing. But in life and death battles with others, my opponent will have to wait 1 second to kill me first, and I can still be 1 step ahead of you again. We'll have an absolute advantage. In the future, when they encountered the demon god, or an existence like Zagurumi, he all had absolutely no false bottom. Effect 2 can be useful for blocking space and forcing retention. And the final effect 3. Su Ming was very excited, and it seemed that his ability to save his life had gotten a little bit stronger. For example, forcing a callback to an uninjured state 3 seconds ago after an injury. For him who has many secrets, the more means you have to save your life, the more full of security you feel. Really don't poke. Su Ming jumped on a branch of a giant tree. For her part, little Rumor took great initiative to hide in his shadow. This little guy. It's really becoming more and more in tune with my own mind. But just the next moment, he saw several swarms of large, stocky, but not too agile praying mantises. It was coming at itself viciously. One of the rainforest's 2 dominant swarms, the cross mantis. Crossed mantis, common wildlife. Level, LV172. Lifespan, 68.8 W 68.8 W. Skills, Cross Light Chop, Flying Strike, Ultimate Blink, Mantis 10 Blades. Information, a creature with unusually strong strength and agility. If approached by it, it will be in critical condition. Weakness, small abdomen. a wild monster whose level had reached LV 170+. It is completely at the ceiling level of the food chain in this realm. It was no wonder that no one dared to approach this place for miles around. Just in time for you to try out the changes in your strength. Eagle Eye. Arrow Net Inferno. Explosive Arrows. As soon as the burst arrow came out, it instantly split into 3,000 identical sharp arrows. 6.2 W. Blast Burns. 9.3 W. Bludgeoning Fatal Blow Burns. 800. Poisoning. The single arrow damage of a random burst arrow was already over 3 W. It's even more terrifying if it triggers Bludgeon and Deadly Strike. Not to mention, Bloodthirsty Berserker stacks up at the same time. Temporary attack speed eventually exploded to 7.01 arrows s in one fell swoop. After the Arrow Net Inferno gathering of monsters. In just 1 second, 2.1 W sharp arrows are like heavenly punishment. Chirp chirp chirp. Boom boom boom. A bizarre scene appeared. The sharp arrows that had not yet touched the body of the wild monster. Suddenly the cross-mantis swarm was caught off guard. Shooting directly into their bodies followed by crazy explosions. You have killed cross-mantis LV-171 and gained 40.2 W of experience. You have killed cross-mantis LV-173 and gained 40.4 W of experience. No matter how dominant, they must die in front of the arrows that cover all ranges. Then, Su Ming saw. The mantis bodies spread out behind them flashed points of light. It's blinking. Extreme blinking? Flickering he knew. But this limit flicker he had never seen before. It's space technology anyway. Just the perfect subject for experimentation. It caused Su Ming to raise the idea of testing to examine his own abilities. Space blockade. An invisible and shadowless fluctuation was inspired with Su Ming at the center. The area covered forms a no-traffic space. Quite a few of the cross-mantis that were constantly flickering in front of Su Ming's eyes suddenly stiffened. Uncontrolled descent. Chirp chirp chirp. Then there was no accident, as a matter of fact, they died in the chaos of arrows. Progress on crossed mantis, 100%. You've looted 14 points of power. Su Ming revealed a smile as he continued to shoot wildly in the guise of a standing machine. The entire 1,000 meters of the big tree he was in. A praying mantis couldn't step in. The only thing for those who step into it is death. You have leveled up by 1, LV 152 LV 153, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Finally, clearing wave after wave of cross-mantis. The ever-accumulating experience has been raised 1 level again. Every time you fight a group of wild monsters. The speed at which Su Ming consumed blue was even more terrifying than hundreds of assembled mage corps. But he's got unlimited mana. Again, you don't have to worry about the stored arrows running out all at once. Significantly saves time on mana recovery and loading ammo. The cross-mantises screamed in agony. But in a few breaths. Gradually another group of dominant wild monsters is appearing in the territory of the former cross-mantis. The battle armor helmeted bees, sure enough, are here too. Battle armor helmeted bee, common wildlife. Level, LV 173. Lifespan, 77.5 W 77.5 W. Skills War Helmet Guard, Hunting Needle, Hardness, Thorn Shield Counter. Information, very special species, good at swarming with defense as offense, must not be careless. Weakness, Tail. The battle armor helmeted bee can be considered an oddity among the myriad of bee species. Unlike the other characteristics of the extreme boost attack. This bee is covered in armor and even wings that are made for defense. In the super map Primordial Rainforest. Only the cross-mantis could form a 1 attack, 1 defense standoff with it. You guys are working together? Bullying me, an outsider? Su Ming cried and laughed a little. But in front of his absolute suppression, it was like nothing. The 2 arrows that came out of the bow again were actually completely different from the ones used before. Blockade arrows. Tokiwa arrow. 2 arrows divided into 6,000. Falling perfectly into the opposite side of the wild battlefield in a 1-second time lag. Chapter 55, Blockade Arrow. Blocking Arrow. Extreme Blink Skill Book? The arrows gradually became denser than rain. Several messages refreshed one after another. You have killed Cross Mantis LV-173 and gained 40.4 W of experience. You have killed War Armor Helmet Wasp LV-174 and gained 40.4 W of experience. Battle Armor Helmet B progress, 100%, you've looted 11 points of defense. Su Ming muttered, two very special effects that he just used. Whether it's a blockade arrow or a time-dissipating arrow. It was the two exclusive skills gained after transmuting to become a time and space arrow god. When clearing monsters on a large map, swarm kills by burst arrows and curtain shadow arrows are still the best experience. Su Ming was merely testing it in passing and revealed his admiration. Sure enough, it's not human at all. Completion of the transfer. The last remaining 18 skill proficiency crystals were just about used up. Therefore these two exclusive skills have reached LV10 perfection. Skills exclusive. Blockade Arrow LV10 stores up power for 3 seconds and then shoots a blockade arrow, dealing 800% attack damage to the hit target and blocking a 10-10 range around it, preventing the target within the range from moving itself for 3 seconds. Consumes 1500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Time Dissipating Arrow LV10 stores power for 3 seconds and then shoots a large time dissipating arrow, dealing 1500% attack damage to the hit target and accelerating all the abnormal status effects it carries by 20 times per settlement. This damage cannot be recovered. Consumes 1500 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. At first glance these two skills may seem like nothing. But Blockade Arrow even surpasses Shadow Arrow's group control. Blockade effect, similar to petrification. The difference is that the blocked target can't move on its own though. But it can be done by outside forces. Doesn't Su Ming happen to have an excellent external force empowerment skill? Arrow Net Hell. The Arrow Net Inferno only creates a huge suction. However, if agility is high enough, it is possible to disengage using quite a few spatial means. And blockade before gathering monsters. That is, 100% no one can escape. To know. That's a mandatory 3 seconds of control time or group control. It's 1 second more than even freeze, a single control. The special feature of the time dissipating arrow is the acceleration anomaly. Abnormal statuses such as burned, poisoned, bleeding. Currently, the poison damage attached to the 5 poison cube is 800 per second. One shot of a time dissipating arrow can poison itself. Then it starts settling damage 20x per second, and there's no way to recover from it. Poisoning per second also reached 1.6 W. Without the use of props to detoxify the poison, it remains poisoned until death. Very necessary at special times. For example, when you can't sustain your output in a bad environment. Just shoot a time dissipating arrow and hide. The other side can then wait for death in peace. Almost there, make it quick. Explosive arrows. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp. After Su Ming roughly understood the effects of those two special skills in his mind, the situations to which they are most applicable are also quickly analyzed. The alternating swarms of killing arrows continue to be the symphony of the place. The whistling and wailing made the most beautiful music. You have leveled up by 1, LV-153 LV-154, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up by 1, LV-154 LV-155, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. How could Cross Mantis and Battle Armor Helmeted be have ever imagined that? Being at the top of the entire ecological food chain in this realm, they are. But it has turned into a tool for Su Ming to test his skills. Not long after. Eagle Eye. Look at the insect corpses all over the floor. Su Ming gently patted the corner of his coat. Start jumping forward collecting good value loot along the way. Helmeted B wing shield? Su Ming's backpack had already collected in several gold quality shields. Good weapon for shield master or shield warrior classes. It makes sense that the battle armor helmet B would drop this. Then, the smooth walk was extremely sharp. Didn't see Cross Mantis drop gear all the way. The total value of a large number of cross clamps is good. Just as he was giving the mantis corpse a look of disdain. Suddenly you see a shimmering light glowing from somewhere. It's a skill book. If ordinary wild monsters can drop skill books, it proves that this species has great potential. Even bosses need special species to have a chance of dropping. Earlier both the 3 cranial serpent and the ancient spider. All of them were by no means comparable to the same level boss off the ordinary copies in the rival worlds. Mumbles of Kung Fu. He had rushed over and cupped it in his hands. Limit Blink, Non-Melee Profession Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 120+. Ultimate Blink LV1, Subtle Spatial Movement, used to blink to any location within 200 meters, consumes 1000 mana, can be used again after every second, range in blue consumption is x2 of the previous one, maximum of 5 uses in 10 seconds, cooldown is 60 seconds after 10 seconds. Su Ming became extraordinarily very affectionate when he looked at the Crossmantis corpse group. I admit, I was wrong about you guys. It's not bad for a group of wild monsters that dominate the world corridor. With time, he thought, a boss-level existence would definitely be promoted from the Crossmantis. Until then, it definitely surpassed the deadly Silence Demon Bear as the strongest boss in this realm. Extreme blinking. No wonder that group of mantises can continuously blink. Typical blink cooldown time 30-40 seconds. Yet it can only blink once at a time. If Su Ming had to choose, of course I'll choose Limit Flicker. You can flash wildly 5 times in 10 seconds. And it doesn't smell much better when the range is doubled every time? And it's still a great runaway magic trick for him. Spatially block someone else first, then blink and run yourself. Perfection. It wasn't in any way less valuable than the flying skill book that elder brother Wan Lin had promised. A few 100 million, once again a few 100 million for nothing. Treasure Little Mantis, love it, love it. You have met the learning requirements for Ultimate Blink and have successfully learned this skill, Ultimate Blink LV1. But Su Ming revealed a sunny smile in satisfaction. Later on, you can both skyrocket your speed and float in your stance. Again, you can limit blink ghost displacement. Tisk, TSK, like a ghost. As an archer, it's not too much of a stretch to be a little more nimble than an assassin, right? The loot is packed up. Su Ming didn't choose to stay and wait for the nexus refreshment, but instead called out Little Rumor. Sharo, let's go ho-ho the wild monsters on the next map. After a ho-hum round, it's just in time to get back here to start the next wave again, ha ha ha. Chapter 56 Liver Burst Sprint LV 180. This Braveheart, simply, my goodness. Currently finally at LV 156, as long as we don't stop for a moment. One day and one night can burst his liver a LV 180. Su Ming knew deep down that he couldn't just catch a flock of sheep to wool gather. Instead, it's going to rain on your parade. Oh, amazed face, kill. Follow your master and kill aces. Su Ming. You're still a Phoenix beauty queen, why do you open your mouth to kill? And I don't know who I learned it from. So Su Ming calmly rode on Little Raving's back. Raving. Overlord monsters, I'm coming hot. Falling clouds. You have killed Kayum Koan LV 168 and gained 38.8 W of experience. Progress, 100%. You've taken 1,200 lives. You have killed the Sawtooth Shark LV 169. The Valley of the Floating Monuments. 1 man and 1 bird, 1 for the wild ride and 1 for the wild shot. Everywhere you go, there's not a single monster left. Even whenever the species is encountered. The looting progress all reached 100% without letting go. A day and a night's work. The monsters on the top floor of the world corridor are all suffering. Su Ming beautifully totaled the plunder. 6,800 life, 37 strength, 32 agility, 52 attack, 23 defense. Simply don't be beautiful. He also confirmed something in his mind. It seemed to be due to the fact that one's mana was supposed to be capped indefinitely. So he doesn't prey on mana as an attribute. Of course. Experience is steadily rising. So that the level began to rise continuously with the naked eye. You have leveled up by 1, LV 156, LV 157, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. You have leveled up by 1, LV 157, LV 158, life plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The monsters in the rainforest are refreshed, again. Several hours later. Your level has reached LV 180, please continue to upgrade after completing the transfer. Finally level 180. Murmur, help me up, my hand is shooting a little cramped. LV 180, which means that you can take transfer quests. It's time to go back to the Aurora Church. Wistful excitement. Su Ming mounted Little Raving and didn't look back. He just needed to find the nearest town that had a teleportation array set up by the Aurora Church. It will be easy to return to a familiar place. Take advantage of this. Su Ming briefly counted the harvest from killing the monsters. In addition to the various types of precious items from the Overlord Wild Horde, Su Ming had also obtained several types of gold equipment that added up to a total of hundreds of pieces. However, Su Ming currently had 7 parts equipped. With the exception of the rocket longbow, all the others are in gold and above. The properties are compared and do not need to be replaced for the time being. There are really few wild monsters that can specifically drop bow and arrow weapons. However, Su Ming didn't care. Instead, it's becoming more and more apparent. A few of the fusion artifacts you have acquired yourself are related to your own weapons. Plus the colorful cloud cloak dropped by the colorful cloud Kuan. So far all 8 parts of the equipment will be gathered. Cloak of colored clouds, gold. Type, head armor. Occupation, general physical system. Level requirement, LV 150. Attributes, life plus 3000, mana plus 1000, defense plus 80, riot resistance plus 15%, durability 160-160. Trait, cannot be hit by a killing blow while under the guardianship of a colored cloud. Weapons. Clothes and armor, boots, head armor, gloves. Ring, necklace, mask. This is the base equipment 8-piece set for the archer class. And different types of occupations will vary according to their circumstances. Like gloves and masks. Many professions are gauntlets, crowns, etc. Head armor equipment, though not as rare as the trinket class. However, the level limits for most of the same qualities are high. Then Su Ming glanced at his skyrocketing attributes. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space archery god. Level, LV 180 LV 184 turns. Life, 143,123. Mana, 999999999. Strength, 1017. Agility, 1347. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows s. Attack, 5574. Defense, 2587. Blitz, 67%. Resistance to violence, 60%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. Who? Su Ming lamented that his life value had finally broken through 14W, and even his riot resistance was 60%. Still a brittle archer at the moment though. But there are all sorts of scary and powerful talents as well as props at hand. Life safety can be very well protected. Undying arrow body, S shield wasn't even necessarily broken. And his output is just horrible. That's still the most basic panel value, a whopping 5,574 attack power. After attaching the arrow chase amulet. What's a boss? Shooting tens of thousands of arrows in an instant second doesn't just zap them into hedgehogs? Passing seconds. I hope more life increasing props come in the future. Su Ming muttered. Finally. Little Rave returned to the contract space, and Su Ming also entered the teleportation array. Aurora Church Temple of Valor. Oh my, honorable brave Su Ming. You have been out of contact with the church for 2 days. We rejoice in your safe return and thank the Aurora for its blessings. Hall and several of the old magi learned of Su Ming's return. First on the scene. They obviously got the message from Horton and the Legion of Valor. Superpower. More than that, they symbolize the bravery of their dawn. Deserves the highest regard of the Aurora Church. However, Su Ming asked, has the Thorned Brave left? Hall nodded. Yes, he has accomplished his mission. Just this time yesterday, returned to his own realm. Bow Brave. Are you leaving too? The old folks were a little upset. People, never compare. Because with comparison comes harm. Not only Hall and all the other church executives, but even Li Huiyao himself in his heart. The very thought of Su Ming made him skeptical. He? How come he's so strong? Once upon a time, no matter which one of the various professions of bravery, none of them could do it as easily as Su Ming. It was supposed to be almost a month of difficult journey of experience. It was rigidly compressed by Su Ming into less than 3 days. Nope. Only 1 day to be exact and it's done. Among them, there are close to 2 days people simply play disappearance. Su Ming nodded his head in confirmation, aha. However, before that I'm going to go into the transfer hall first. Su Ming thought to himself that it was almost impossible for the turn 5 quest to still be here. But what if? Besides, the task is first led in your own hands. The big stone in your heart can only be put down peacefully. The Magi all nodded respectfully with smiles, but suddenly froze in the next second. What's going on? Brave Su Ming, haven't you already received your transfer quest? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Yes, now claim it again. A bunch of old people were dumbfounded, how else could it be like that? Wait. It's not that time earlier. Not the same transfer identity as this one? This guts. Simply. My goodness. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, Cookie is begging for a 5-star review, thank you. Chapter 57, Absolute Arrow God. Super difficult mission, Elder Brother Wang's mind is broken. Su Ming indifferently walked into the transfer hall. After all, he was going to be leaving here soon. There's not much to do with them in the future. Looking at the large crystal ball in front of him that looked like an old acquaintance, Su Ming felt that all of a sudden, he felt that his liver explosion was very worth it. Come on. Without any hesitation, Su Ming even put his hands on the connecting device. Detected that your level has reached LV-180 and meets the conditions for 5 turns. Transition profession generation. You can currently switch to the following profession, Archery God of Extinction. This is Extinction? The last time I saw the name of the Time Arrow God, he would be able to guess that the natural skill was related to time and space. This time, Su Ming immediately had a feeling of a chill down his back. If one's ability to kill the enemy is epically enhanced once again, how terrifying will the output capability become? Is this the rhythm that will allow me to cross over and shoot the demon god? Thinking about it, Su Ming suddenly wanted to laugh a little. The body also became a lot more relaxed and with that clicked to confirm. Jedi Arrow God. The only option that remains mysterious and powerful. You've chosen the Arrow God of Extinction. Generate one of the transfer quests, Jedi Juggernaut difficulty 10. Generate transfer quest 2, Ancient Bow difficulty 10. Generate transfer task 3, Eternal Maker difficulty 10. Hint, 3 tasks must be completed in sequence. Time limit, unlimited, mission cannot be reset. Surprisingly, 3 transfer quests have been generated. And all of them are ING difficulty 10? No wonder Elder Brother Wang Lin said that when it came to turn 5, it was a heavenly barrier for countless people. The difficulty of transferring will stop the vast majority of people in their tracks. Su Ming was surprised that this mission could not be reset. It means that if you can't complete it, you can't change jobs again for the rest of your life. Only. Isn't that something that might not be permanently fixed until turn 7? It turned out to be so for myself at only 5 turns. What about hidden professions that are just a little bit different? Year after year, many people go to great lengths to accomplish their mission. Eventually, he fell silently in a desolate place. Because of the quest in addition to the demanded items. All other battles require the transmogrifier to be personally involved. Who? Su Ming's heart quickly calmed down. Looked to the first mission request. Juggernaut difficulty 10. Description: only by eliminating all obstacles can you become the master of the summit and top the world points list of the Heavenly Ring battlefield. None one kill at least 100 enemies not belonging to the top 1000 of the list of the same camp 0100. Su Ming. I knock, that's only the first task. Should the opening be so hellish? Although it's one mission, it's really 2 missions that can be done at the same time. The Heavenly Ring battlefield. This time, we must also look for old brother Toolman King. He remembered Wang Lin's griffin. It is the one that was abducted from the Heavenly Ring battlefield. So it's important to brush up on the information about the rules of this particular realm. Su Ming never thought of himself as a saint. He understood that in that kind of fight, at any moment, your life could be in danger. That's why the enemy that should be killed should never be softened. Honorable. Brave Su Ming, thank you for helping us. This is a parting gift, may the dawn bless. Oh. After Su Ming walked out of the transfer hall. Naturally, he said that he intended to return from the Hall of Courage. I didn't expect to see a few more items in my hand at this point. I'm afraid that no other person who has entered the world corridor has been treated like this. You've acquired a Glory Crystal X1. You have obtained the skill book Holy Light Art X1. You have obtained the skill book Flame Sun Sacred Arrow X1. What the Aurora Church is best at is healing and purifying abilities. The Crystal of Radiance and the Art of Holy Light are treasures for priests. Maybe they understand the problem too. So a copy of Flaming Yang Sacred Arrows was also given. A very high-ranged output skill for archers. Available at. Su Ming realized that he didn't seem to be able to use it. Harm, not because you're weak. Rather, my skills paired with infinite firepower are all too strong. In the future, perhaps we can exchange auxiliary techniques that suit us. For self-learning skills. What Su Ming needed was not an output skill, but a supporting skill. Such as Eagle Eye, Ultimate Blink. But these three precious items were also worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and Su Ming was excited inside. The light of teleportation enveloped him. After a brief moment of vertigo, the eyes opened again. Su Ming appeared in the transparent crystal ball. Imperial Capital, Level 9 City-State. Imperial Center Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. Back. Su Ming revealed a smile as he finally returned to the Dragon Kingdom's inner world. The researcher in charge of the passageway on the side glanced at Su Ming in shock. Then quickly notify Wang Lin. Within a few minutes of waiting, Su Ming chose to communicate with the contract space. Ooh, kill the acorns, amazed face. Su Ming, do you see that I'm awesome? Su Ming. The little guy is messing around in the deed space. But it was another message he was looking towards. Your contracted tamed animal meets the advancement level LV50 LV50. Requirements for level 2, Shadow Jade X1, Shadow Demon Beast Blood 1 liter, Knight of the Sheltering Moon. The current requirements for advancing to rank 2 are not that hard for him. Items can be taken care of directly at the exchange. Then a breakthrough on a cloudy night. At that time, her speed would become even faster while gradually regaining the powerful strength to fight across levels. However, Su Ming had some strange eyes. Hopefully the little guy won't be as perverted as himself when he advances to rank 5. This. Little friend Su Ming, you've already finished? Wang Lin walked in on fire. With a face of shock. He hurriedly led Su Ming away and then entered the secret room next door. Aha! Su Ming replied calmly. Level 120? Or level 180? Wang Lin asked in a small voice, his insides turning over. In the few days that Su Ming had entered the world cloister, he had finally vaguely learned of a certain piece of news related to Su Ming from his old father. So, nowadays, the first job he is assigned is gaining greater favor from Su Ming. Clearing away all obstacles that prevented Su Ming from raising his strength. If necessary, he can even use the highest power of the entire Kingslayer Temple. Artifacts are available to him. Ah, Su Ming, I really love you. Of course, this was what Wang Lin had in mind. If Su Ming heard it, I'm afraid he would be so shocked that he would turn his head and run. We're not interested in the uncle type. Is Lori not cute? Su Ming, don't worry, since you become a member of our Godslayer Temple. We won't probe you for everything and will hold you accountable to the end. I just hope you remember that the Dragon Kingdom will always have your back. The moment Su Ming realized that elder brother Wang Lin's aura had become softer. It's as if he thinks of himself as a dying elder. It is being intently entrusted to the successor. Ahem. Elder brother Wang Lin, don't say it like you're handing over the aftermath. I'm at level 180. Sure enough, after receiving confirmation from Su Ming's mouth. Wang Lin was relieved, this was Su Ming's true potential. But roll your eyes. Doesn't that mean this kid will be riding him before too long? You'll be begging for a belt from now on? The oldest brother had a bit of a heart failure and wanted to cry. Su Ming? How old brother Wang Lin laughs and cries at the same time. Chapter 58 Super Powerful Technique Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring. The trial ground before entering the battlefield. The two left the information tower in a griffin. Talking about flying skill books and Sky Ring Battlefield. It's a good thing I was resourceful enough to bring the skill book ahead of time. Wang Lin's gaze flickered, and even he claimed to be envious. TSK, this flying skill book is currently probably unique in the entire Blue Star. Definitely won't disappoint Phoenix Wings of Heaven. Hear the name.
Although Su Ming's face was calm, his heart was unusually restless. Thought of the little ravings that were being contracted in space. She has a super flying technique called Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring.
Could it have anything to do with this skill? Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring, General Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 150 plus.
Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring LV1 breaks through the shackles and creates mana wings on the back, possessing the powerful flying ability of the Divine Phoenix clan. Base agility increased by 100%, can trigger Superstorm during this period. Mana consumption is 1000 S, no cooldown.
The rate of mana consumption was truly terrifying.
Su Ming then saw the introduction of Superstorm. Superstorm, the Phoenix wings can be hidden, and when revealed, by constantly flapping the wings, it generates a storm zone in a 1k space where it is located, inflicting 100% real damage and slowing down targets by 60% per second, and it seems to be able to be further fused. A skill that is actually a collection of increased attributes and damage effects. Flight plus base agility is increased by 100%.
This is not the same as stealing attributes for a brief gain. But because it's consumed mana.
So Su Ming realized.
He himself could open it permanently. Gee, unlimited mana is just so ho-hum.
From now on he can fly whenever he wants.
Treat this effect as passive from here on out. Base agility plus 100% is no joke. Besides, Superstorm is the real horror skill. No, more like Fields? The range just happens to be in line with the blocked space and also stacks on top of each other. It's just that last sentence that's up for contemplation.
Oh, and from now on, anyone who dares to come within 1k meters of myself will have to ask me if I'll say yes or no.
Su Ming's heart was extraordinarily excited. Brother Wan Lin, this skill. Would it be a bit expensive? Su Ming is not a cutie. Something quickly came to mind.
Ah, Su Ming, the old master thinks highly of you. Take it away and it will surely work wonders on the coming stage.
Combined with your horrible output movement, it makes your head spin just thinking about it. By the way, you just asked me about the Heavenly Ring battlefield to come? Oh? Master Wang Bo has already noticed himself? Looks like an investment in yourself? Su Ming looked at the Phoenix Wing's heavenly soaring and his body inexplicably honestly took it. Just tell me if it smells good.
And, he loves the Dragon Kingdom as his home.
In the future, those who dare to violate it will be executed even though they are far away.
You have met the learning criteria for Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring and have successfully learned this skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring LV1. Superb flight field technique to hand. Simply use the skill proficiency crystal and it falls perfectly into place. The destination of the Griffin's trip was the Yalt Exchange. Of course, Su Ming had already spoken about the Heavenly Ring battlefield.
Wang Lin froze.
It was a full 3 seconds of stagnation before he finally accepted the truth. Then resumed laughing softly.
With you, it feels like every day is a new world. In that case, maybe soon.
We are teammates, in the true sense of the word, life and death teammates.
Wang Lin's expression was somewhat serious.
It seemed that he had something to talk about when he was done with himself. This was still a situation where Su Ming hadn't explicitly stated to him that he had to obtain the top spot on the list.
Otherwise, the reaction would have been more intense, right? Imperial Yalt Exchange, Level 7.
Su Ming quickly cleaned up the scraps he had collected. And made a big purchase of 72 skill proficiency crystals. As well as the materials needed for the small ravings to advance. Holy Light Art, Sacred Arrow of the Brilliant Sun, Radiant Stone, Hardened Light Shattering Stab. Radiant Stone, Hardened Light Shattering Thorn, and several other high-level items are temporarily stored. Encounter situations where there are traders exchanging items they are happy with. The exchange will then notify itself of the choice to exchange and trade.
General Manager Yazu Rin.
In the other party's blazing gaze as he looked at the treasure, all of Su Ming's transactions went very smoothly. And Su Ming was surprised. The older man in his 40s was the older brother of the young woman in Yazui. Carrying props that are immune to probing. But in Hidden Eye, it's LV 322. However, Su Ming didn't change his attitude, and the two of them talked happily. Worthy of being a teenager, highly recommended by my little sister. Excluding those sky-high deposits, the rest of the recycling is worth $240 million. Little friend Su Ming, when you have time, you can come and see this terrible old man of mine often.
A bad old man? I'll believe the hell out of you.
But he didn't tear down the other bigot either.
Only after Su Ming left did Yaju Lin mutter something. Unfortunately, it's still Elder Wang's Godslayer Hall that's one step faster.
The Yalt seemed to have hitched a ride with the unbeatable little guy. There's no way that someone at the level of sub-juice proximity could know the real reason. But was able to confirm one thing through various sources. Su Ming, it's likely that one of the Dragon Kingdom's 9-turn guardian deities, Elder Wang Bo's
successor in office.
The future rising Bao god of the Dragon Kingdom.
It's a pity that little guy Wang Lin, if it weren't for his big brother. This Su Ming kid is really handsome. He seems to be single? If I abduct him to be my son-in-law. Ha ha ha.
Su Ming walked out of the Yalt exchange.
Don't know and don't care what some bad old man thinks. Brother Wang Lin, where are we going next? He learned that the Heavenly Ring battlefield wouldn't open until half a month later. Heavenly Ring Battlefield LV-180 LV-239. It's a special alien space battlefield connected to the whole world. Listen to old brother Wang. This battlefield is even more involved in the acquisition of the resources of the countries of the world every year. The competition is extra fierce and the mortality rate is extremely high. The competitors, on the other hand, are strong 5-turners from various countries who specialize in the challenge. Of course, Su Ming stuck at the 4-turn limit was also just enough to reach the threshold. That's why Wang Lin froze a few times. Why is this kid's transfer quest so outrageous? There are a total of 10,000 people from every country in the world entering at a time, and I was supposed to be one of them. What Wang Lin actually wanted to say in his heart was. Originally, for Su Ming's sake, he even had to withdraw his spot. It turned out to be just right now instead. Don't worry, since this is your transfer request. You shall be among the slots in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Lin's bottom line this time. The old man has spoken. Who does not obey the old man directly open the artifact. Su Ming tilted his head and looked at the other party, somewhat wanting to laugh. In the face of someone who has helped them so much. He'll keep it in his heart. Wang, I'll cover you in the future. If you mention it in half a month, the horror will be too late. But nowadays, the timing can be organized just right. At this moment, Wang Lin revealed a smile. It just so happens that before you enter the Heavenly Ring battlefield, there is an excellent trial site. Come with me, I'll take you to a nice place. Chapter 59 Void Spirit Space, Divine Dragon Valley. Divine Dragon Ruins? The Griffin's speed skyrocketed. It soon landed on. At the top of the Temple of Regicide? Imperial Capital, Godslayer's Palace Guild, Level 9 District. It turns out that the Deicide Hall is not situated in the center of the Imperial Capital. Instead, it's a separate marginal piece. On the surface, this place looks very low-key. Although the members of the Godslayer Temple are few, each of them is an elite. Most of them are pretty busy, so we don't even focus on formality. Don't look at the outside, there's a whole other world inside. The two didn't take the main door, entering it through the secret door above. Then take the special elevator down. Su Ming was appalled in his heart. Surprisingly, it was a huge underground world. Sure enough, it was a level 9 guild, and what was on display was completely just the tip of the iceberg. We're going through a secret door, no one will bother you. Wang Linbian explained the work. The two soon saw the special space ahead. Any guild that is level 5 or higher has this space within it. Void Spirit Space LV-150 LV-200. The Void Spirit Space can only be entered once in a lifetime per person, and the map is randomly filled with unknowns. Dying in it forces an exit without actually dying. So you can think of it as a trial battlefield. Su Ming quickly understood what elder brother Wang Lin meant. In the battlefield of the ring, death is the end. But here is a chance to fail. So you can prepare yourself mentally in advance. There may even be unexpected opportunities. Unless you voluntarily quit, you will also be forced to quit after 10 days, or if you are killed. Su Ming nodded and stepped directly into it. Void Spirit Realm, Dragon Valley, War Square. After opening his eyes, Su Ming didn't see the dark colors he had imagined. Divine Dragon Valley? Sounds like a nice place. This place was filled with birds and flowers, and the entire square was converged with many people. Only to an outsider. These people are covered in a fog. Oh, and yourself. No one who enters here can detect their respective identities. After all, there would be no real death, no burden on whoever you killed.
But Su Ming could still see the names, professions, and levels in the mist through the hidden eye.
At this time, many people eerily disappeared in the square. Then, Su Ming's information was synchronized and updated.
You are about to be randomly transported to the Valley of the Dragon Valley. Basic Challenge 1: kill at least 20 enemies in 3 days or die and quit. Su Ming, who had only just looked at the message, realized that the scene in front of him had changed.
Towering trees all around come into view.
Just as he was about to call out Little Rumor, he saw a misty fog rushing over in the distance.
It's a new one? I'll take your head, ha ha.
Su Ming heard a coarse and mineral laughter. Then draw the bow and arrow in one fluid motion.
Ice arrows.
I also tried to attach the arrow chase amulet and it worked.
It's also true that the highest level here is only LV 200. Go to hell. Ha! I've only been here one day, no. The opponent was directly stabbed into an ice hedgehog before he even got close. You have killed an enemy 120. Little ravings. After the Dark Phoenix appeared, Su Ming decisively rode on its back. It's not about utilizing small ravings to fly.
Instead, through Little Rumination's shadow incarnation concealment, Su Ming intended to directly open his vision in the sky.
Eagle eye. Sure enough, this Divine Dragon Valley can't see the edge at all.
Here, challenge quests are issued by the will of the Divine Tower every so often. As long as all can complete the test within the allotted time. Then we can continue to explore further. There must be a lot of good stuff buried in this place.
That's.
To the lower left, as far as his eyes could see, he saw a large group of large dinosaur-like wildlife.
Violent Earth Dragon, common wildlife. Level, LV 170. Lifespan, 69.6W 69.6W. Skills, Violence, Dragon Rush, Destruction Wave, Earthquake.
Information, a group of very powerful geoducks with thick skin defense.
Weakness, Feet. Oh, exempt, there are wild monsters here that don't appear outside. Now that he had seen it, where could he let it go? Shadow arrows.
Su Ming immediately opened his bow in the sky.
2.1 W arrows per second instantly blotted out the bright sun. It's not just this group of geoducks.
There were also the challengers in the vicinity of the violent Earth Dragon, all of whom looked up high into the sky in confusion.
The sky? What's that? Waterfax. Run.
Damn it, damn the guys with flying skills.
Delusional indiscriminate attack? I'll stab him.
Su Ming shot arrows without the slightest concern. A rain of arrows covered the entire dense forest below. Now that he knew the rules here, he wouldn't be soft. You have slain the violent Earth Dragon LV 170 and gained 39.1 W of experience. You have slain the violent Earth Dragon LV 170 and gained 39.1 W of experience.
You have killed an enemy 220. You have killed an enemy 320.
In just 3 seconds of work, he had not only killed a large group of violent Earth Dragons,
also accomplished the challenge goal, by the way. Need skill to kill? Plain and simple.
You have completed Basic Challenge 1, and may choose to increase either life or mana.
Oh. And get attributes for it. Life. You've gained an additional 1 W points of base life. Yes, this is the right place to be.
Su Ming's eyes gradually became excited.
So the intention was to get to the next challenge mission before it came up. Not sparing any kind of wildlife.
With only one chance, you certainly can't miss out on the gift of plunder. Violent Earth Dragon progress, 100%, you have looted 9 points of defense.
Perfect.
Other than the Violent Earth Dragon, there are no other wild monsters nearby.
Fly forward maybe. Wait, what's that?
Look along the corpses of the geoduck swarm. In the sky, Su Ming saw that in some inconspicuous corner of the Divine Dragon Valley, a stone wall had some sort of formation pattern engraved on it.
Shouldn't. There's a special item buried there?
Su Ming approached with an excited heart.
Finally saw the message above. Seal formation, can be lifted by external force, is it lifted? Yes.
Su Ming kept his guard up and stepped back.
But just the next second,
Su Ming's log refreshed with a message.
You have triggered the hidden map, Divine Dragon Ruins, and will receive the only relic hint. And then proceed.
The whole valley resounded with loud mechanical sounds.
The Dragon Ruins have been opened. Everyone will be alerted to the location of the ruins in 10 seconds. What in God's name?
As the array pattern was triggered, this stone wall actually shattered apart,
exposing a corner of one of the ancient relic masonry. Compared to others, one seems to have an extra 10 seconds. And special tips? Eagle eye.
Small ravings, on the other hand, were lost to their own shadows. After confirming that there was no one else around, Su Ming rushed into it without hesitation.
For the moment the cue had come. Map Guide JPG. Inside the ruins is a labyrinth of death. Follow the map's guidelines to safely reach the center of the Divine Dragon Hall, where you can expect to receive the titled Divine Dragon Master and a companion creature of the Divine Dragon. Companion organisms? Luck against the odds.
Su Ming's gaze flickered. It made him think of the 2-scale crystals of Zagurumi.
That's a legendary item, you definitely can't let it go. Chapter 60 Entering the Divine Dragon Ruins. Su Ming's frantic shooting. Su Ming followed the extra map guidance he had obtained and kept moving forward. I didn't realize this place had a hidden space? It made him think of the Valhalla labyrinth. Maybe it's a proving ground made of multiple overlapping spaces. Like the 3 doorways in front of him. 2 of the doorways ended in dead ends. Once you break in, you will waste a lot of time. Of course, after either doorway. All possess a variety of monsters that stand in the way of challengers.
Su Ming stepped vigilantly into the doorway on the right according to the map.
Eagle eye. Eerie dimly lit space.
Several low hissing noises kept ringing out. At the same time, Su Ming had already gotten a good look at the group of roadblocks.
Then, shoot me. Relic Wraith, normal monster. Level, LV 172. Lifespan, 71.6W 71.6W. Skills, Skeletal Strike, Charge, Corpse Explosion.
Information, has no consciousness, only knows to kill all outsiders who break out of it.
Weakness, Head. Shadow Arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp. 6.6W. Blast. 3.3W. Within just a second, tens of thousands of sharp arrows broke through the air. Not even close to the corpses of the skeleton beasts. Just hit the damage immediately. Su Ming almost laughed out loud. From the time the arrow left the bow to the time it hit the body of the wild monster group was not even 1 second. Therefore, as soon as an arrow is shot, it is life or death. They're lying quietly on the ground before they can react. You have slain the relic wreck beast LV 172 and gained 39.5W of experience. You have slain the relic wreck beast LV 174 and gained 39.6W of experience. Even without writing the little ravings. Su Ming also floated up into the air above this space. The huge wings on his back were the complete opposite of the Dark Phoenix's black splendor. White. More like holy. Later on, when you're messing around with little ravings, I'm afraid others thought it was black and white. But the Phoenix wings can be hidden as long as they don't trigger the superstorm. Su Ming used it with complete ease. Relic Wraith progress, 100%, you have looted 10 points of power. Soon, Su Ming once again saw the riot below. The body pierced by silence again did not slowly dissipate into points of light. Instead, it keeps getting bigger. Like an inflated ball. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Gee, that's Corpse Explosion, an extremely nasty skill. Because it's bound to trigger. Wilds with this skill generate a big bang when they die. Deals real damage and stuns to a huge range. However, there are limitations that prevent it from being air-to-air. Therefore, Su Ming had long ago made a perfect solution to the countermeasures in advance. At this moment, skeletons were flying across the floor of the ruins, none of them intact. Explosive arrows. Boom 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 boom. Under the second and third waves of sharp arrows. Eventually burn everything new. That's quite a new concept of refreshing. With that, Su Ming landed on the ground. Seeing little piles and piles of drops. Death pink crystals? This kind of powder crystal little ravishing seems to be able to absorb it as well. So quickly stowed away in the backpack after. Looking toward the 2 newly opened doorways. That's a lot of doors. Su Ming sighed. There is only one real route, and it's good to have your own map in hand. And so, Su Ming concealed the wings behind his back and quickly walked into the doorway on the left side. Holy wings can fly even without paraphernalia.
Previously, Su Ming was just trying out the superstorm in passing.
The result is no less than a divine technique.
Because one has already purchased the skill proficiency crystal. Phoenix Wings Sky Soaring and Ultimate Flicker have both reached LV10 perfection.
The former significantly boosts storm's damage and slow.
Causes a storm zone to be generated in a 1k space where it is located, dealing 500% true damage per second and slowing targets that enter by 80%.
That's real damage. As long as the mana pipes up,
the space around yourself will be able to become extremely scary.
And Su Ming. What's not much is a lot of mana, so feel free to come. And the latter.
Elevation seemed even greater to Su Ming.
Ultimate Blink LV10, subtle spatial movement, used to blink to any location within 300 meters, consumes 1000 mana, can be used again after every second, range and blue consumption is x2 of the previous one, use up to 7 times in 10 seconds, enter cooldown after 10 seconds for 60 seconds. The initial distance becomes 300 meters.
And the limit of uses in 10 seconds has been raised from 5 to 7. Then the limit distance is raised to 19,200 meters.
20,000 meters. It's too real. And so,
just after Su Ming stepped into the next doorway, only 10s had just passed.
The entire Shenlong Valley was filled with challengers from various countries. Synchronized information was received about the location of the stone wall where the formation was located. Divine Dragon Ruins? Ha, the treasures are all mine.
I'm a golden armored warrior, and anyone who doesn't want to die listens to my orders.
No one can take what's mine. My waist? Who does sneak attacks? I don't want to force quit.
The entrance to the ruins gathered a large number of challengers.
But no one lets anyone.
Even a few dark mists secretly knifed away a large group of guys who were arguing. Su Ming didn't care what others thought. And no time to play house with them.
By now he had already flown into mid-air.
A large amount of shadow power generated by the small ravings guarded the side. The right hand is windy, after the arrow net inferno.
Chill arrows and blockade arrows rained one after another. Chirp chirp chirp. 11.2 W. Bludgeoning freezing. 8.4 W. Deadly blow freezing. Su Ming's eyes looked solemnly at everything below. He didn't realize he'd only just stepped into this place.
The whole scene then ushers in a dramatic change. There was no sign of any ruins, but a sea of flowers. Beautiful. It was as if Su Ming had once dreamed of the peachland countryside. But in the very next second, countless flowers withered and faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sharp sound came from between the sea of flowers.
Those flowers came to life. Phantom Flower Demon, normal monster. Level, LV 180. Lifespan, 33.3 W 33.3 W. Skills, Spirit Blade, Dream Eater, Hypnotic Zone, Soul Symbiosis.
Information, a very special creature that can invade the dreams of any living being.
Weakness, cannot be triggered. Oh. Can't trigger a killing blow.
And to Su Ming's small surprise, its life value is really low, but the skills are truly outrageous. So, you can't give them a chance to put their skills in play.
Ice arrows. Blocking arrows. Shadow arrows. Freeze, blockade, and silence trigger constantly.
Countless flowers that had deteriorated into demons were scattered in pieces across the land.
Chapter 61, thank you, but please go to hell.
As he kept moving.
Once again, the bodies are piling up.
You have killed the Phantom Dreamflower Demon LV 180 and gained 4.3 W experience. You have killed Phantom Dreamflower Demon LV 179 and gained 4.3 W experience.
What a great shot!
Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, only a few more seconds were needed to clear it.
After all, this sea of flowers is just too big. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp. They're drops. Wait. No, something doesn't feel right. Su Ming's sudden alertness was great.
The experience gained from killing the illusory Dreamflower Demon was also too little.
And, clearly killed more than he expected.
The plundering progress of heavenly arrowing intent surprisingly did not reach 100%.
Dream eating. Soul symbiosis. Here, is it not a relic space, but in my dream?
After Su Ming realized the problem, he instantly thought of a solution.
The hidden eye.
Su Ming's eyes possessed the self-contained ability to see through essential information. After carefully scanning the entire area of flowers, the corners of his mouth turned up, found it. So it was you who messed up. This is a dream flower on the other side of the river. The Pisan dreamflower transforms itself into the form of a phantom dreamflower demon, then very cleverly hide among the flower corpses. Su Ming realized that none of his arrows could even hit its body. This guy is really... Go! Are you more afraid of death than you are? And even more amazing, the information that Su Ming saw through the hidden eye. It does not belong to the category of wild monsters. Nor is it a boss. Rather, plant-based tamers? Race, Pisan dreamflower. Attribution, dragon burial. Level, LV 188. This guy. Surprisingly, it was similar to a small raving, a special creature from a different dimension. Arrow chase amulet. Since the rain of arrows covering everything couldn't hit, then utilize the talisman to lock it down directly. It worked. The movements of Su Ming's hands did not pause for a moment. Whatever the hell it is. With that, he drew his bow and was bound to strike a blow. Yet just this instant, Su Ming heard a terrified voice. Wait, you passed the test of Shenlong-sama, spare me oh. Su Ming. The faint slumbering song faded away. The sea of flowers littered with corpses seemed to be going through the cycle all over again. Su Ming was like watching a movie that was playing back. The body of the flower demon that wasn't there. A fresh breeze blew through. In the sea of flowers, the waves are clearly visible. Only, this time in a sea of flowers, there stood a delicate creature with roses all over her body. A look of pity. Don't ever kill me, I'm just a guardian being that Lord Divine Dragon uses to test challengers. Because this is the dream world. So Su Ming was communicating with it through his spirit. However, Su Ming's knocked arrow was not lowered. Oh? Then can you tell me about the Shenlong-sama you're talking about? The other side of the dreamflower breathed a small sigh of relief. Brave challenger, you have entered one of the graveyards of the divine dragon, Negril. That's a dragon king who rules the spirit world, mysterious and powerful. But one day, after being besieged by the heavenly demon holy lords understood that it was going to fall. Therefore, bury your spirit in parts in different graves. If one can obtain Negril's relics, one will have immensely powerful mental abilities. Sidebar. This petrified dreamflower revealed an agitated expression. Oh challenger, the exit for you has appeared. Bless you with the legacy of Negril. It struck a very humble pose. Su Ming followed its guidance and looked. Sure enough, a doorway formed by a shimmering light rose from the back of the sea of flowers. You have passed the test, just enter it. We'll reach the place where Lord Shenlong is. Spirit Dragon King? Su Ming's heart was shaken when he heard this news. Involves competence in the spiritual realm. In a way more mysterious than time and space. And a large part of the ability to control involves this. If we can get some of this Dragon King's mental abilities, maybe his eyes will morph into something even more terrifying. Su Ming slowly put away his bow. Beautiful lady, thank you so much then. The dreamflower on the other side of the river also reveals its gentle and beautiful side. You're welcome, challenger. You are one of the most powerful I have seen in several years. And you're the only one who has a chance of getting any of Negril's, right? Su Ming gradually fell downwards. By the way, can I ask you a question? The body of the other side of the dreamflower stiffened. Then dubiously danced the rose branches a bit. WH? What? I was wondering, why do you sometimes call the Dragon Lord and sometimes Negril? Build a bow, draw an arrow, shoot. Ice arrows. A bit of coldness swept through. Su Ming made a decisive move. You. Poor flower's delicate face lost its color. Su Ming calmly revealed a smile. Thank you, but please go to hell. Instant damage burst. There's no kidding about being locked down by the arrow chase amulet. 11.2 W. Bludgeoning freezing. 8.4 W. Deadly blow freezing. 5.6 W. Freezing. Then you see the Pisan dreamflower, which has been zapped into a hedgehog of ice. The peppermint dreamflower was originally a brittle mage.
Freeze is also extremely good for plants.
So the next moment the message brushes off. You've killed the dreaming flower.
The sky is instantly stormy.
A hint of dark color gradually tinted the calm azure.
Once again, the sea of flowers is fading fast.
Only, no flower demon appeared.
Everything is being consumed by darkness. Little ravings. Su-ming, I'm in, amazed face.
You were just tricked into it, weren't you? It turned out to be a bad guy. Little Rumination's shadow force protected him, and Su-ming would not be affected in any way. But even without the guardianship of the little ravings,
it's all over, too.
The scene in front of him was a little dim, and he was back in the maze of ruins. Opened his eyes, directly in front of him. A large net woven by countless vines was seen.
This is what you are, isn't it? Explosive arrows. The arrow light turned into flames. Gradually, everything burned away.
Su-ming shrugged his shoulders. It was really easy to be tricked if he let his guard down.
He knocked on the little raving head.
Instead of getting angry, the little guy burrowed into the shadows to reflect.
And don't think about it.
If this is really just a test,
then why did the other side never unlock the ability to enter dreams? Moreover, the phantom flower demon has the soul symbiosis skill. Just means it's one of this guy's skills.
Once he entered the light, what greeted him would probably be soul strangulation.
It's true that you can't be careless at any time. Chapter 62, Phantom Seed. Lord Negril, yo. Ha ha ha. When the flames turn everything to dust,
a slightly charred seed falls out of the center of the plant's large web. Su-ming immediately saw its message.
Oh, it is? Seeds of Illusion, cultivation type item.
Characteristics, planted in the contract space, to be carefully cultivated to take root and grow into the contracted phantom tree, can significantly enhance the host and contracted tamed beast's attributes and spiritual ability.
Holy, good stuff.
Su-ming hurriedly took the seed in his hand. Then follow the introduction to have the little ravings planted in the contracted space she inhabits.
Absorbing my mana? Feel free to suck it in.
Not only that, but it can also absorb the shadow power that escaped from the small ravings.
More than that. Can you eat any energy body?
Su-ming scattered the death powder crystals he had obtained earlier onto the seeds. It took only 2 seconds of work to absorb it all.
And, as soon as it absorbs,
Su-ming could then feel the growth of the seed slightly accelerate by a few points.
And it also implicitly feeds back into one's mental strength. Today it's insignificant though.
But Su-ming believed that he would wait until he truly grew into a big tree in the future.
Definitely reaps huge benefits. Hey, now any drop isn't scrap. You can't use it yourself later. But items that you throw away but feel bad about can be dumped all over it. It's just absolutely brilliant. Hawkeye.
There were no more wildlife around this space, and no exits.
Nope. Originally, wildlife existed in this space.
Instead, a trace of Negril's spiritual essence had been stolen by this other side dreamflower being.
Now that you have collected the seed yourself, soon the wildlife will be newborn.
The truth was the same as what Su-ming had guessed.
In the next second, Su-ming quickly took to the air. Exploding arrows out. Chirp chirp chirp. 6.7 W. Blast burns. 6.7 W. Blast burns. Boom boom boom.
He saw a group of skeletons burrowing out of the land. Underworld fire skeleton, normal wildlife.
Level, LV 180. Lifespan, 80.6 W 80.6 W.
Skill spectral fire, skeleton strike, skeleton dash, reorganize. Information, a group of skeletons that can constantly reorganize their bodies, week after week.
Weakness, heart of fire. Fire heart?
Su-ming slightly side-eyed, and the arrow in his hand had long since shot out.
Weaknesses are not detected information. Rather, it's an effective, hidden eye, so it's also a special hint a lot of the time. For example, Su-ming looked at the wild monsters that kept falling apart and recovering as before. Already understand this skeleton. The heart of fire within their bodies is their origin. You have killed the underfire skeleton LV-180 and gained 39.8 W of experience. You have slain the underfire skeleton LV-179 and gained 39.8 W of experience. Su-ming's current output was too terrifying.
A few short seconds of work.
None of them will escape their fate. Boom boom boom.
Progress, 100%, you have looted 22 points of power. Soon after, Su Ming revealed a satisfied color.
Wait. These fire centers aren't extinguished? They actually belong to the drop.
Only, with patches of skulls breaking. It was as if these fire hearts felt the call of the relics.
Is slowly drilling upward into the dome.
I sensed that these fire centers possessed very powerful flame abilities.
Wait, don't you run. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he quickly flew forward.
At this moment, a fiery red scale crystal appeared in his hand.
Molten fire scale crystals, you can suck them, right? Collect them for me.
He thought about the situation with the other side of the dream flower.
So they can definitely be shunted. Scale crystal activated.
A huge vortex was formed to constantly inhibit the fire hearts that flew away.
It's done, ha ha ha.
Until now, this piece of scale crystal in his hand. A total of 2 extremely special flames were absorbed. Death Flame and Heart of Fire, which is now suspected to be related to some of Negril's abilities.
Maybe later. He'd also be a mobile storage flaming apocalypse yet. Rumble.
The ruins began to shake slightly. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the only huge door that was open at the back.
Who?
It looked as if he had experienced a long time in the sea of flowers constructed by the other side of the dream flower.
It was actually just a few seconds. That's how powerful the mental field ability is. And so,
Su Ming stepped into the giant door a few moments faster.
Wait, what is this? Again?
The sudden situation caused Su Ming to immediately become serious.
Because at this point he is.
It was as if a mechanism had been opened and kept falling. It was good to be able to use the skill of flight to quickly stabilize the body, thus easing the landing.
This isn't the space the map showed?
It's logical to follow the map guidelines. He had entered the giant door and had still merely reached the correct space for the 3rd level of the labyrinth.
And this relic is 18 stories long. Just as he turned on his eagle eye.
When he looked up, he saw a horrifying scene. Before his eyes, the giant tree branches were intricate.
And in the depths wrapped by the branches, there was a silver radiant dragon sleeping? Negril? He came straight to the last floor where Negril was? Nope. This dragon's aura is not as terrifying as Zagurin's at all. Realize that even if Zagurin is sealed in a large fireball.
Su Ming was in that space.
Physiologically all instinctively palpitate.
However, at this moment, Su Ming could not feel the other party's powerful oppressive force.
Just this moment.
A voice appeared in his head.
Human? You're the one who took care of that damned Pisan Dreamflower thief? The dragon is still sleeping.
However, Su Ming intuitively felt strongly that it was the sound it made.
I have indeed fallen. This is only a portion of my spiritual body left behind, untouchable.
Su Ming slowly moved backwards, rubbing the large bow in his hand. I wonder why the other party initially took a liking to him because he killed the other side of the Dreamflower.
Dragons are that easy to talk to?
Not to mention the fact that what was in front of him was a high and mysterious Dragon King. Little Rumor was also in the shadows at the same time, ready to take on the form of a dark shadow.
Su Ming turned on eagle eyes. Then Vigilance opened his mouth. Yes. So you're the one who pulled me in here? A calm reply was soon heard.
You took care of the one that tried to steal my mental powers. Therefore this body of mine has briefly regained a trace of its power and can bring you to me in advance.
The other party was silent for a few seconds before. Again, a more gentle voice.
I sense the Dragon King's aura in you. You have gained his approval. So, if you fulfill my last wish, I will grant you companion life.
Su Ming.
I see, because of having Zagurumi scale crystals.
It thinks it's one of us? As it is. Great Lord Negril, the little man Iron Manganese is your devout follower, ha 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 ha. Chapter 63, Divine Dragon Burial Pure Land. The lol, oh no. It's a very smooth exchange. As for why you felt the Dragon King's aura?
He happened to take out the molten flame scale crystal when he was collecting the fire heart at that time. So it made sense to be felt by Negril, the owner of the relic.
And the Dragon King's endorsement. Oh.
It's enough to recognize a companion in your own hands.
It's just that. If Zagurin knew his true identity,
It's a good, holy mother of all dragons if it doesn't go crazy and kill it right away. Su Ming had a bold idea, and his voice was filled with piety. You, truly great Lord Negril. Oh great Dragon King, I didn't expect to see you again today. What you do, villain Tai Manganus will definitely go through fire and water. It's starting. It's starting. Iron Manganese, the innocent dragon messenger and spokesman for the Dragon King, is now online. After all, this dragon was now only a spirit body and could not know what it looked like. So, this can be too much fun. As expected, the spirit body of this already fallen Dragon King was in a great mood. It began to emanate channels of spiritual ripples. Whenever it touched Su Ming's body, it was all absorbed by that phantom dream seed planted in the contract space. The growth rate is visible to the naked eye. Su Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't need to plow through. Oh, Iron Manganese of the human race, you're very good. It seems you sincerely believe in the great dragon race. This is the power I bestow upon your humble race. It granted Su Ming a trace of spiritual power. And at the same time, it's a test run. The result was very satisfying for it. It finally revealed its natural dominance and condescension. Great Negril, many thanks for your reward. Su Ming had allowed the seeds to pour out huge amounts of energy for extra. The heart was happy, no less, but it was thinking. If it wasn't for the preconceived notion of him as one of our own. Still want the legacy? Companion organisms? Without saying a word, I'll spray a rant to death. Okay. Black, so ing black. Su Ming muttered in his heart. So, it's not too much to ask that we be good young men and women to eat for free, is it? Just the next second. A quest message refreshed in his log. Negril Spirit 1-2 has issued a request for Dragon Burying Pure Land, do you accept it? Special Information 1, taking this quest will give you the coordinates for the Dragon's Burial Guide. Special Information 2, the Dragon Burial contains a dragon artifact and the remains of a demonic saint. If I hadn't met an emissary like you who was recognized by the dragons, then I will conceal the last wish until it dissipates. We are a great dragon race, what a pity. You're just a tiny human. Su Ming, yes, whatever you say, huh? Actually compared to Zagurin, this Dragon King gave him slightly better senses. It was worthy of being in existence that had mastered the power of the spirit, and reason would not suddenly flare up. Flipping. Oh no, it was a very smooth exchange. So, can you dissipate in peace now, oh? Pick up. Su Ming took on this task. Anyway, he's fine even if he doesn't go. If you have the guts, come back to life and beat me up. Then look to the specific description of this mission. Dragon Burial Pure Land. Description: the dead will eventually return to their homeland, bury the spirit crystals of the Negril Spirit Body 1-2 by the other half of the crystals of the Divine Dragon Burial in one of the dragon graveyards, and then get the information about the location of the dragon artifacts after combining the two together, and then activate the artifacts to kill the remains of the sealed Heavenly Demon Holy Lord. After activating the artifact, he kills the sealed body of the Holy Lord of Heavenly Demons. Reward 1, Mysterious Dragon Artifact. Reward 2, the last gift of Negril's complete mental body. Level limit, LV 181 LV 239. This is where you have to turn 5 to enter. Su Ming's eyes were strange. Neither of these quest rewards were explicitly stated, but they were clearly not ordinary. He was also truly moved by the dragon race's divine artifacts. I just didn't realize that this quest involves sky demons. Especially the Heavenly Demon Holy Lord, almost equivalent to a full-bodied demon god. Even the remnants of the body were definitely not to be underestimated. At least we have to complete the Turn 5 quest as soon as possible, and fuse the divine artifact Great Bow to have a bottom line. Su Ming thought inwardly. Heavenly devils. The Dragon Kingdom has more records of them than the demon gods. Especially after he learned many things that civilians didn't know after joining the Godslayer's temple. The Devas are separate individuals. Instead, the Heavenly Devils were a powerful race in the entire Divine Tower universe. They have no minds of their own and are eager to kill. The instinctive desire to devour everything. Blue Star is likewise one of their targets. Therefore, to Su Ming, they were bound to be enemies that one would have to exterminate in the future, and this task was just right. It is one of those who have besieged us. If I hadn't been surrounded by 5 Sky Curtain Saint Lords at the end, I wouldn't have lost a single battle against 3 Saint Lords.
Roar! Negril growled angrily. The entire labyrinth of the Divine Dragon ruins shook violently.
The challengers who had managed to finally break into the second level were subjected to a sudden change after. Most fell to the ground and were rubbed against the ground by the swarms of wild monsters in the maze. I was careless in trying to get the treasure.
Ah! Where's my staff? Who stole my staff? Oh by God, why is my shield gone too? There's an inside monster, Fark. There's a mole among us. You've unlocked the dragon's burial coordinates. Oh dragon's messenger, I hope you will not disappoint me. Thus, in the next second, the silver dragon in front of Su Ming's eyes began to dissipate into points of light. Come on, the final test has opened. Prove your strength and get the scale crystal I left behind. I look forward to the moment when Divine Dragon Burial sees you again. Half of the molded spirit crystals had fallen into Su Ming's hands. The only way to integrate is with the other half. It was only then that the final mental message recorded by Negril before his death could be re-triggered. Rumble. Boom. Just then, the branches of the giant sky-high trees around Su Ming began to grow wildly. It's like coming to life. The giant tree vines in his eyes did appear to surround him with several wild messages. War Tree, Common Wildlife. Level, LV 188. Lifespan, 95.5 W 95.5 W. Skills, Rapid Growth, Super Twist, Whip Spike, Body Slam. Information, a large plant that has been brought to life by a special power, and its branches grow very fast. Weakness, Root. After he put the spirit crystals away in his backpack. Immediately take to the air. Explosive arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 6.7 W. Blast burns. 3.4 W. Burns. 800. In an instant, 1.3 thousand burst arrows hit the vine net. With that, a gash exploded in front of it. The last thing Negril's mental body had told him was that the Temple of the Dragon was at the end of the road ahead. So, toward the front, toward the end, beyond the Shakti at hand. Chapter 64, Stone Statue Dragon Boss, I'm up. I'm up for seconds? In the meantime. Holy Twin Wings Embodiment Superstorm. The wind howled, forming countless sharp blades around him to cut off the incoming branches. Any giant tree that tries to approach itself. All of them kept breaking under the strong ravages of the wind blade. The wind arrow. Chirp chirp chirp. The beauty of Blast is that even if it doesn't deal damage, it still triggers a speed spike. Limit Blink. Re-accelerate. Limit Blink. Speed and flickering passion, accompanied by the roaring music of the fire. The only thing left was a sliver of a figure that had fallen and burned into deadwood. You have killed the war giant tree LV-188 and gained 40.5 W of experience. You have killed the war giant tree LV-186 and gained 40.4 W of experience. War tree progress, 100%. You have taken 6,000 life. 6k lives? Comfy. Just as Su Ming was in a happy mood. Another message came at the same time with a double whammy. 5 poison magic cube, poison damage fulfilled, raised to 1500 S. Finally lifting again, not bad, not bad. It was not in vain that he was shooting so wildly. If you use time eliminating arrows. Now the poison damage per second goes to the point of 3 W. Mobile sources of poison belong to is? Dragon Ruins, Dragon Palace. Who? Su Ming eventually passed through the doorway at the end and hooked the corners of his mouth. Even without using the Shadow Space Stone. This extra long distance for others was also a breeze for him. Explosive arrows. Finally, tens of thousands of sharp arrows were shot at the other half of the doorway. Bursts of fire incinerated everything. Real men never look back. This is it. Now look at the map guide again. It was finally realized that the correct doorway that should have led into this place was on the opposite side. I didn't realize that I had been dragged by Negril to the Temple of the Divine Dragon after that. So where Negril was previously. The truth is that it crossed the 19th floor of the Divine Dragon Hall? Eagle Eye. The magnificent silver and white palace was empty. And in the center of the entire hall, a lifelike stone statue of a silver dragon was sculpted.
This guy doesn't look at all as imposing as Negril. As Su Ming laughed lightly, he had already seen the huge mouth of this stone dragon. That's right. It had a piece of the same silvery white scale crystal in its mouth. Su Ming went up excitedly and cautiously. It was definitely a companion scale crystal of Negril. It was almost the same as the molten flame scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal that he possessed. And only one piece though. But just by the fact that it involves mental abilities can be more mysterious than natural elemental scale crystals. Roar! In the next second, a low roaring dragon voice appeared. As Su Ming, who had personally experienced the screams of the two dragon kings, immediately realized that this is not the roar of a real dragon. Instead, the stone statue's eyes opened, and the stone skin was peeling away. The final relic guardian boss. The information of this boss finally appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Today it is slowly recovering. Dragon Servant Guardian Stone Statue, Ruins Boss Dragon Family Enhancement. Level, LV 195. Life Value, 3623.6W 3623.6W. Skills Dragon Tackle, Storm Wind, Flying Ripchop, Hardened Dragon Wings, Ultimate Breath. Talent Spirit Guardian, blessed by a certain Dragon King, immune to all mind control effects and rebounds on the first other control. Talent Stone Body, all spell damage taken is reduced by 80%, and you gain a 50W spell shield for 10 seconds after every 10% total life damage taken. Dragon Favor Enhancement, damage dealt to non-dragon race targets is increased by 20%, and 20% of all damage is converted to true damage. Information: a dragon servant who once followed the Dragon King, and after his death, sealed his soul in the Guardian Stone statue and turned it into a powerful creature. Weakness: eyes. It seems that the final test Negril spoke of is not over. He still had to take care of the stone dragon before he could do so. Oh, I won't pretend then. Second 7, limit blink 4-7. Second 8, limit blink 5-7. The blink distance, the higher the number of times, is extremely scary. So Su Ming took advantage of the effort of the stone statue falling off to decisively strike. He's going to take the scales from the dragon's mouth. The only way to receive this scale crystal was to receive it in your hands first. He's the one who has more security. Because if the stone dragon boss is available later on as well, maybe you'll get a weird mental attack yourself. Well, scale crystal requires special identification. With the scale crystal in hand, all that was needed was to appraise it to get another legendary item. Roar! The statue stones were shattering dramatically, and the gargoyle dragon was practically exploding with rage. This little bug, this little bug. How dare you take advantage of the fact that it's just waking up? Take from its mouth the beloved treasure it has guarded all its life. The energy-bursting dragon's breath was immediately brewing in his mouth. Obviously a staging skill. It was going to blast the little bug in front of it to the dregs. Second 9, limit blink 6-7. Su Ming once again pulled away. From the information, the power-up technique that the opponent was using at this moment was the ultimate spit. Coming up and storing up your power to open up? You're such a wary stone dragon. The gargoyle wasn't the least bit worried about his skills being interrupted. The gift of the spirit guardian is its strength. Besides, it's just a little bug. You can second me? Su Ming revealed a strange expression. This guy just builds up his power right in front of him? In order to take the will scale crystal, I'm letting you live for 3 more seconds. You don't know what you're doing. The time eliminating arrows. Arrow chase amulet, lock on. Shot. Chirp chirp chirp. Since the opponent has the ability to rebound control. What's the point of control? A direct spike with a single arrow with the highest damage of a time-canceling arrow is just that. 17W. Blast. 17W. Blast. 3W, 3W. Tens of thousands of all the sharp arrows stuck on the giant dragon's body in a swarm. In addition to the damage from a single arrow, each sharp arrow also triggers the first 3W poison damage. Chiron. The ultimate spit exploded right out of his own mouth. Boom! There was a stir in the Divine Dragon Hall, and Su Ming also synchronized his information log update. You have killed Dragon Servant Guardian Stone Statue LV 195 boss, gaining 175W experience. Your first kill of Dragon Servant Guardian Stone Statue LV 195 boss, gain an additional attribute, life plus 1200. You have gained 1 Blood of Dragon Servant Guardian Stone Statue LV195 Boss, gain additional attributes, life plus 1200, mana plus 1200, defense plus 50. Dragon Guardian Stone Statue Boss Progress, 100%, you have looted 32 defense.
Su Ming.
This gargoyle dragon hadn't been too disrespectful.
It's not? It's up. Then it was seconds. Chapter 65 Divine Dragon Lord. Gale Amulet. Attributes have risen greatly.
Soon, the log refreshes with another message.
Congratulations on your title, Dragon Master. That's the title.
Although Su Ming had prepared for this before, he didn't know the conditions for obtaining it.
Now look.
It's not really that hard, damage share greater than 10% during boss fights and finishing the last hit.
After all, he did all the damage. He's the only one who can do it 100% of the time.
This is why the stone gargoyle boss is so in your face about storing power.
Trying to kill it without hundreds of challengers? And then it's suffocating and hateful.
Dragon Master permanent title, increase damage dealt to any wild monsters and bosses with the word dragon by 10%, make dragon creatures initially friendly to you. Su Ming was very happy inwardly.
The damage boost is nothing. However, raising the initial goodwill of the dragons was very practical for him. Later on, suddenly. How about a smoother friendly exchange with the major dragon kings?
Soon, the stone statue dragon that had been shot into a sieve by Su Ming shattered.
As far as the eye can see. He saw 2 dropped items.
So immediately he flew forward and took it in his hand.
Another talisman, earn it.
Amulet of the Gale exclusive to archers. Feature, after 3 seconds of constant firing, the archer will gradually break through the current limit, with plus 0.1 arrows s attack rate per second thereafter, capped at plus 2.0 arrows s, ending after 3 seconds of disengagement.
2. Su Ming couldn't stop sighing. The attack rate is now close to 7 arrows per second. Later on, the twitching is even more so that you can only see the stumps. Is this the rhythm to evolve towards the right hand of God?
Su Ming laughed lightly. Then looked to another item, or a rock.
Dragon Soul Stone Core, eh? This thing. Look at this complete round stone.
Su Ming instantly thought of the information this boss had at the time.
So, this stone is equivalent to the soul of the Dragon Squire? And it works.
It is the power of the many stone statues that can be manipulated after being placed in the ceiling stone statues.
A good one that might come in handy later. Quickly stow it in your backpack.
The Divine Dragon Hall was collapsing, and Su Ming rose up in the air.
Rumble. Boom.
The entire relic began to vibrate, and there was no situation where it would stop in the slightest.
Just then. It wasn't just Su Ming, all the challengers that still survived within the ruins. All received a message.
The final challenge of the Dragon Ruins has been completed, and the ruins will soon enter the final endless mode, with all labyrinth doors open and the refresh rate of the guardian monsters shortened by 90% for 3 days.
Oh, endless mode?
Su Ming's gaze flickered. Wouldn't that mean a steady stream of wildlife?
Nope.
It's meant to be a constant stream of experienced babies.
After all, he understood. The experience requirements for each level after that are extremely scary. Otherwise, it's been so long for old brother Wanlin.
It's also a few levels away from 6 turns. Thinking of this, Su Ming directly rushed into the spatial doorway back on the 17th floor.
He's going to kill all the way to the end. Give it to me, shoot. Explosive arrows. Thunderbolt. Shadow arrows.
When Su Ming was on the 17th floor, the other challengers were still stuck on the 2nd floor. Looking at the constantly vibrating relics with the sudden news. They all looked at each other.
God forbid, who the hell is? Walter Falk? The final challenge is done? This can't be.
Weird, the wild monsters are starting to rush over like crazy, pull back.
What kind of crappy relic is this? We've only just entered it, and you're telling me someone's finished it?
These people who were already wary of each other were even more confused at this point. But in their hearts, they all hated the mysterious man who didn't show up. You have killed the Quicksand Golem LV-185 and gained 38.5 W of experience. Progress of Quicksand Golem, 100%, you have looted 25 points of power. You have killed the Ancient Fury Demon Wolf LV-183 and gained 38.4 W of experience.
Progress, 100%. You've looted 23 points of agility. Soaring in midair, Su-Ming didn't even need to look at the wild monsters below. Keep firing arrows at the sky, soon. With a few additions, his own attack speed had come to 9.49 arrows s. A terrifying rain of arrows covered the sky. Like a shooting star falling, it adds heavy color to the turbulent remains and dies wherever it falls. Raving. A crisp phoenix rises and chirps. Dark shadows swept across the relic earth along with Su-Ming. Su-Ming was overjoyed. Little Rave, you've succeeded in advancing once again? Oh. Carrot people want to be with their masters and kill aces. Looking at the noble dark phoenix whose feathers were even more plump and flashy, Su-Ming was overjoyed. In the future, riding on the back of the small ravings is simply not too windy. Chirp chirp chirp. Jojo. 17th floor, 16th floor. A man and a bird keep pushing back. Information on countless experience and attribute looting is constantly updated. There are wild monsters in the ruins that you don't see outside, you can't let them go. Su-Ming smiled and heed. Successful incarnation of mine, all mine. Finally. Pass through every space on all levels. It is bound to bring all racial wildlife progress to 100%. Time continued to pass and the corpses piled up. What made Su-Ming even more surprised was the dream seed gradually produced a shoot. Both he and Murmur gained attribute boosts from it. Plus several wildlife looting properties stack. Even today it's still only LV 180. His panel also saw a notable change. Name, Su-Ming. Occupation, time and space archery god. Level, LV 180 LV 184 turns. Life, 198,540. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 1,348. Agility, 1,432. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows s. Attack, 6,234. Defense, 2,778. Blitz, 67%. Resistance to violence, 45%. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. TCH, I didn't realize the attack was already at 6,002. Su-Ming lamented. Seconds bosses are a little bit faster. All the dust has settled. The deep labyrinth continued to crumble and dissipate. Su-Ming was sprinting towards the exit of the ruins. And here. It's no longer as cold as it was a few days ago. Groups of challengers from various countries had gathered around waiting for this moment. At this point, the new challenge quest has been updated. Basic Challenge 2, kill 50 enemies and 100 wild monsters over LV 175 in at least 3 days or die. Who? The number of people asking for kills is quite a bit higher. But Su-Ming didn't care, anyway, when killing monsters. It'll be done by the way. The wild monsters in the entire valley, Su-Ming, have come back to spice things up. Chapter 66. The dense forest is very noisy today. Hidden profession, boundless stealer? The entrance to the ruins. There are still a large number of undead challengers stationed there. Escaping at this hour, it can't be him, can it? Who? Where? Why didn't I see? Su-Ming possessed the pseudo-hunting heraldry. So people below LV 180 couldn't see him for a while. If it's really him, the treasure must be on him. Hurry up and control the person in the mist, we can't let him exit this space by himself. As a misty figure appeared. The stone wall behind them collapsed as it did, and there was no more sign of the ruins. The array pattern that was once there also disappeared. And this dense woodland. It has reached the point of saber rattling. Plant ball cage. Silence spell, rise. Countless control skills came at him. Su-Ming instantly understood the current situation. The eyes became cold. There are still many wild properties in the valley that have not been looted. He doesn't want to end it early at the moment. Take it easy, little ravings, I can handle it alone. Space blockade, limit blink. Dare to deal with him? Go home to your mommy, all of you. Su-Ming's figure ghostly flashed out of the position where countless skills had struck. He who has the gift of time travel. Any skill that wants to reach the side has to force a 1-second wait. How is it possible? It's gone. Oh by God,
what do I see? I have never seen such a marvelous man in my lighthouse country, he must not be set free. Hey, whoever you are, hand over the treasure you got. Or else. Open bow. Ice arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 12.4 W. Bludgeoning freezing. 6.2 W. Freezing. You have killed an enemy 150. You have killed an enemy 250. Or what? You'll all die. The dense forest is very noisy today. There were endless screams of anger and dismay. The scene. Even the challengers who were farther away were shocked out of their minds. He's open? Don't shoot me, I'm just watching the show. Ah. Everyone is over 100 levels, why can he be so strong? Wherever the rain of arrows fell, there were no survivors. Most haven't even reacted yet. All you know is that the sharp arrows suddenly hit your body. Next. WDNMD. I'm getting seconds? You have killed an enemy 4950. You have killed an enemy 5050. Within a short second of the sharp arrow coming out of the bow, the entrance to the ruins had become deserted. Not a single one that can fight. Su Ming secretly murmured. Everything easily resolved over. He stepped forward again, some distance from this place. Now, this is the perfect place for me to brush my teeth. Just as he was about to take off into the air and then fire covered the messy kill. Suddenly, I felt the space blockade range. A faint spatial fluctuation appeared before the target flashed out of range. Right. Su Ming was instantly alert. The unoccupied dense forest was extraordinarily silent, not even a single wild bird was to be seen. Su Ming withdrew his gaze. But this action of his made someone's whole body explode with chills. Li Huiyang, who was invisible next to a giant tree in the distance, didn't move a muscle. Inside, however, it turned over. That was close, I didn't realize that person's perception of spatial fluctuations was so strong. Luckily he shouldn't have noticed me. Li Huiyang is an assassin. Not only that, but 2 years ago in the presence of the family together, he switched to an even more unheard of hidden profession. It's even more terrifying than the man in the shadow's ability to hide. Initial profession, Divine Hidden Stealer. The upgrading and transferring of this profession is rather special. In addition to experience, a special theft proficiency is also required. So it took 2 whole years to get a good boost to LV-198. It doesn't. From the opening of the Divine Dragon ruins, he then quietly felt his way in after the various challengers. Neither do they kill monsters. Just find the right moment to touch away the weapons and props that other people show up with. Until the ruins collapse. He even hid himself behind everyone. Unexpectedly. Seeing this mist-shrouded by Su Ming shocked the heavens with a feast of 10,000 arrows killing wildly. Li Huiyang kept blinking and escaping. It's only a good thing it wasn't sent away. Perhaps. Or the only survivor here besides that man. He should have moved quickly away from the archer. However, the skillful man was bold, and his heart was completely moved towards Su Ming. Playing to the limit is exciting enough. To be this strong without going over LV-200 is so in line with my goal. He's definitely going to set the highest theft rating I've had in 2 years for a professional at the same level. If I have the opportunity to go along with his items, causing the gift to complete a further metamorphosis, I'll definitely be able to advance to the 6th turn by the end of this year. TSK, a 20-year-old 6th-turn genius, it's time for me to be given the name of the assassin god of Grandpa Dragon Kingdom he. Li Huiyang knew that he was immensely talented and had a bright future ahead of him. Yet it is limited by its limitations, making it extra difficult to upgrade. Not to mention the fact that this was void spirit space. Even if he fails, he doesn't really die. So, this is his chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Just ask, who wouldn't be impressed? I just need to approach carefully using the exclusive technique, Divine Concealment Blink. There's no way he could have spotted me, it was just perfect. Although Su Ming didn't stare at the right side anymore, his expression was a bit strange. Because his hidden eye was like cheating. You can see the basic information about someone. You're the one who followed me? Name, Li Huiyang. Occupation, Boundless Stealer. Level, LV-198. Li Huiyang? Longbo Man. Wait, that's the guy? After coming out of the world cloister, he told Wang Lin about meeting Li Huiyao. Then the two of them talked about something. One of them, Li Feiyu, has an older brother, Li Feiyang. He's the strongest young man of the old Li family's generation. Only when it comes to Li Huiyang's career. Elder brother Wang Lin revealed an expression of meaningful envy. Assassin hidden profession. Him. It was one of the hidden professionals who would enter a certain secret realm with himself afterward. Boundless stealer? Indeed, not in the assassin's normal transfer route. The thief. The stealer. You're not trying to steal my equipment, are you? Su Ming revealed a light smile. Pretend to walk forward without noticing someone. But in reality, the space blockade was already in place. As soon as the other side steps forward again, at any time, he could lock Li Huiyang's spatial means. Plus the one shield for 10 seconds that can be used as a second life. And the amulet of protection reduces first strike damage by 99%. Trying to get seconds is impossible. That's when he heard a rustling ahead of him. It was a pack of fast and furious wolves attracted by the earlier commotion. Li Huiyang on the right hasn't made a move yet. But Su Ming, without hesitation, had already drawn his great bow. Exploding arrows. Chapter 67. Good grandson, remember to call me that next time you meet. The only survivor. A fiery breath of fire swept through the dense forest. Along with the wailing of the wolves, Su Ming's information was constantly refreshed. You have killed Swift Fierce Wolf LV-177 and gained 37.9 W of experience. You have killed Swift Fierce Wolf LV-178 and gained 37.9 W of experience. Progress on Swift Wolf, 100%. You've looted 21 points of agility. A few short seconds of work. Lots of corpses and several piles of dropped powder crystals. He couldn't see that he could still give the phantom seed a chance to absorb it. No. It's a phantom sprout now. If you have completed the basic challenge, you may choose to increase your strength or agility attribute. Power. Su Ming chose to increase his strength. Because agility currently has the insane acceleration of Blizzard Arrow. His speed in battle could have been as fast as a stump long ago. You have gained an additional 80 points of strength attributes. Not bad at all. Su Ming was quite satisfied with this, and then put the fallen items into his bag one by one. It's too strong. Li Huiyang, who was watching from a distance on the right, was dumbfounded. Breathing became rapid. If it wasn't for relying on his special natural ability, I'm afraid I'll be shot into a hedgehog. He had a little panic. But at this moment, it was the time in the mist when Su Ming let his guard down. So, one cannot let go of the perfect opportunity. As strong as he is, as long as he can't spot me, it's all going to be teased by me eventually, heh. Talent targets have been assigned, performance scores are counting down, it's my turn to perform. God's hidden flash. Just as Li Huiyang flashed forward, suddenly I felt an unreadable wall rise around me. It was like a heavenly moat separating him from it. Flash hit the wall? Nope, all blinking abilities are disabled. The next thing that shocked him even more appeared. Arrow Chase Amulet. As a master of stealth instantly felt that he was locked. Li Huiyang's adrenaline soared. It's going to die. The next moment will be absolutely dead, forced to exit this place. But the imagined hint of a divine tower did not appear. Instead, a somewhat teasing voice came from the mists. Why does it sound like you're holding back a laugh? Su Ming revealed a bad smile and said, one of the small void spirit space maps, and you can still encounter such a hidden expert. If I hadn't been so skillful, I would have been careless. Since you won't show yourself out of the mists, I might as well give you a ride. Su Ming said with interest. But the cold arrow in his hand had already been strung up. If Li Yaoyan remained silent, then he wouldn't give the other party any chance to speak directly. Shoot. A dragon nation? Big brother, wait, I'm from the Dragon Kingdom too. It was as if Li Huiyang had grasped at straws. It was right where it was locked by Su Ming. Finally revealing the fog like all the challengers. It's just that the longbow has been right. And he found it impossible to blink off yet. The last word seemed to be all he could shout. Then a forced exit. What Li Huiyang was more concerned about was the talent that had already been opened by death. If the theft fails, he had to reverse the points deduction for the proficiency he had managed to improve. Wait, big brother. Can you casually gift me an item? No complaints if I get shot by you again, please. Anything, it's going to be too late, big brother. Dad. Grandpa. Li Huiyang shouted with even a hint of crying. It was the hardest he had ever been planted. Even theft ratings are likely to be negative. He's going back to his old self overnight. Su Ming. You kid. You've got no sense of humor, do you? It's got no more downside than your oldest brother. It seems. Li Huiyang is 2 years older than himself? However, Su Ming was very pleased. Instead, he threw out an assassin's knife dropped by some wild monster directly from his backpack. Good grandson, remember to call me that next time you see me. Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth. I look forward to the moment when we officially meet soon. Ice arrow, out. Sure. The ice arrow eventually left his hand and zapped Li Huiyang into a ball of ice spikes. You have killed an enemy. In this void space where you don't die, all challengers entering the same map are temporary enemies. Supposedly on the last day of closure, only one person can survive to complete the challenge requirements. And the other guy looks satisfied. He certainly wasn't polite. Lamenting, he said, it seems that it's still a little bit stronger to have a hidden profession of one's own. Eagle eye. There's no sign of anyone else. But there seems to be more swarms of wild monsters making a mad dash for the area. With Relic Middle, Relic Mouth and Li Huiyang mostly retiring one after the other. The challenger mist in the Divine Dragon Valley became very scarce. Su Ming clapped his hands. Then vacate in 45 degrees with the arrow. No thoughts in your mind, shoot like crazy. Magic City, Level 8 Guild Pearl Divine K. In fact, it's the same as the Imperial Capital's Level 9 Guild, Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Because only the 2 major guilds in the Imperial Capital could reach Level 9. He? Who the hell is he? Li Huiyang looked at the extra small knife in his hand. Almost moved to tears. Rating of 0.02, lowest ever, finally caught up without going negative. At least the result of the theft was accomplished. Redeeming the collapse of the overnight return to liberation. Li Huiyang didn't expect it. The first time I planted myself in front of someone at the same level I almost played it out. He swore. Never just turn on performance scoring again without being ready for anything. Mysterious archers. Thanks anyway. Then he cherished the knife and stowed it in his backpack. I wonder which major power he belongs to. That's just it, immediately I have to first resume my orders to the old man to enter the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Li Huiyang walked out of the virtual spirit space room, planning to contact little old me and my father. Suddenly stunned in place for 3 seconds. Wait, what was the last thing that guy said? Sun. Down. Meet. Also. Call me. Hiss. Should I not die socially? It was only then that Li Huiyang realized the art of recognizing his own family in the heat of the moment. Completely frozen. Under the efforts of Su Ming and Little Rumor. All of the wild monsters in the Divine Dragon Valley had all been blessed. Once again, you will be able to harvest a large amount of experience and drops, as well as plundering quite a few more attributes. Su Ming looked at the panel that was steadily rising every day and smiled broadly. The wild monster level exceeds LV 180, which corresponds to the human after turn 5. The base of the looted attributes becomes quite a bit higher as well. Until the end. All of the remaining challengers all lit up with their location coordinates. Su Ming directly turned on the time-defying arrow sweep. The others were spiked by the sharp arrows that hit 1 second earlier before they could react. The accompanying information log is updated. Congratulations on being the only survivor of the Dragon Valley. Attribute rewards: life plus 1W, mana plus 1W, strength plus 100, agility plus 100. You gain a permanent secret realm buff, x2 to any life restoring, blood draining effect, and 10% more life values can be stored effective in the secret realm. You have obtained the item, Void Spirit Sacred Fruit x10. Chapter 68, Understanding the Heavenly Ring Battlefield. True Dragon King Legend Scale Crystal, Rapture. Gained a nice buff. Life storage made him think of the blood-drinking sword. The double blood-sucking effect with bloodthirsty rampage boost is no longer just blood-sucking.
It's called a blood pump. And the 10 fruit of the void spirit?
In turn, they can be fed to contracted tamers to boost potential and further intimacy.
But the little ravishing starting divine beast phoenix. 10 shouldn't look like much. But ultimately, it's good and soothing. Alert, void spirit space will close in 10 minutes.
Now that Su Ming had shot the monsters with pleasure.
It's time to enter the heavenly ring battlefield to complete turn 5. Su Ming exited in a mood of anticipation. Legendary scale crystals of Negril, divine dragon burial coordinates. What a rewarding and worthwhile trip. The scene in front of me changed instantly. Open your eyes again.
Su Ming had already appeared at the entrance of the Godslayer Hall connecting to the void spirit space.
Glancing at the panel that changed again. This daily looting or reward boosting feedback. It gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space archery god. Level, LV 180 LV 184 turns. Life, 23.8 W. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 1577. Agility, 1555. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows s. Attack, 6866. Defense, 2892. Blitz, 67%. Resistance to violence, 45%. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. The archer's most vulnerable lifesteal is also 23.8 W. Take the Shield Master profession of Extreme Master Life as an example. It's only about 25 W life at LV 180 before turn 5. Su Ming was considered to have caught up to the forefront. The other basic attributes can be a bit of a jaw-dropper. Because at this point many Shield Master attacks are not even 1000. Even if the output professions can get 2000 out of it, it's still good. The naked gap. Sure. If you add in talent, it's a rift. Soon he meets the older man with a smile. Not right. Wang Lin. Big brother? I'll go. The both familiar and unfamiliar 24-year-old heroic young man in front of him caused Su Ming to stare blankly. Where's your vicissitudes of old age? Well, where's your mustache? This was equivalent to Su Ming seeing the other party's angular full face for the first time. Older brother Wang Lin's temperament changed dramatically when he shaved off his most obvious beard. Even Su Ming really wanted to exclaim dawn in another world. Ah, Su Ming, thank you indeed. You've rekindled my old passion. Screw the demon gods and heavenly demons, them later. It seems as if it's the change in himself over the past few days. It caused Wang Lao to be quite irritated. But ultimately, it's moving in a good direction. So the two walked and talked. Su Ming revealed a smile. Thanks for your help, brother Wang Lin, this trip has been very rewarding. Wang Lin seemed to have expected it. You must be the final victor if you only come out now. Next is the Heavenly Circle battlefield, this is your Heavenly Circle entry order. He said as he handed over a ring-shaped crystal. After holding it in your hands, he saw the two messages projected in the ring. Su Ming belongs to the Dragon Kingdom, and his guild belongs to the Godslayer Temple. But Su Ming has been entered into the world scoreboard, current points, 0 rank, none. Seeing this, a trace of curiosity arose within Su Ming. Asked, Brother Wang Lin, do you know how many points the number 1 overall points used to be? Heavenly Ring Battlefield Level Restriction LV 180 LV 239. So any more outrageous looks like just a little adventure to the 9-turn big boys. Besides, it's only been 20 years since the Six Paths Divine Tower descended on this world. That's why the Heavenly Ring Battlefield has only been opened a total of 20 times. The next one is the 21st. The former number 1 in total world points? Ha. Wang Lin suddenly revealed a smile. Then replied. Over 27W, a full 20k higher than second. As for who it is, you'll find out soon enough. He actually played dumb. However, Su Ming's heart felt something when he looked at the other party's expression. Shouldn't be Brother Wang Lin, though. It's someone from our Dragon Kingdom. Wang Lin next explained to Su Ming in detail. Each year the final world points belonging to the rankings are confirmed.
It then involves the allocation of some of the Turn 5 applicable resources by the Divine Tower. That is why countries still take it very seriously.
Beyond that, the higher the final ranking, the higher the ranking myself. You can also get all kinds of rare rewards that are hard to find in the outside world. Imperial Yalt Exchange, Level 7. The effort between conversations.
The Griffin had arrived at the Imperial capital's Yalt Exchange. In the entire Imperial city, there is no place lower than a Level 7 district.
Who dares to mess with this crouching tiger and hidden dragon?
Maybe all of a sudden you'll be slapped to death by some Turn 8 or Turn 9 big shot who's passing by to hide his identity. Su Ming stepped into it with familiar steps.
Oh, honorable guest Su Ming, we have prepared a separate reception room for you.
There was no sign of the old man from Yazran this time.
Seems to be out on a family mission.
But still, no one dared to neglect him, his honored guest. Any special item can be used to water the new buds of a dream. So he only recycled a large number of equipment that he couldn't use. Then head to the appraisal room. After all, there was still the Dragon King scale crystals in mind. Strength can be raised another notch, looking forward to it. Appraisal of this item requires payment of 2000 W, is it appraised? What fa? Although I expected it in my mind, I was still a little surprised.
I remember when the 2 scale crystals that were appraised were only 800 W each. You got more than $2 for this piece alone for the appraisal? Zagurumon. It wouldn't be the most pulled of the beginning Dragon Kings, would it? Nope, maybe there's another possibility. Zagurin was simply not a Dragon King of Negril's level. It's blowing up the dragon pussy.
Of course it can't be low, it should be after the fall of the Lava Dragon King.
A direct son to carry on its name?
Su Ming seemed to have discovered some peculiar secret.
Identification. Waiting.
The results of the appraisal are as follows.
Will scale crystal legendary item. Information.
The scale crystal that accompanied Negril, the Dragon King from the original spirit, was conceived for 10,000 years and then detached to become a prop with great power.
Passive ability.
1. The bearer is immune to all controls, and any final damage settlement to himself is mandatorily reduced by 50%. 2. Gain the Divine Dragon Will Guardian, and will not be mentally oppressed even when facing a god-level being.
Effective upon identification. Active capability.
1. When activated, it can break all illusions and can go straight to the end of the illusion.
Effective after authentication.
2. When activated, it can force all targets within 100,100,100 of itself movable into a dream, and wake up after taking 90% damage to its maximum life value.
Each activation lasts for 3 seconds and cannot take effect on divine level targets. Cooldown 24 hours alone.
Takes effect after identification.
Characteristics. Immortality. Holder's life value plus 10 W effective after identification. Holder mana plus 10 W effective upon identification. Holder's attack power plus 1500, defense power plus 1500 effective after identification. Holder's critical strike plus 15%, strike resistance plus 15% effective after appraisal. Su Ming. This was a true legendary grade Dragon King scale crystal. Su Ming was simply ecstatic. Chapter 69, Xiao Rouge began to emerge. Entering the Heavenly Ring battlefield. No wonder it cost so much to appraise. Su Ming muttered at the same time. Can't hold down the excitement. 2 active abilities, 2 passive abilities. The enhanced attributes are even more powerful, it's awesome. He wanted to call out Invincible straight away. Since he himself is truly immune to any control, this passive alone is god tier.
There's also broken illusions and forced damage reduction.
And the most terrifying active ability too, Group Strong Control. Relying on his terrifying speed to keep moving in 3 seconds. Radiation's ranged targets all give me sleep, and is also a must-have anti-melee ability. So the ability to stay alive is a little bit better. It's a little bit stronger without realizing it. Su Ming lamented.
Moreover, looking at the information of this piece of scale crystal, he was even more certain of the conjecture in his heart.
The name Negril the Dragon King is clearly shown here. And the 2 pieces of Zagurin. Instead of ancient lava dragons, it's ancient lava dragons. What does that mean? This means that our great Lord Zagurin is not pushing himself enough. Su Ming almost didn't laugh out loud.
Later on, when Rap is restored to Shadow Space Stone active ability 2, he might be able to directly cross the level restricted secret realm and enter that secret mezzanine space. Now, after receiving Negril's approval, he felt that the dragons weren't as far away from him as he thought. Su Ming suddenly thought of a new lure. A friendly way of communicating. Maybe even ride Zaguro Melt and turn to the sky demons. Ride the phoenix, ride the true dragon. It's a wonderful life. Putting away the scale crystal, he walked out of the appraisal room. At the same time, he looked at the items required for little rumination to advance to the 3rd rank. Your contracted tamed animal meets the advancement level LV80 LV80. Requirements for level 3, shadow sand sprinkled all over the feather body, containing metamorphosis in the underworld stone, shadow constant shattering X1. It's only the 3rd rank and it's starting to get difficult. Only to see the final item. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Shadow stellar fragments are incomplete fragments of shadow stellar crystals. And he had collected 3 whole pieces of shadow constant crystals. Demon shadow sand isn't difficult, it's the spectral stone that depends on luck. Soon he was talking to Steward Yabu. The round, middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. Spectral stones? It's not easy to find such a cold item. By the way, that family might have it. They must be interested in the radiant stones you're hosting, which are worth quite a bit. And so, when the steward entered again, it was with a smile. Little friend Su Ming, it's done, we'll get it this afternoon. Su Ming was instantly a bit curious. May I ask which family? The Jiangnan Mu clan, the clan where our Dragon Kingdom's mage patron saint resides. The Mu of Gangnam. Wait, Mu? When he was in the table world he knew that there was a super famous Mu clan in Jiangnan. But, that's the biggest leather factory group in the whole of Jiangnan. Nice guy. One by one, the greats of the inner world are so grounded in the surface world. Thanks a lot. Regardless of whether the yalts were bulking or not. But in the end, the benefits are literally in your pocket. Then a more detailed list of requirements was enumerated. The two talked for a long time and were very happy. This route of trading on money is best and unburdened. So he wouldn't rely on the guild when he could. Of course. Wang Lin and Elder Wang Bo had treated him so well, and in the future, he himself would slowly repay them. It's most important to complete the transfer as soon as possible now. There was only one more day until the opening of the Heavenly Ring battlefield. So today he doesn't kill monsters. Instead, it's a way to take care of the things that have been accumulating for so many days all at once. Steward Asia, don't forget to inform me if there are any high-level items for archers as well. Alright, little friend Su Ming, take care. Looking at Su Ming's departing back. This chubby Asian affairs can't stop admiring, the latter is fearful. Even more, he was convinced that Su Ming was Elder Wang Bo's successor. After Su Ming and Wang Lin once again rode on the griffin. Before Wang Lin could open his mouth, Su Ming snatched up the prepared words in a half-truth. What, you've acquired a contract taming? Wang Lin was shocked. Because he just happened to be about to talk about it. A shadow bird cub with a hint of phoenix bloodline? My god. Is this the special opportunity of your void spirit space? Envious. Su Ming had sidestepped this long before entering the void spirit space. It basically confirms that with the strength you have today, as well as the importance that the Godslayer's palace placed on his hidden profession, even if it leaves the little ravings completely exposed to the public eye, Elder Wang Bo will also bail him out. But that's still a bit risky. So, ever since Xiaorui learned Shadow Possession and Shadow Charm, combined with the Phantom Divine Phoenix talent, it is possible to change the message while making a change. So, Shadowbird couldn't be a better tamer that is both very powerful, but not overly eye-catching. Little friend Su Ming, with you. There's no peace in my little heart. Shadowbird is the monarch of the shadow. Come out, Xiaoru, come out. Don't show your true colors. Thus, a dark shadow rose around the griffin. Little Rumor showed up with his slightly altered wind plume and phoenix tail. Raving. Su Ming assured, amazed face. One person and one phoenix encrypted call at the same time. Wan Lin had been completely dumbfounded and kept sucking in cool air. After scouting, the message of the small ravings appeared in his eyes. Race, Shadow Bird. Belongs to Void Spirit Space.
Level, LV 80. It's really a shadow bird, it's already level 80. Su Ming nodded his head. Well, it just so happens that the materials for advancement are available at the Yalt Exchange. Wang Lin withdrew his thoughts and his face was grave. Because at the moment when the little ravings appeared, his griffin actually instinctively fed back fear through the contract. Racial suppression. It seems its bloodline is indeed not simple. Little friend Su Ming, can I write it? Su Ming? Ravishing? Little rumor hurriedly hid far away. Right now, her mind was simple, except for contractor Su Ming. No one else could get the approval of the naturally arrogant phoenix. Griffin? No love. Ahem, just didn't hold it in, just kidding, you're my favorite kitty. Griffin, newest. Brother Wang Lin, it's called Little Rave, it's a girl. Wang Lin's pupils immediately shrank back. With an apology, he looked over at Little Rave. Little one, I mean no harm, don't take it to heart. I didn't realize it turned out to be a girl, you kid is a tisk tsk. Then you should be able to ride now, right? Hurry up and ride your little ravings. Su Ming. So the two men and two birds departed for a temporary stay near the Imperial Information Tower. Su Ming also Wan Lin Laoj continued to start the conversation about the Heavenly Ring battlefield. The next day, the entire tip of the Imperial capital's information tower emitted a streak of rushing white light. The sky swings. But this scene can only be seen by those who hold the order of entrance to the Heavenly Circle. Activate the entrance order and we will enter the space where the Heavenly Ring battlefield is located. Su Ming followed Wang Lin's example of channeling mana towards the entrance order. A teleportation-like glow was felt enveloping the room. Sky Ring battlefield, camp space, Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming opened his eyes, and the scene around him was completely different, but it shocked him extremely. Chapter 70, Relic Now, Treasure Out. Points skyrocketed in the opening round. It was as if he had come above the vaulted cloud tops. And where the eyes meet. But it was a large hall with a ring that couldn't be reached at a glance. Is this Heavenly Ring? Inside the Temple of the Ring is the world of eternal independence. It's full of unknowns, dangers, and opportunities. At this moment, Su Ming's message log also refreshed with a message. The Ring of Heaven battlefield will open in 3 minutes. Little friend Su Ming, the information of all the challengers in the Dragon Kingdom has been sent to you. Soon everyone will be broken up and randomized into it. So you must be careful to prepare quickly. If you are in danger, find a nearby Dragon Kingdom challenger to ask for help if possible. Wang Lin spoke very seriously. As early as last night the two had been talking all night long. Su Ming nodded with the same seriousness. Because this will be the real battlefield of life and death. Whether it's a competitor with malicious intentions. It's still a very strong population of wild, special tame animals. Survival rates for encounters in a solo situation are low. But relatively, with danger comes opportunity. Every year, almost all of the strongest 5 turners would compete for the qualification to enter. Okay, brother Wan Lin, you be careful too. For your own safety. The 3 legendary scale crystals as well as the undying arrow body and time travel talents were in hand, making him face the existence under the demon god. Press on without worrying about getting hurt. Demon god. There must be an existence sealed in the Heavenly Ring battlefield world. Su Ming thought inwardly. Because there was a high possibility that the last 2 transfer quests of one's own would be related to the demon god. In the next moment, it was as if he felt powerful spatial guidance. Both he and Wan Lin. One after another, they turned into a star and disappeared into the Great Hall of the Ring World. Celestial Ring Battlefield, Elemental Ring Domain, Corner of Broken Ruins. It's just too big. The ethereal air was dense, and the woozy sounds followed. It resounded in the ears of all the challengers. Stage 1, ruins appear, treasures emerge, and the world changes dramatically lasts 3 days. With the opening of the Heavenly Ring battlefield to the outside world, all the major relic treasures buried in it will come out one after another. And this is the moment when all the fights begin. Then, a few reminder panels appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming belongs to the camp of Dragon Kingdom, and the points gained will be synchronized and accumulated into the total points of the Dragon Kingdom's camp. The world scoreboard is updated in real time, and battlefield buffs are settled at 2400 hours every day according to the rankings. Initial points gained based on your rank, 1,800. Su Ming, current points, 1,800, rank, 1W1W. Su Ming. Sure enough, I'm the lowest ranked among these 1W people. Because he hasn't even turned 5 yet, just happened to be stuck at LV 180. He had a slight urge to laugh at this point. In order to complete the transfer mission. Meaning he's going from initial last place all the way to first. Beyond that is the leaderboard visible to all. Only the first 1K are recorded. The current top 8 are all 2,390 points. That means there are 8 of LV 239, and old brother Wan Lin LV 236 is ranked 39th. And 2,250 points for 1KTH place. There are basically not many people who can enter here who are below level 200, right? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, then withdrew all his thoughts. Eagle eye. The moment Su Ming appeared in this place, his vision immediately opened up. As this world is extremely huge. Not a single challenger has been spotted in the vicinity at this time. After a slight sigh of relief, his gaze went to the crumbling ruins behind him. There must be treasure in here. And so, the little ravings burrowed into his shadow for the time being. Su Ming didn't take to the air but instead floated quickly against the ground and rushed into it. The entryway is surprisingly extraordinarily hot and not right. Without potions or props, this is the level of burns that would come right off. Only just step through the giant door of the dilapidated. Su Ming then discovered the unusual environment. Only, he is fire exempt. Rustling, rustling, rustling. It was as if Su Ming had touched a relic switch. Next. Countless fiery flames transformed into ferocious steeds and charged at it. This small world deserves to be extremely special, the wild monsters are not to be underestimated. Information about them had already appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Magic Flame Warhorse, Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV 198. Lifespan, 105.5W 105.5W. Skills Fire Blaze, Flash Flame Sprint, Huff Crush, Fire Spin. Enhanced gain, plus 50% resistance to flame damage in the elemental ring domain. Information, a being with great elemental power, and at the same time extremely resistant to the elements it wields. Weakness, hooves. More than a pooch pain in the wild. They all have enhancements that belong to their respective races. Although, it was still not enough in front of Su Ming. The Wind Arrow. Su Ming quickly pulled out the Blast Wind Long Arrow. In addition to being able to deal sizable damage, it will cause your speed to skyrocket further. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 10.4W. Blast. 5.2W. 1500, 1500. Terrifying arrows 1 out of 3,000. The steeds were shot to dissipation as they were under the pressure of the powerful fire. Any fear comes from a lack of firepower. Su Ming was deeply recognizing these words. You have killed the Demon Flame Warhorse LV 198, gained 40.4W of experience, and gained 1 point. You have killed Magic Flame Warhorse LV 199, gained 40.4W experience and 1 point. Gee, it's only 1 point per monster. But even so, under his devastating attack, not a single one of the large group of Demon Flame Warhorses was left behind. His accumulated experience and points continued to rise miserably. Magic Flame Warhorse progress, 100%, you have looted 42 attack points. And looting, that can't be forgotten. Thinking of this, Su Ming's gaze flickered with even more excitement. How many kinds of wildlife should there be in the Great Ring World? All of them are attribute points that he moves. The area was quickly cleared. The powder crystals containing the fire element are loaded into the backpack. Su Ming cautiously delved deeper into one of the treasure mountains within. Didn't waste time caring about anything else. So he doesn't know. In a frenzy of violent shooting at the horses, a horrifying wave rose in the hearts of almost all the challengers. Someone named Su Ming. Suddenly appearing on the list from a state of never being on the list. And then 977. 0.832. 0.620. 0.120. 0.79. Su Ming had rushed straight to within the top 100. This was still because there weren't enough Magic Flame Warhorses. Otherwise it might have gone straight to number 1. Oh by God. Su Ming is from the Dragon Kingdom? Why haven't I heard of it? How did he get so many points just by coming in?
It shouldn't be possible for him to be the hundreds of wild monsters he kills alone.
He must have encountered a treasure with unbelievable luck. Envious.
Points are awarded for killing wild monsters.
But just like the magic flame warhorse, the base points are less. So almost no one thought in terms of killing monsters, but instead showed envy and jealousy.
Su Ming opens with a treasure. It was instantly memorized by many people with evil intentions.
Somewhere in the corner is looking for his teammate, Wan Lin? Little friend Su Ming is so perverted. If it's him, it's really possible to meet up with a wild monster and pop a kill.
Wang Lin had to admit it in his heart.
Su Ming's current output of 1,000 arrows and 10,000 arrows was something that even he could only tsk to look up to. Archer brittle is also an inevitable problem for Su Ming. Even having props to save your life isn't everything. I'll have to try to help cover for him as much as I can. Little friend Su Ming, wait for me. Chapter 71, One More Permanent Buff. Slaughtering monsters and exterminating clans is just a matter of having hands, isn't it?
Su Ming had already stepped into the treasure mountain.
Until you look at the anomaly of the peak. Exclaimed, is a different world. It's just that the contrast is too great. It is only once you enter this mountain that you realize the inversion of space here. Because it's surprisingly fluffy here. The core zone of the blazing ruins is surprisingly icy. This snowy mountain is unusual. Phantom interference?
Su Ming didn't hold back and made a decision on the spot. Choose to activate the illusion breaking power of the will scale crystal immediately.
This active ability does not have a cooldown. So just use it whenever you encounter an illusion. And that is? Ice Sky Snow Lotus. Su Ming's voice revealed excitement and thrill. Seems like good luck. Randomize directly to the vicinity of this relic. Then enter it to encounter such natural and advanced items. Ice and snow turned out to be generated by you guys. It was too late.
From the snow beneath the snow lotus, countless thin snakes with silver and white patterns quickly drilled out. A huge storm of wind accompanied the snowflakes. Knew there was a guardian feral swarm here too. Ice Ring Serpent, Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV 200. Life, 102.1W 102.1W. Skills, Blizzard, Blink, Ice Teeth, Speed Buster Eyes. Enhanced gain, plus 50% resistance to ice and snow damage in the elemental ring domain. Information, a being with great elemental power, and at the same time extremely resistant to the elements it wields. Weakness, Head. Space Blockade. Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth and directly chose to fight the storm hard. 0. Unbroken Defense. 0. Unbroken Defense. When the shield existed, Su Ming's defense could not be ignored. And after the defense settlement is multiplied by 2. This entire blizzard of ice snakes would not be able to harm themselves in the slightest. Got the illusion that I'm a charging tank with an unmatched drive, hee hee hee. Shadow Arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 10.4W. Blast. 5.2W. 1500. Terrific damage comes with ranged silence. Soon the ice serpentcade was shot and flipped over, and the storm receded. You have killed the Ice Ring Serpent LV 200, gained 40.5W of experience and gained 1 point. You have killed the Ice Ring Serpent LV 200, gained 40.5W of experience and gained 1 point. Ice Ring Snake Progress, 100%. You've taken 3,500 life. Whether it's a wild monster or a boss. None of them could stop his will to take the Ice Sky Snow Lotus. By the way, you can also clean up snake drops. Wait. There's equipment. This looks like a bow, and 3 blue-colored ice bows were dropped. Because now you're basically seconds against the same level tier yourself. And looking forward to the next big bow artifact. So the weapons basically don't need to be replaced. But now that it dropped gold quality bows and arrows, his own LV 180 is fully applicable. Sure enough, the slowing down trait isn't bad. Ice Ring Bow, Gold. Type, Weapon. Occupation, Archer. Level Requirement, LV 125. Attributes, Attack plus 200, Attack Speed plus 0.8s, Strike plus 5%, Durability, 150. Characteristics, each arrow fired slows the target by 20% for 1 second. It was because of the terrifying number of Su Ming's arrows raining down. So after that, no matter what skill's arrow is used, it can carry a slowdown. Of course, being second guessed is a different story. The key is that it has 0.3 arrows more attack speed than the rocket longbow. His current base attack speed has come to 7.29 arrows. Directly replace it, and then stow the rest of the chill powder crystals in your backpack. His gaze was already fixed on the ice sky snow lotus. Taking it can dramatically increase frost resistance and even boost the freezing effect. He mumbled in his mind what it would do. Mine, mine, all mine. Eat. After quickly locking onto the snow lotus, Su Ming bit into a lotus leaf. This unpicked and eaten straight away treasure. The results are absolutely the best. One bite, one piece, pick up another. You have gained a permanent buff. Resistance to frost is increased by 20%. All freezes and slows caused by yourself are extended by 1 second. You've earned 500 points. It's done, ha ha ha. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile and exhaled a cold breath from his mouth. He didn't care if the buffs gained were useful later. But at least it exists permanently and is never bad. Besides, extending the freeze by 1 second, which might not work. It doesn't just happen to also have the arrow slowdown gear. Cold arrow's position dawdled up. Good, time to harvest the rest of the place. I didn't expect to gain 500 points for harvesting the ice sky snow lotus. I'm sure others have each presented opportunities. Thus, Su Ming took a look at the current world standings in passing. Immediately, he froze for a split second. What? I'm number 1? He doesn't seem to be doing much more than that. Perhaps one just exterminated 2 more clans of wild monsters in this relic? It's just a single person slaughtering a monster and destroying a tribe. Don't you just have hands? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. But unbeknownst to him, others who had seen the roster moves completely blew up. Watma blames Fark? Su Ming is soaring again, 79. 62.43. 1. What in God's name? Straight from 43rd to 1st. Just how much more treasure has he acquired? Some people are starting to have problems with their mindset. In this arena of life and death competition, see that the treasure is in the hands of others. It's worse than killing yourself. Su Ming suddenly noticed that his real-time ranking here had become 199.98. 2-5 turns dead after only a short while in the opening round, TSK. But Su Ming suddenly thought that if the first day ended, wouldn't settling for the top of the list by itself fulfill the requirement? The top 1,000 are out as well. At that time, facing the enemy will be a hunting moment. Today was a pleasant time of killing monsters and digging for treasures as Su Ming kept moving forward. There's a herd of bighorn crocodiles by the river, don't run. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 10.4 W. Blast. 10.4 W. Blast. 1500. You have killed the horned crocodile LV-201, gain 40.9 W of experience, gain 1 point. Horned crocodile progress, 100%, you have looted 30 points of power. Huh, it's the sun's sacred grass. An ingredient needed for advanced potions. Surrounded by a bunch of vultures, then all die for the master. Shot. Chirp chirp chirp. You have killed Dusk Vulture LV-201, gain 40.9 W experience, gain 1 point. Dusk Vulture progress, 100%, you have looted 28 points of agility. Then rare treasures. More often than not, Su Ming was exchanging friendly words with the wild monsters in the elemental ring domain. So even if a wild monster only has 1 point, he's all but skyrocketing. Current points, 11,451. Ever since the exchange with elder brother Wan Lin, with his strength there was no need to deliberately hide his clumsiness. He had felt full of security. After all, even the reported hidden profession is now 1,000 arrows archer. What's wrong with being a pervert? With his current strength, as long as he doesn't step out of the dragon kingdom in the inner world. Anyone who wants to deal with his or her side of the old man Wang Bo will not agree. And he himself has superb life preservation and teleportation props. Never panic again. Now, I'm just going to tell so challengers, I'll take the first place. Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth. Then, abruptly, he stopped. Because of a ripple in the space thousands of meters in front of him, a figure was imposing. was approaching himself at speed. There's no hint of the same camp, it's an assassin from another country.
He's trying to kill me up close?
Su Ming's eyes instantly became cold and moved back against the ground. Space blockade, hit the wall if you dare to flash in.
Arrow chase amulet, lock on. Chapter 72 Hunt moment. Elemental ring domain boss, elemental monarch.
Martha Raga is an assassin in the AS.
Though the level is only just LV 200.
But he was prepared for this competition. He licked the sharp edge, his smile frightening. Any brittle skin of the same level would be turned into a dead soul in front of him.
There was an archer from another country there? What a help, your head is mine.
Immediately afterward, Martha Raga's figure flashed.
Assassins are the natural nemesis of brittle shooters. He lamented his good fortune, jia. However, in the very next instant. Arrow chasing talisman, lock on.
Martha Raga saw the archers across the street draw their bows. You'll only be able to shoot one more arrow at best, once I get close.
Crispy shooters aren't straight up seconds? The advantage is mine. Dang.
The invisible air was like a 10,000-foot barrier rising, and he was dizzy. Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth. A message from the other side appeared in his eyes.
Name, Martha Raga. Profession, Skywalker Stabber. Level, LV 200. Just in time to lock right in with the arrow chase amulet. A little bit of cold flew by. Ice arrow. Shoot me. The 3,000 arrow system swarmed out under the time travel talent. Chirp chirp chirp. Countless arrows were not dispersed. Instead, they shoot at the same target at the same time. An arrow, that's a ING arrow?
Walter, spare me, I don't want to die.
The devil, he's. What devil? Ah!
It was the assassin before he died.
The final scream. He came blinking.
Then it was realized that his life value was emptied. You have killed a competitor and gained half of the opponent's points 1,000, and the accumulated points of the Dragon Kingdom camp have been increased by 10 times 10,000 points. Su Ming had known that for a long time. Killing a competitor also gives you half of the points the other person already has.
At the same time.
Because the camp points are even tenfold.
So the competition between countries will only intensify. Count him out of luck.
Su Ming waved his hand. In the huge heavenly ring battlefield, the probability of meeting a challenger in the same place is extremely slim. But as time passes, the ring world continues to shrink inward. All the rest will gradually approach the most dangerous core. Su Ming shook his head.
Then move on. However, the other national challengers are double mind-blowing again. Waterfark? An instant increase of 1,000 points? Look, the Dragon Kingdom camp points have increased by 10,000 in synchronization. Su Ming has met a challenger? And instantly killed it?
Damn Su Ming, our lighthouse kingdom is about to let you be buried here forever. Su Ming didn't care how the other challengers felt. All the way towards the core. There was no sign of the other challengers anymore. But time and time again, it preys on the attributes of several wildlife. Steady growth. Soon, it was time for the first day's scoreboard to be settled.
Your current points are 191,981.
Your current point rank, 199.94, gained a gain buff within the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Buff, damage inflicted on wild monsters is increased by 50%, damage inflicted by wild monsters is reduced by 50%, damage inflicted on challengers not in the same camp is increased by 20%, lasts 1 day. Su Ming didn't care too much about this buff. Instead, he looked to his transfer quest. It's done, just complete it once and it's recorded here too. Then, turn your gaze. Kill at least 100 enemies not in the top 1,000 of the list from the same side 0-100. The first ranking is out. Next, the hunting moment. From the moment we entered this battlefield, all the people in different camps have to be ready to face life and death at any time. Therefore, the obstacle that blocked Su Ming. Through and through. The wind arrow. Chirp chirp chirp. Su Ming was flying close to the ground the entire way, and his blast arrows never stopped. Whether it's against the air, or exterminating passing wildlife. Everywhere they went, arrows rained down. You have killed Yin Susan LV 208 and gained 41.1 W of experience.
Cloud Susan progress, 100%, you've looted 45 attack points. You have killed Pingtian Big Chicken LV209 and gained 41.1 W of experience. Progress, 100%. You have looted 36 points of agility. Is this killing monsters as they come? I can be so perverted. Blast arrow speed keeps stacking as long as it's within 10 seconds. So he was like a gust of wind ghostly through the elemental ring domain, while always maintaining the maximum speed you can achieve. He, started to move. Kill all enemies and find Big Brother Wan Lin. This was Su Ming's current goal. Wan Lin helped himself so much. He would never let the other man be sacrificed here. From this moment on, a hunting wind of invisible silhouettes began to appear in the heavenly ring battlefield. And once a sharp arrow flies in the wind, the next moment would be thousands of arrows eerily shooting straight into other people's bodies. Radosi, place 942. Cybelman, place 452. With Su Ming's speed, the elemental ring domain was almost patronized by him. So, all of the feral species are all looted to their heart's content. And then there were hundreds of other challengers. Murmuring, he said, "It seems that old brother Wang Lin isn't in this area." He didn't bother when he encountered a few Dragon Kingdom challengers. Not someone from the same camp. Su Ming wasn't thinking about dealing with the other party. And they're actively thinking of killing themselves? I'm sorry to say, but they're all going to die under a shower of arrows. It also made him more aware. People in this battlefield, except for the same camp. There is absolutely no mercy when facing people from other camps. Because, well, there are points. At this moment, Su Ming stopped in his tracks, looking ahead at a huge elemental spirit that had risen and converged from the earth. The bow in his hand was drawn full again. This is the final boss of the entire elemental ring domain. Its information had already appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Elemental Monarch, Elemental Ring Domain Boss Enhanced. Level, LV210. Lifespan, 4500.6 W 4500.6 W. Skills, Endless Fire, Tornado Hurricane, Frost, Earth Rock, Silent Thunder. Talent Elemental Mastery, range of all elemental skills used is doubled, and skill chanting time is reduced by 80%. Talent Elemental Body, all physical damage taken is reduced by 80%, but spell damage taken is increased by 10%. Elemental Ring Domain Enhancement, for every 30% of max life damage taken, randomly trigger a skill without chanting. Information, powerful elemental beings, sleeping in the elemental rim, now awakened will destroy everything in anger. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Oh. Su Ming spared a slight sideways glance. All 5 of this guy's skills can be mega ranged skills that take quite a bit of time to chant. Since physical damage is reduced by 80% then I'll just go straight for real damage up top. No more hesitation, open the bow. The golden aura dazzled, and the holy light arrows. Chapter 73 Elemental Mastery Skill Book. I, Su Ming, am about to kill the demon god. Within a short second, tens of thousands of arrows had come out. Chirp chirp chirp. 24 W. Blast. 12 W. 1500, 1500. Though right now he was only LV 180 in rank. Cannot lock this boss with the arrow chase amulet. But the damage of each arrow had broken 12 W. Who can be spared under the crazy rain of arrows? It was only then that the elemental monarch growled in a domineering manner. Then it was shot to cinders. The earth began to roar violently, and a tornado that swept through the heavens and earth suddenly appeared. With it came rolling thunderclouds brewing thunder. This is instantly triggering all 3 skills? Which, of course, means it's gone. You have killed Elemental Monarch LV210 boss, gain 190 W experience, 1000 points. Your first kill of an Elemental Monarch LV210 boss gains you an additional attribute, life plus 3000. Elemental Monarch boss progress, 100%, you've looted 3800 life. Come on, it's just too fast. This boss didn't even make it to the second. Seems like these are a bit pedestrian for myself now. Su Ming set his mind right and wasn't proud. His target, his enemy. It was the demon god, the heavenly demon holy lord, and even the abyssal lord. So there's no point in wasting too much time on these things. He quickly went up and looked at the boss drop. An elemental crystal, something that every elemental mage must be eyeballing, for $100 million for nothing. Wait, skill book, it's a skill book. Su-Ming quickly looked at a book that was molding in the light. Elemental Mastery, General Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 150+. Elemental Mastery LV1, having mastered a powerful elemental ability, the range of any group skill of an elemental nature used is increased to 1.5 times. It's a passive generic skill. And, great range gain on curtain shadow arrows and burst arrows. Su-Ming thought. When it raises to the 10th level of perfection, the range should then be just fine, boosted to twice that. Output ability he's not lacking at all. So very practical to learn. You have met the learning criteria for Elemental Mastery and have successfully learned this skill, Elemental Mastery LV1. But then, quickly take out the skill proficiency crystal in his backpack. After using 9 in a row, he shifted his gaze to Elemental Mastery LV10 once again. The full tier range is not 2x, but 2.5x. Not bad, not bad, the group second monster is a little bit faster. Finally, an arrowhead fragment? Hardened poison shatter ball. It reminded him of the hardened light shattering stab he had gotten in the world corridor. Looks like this one is poisoned, use it. You have used hardened poison shatter ball, the archer gains a powerful poison ability, with an additional 500 points of poison damage per arrow, resolving instantly. This 500 poison wound can only be triggered once per arrow though. But when paired with a time-dissipating arrow, it settles for 4W damage initially. Better than nothing, barely. Quickly inventory play everything. Su-Ming directly sprinted his arrow to increase his speed and drifted against the ground. It's really comfortable to be able to drive the Phoenix Wing Sky Soar all the time. Good, the elemental ring domain is now resolved. Instead of going deeper, go to the next ring domain and get the transfer quest done as soon as possible. Soon, Su-Ming realized that the map information had changed. Sky Ring Battlefield, Blazing Sun Ring Domain, Broken Mountain. This ring domain is different from the previous elemental ring domain. The sun is extraordinarily bright. The increase for light attribute skills is greatly increased. And the wild monsters here all have strong recovery abilities. Of course, it wasn't enough for Su-Ming. The hunt hour, it's on. 2 days of work in a row. Su-Ming wasn't in a friendly exchange with a wild monster. It's just on the way to friendly exchanges with various challengers. Today he is at his current level. Obviously the lowest level, but reached a point that 5 turns was far from being able to reach. Soon after, he received a message. You have completed one of the transfer quests, Juggernaut of Extinction. Su-Ming then glanced at the scoreboard. Current points ranking, 17,836. TSK, over 2,100 dead in just 3 days. But 1,000 of them were almost all caused by me. Su-Ming's face was calm as he spoke. That's 100 people who have been in the top 1,000 on the list. Because his mission was just about complete. And the rest. On the other hand, it's rushing over and delivering like Martha Raga. I'm afraid this is the deadliest opening in 20 years. Today, challengers from other countries tremble. They don't even look for the treasure. Instead, they are constantly seeking companion holds. So, this time the picture of the Heavenly Ring battlefield was completely different from the past. Su-Ming sped up the entire tempo as if it were flying. This one. He also met dozens of Dragon Kingdom challengers. Too bad there's no Wang Lin. They were told the location of the companions they had previously encountered and told to rendezvous on their own, leaving behind only a back that floated in the wind. Heavens, he's that future inheritor of the Godslayer Hall? Handsome, young, and so strong, I'm envious. Su-Ming. Simply more terrifying than Elder Wang Bo was back then, right? You know Mr. Wang Bo is the world's #1 in points. As a result, just over 1 day's work directly broke the record, and now directly skyrocketed broken 50W. The matter of Su-Ming being the inheritor of Wang Bo's future Bao God title. In the vast network of relationships of the major powers of the Dragon Kingdom, it's almost become the default thing to do. Until this first sighting, which directly refreshed their perceptions. Among them, Wang Lin and Li Huiyang are the most helpless. Wang Lin, I know you're a pervert but you're overdoing it. Until now, Su-Ming still needed him to cover? It would be nice not to hold him back.
He had still underestimated little friend Su Ming. I didn't realize that my own guide had been overtaken by the backwaters in a short period of time. He was rather very relieved. Not bad for what Pop said about the Man of Destiny. So, we can all just lay down and win by avoiding the Dragon Kingdom. Little friend Su Ming is taking a direct flight, hee hee hee. Without realizing it, he would also experience the comfort of being taken flying. Emma really smells good. Li Huiyang, on the other hand, finally realized who he had met in the void spirit space. Nima, he was actually thinking of stealing our Su Ming Su God's equipment? A chill ran down his back. This Master Su Ming will definitely be the #1 divine archer of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. And, he's a downright killer in battle. It's okay, he's my teammate. I've got to find the big man to take me flying boing boing. As for calling grandpa or something. If you meet great god Su Ming, also. It's not impossible. Emma really smells good. Since completing the transfer quest 1, Su Ming's premonition grew stronger. That last Eternal Maker. It can't be the coming out of the super divine artifact, can it? It looks like the crisis in Blue Star is coming faster than expected. Just 5 turns after that. One would no longer have to worry about being exposed or being secretly obliterated by the bigwigs of other countries. At that time, he would represent the strongest of the new generation of the Godslayer Temple. Showdown as 1000 Arrows Archer, directly on the big stage of the world of Blue Star. God stops God, devil stops devil. Ha 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 ha, this false fest of mine is scary enough as it is. The information log has been updated once again. You have generated the transfer quest 2, Ancient Bao difficulty 10. Sure enough, the Ancient Divine Bao and a Demon God are both sealed in the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Next. Su Ming was about to kill a demon god. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from your friends, love you bud. Ask for 5 stars ACL. Chapter 74, Extinction of the Demon God Kaldanjaro. I've gained another treasure, the marked seal. Su Ming looked towards the introduction of the transfer quest. Ancient Bao difficulty 10. Description: the forgotten battlefield of the ancient gods, where immortal artifacts and demonic gods were sealed. Enter the Heavenly Ring divine treasure and kill the self-blocked extinct demonic god Kaldanjaro to get the clues about the ancient god's Bao. The absolute demon god. Kaldanjaro, the Dragon Kingdom has never been recorded. Su Ming muttered. Moreover, this demon god is completely different from Garusafa. The former is just 3 shadowy avatars whose power has not been restored. But it has the full power of the demon god. Although, it would be suppressed to LV 239 strength by the Heavenly Ring battlefield. But it still can't be underestimated. Any carelessness will be fatal. Very well, the Heavenly Ring divine treasure should be in the core area. Su Ming briefly pondered over it. Sprint accelerated and began to move towards the core. With my speed, it would take a long time to break in the core before the others would just approach. Up to this point, he hadn't continued to hunt for moments. The only way to find the demon god. Then complete the transfer. All petty fights will go up in smoke in front of him. The Wind Arrow. Soon, at the border of the Fiery Ring domain near the Deep Ring domain. Once again, he spotted a golden rock boss with a holy light on its head. It seems like there are town bosses in every ring domain, so I just happened to collect them along the way. Su Ming's mood was pleasant. Killing bosses can both loot attributes. Again, it will drop at least one good item that corresponds to a leveled archer. So, shoot for crazy. The Golden Rock, with all of its minions, finally discovered the originator of the scourge of the entire fiery sun circle. They hissed angrily. It made the hearts of some of the challengers who still survived in this ring domain tremble. Su Ming's advancing steps didn't stop. Information about this group of great golden rocks also appeared in his eyes at the same time. This group of golden rocks. So it's still a species summoning type boss similar to the Black Crow King? Blazing Sun Golden Rock, Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV 210. Lifespan, 112.2W 112.2W. Skills, Sacred Sun Bomb, Golden Rock Blitz, Storm Wind, Blazing Sun Ray. Enhanced gain, recovers 0.5% of max life per second in the Blazing Sun Ring domain. Information, a being bathed in holy light with a permanent and continuous recovery ability. Weakness, eyes. The number of this type of golden rock is slowly increasing. It didn't take long to reach dozens. And the huge golden plume-tailed fellow they surrounded.
It is the final boss.
Geez, everyone else is still constantly looking for someone to hold the bag and hit the sauce.
He was already going to tackle the second boss alone.
Blazing Sun Rock Lord, Blazing Sun Ring Domain Boss Enhanced.
Level, LV 215.
Life, 4640.2W 4640.2W.
Skills, Tempest, Field of Sunshine, Group Revitalization, Burning Wings, Purifying Light.
Talent Lord of the Golden Rocks, upon awakening, he is able to utilize the power of the Blazing Sun to constantly summon golden rocks, and can provide powerful gains to the rocks. Talent Rock Body, immunity to all abnormal statuses, 5% agility increase for each abnormal status received. Blazing Sun Ring Domain Enhancement, for every 30% of maximum life damage taken, immediately summon 10 golden rocks in front of you. Information, the master of the party sleeping in the fiery ring domain, after familiarizing himself with it, he will kill any intruder who breaks into it.
Weakness, cannot be triggered. Once each area boss is triggered. Unless killed or left this place.
Otherwise, it will attack all challengers.
Unfortunately, you met me directly. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, not even stopping. Instead, just move the shot.
If it wasn't for the fact that Little Raving was now advancing in the contract space, he'd have sprinted on his little ravings by now.
Direct fire coverage. Holy light arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 26W. Blast. 13W. 1500. You think you're the only ones who can fly? The Golden Rock's delusional attempts to fly high and pull away were instantly dashed. After the arrow mercilessly penetrated the body. One by one, they were falling stiffly. The Blazing Sun Pang Lord was dumbfounded, and in the twinkling of an eye, his little brother was all gone. Then all the arrows fell on themselves. If it can mouth words. On the temporary occasion, he only wanted to yell loudly at Su Ming. I may not be human, but you are a real dog. Newswire. Miserable and unending. You have killed the Blazing Sun Golden Rock LV210 and gained 41.1 W of experience. You have killed the Blazing Sun Rock Lord LV215 boss, gained 195 W experience, 1000 points. Your first kill of Blazing Sun Rock Lord LV215 boss, gain additional attribute, agility plus 42. Progress, 100%, you've looted 32 points of power. Comfortable. Su Ming didn't stop moving his feet. Quickly collect all the drops through the backpack. All the way. By the way, he looked at the 2 items dropped by this boss. This is free attribute core? You can choose to boost the value of certain attributes. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal core in his hand, a happy smile once again spread across Su Ming's face. Use. You have used the free attribute core and have chosen life. Life plus 2W. As a brittle archer, the life value is a little bit more than. And then the second item. Marked seal, Archer's Seal. Feature, targets that have been in the Archer's field of view will gain a marker of the opponent's position even if they are out of the field of view for 30 minutes counting from the time they leave the field of view. Oh. That's a full position marker. Su Ming immediately activated the characteristics of the marking seal. Then found several more map coordinate messages in his panel. These all are coordinates of dragon challengers that he has seen within 30 minutes of each other. Just one more glance in the crowd later, and you'll know the location in 30 minutes in all directions without any dead angle. Whether it's scouting or counter surveillance. These are extremely useful and powerful abilities. What a dramatic increase in life support. Until he finally left the area of the Flame Ring domain, entering deeper into the Heavenly Ring burial ground. By the way, I glanced at the panel after the constant looting over the past few days. TSK, the attack power has broken 10,000. Horror. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Time and Space Archery God. Level, LV 180 LV 184 turns. Life, 57.4 W. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 1968. Agility, 1945. Attack speed, 7.29 arrows S. Attack, 10,845. Defense, 5,038. Blitz, 85%. Resistance to violence, 60%. Single arrow reserve, 999999999. 9999999. This was the terror of the heaven-swept arrow intent. From the early days when it was not noticeable to now after it keeps accumulating. Quantitative changes gradually evolve to qualitative changes. Level 180 Brittle Archer with 57W plus life. Anyone who hears it is going to drop their jaws in shock, hee hee hee. Skyring Battlefield, Skyring Burial Ground, Howling Mountains. Su Ming's expression became serious. Because of this moment. Not only did the Yingling Divine Arrow give birth to a sense. Even the Eternal Divine String is equally so. The Demon God Kaldanjaro. It's sealed within the remains of a sacred treasure somewhere in the burial ground. They are guiding. Location. Right. Chapter 75, a man becomes an army and slaughters 10,000 beasts. Demon God? I stole your house. Eagle Eye. It's worthy of being called the burial ground area. It was simply awfully quiet compared to the rest of the area. And so, Su Ming didn't waste any time to quickly and cautiously run wildly to the right of the mountain range. Current world ranking, 17,055. There were only 7,000 or so challengers left in the entire Heavenly Ring battlefield. However, at the moment, apart from Su Ming, others have not been able to reach deep burial areas in as little as 3 days. He could be relieved to complete his transfer without being disturbed. Just then, the entire Heavenly Ring battlefield once again resounded with a woozy sound. Stage 2, the outer ring collapses, heaven and earth crumble, and a tide of 10,000 beasts rises lasts 3 days. This is up to Stage 2? Su Ming slightly sidestepped his head. But one has arrived at the burial site. It seemed that this beast wave had little to do with himself. Challengers from all countries should be gradually hugging each other. Other people kill small monsters in groups, while I single-handedly kill the demon god. Everyone, a bright future. Been rushing around for a while. He had long ago cleared the wildlife along the way. This time around, just the normal equipment recyclables are another couple hundred million. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountains in the burial ground began to shake. Su Ming dodged at the foot of the mountain range with a quick eye. Darkness. Darkness. The heavens and the earth grew dim. Immediately after. The sky, the earth, the rivers. Countless animal roars came from the depths of the burial ground. This is a beast tide? The wave of beasts came from here? So, just happened to hit it head on? Su Ming almost didn't laugh out loud. The original. It turns out that the wild monsters of the beast tide were revived from the burial ground. Then, from all directions. Running towards the blazing sun ring domain, the elemental ring domain, and several other areas. Regardless of the other orientation. At this moment, Su Ming had already felt the strong sound of the feet of the 10,000 beasts stamping on the ground directly in front of him. There seems to be only a dozen or so Dragon Kingdom challengers left in the 2 rings behind me. Because his own killing god is wide open. Instead, numbers became the weakest orientation. But there's no need to panic, since I'm here. Not a single wild monster will cross the burial ground in this orientation. Phoenix wings sky soaring. Su Ming finally stopped hiding, and the dim sky. The holy wings behind him were particularly dazzling, spreading their wings in the air. Oh superstorm, howl! Longbow in hand. In the heavens and on the earth, Vai Bao God Su Ming. Shoot! The wind arrow. Holy light arrows. Gasho arrows. Blocking arrows. Rock shattering arrows. Thunderbolt. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp. Arrows from the sky shoot through rooks and eagles, and arrows from the earth topple apes and oxen. Faster, faster. Bloodthirsty rage stacks instantly. The amulet of the gale takes effect at the same time. Attack speed 7.29. 0.7.79. 0.7.89. 0.9.79 arrows s. Close to 10 draws a second. Gale stacked full, 3W arrow system in seconds. One man becomes an army and slaughters 10,000 beasts. Chirp chirp chirp. Chirp. In every moment, bodies were strewn everywhere and the morning went on for a long time. Raving. A crisp phoenix chirp stimulated Su Ming's thoughts. Immediately after, from among the dark shadows flew out a stunningly colorful and gorgeous dark phoenix. Ruiji, you're really getting prettier and prettier. The phoenix is more fully feathered. The phoenix tail swayed and dark shadows followed, full of mystery and power. Su Ming, I'm also going to kill AC with you. Shadow possession. Kamaru transforms into a phoenix shadow after using her skills. The reflection behind Su Ming was like an extremely gigantic dark phoenix spirit god. Moment. Su Ming felt it through the contract. He was connected to the little ravings and became one. You are attached to the immensely powerful shadow force, and during this time, all arrows fired carry an additional 50% of this damage in true damage, and this damage cannot be recovered. I'll go, the output capacity directly becomes 1.5 times. Kamaru needs to constantly use up her blue to use this skill. And it in turn can suck blue from me through the shadow space stone. Wouldn't that amount to no consumption? Moreover, it doesn't affect the use of other shadow abilities by Kamaru in this state. Now, she truly morphed into the Dark Phoenix Sovereign. Half the extra damage is all true damage. Also because the power of shadow erosion cannot be restored. Powerful. Worthy of a divine beast. You have killed the Thunderhawk LV-216 and gained 41.3 W of experience. You have killed Stone Maggot Lie Spider LV-218 and gained 41.3 W of experience. You have killed the Giant Armored Rhinoceros LV-218 and gained 41.4 W of experience. You have killed the Mountain Python LV-219 and gained 41.4 W of experience. Countless wildlife kills refreshed. With it, quite a few swarms of wild monsters not seen on the periphery. Once again, Su Ming's progress was bursting at the seams to harvest a large wave of attributes. Progress, 100%. You've looted 38 points of agility. Progress of Mountain Python, 100%. You have taken 3,500 points of life. Progress, 100%. You've looted 32 points of power. The phoenix wings bloomed, and not only did Su Ming not retreat. Instead, they kept pressing forward. Wave after wave of 10,000 arrows. Su Ming advanced along the source of the sonorous beast tide. Because there. It is also the place that is guided by the arrow of the Yingling god. No one can stop me, die. Su Ming had expected this in his heart. The experience required for each level of advancement after you reach 5 turns is like a cataclysm. This is why many people once they complete 5 turns. Then you will be stuck at that level for years. So it just so happens that this is the perfect slaughterhouse right now. Su Ming would kill him. Finally. The way he was. Only corpses and countless drops. When you go all the way, you pick up all the way. All of them go feed me phantom sprouts. The little sprouts in the compact space are soon showing signs of growing again. With such a growth rate, Su Ming was very satisfied. This is divine treasure. Su Ming's pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, the source was none other than the heavenly ring divine treasure that he had been searching for. A large door with an eerie aura was only half open. So now is the time to release all the 10,000 beasts within. The group that ended up here alive after the beast wave. Then you can enter the divine treasure to explore the truly rare treasures. He had heard about it from old brother Wang Lin. The divine collection was the most dangerous place in the entire heavenly ring battlefield. Of course, the treasures are unimaginable. Because of the limitation of the maximum strength of LV-239. Challengers who enter each year almost only dared to enter the divine collection and then scramble around the edges. But Su Ming would not wait for the beast tide to end. He's going to continue to fire his bow in indiscriminate bursts. Murmur, it's not enough, do it again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp. In the meantime, Little Rumor continued to use her shadow power to generate a shadow barrier, protecting one person and one phoenix in it. Su Ming's phoenix wings twitched as he decisively rushed into the divine collection gate. Kaldanjaro? I'm ing stealing your house to make it hot. Chapter 76, Void Wise Man. You're a good man to lead the way. The superstorm danced wildly around Su Ming. Inside space. All attempts to approach one's shenanigans are to be cut to pieces. But just for a moment. A blurry-faced being in the divine collection suddenly opened its eyes.
The voice was low and hoarse. Who is it that has disrupted the process of the divine collection? I have to go forward and take a look. Only the tide of beasts carries the power of my lord's demon god to kill all obstacles. It is only then that my lord can further accelerate the recovery. The earth, it began to shake. In midair, Su Ming looked at the beasts that continued to pour out from the bottom of the divine hidden ground. Narrowing his eyes slightly. There was not the slightest pause in the shooting of the arrow in his hand. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It's only close to 3W arrows per second, which feels a bit low. The damage still isn't enough. Su Ming muttered. This was the first time he had witnessed the source of a crazy beast tide in this world. The right hand draws down convulsively. Countless corpses piled up ahead. But, not enough. He's going to kill more and shoot like crazy. Perhaps, after this time, once the transfer is complete. It's no longer even close to LV-240 to reach the 6-turn requirement. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. It's the kind of thing that no one else would ever dare to think about. The wild monsters that Su Ming had slaughtered in one day. Even more than they have accumulated in a whole year. Just as Su Ming continued to go deeper and deeper into the interior. Suddenly, he saw the sky in front of him. It was as if a certain being had come out from within in a killing frenzy. It was a humanoid creature with a twisted face. A special human? Ha! I'm getting a wonderful vibe from you. Su Ming was instantly alert. The other person's message appeared in his eyes at the same time. Race, Void Wise. Attribution, Abyss. Level, LV-239. The Void Wise Man? From the Abyss? The demon god's client. Su Ming's heart snapped inwardly, and he immediately thought. He is probably the guardian of Kilimanjaro. It's a good thing that the powerful world rules of the Heavenly Ring battlefield. This very mysterious-looking fellow. As long as it's in this small world, it's also suppressed to only the upper limit LV-239 rank. Wonderful? Could it be the shadow power of Little Rumor? No, it's some kind of substance that Little Rumor has absorbed. Su Ming was inwardly surprised. The guy with such a wild drop in SAN value obviously came with murderous intent. It turned out to be a sudden change of attitude. Wait. What he felt maybe. Maybe it's that dish that doesn't have any compulsion at all because of the demon god. The smell of ancient Lucifer. Think about it. Su Ming temporarily put down his intention to kill the other party in seconds with a surprise attack. Obviously. The land of God's hidden treasures hides a heavy space. And this void wise man must have direct knowledge of the ruins where Kilimanjaro is located. It just totally saves time and effort. Su Ming instantly had a special thought. And so, Su Ming immediately took out the shadow constant crystal from ancient Lucifer. There was no fear, and his face was calm. Voidwise, are you a follower of Lord Kilimanjaro? He spoke dominantly, waiting for the other to respond. Not a trace of acting. What? Human race. How dare you call my lord by his name? Who the hell are you? Take another step forward and die. This void wise man was stunned. Why this very weak-looking bug? Would you know the name of Lord Demon God? Furthermore, it did sense that Su Ming possessed the power of the Shadow Demon God. That's what kept it from killing the bug in the first place. Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth, holding the Shadow Ever crystal aloft. I am a dependent of the great demon god, Lord Garusifa. Today, following the will of my lord brings great power. For the revival of Lord Kilimanjaro. The void-wise man looked towards the piece of shadow constant crystal. It contained the intense shadow power of being an incarnation of Garusifa. That's right. The scent of this constant crystal was extremely wonderful. The corners of the void-wise man's mouth cracked with SAN. But the words spoken were full of excitement and joy. Oh, honorable human, forgive my rudeness. You are not like those foolish worms. For the great demon god, I, Camelot, am willing to give everything. Think about it. No longer did this void wise man have the anger of a disrupted beast tide. Instead, the corners of his mouth cracked even wider as he gazed fiercely at Su Ming. Human. Can you really revive my lord completely? Amount. You're not supposed to be smiling at me, are you? Sweet smile, no smiling next time. That's right, as long as I activate the constant crystal of the same demon god, Lord Garusafa. This world will be dominated by us. Su Ming spoke with fervor. Spoken with the utmost fervor. His performance was even more satisfying to the void-wise man. How many years? How many years? Its great cause is finally coming to fruition. From then on, follow the great demon god, turning world after world into his own. Once Lord Kilimanjaro is revived, all the living beings in this small world will be turned into sustenance. And this human, is the biggest credit. Jia. Su Ming, Man in the Land of God's Hidden Treasures, wins another Oscar. It's a shame I wasn't nominated for a movie star in my past life. Didn't realize. Not only can you snub the great dragons and dragon kings here, it also fools the demon god's follower. Camillo, please take me to the sleeping place of Lord Kilimanjaro. Iron Manganese, will accomplish the greatest of feasts. That's all that's been said. It's not polite to be skeptical anymore. Camillo maintains a cracked mouth. Iron Manganese, please follow me, Jia. Just this moment. A huge black hole power suddenly erupted around it. The surrounding wild monsters were all pulled into it uncontrollably. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy. If he wasn't restricted by the Heavenly Ring battlefield, the strength is absolutely catastrophic. It should take a little more time to kill it then. But so what? Now it's my good partner in Ferro Manganese. Su Ming followed Camillo as he continuously circled around the major spaces within the Divine Collection. Inside thought. Surely the move to keep it to lead the way was the right one. Once you're off the edge, there are actually countless overlapping spaces within the Divine Collection. This overlapping space. It was even more complicated than the previous Divine Dragon ruins. Of course, Camillo opens the way. Su Ming also cleared the flying wild monsters on both sides of the air at the same time. Shadow arrows. Shadow power rich arrows shot through one wild monster after another. Chirp chirp chirp. A big wave of experience is once again in the books. Far beyond the strength of the weak human race. A dense and incredibly powerful shadow force. Iron Manganese, indeed, the great demon god's favorites. The Void-Wise are a very wise race. Until now. It was only then that he truly recognized Su Ming's identity. So, all for the revival of the Demon Lord. Su Ming was the meritocracy it revered. The great Lord Kilimanjaro sleeps in the space ahead. To keep the Demon Lord at bay. No one will find this place but me. Camillo was filled with pride and excitement. That's good. Su Ming's handsome face also revealed an extremely excited look. Such a tricky space. The gods can hide, can't they? So, all the more reason to be thankful for the guidance of a certain wise man. Camillo had already slashed through a spatial rift by now. Ancient burial grounds, tomb ruins, demon seals. Su Ming decisively entered. A huge mausoleum was then seen, and the demon god. Of course it's lying in a coffin slab. Stealing home. It's finally official. I'm coming. Chapter 77 Kilimanjaro, woohoo, take off and fly. Camillo, you guard the outside of the mausoleum. Whatever happens next, you don't do anything rash. When I come out, together we will welcome the resurrection of the great demon god. Su Ming endured that drop sand look. Said with a breezy, confident face. I understand, Honorable Iron Manganese. Offer my devotions and wait for the good news. And so. In the end, Su Ming stepped into the mausoleum alone. Who? It came earlier than expected. I was expecting to spend quite a bit more time looking for it. The Void-Wise man is really honest. Sent him a big surprise straight away. Heh, on the art of the great snub. Even the mighty Void-Wise. And it's no better than the wisdom of the worms in his mouth, he. Little rumination only used up to one piece of shadow constant crystal. So Su Ming actually had 2 complete pieces in his backpack. After taking it back. In his left hand, he was holding the ice-cold great bow. The right hand is ready to summon the spirit arrow. This divine arrow would be the bottom of his total regicide of Kilimanjaro. It hasn't been a long road. It seems that the friendly Camillo has shut down countless organs. Eventually, Su Ming arrived inside an empty hall. And in the middle of the main hall stood a huge crystal stone pillar.
Within Stonehenge,
Su Ming had already seen the basic information of the silhouette surrounded by shadow chaos.
name, Carl D'Angelo. Position concept, absolute demon god. Rank, LV 239 sealed. Just how many more secrets are hidden in the 6 Dao Divine Pagoda? Su Ming muttered.
The countless small worlds connected by the Divine Tower. Not only is there a Dragon King, but there is even a relic of the sealing of the demon god.
And what kind of existence? Hiding them all from history?
Su Ming didn't believe that it was the work of the heavenly demon clan that devoured everything.
Because strong is the heavenly demon Holy Lord.
Still can't escape the same situation.
Divine Dragon Burial.
It similarly seals the heavenly demon Sacred Lord inside.
Elder brother Wang Lin said that the crisis in Blue Star is getting closer.
Su Ming, however, shrugged his shoulders.
You call this getting closer? Nima and existence sufficient to destroy the world all sleep under the eyes. Though, none of them are what they used to be. The artifact ingenious God arrow will be seconds. So now.
Su Ming was decisive, take advantage of your illness. Only the moment he stepped into the great hall. The being in the crystal pillar also suddenly emitted a spiritual voice in its slumber.
The scent of a shadow demon god? It's not right.
You killed the shadow demon god.
Su Ming bristled. Surely this demon god himself wouldn't be that easy to fool yet. Because it can really feel the power of Garusafa. Who let you in here? I've lost a lot more of my power. Camelot. Stupid thing, to be fooled by this little worm. Killing you to capture the shadow demon god's items will allow me to recover quite a bit as well. The crystal pillars began to become extraordinarily dark. Ha!
Su Ming's long bow was strung with an arrow.
Now it's okay. He's not pretending. Caldangero, you're full of crap. The wind arrow.
Holy light arrows.
Holy light arrows. Gale arrow starter.
Then Su Ming proceeded to all holy light arrows, arrows aimed at the crystal true wound. It also prevents your opponent from sneaking in to make up gains.
In just 1 second. The center O.
F. The hall was surrounded by sharp arrows from all directions.
Chirp chirp chirp.
Foolish worm, I am an immortal being, you are not too ridiculous.
It's now. Change the arrows. Yingling arrow. Catching behind countless holy light arrows, the bow was set. Pull full, shoot. Whoosh.
Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile.
Demon God Yo, you still don't understand how powerful humans are yet. Why am I pretending? Isn't it just a divine arrow that shoots a kill shot at the perfect moment? Kaldanjaro is completely defenseless. With one arrow, time travel takes effect.
The huge arrow mercilessly pierced through the center of the crystal, and then went through the figure's body.
Reach the other end of the temple. You what you? Go well out, don't see me off.
Su Ming hurriedly rushed to the back to recover the Yingling divine arrow. This is the biggest drawback of the spirit arrow as a separate artifact.
After each shot, it must also be recycled in person to do so. So Su Ming understood. Once it is out of your hands, you have to make it a 1-2 punch. No. Damn, you think you can kill me with this? To make me use my demon god origin, you deserve to die. Void walking. Void walking. Void? What's going on? Why can't I use it? Ah. Caldangero is spiking madly at this point. It didn't even die completely with a large hole pierced through its body. To know. The target of the spirit arrow is not only pierced through the body. It also pierces that part of the soul. Su Ming's heartbeat accelerated, but his eyes became even colder. He had to put his movie star acting skills to the test to find a hit. It turned out to be successful, but it only left the other side badly hurt. Since I didn't die from one arrow, I'll do it again. And why can't Kaldanjaro walk in the void? Of course it was because of Su Ming. The space was blocked the moment he entered the Great Hall. It was to prevent accidents that made the demon god go out and unite Camelot. Preparation is now finally playing a huge role. Give it to me. Shoot. While the demon god was frantic, Su Ming's second arrow came from the opposite direction. Whoosh. A second hole appears. At this moment, the entire mausoleum shook tremendously.
Camillo, who was stationed outside, fell to his knees in frenzy.
Confusing blurred faces but immensely pious. With such a sensation, it seems that Iron Manganus will soon succeed. Oh great Lord Kilimanjaro, I am finally able to follow you again. I wait for the moment when you step out of the tomb.
At that time, dominating thousands of small worlds, even
extinction above the 9 heavens. Camillo always knelt reverently. You're not ing dead? Su Ming all wanted to convex dish. 2 arrows. This was 2 whole arrows of the divine artifacts Yingling divine arrow.
Totally shot the guy who was still in sequestration.
But it looks like it's gotten significantly more faint. Then, the 3rd arrow. Shoot. Still alive? 4th arrow. Shoot. Kilimanjaro, WDNMD. Why? Why?
It has the supreme spatial skill void walking.
But, couldn't move at all. What level of blocking ability does this damn bug possess, huh? I don't know how many arrows, again to force. What scares it even more? This arrow. It really does have the ability to wipe it out completely. Absolute demon god.
The power of extinction is held to do nothing but physically extinguish everything.
And in spirit, in soul. Even breaking through time and space to eliminate traces. It actually felt a law similar to it from this arrow. So, it didn't die out immediately. But a few more strokes it was literally going to die. Spare me, don't shoot arrows, spare me.
As long as you spare me, I'll tell you a shocking hidden secret.
A shocking hidden secret? Oh. I thought you weren't going to die. What's the secret? You will make a deed with me. Put it down now, no you don't speak of martial virtues. You killed Kilimanjaro. Finally.
Su Ming waved the sweat from his forehead.
Finally shot it dead.
Whether it was for himself or the mission, this demon god must die.
As for being secretive? If it did, there might be clues in the mausoleum. Sure enough. The moment Kilimanjaro died. The transfer mission is complete. And
once again, a magic sealing scroll that seemed to be on the verge of dissipating appeared before his eyes.
There's a passage on the scroll. It's really a message from the ancient divine bow. Yingling divine arrow, eternal divine string, ancient divine bow, take off, take off. Oh, my god, my god, my god. Chapter 78 The Maker of Eternity. Mine, mine, all mine.
As the light of the scroll dimmed,
Su Ming's gaze didn't spare any details on it.
The ancient divine bow is actually sealed in the divine collection as well.
Only it's not here. Look at the pattern drawn on it.
Su Ming understood that there was a high probability that it was the map of the divine deposit.
It's actually not just the ancient bow.
What's in this divine stash is also a wide variety of high-level sacred medicines. Su Ming's smile could not be quelled for a long time.
You've completed the second of the transfer quests, Ancient Bow. The second transfer quest was finally skillfully accomplished with intelligence. It greatly exceeded Su Ming's expectations. It's just nice to have an honest thing to lead the way. Soon the final transfer quest refreshes. You have generated transfer quest 3, Maker of Eternity. Eternal Maker difficulty 10.
Description: the eternal artifact sealed in the long river of history waits alone, waiting for the moment when its owner holds it in his hands, and creates the eternal artifact destruction in the divine hidden vault.
The final task. Soon it will be time to complete the transfer. The divine hidden dome? Is that somewhere in this place? Wait. If it's the highest one, could it be the clouds in the upper right corner on the sealing scroll? Luckily, he can fly. It would have been a different person who had neither flying skills. No flying tamers either. It would just be a dry eye. After Su Ming took all his thoughts back. Pay no more attention to the content of this task. The answer will not be known until we get to the Divine Collection Dome. Next. Su Ming began to seriously survey this particular hall. Just stepped into this place earlier. Just tense and exciting friendly exchanges with the demon god Kilimanjaro. Now it seems. The walls here, and the crystal pillars that sealed the demon god. It does proffer hidden secrets that are not known. There's a tower-shaped pattern, the 6 paths divine tower? And where the original Six Paths Divine Tower was located. It's a continent above the stars? Nope.
Incomplete continent, stitched together from 10 pieces. The 6 Tao Divine Pagoda connected the entire continent's heaven and earth.
Above the vault of heaven.
Above the pattern of the clouds, the figures in the palace are faintly visible.
Now, the six-path divine pagoda has landed on the blue star. Is the once vaulted sky and earth broken and crumbling?
It had to be said that Su Ming was shocked inwardly.
It seems that Blue Star is also a special place. Eventually,
Su Ming calmly left the Great Hall and returned the same way.
His heart didn't flinch. Whatever the future holds for this world, he's going all the way. In the future, Bao God Su Ming's name will resound throughout the entire universe. I am the only arrow in heaven and on earth. Now that I've come to this world, there is no such thing as mediocrity.
Su Ming opened the door to the mausoleum from the inside.
The light became a few moments brighter. At this point, Su once again transformed into an Oscar-winning actor.
There was a frenzy and joy on his face.
He saw that Camillo, who was on his knees, did not rise. Oh, Honorable Iron Manganese, has Lord Caldanjaro been revived? Camillo reverently asked Su Ming.
Of course, Camelot, the wise man of the Demon Lord. But you should know that His Excellency is in a critical period of constant power accumulation at this time.
So you mustn't bother, understand? Oh, thank you.
Hearing Su Ming's exact reply, Camillo's face dropped a few more points of sanity. So much noise earlier, leaving Camillo without the slightest doubt about the possibility of failure.
And it couldn't think anymore.
Nor could he imagine that Su Ming possessed the ability to kill this demon god.
I understand, and I will kneel here. Greet Lord Caldanjaro as he exits his tomb.
However, at this time, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Then he pretended to look drained.
Ahem, yes, Camillo. For the resurrection of the great Lord Caldanjaro, I paid a lot of treasure. So Lord Caldan promised to bestow upon me the items in its treasury. Surely you have the key to the treasure trove? And then, together, we greet Lord Caldanjaro. Camillo then rose reverently. Excitedly, he replied. Of course I have, Honorable Iron Manganese, you deserve it. You are a companion of mine and my lord's, the future conquers all Jia Jia. Please come with me, though there is nothing superb in the treasury today. But there are also piles of resources that my lord has collected from many small worlds. Well, then you'll live a little longer. Su Ming became even more excited and expectant inside. He had just been testing the waters and not getting his hopes up. I didn't expect it, eh? It's done. And so, the one man and the abyssal creature quickly circled around to the back of the mausoleum. Camillo chanted a complex incantation at a stone tablet. Then the monolith shifted its orientation. Another hidden space? Su Ming muttered inwardly. A large door appeared in the originally empty space in front of him. The gate opens to reveal. Almost didn't hold back from blurting it out. Su Ming's eyes were instantly blinded by the dazzling golden color. That's a mountain of gold. But Camillo sighed instead. Honorable Iron Manganese, for the revival of my lord. For countless years, these are the only things left here that can't be used in this realm. Such as these piles of special gold coins. It's actually made of celestial goldstone, which contains a huge amount of magical power. But we can hardly use it nowadays. Camillo spoke, and Su Ming listened quietly. As the smile on Su Ming's face grew wider and wider, Camillo reminded, Iron Manganese, you then take 3 items from the rest. 3 samples? Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth. No, I want them all. Camillo, WH. What? This void wise man pressed on. I don't know when. A silver white scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Will scale crystal activate? This piece of the prodigy strong control. It could allow Su Ming to instantly turn the tide against any opponent below the god level. As long as the scale crystals were in hand, there was no forward sway. All beings below the god level in his vicinity will be forced to enter the dream. It's Dragon King. Scales. How dare you lie to me? Ah. Caldanjaro. Adults. This chaotic-faced being was finally controlled by the powerful force of the Dragon King's scale crystal. fainted helplessly to the ground.
Perhaps. Still dreaming of welcoming the demon lord.
Su Ming, #carrot. Carrot #hee. You think you're a demon god like Kilimanjaro? I don't care what you're capable of. Just force me to sleep first. Then, Su Ming took out the Yingling divine arrow with peace of mind. God's arrows are out of hand. Shoot. No surprises this time. An arrow pierced the honest wise man. You killed Camelot. It also died under the arrow god. There was inexplicably a small loss in Su Ming's heart. What an honest, silly boy. Then, Su Ming turned his head, and golden light suddenly reflected in his eyes. Mine, all mine. Chapter 79 God Hidden Heavenly Vault. The Making of Eternity Extinction. A mountain of gold that you can't see the top of when you look up. These gold shimmering coins were not gold coins in the Blue Star sense though. However, it contained a huge amount of special magic. Su Ming thought. If this is used in all the great formations in the Rai world. Probably excellent for replenishing energy. There's no way it could ever run out of energy, okay? Beyond that. Instead, as Camillo said, there wasn't much else. Sheesh. What a waste of good stuff. All of the energy in many of the props was used to transfer to Kilimanjaro. Of course, there's still the rest of the good stuff. Ha! This talisman, I can use it. Amulet of Steel Heart, Physical. Feature, triggered in battle, hitting a target with a physical attack every 10 seconds will temporarily increase the bearer's life cap and defense cap by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%, to be reset by the next refresh in 10 seconds. It's stacking life and defense caps. Su Ming was extremely excited inside. If you increase the cap by up to 100%, just need to hit 100 targets at once in 10 seconds. It's not just a matter of having hands. Once triggered. By virtue of the fact that he had finally reached 60W of life now. Temporary life cap instantly goes up to 120W life. Also, the shield of indestructible arrow body is 100% of total life. So he has an additional 120W life steel shield. Not to mention the equally exaggerated boost in defense. Finally slowly getting rid of the brittle. I'm an archer, and I can meet the boss head on too. If another anti-injury passive technique. He can even play as an anti-damage tank. But where's the comfort of a tank with a strafing shot? Oh. There are dozens of skill books. And yeah, skill books they don't use at all. Shattering Air Chop, Ice Sky, Words of Despair, Aura of Healing, Giant Sphere of Kuan. Fighters, mages, priests, and other various professions are included. It was just that Su Ming didn't need the archer's output skills. Words of Despair? I didn't realize there were no restrictions. That's an interesting skill that is extremely useful at certain times. Words of Despair, General Skill Book. Level limit, none. Words of Despair LV1, activated on a target that survived the unconsciousness you inflicted, can control the opponent to act on your command or answer a question in an unconscious state for 5 seconds. Cooldown for the same target is 300 seconds. And that's just the LV1 effect. The time that a full layer lasts is at least 10 seconds. With the will scale crystals of forced dreaming. In 10 seconds. Su Ming could know any truth from the mouths of the major existences. For example, it can be brightly lassoed Zagu Molten. Meet the enemy later. This ability can also be utilized to instantly figure out the background of the opponent's bottom line. You have met the requirements for Words of Despair and have successfully learned this skill, Words of Despair LV1. To this point, Su Ming collected everything that was left that was there into his backpack. Professionals are just great. Comes with a quadruple pocket. He can't use the little tree of dreams for anything he can't use. The little sprout in the compact space finally grew into the shape of a small tree. Not a few leaves yet though. However, Su Ming clearly felt his spirit become more active. It's time to go. Su Ming rose up into the air and reached the top of the mausoleum. Explosive arrows. Exploding arrows. Boom 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 boom. Tens of thousands of forces with fire began to bombard the mausoleum. It's time for all traces of this to disappear. It wasn't until Su Ming crossed the spatial crack when he came out. This space is starting to collapse. Follow the map guide of the scroll.
The place where the ancient divine bow is sealed is not far from the divine hidden vault of heaven.
Raving.
Su Ming directly rode on Little Raving's back.
Terrifying speed and instant sprint.
After the small ravings reached the third rank, the flight speed in the ride-only state has become self-speed plus summing 110% speed.
Not bad for a dominant force in the air. The wind arrow.
The speed accumulated in an instant, and the dark phoenix was like a shadow arrow cutting through the sky.
Racing. Racing Phoenix is also too exciting. I don't know.
At the same time, Su Ming kept using blast arrows along the way. Clear the map as you go against the swarm of several types of wild monsters below.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp. 13.2 W. Blast. 6.6 W. 1500, 1500.
You have killed the Mimic Gargoyle LV-218 and gained 41.7 W of experience. You have killed the Death Pope Tree LV-218 and gained 41.7 W of experience. You have killed the Red Stinger Wasp LV-220 and gained 41.8 W of experience.
Here it is.
A wild killing spree. Su Ming finally arrived at this place surrounded by boulders.
Ancient Stonehenge?
Looking down from above, Su Ming realized that this place was not simple. The countless jagged rocks seemed to be regularly arranged in interlocking circles.
So the center of the circle is equivalent to the ancient altar.
The scene reminded him of the world corridor. Enter the altar of that divine raven in the temple of the spirit of Valhalla.
Eagle eye.
There was no danger of ambush around. Su Ming cautiously rode Little Rave down and entered the formation here.
Just then,
an inconspicuous prop in Su Ming's backpack emitted an extremely strong light.
This is Fusion God Stone.
Su Ming realized that the main carrier of this Fusion God Stone.
Neither is the infernal arrow.
Neither is the eternal God string.
Instead, the ancient divine bow.
So, it's trying to activate this megalithic array. Su Ming hurriedly took out the Fusion God Stone and held it in his hand. The sacred stone gleamed.
Boom. Boom. The boulders, meanwhile, began to move.
The earth beneath Su Ming's feet began to shake violently.
They are rising. Straight up into the clouds. Will it be right in the divine hidden heavenly vault?
While thinking, the center of the stone formation was still pulling up.
And the boulder at this point. It even gradually formed a regular ladder in front of Su Ming. This is the road to heaven?
The magnificent and mysterious vault of heaven. At the end of the steps floated a large, haunting bow.
Small ravings hid into the shadows.
Su Ming's gaze was firm.
Ancient divine bow, here I come.
Su Ming smiled and muttered.
This is the divine bow that belongs to him. Ancient divine bow fusion artifact fusion activated. A large, blood-colored bow, red and black. The moment you hold it in your hand,
it was as if Su Ming had seen one of the towering heavenly prime giants being shot through and silenced with hatred. The body of the bow, the strings, and the sacred arrows are complete. The steps began to continue. The Fusion God Stone was guiding him onward. At this moment, it was as if the clouds of the divine hidden land had been lifted.
So this is the center of the ring of heaven, right in the center.
It was as if Su Ming was detached from the entire heavenly ring battlefield.
You can look down on everything below.
Here is the divine hidden heavenly vault.
The heavenly circle battlefield. Surprisingly, it's a corner circle of the ancient gods' battlefield.
Eventually scattered in the space connected to the Six Paths Divine Tower.
Next moment.
4 items filled with an ancient aura floated in front of Su Ming.
Yingling Divine Arrow Fusion Artifact Fusion activated. Eternal Divine Strings Fusion Artifact Fusion activated. Ancient Divine Bow Fusion Artifact Fusion activated. The Fusion Stone.
The Fusion Stone has triggered an unknown power.
Will it be fused at an unknown level? Yes, no. Unknown level? What a super artifact. Yes.
Excited hearts, trembling hands. Su Ming finally confirmed, Eternal Creation Extinction. Chapter 80, Eyes filled with only 2 words invincible. Above the dome of the sky, a ray of bloody light reflected the circle. From Su Ming's overlooking gaze,
the entire heavenly ring battlefield began to collapse in a manner far more terrifying than before.
At this moment, Wang Lin and Li Huiyang and the others all gathered together.
Not only that,
both the Dragon Kingdom and the remaining challengers from various countries
no longer have the heart to fight each other.
Instead, he kept running wildly towards the Heavenly Ring burial ground in the center with all his might.
It's really thanks to Brother Su Ming. Yeah, we had a smooth ride. That's a horrible wave of beasts that everyone avoids.
Brother Su Ming really just destroyed all the way alone.
Cough cough, Wang Lin, your Godslayer Hall has hidden so much from us. Wang Lin. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth twitched. I don't know myself?
It was because Su Ming had massacred him all the way to where he was. Therefore, there were almost no casualties among the challengers assembled on the side of the Dragon Nation Brigade. And the whole of the challengers from the other countries were dumbfounded.
Walter?
It wasn't like this last year. The earth is collapsing.
Run for it. There is still a wave of beasts ahead, we can't force our way through. I don't want to die, I want my mom. Ah.
Su Ming shrugged and raised his head. The long bow with strings and the bloody light in front of him.
And once upon a time, the infernal arrow. However, it automatically changes into an ordinary arrow that can be summoned at the drop of a hat. Wait. No, he turned? My very own arrow?
Congratulations on your successful fusion and obtaining the eternal artifact Super Artifact Extinction. The Scarlet Longbow is no longer a substantial weapon.
Su Ming looked at it at this moment. It was as if it became one with its intention. Surprisingly, it's a conceptual nature super artifact. Immortality, immortality. Leaving no trace in the course of time. Even cause and effect.
All never have its shadow.
That's not the point. The bottom line is, he belongs to me alone. Meet your calling with the nature of the weapon. It's as if it's been waiting forever. From then on, Su Ming's bow and arrow would always exist between concepts. Even the exclusive arrows. It's also no longer just an arrow that once only had an exclusive skill attached to it. It will strike all targets in the shot as a concept. Absolute Destruction Arrow God. Is this the annihilation of everything? Conceptual strike, this weapon is simply terrifying.
Then, Su Ming finally looked at the abilities attached to the super divine artifact. Extinction, Eternal Artifact Super God.
Exclusive, Su Ming. Type, Conceptual Weapon. Level requirement, none. Profession, Jedi Arrow God. Initial.
Basic attributes: total attack power x2, total attack speed x2, total strike x2, total strike resistance x2.
Growth attribute, total damage increase x level %. Concept exterminate, targets killed by exterminate are permanently conceptually erased. Concept Jedi, arrow shot from extinction will not be blocked by anything.
Characteristics, eternal immortality, one hit kills the soul body. Characteristics, killing any target reaps the power of extinction, which stacks at 0% 100% of the current rate. Characteristics, when the power of annihilation reaches 100%, it can annihilate itself for 1 minute, immune to any damage control, and kill and erase all targets it attacks with a single blow. Including full god level. Actually, the additional information is still mediocre. There are only 2 words between the lines. Invincible. 1 hit to kill a soul body? Su Ming had currently encountered in the small world. Both the Garusifa incarnation and Kaldanjaro are still essentially soul bodies.
Except for the Abyss.
The original body of the demon god could not enter the small world at all.
I see, no wonder the Yingling god's arrow is so effective. And the power of extinction. Even a god in full state is killed with a single arrow? And the concepts of extinction and extinction are simple and straightforward. The simplest are often the most haunting. It's unblockable, so it's a sure shot with the arrow chase amulet. What a horrible conceptual erasure. Don't say resurrection. Even back in time and space will be gone from now on. Simple and brutal.
These 2 major concepts and 3 major characteristics are destined to transcend the divine level.
However, my base attributes seem to have taken off as well. The output ability seems to have gotten a little stronger again. And
Su Ming also saw a new attribute.
It is a new panel added with basic attributes. Total damage increase. This is independent of damage reduction effects. Highest damage boosting attribute in the panel. A career below turn 7 is simply not possible. He's only just reached turn 5 himself and here he is. Still not simply getting 5% or 10%. At LV 180. That's a 180% total damage increase already. Meaning that this extra 180% damage is full damage. It's a million times scarier than even a real injury. True injuries have a way of being reduced. For example, he has the Guardian Amulet which reduces the first strike by 99%. As the ranks continue to rise, the damage skyrockets completely exponentially. What was that ice bow in your hand before? We are not familiar with. Extinguish. Su Ming's mind moved. The great blood-colored bow ended up in his left hand. That's nifty and overbearing, isn't it? Then Su Ming briefly looked at his panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space archery god. Level, LV 180 LV 184 turns. Life, 62.2 W. Mana, 9999999. Power, 2703. Agility, 2655. Attack speed, 12.98 arrows S. Attack, 22,688. Defense, 5,538. Blitz, 160%. Resistance to violence, 120%. Total damage increase, 180%. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. Over 20,000 attacks, just don't do it. Well, an attack rate of 13 arrows per second is even more inappropriate. Beyond the limits of humanity, the full eye is invincible. As Su Ming would eventually finish everything. The steps of the divine hidden heavenly vault were also slowly descending. Boom! Su Ming immediately withdrew the blood-colored longbow. It's time to leave, Little Rave. Murmuring coming. Su Ming quickly rode on Little Raving's back. A man and a phoenix quickly swooped downward. Just then, another message refreshed. You have completed Transfer Quest 3, Eternal Maker Difficulty 10. It's over, finally. Su Ming suddenly let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Compared to the first 4 turns, these 3 quests to turn 5 had stuck him for more than 10 days. That's more than 10 days. It did slow down a bit. Chapter 81 Ultimate Extinction. Probability of a full-blooded second kill? That's too scary. Su Ming propped up his chin and reconfirmed. Then came the exciting moment. You have been transformed into the God of Extinction arrows, life plus 8W, mana plus 8W, strength plus 200, attack speed plus 1.0. Gain 1.0 attack speed again while transferring. Double over. Su Ming's panel attack speed had reached 14.98 arrows S. Then leveling up equates to another 0.02 per level. I am worthy of the man with the right hand of God. You have leveled up 1 level, LV 180 LV 181, life plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. You have leveled up by 1, LV 181 LV 182, life plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. While riding a little raving rampage. All the while watching the leveling up messages swipe furiously. So damn exciting. 202.205. 218.234. Su Ming's level eventually stopped at LV 234, a full 54 levels up. See when LV 234 stops. Su Ming instinctively frowned. I can't believe there's no back cover? Looks like I'm still killing less monsters. This is if Wang Lin is here. Definitely can't help but get down on my knees and look up to the sky. And then yell, Cthulhu! In a short time, Su Ming had directly killed the number of wild monsters that others could only kill in 2 years. Even the once sensational hidden profession assassin Li Huiyang. After quickly reaching 5 turns, constantly killing monsters and stealing for 2 months before reaching LV 198 from LV 180 as well. To this point, Su Ming's level and rank was already completely on the same starting line as Wang Lin. And the strength. Wang Lin, I'll leave you alone now. Especially after obtaining the exclusive eternal artifact Extinction. Once the power of Extinction is stacked. 9 turns? Just a toy under my arrow.
Everything in this world is tied to a single arrow. I will destroy the gods. Then the excitement pulls up a notch.
The wind arrow.
Little Rave, let's finish scavenging all the goodies in the divine collection.
Raving, it's all asta. One arrow is out 10,000 arrows in the wind. This is effect 2 of infinite firepower.
Each arrow shot splits an additional 9,999 arrows with the same effect, which improves with the transfer.
Guess right, total insanity. From here and now, Su-Ming officially went from 1 arrow to 3,000 arrows. It becomes 1 arrow divided into 10,000 arrows.
Until now, if the amulet of the Gale is stacked,
then he's 16 arrows per second of offense. 16 W arrows per second.
Poor people specialize in techniques.
Rich then. Fire coverage. What more tricks? Everywhere you look, there's nothing but arrows. Just keep your life safe. Currently, my output is enough to surpass a 9-turn Big Brother, right?
Su-Ming was slightly lost in thought. There's no rush, let's first meticulously settle that secret realm of Elder Brother Wong's and the Divine Dragon Burial.
Then it pretty much stabilizes after you get to turn 6.
At that time, Blue Star screwed up a few countries, don't let any of them go. Now that there are no more little days, when the time comes, we'll take the Lighthouse State first.
This instant.
Su-Ming surprisingly felt sorry for the small day's early and tragic demise.
There's no hands-on opportunity yet. Then, Su-Ming saw talent. The ability to stay alive is a little bit stronger again. And probability of full-blooded decapitation? Talent exclusive. Ultimate extinction, undetectable, permanent.
1. Each slaying of a divine being makes you permanently immune to the effects of the power of the laws of its governing counterpart. 2. Consuming the power of extermination covers your entire body and instantly paralyzes any target that touches you for 3 seconds. 3. Each attack has a 5% probability of directly killing a being below the divine level with full blood. The first 2 effects enhance one's ability to stay alive in a special way. Especially slaying the demon god.
Once immune to the power of its corresponding law, all future such forces will be null and void. And effect 3, people are going numb with laughter. This one effect is all absolutely divine. Maybe it doesn't take 6 turns to up everything that S up in Blue Star? After casual fire coverage. 100,000, a million arrows out. Tracking, unstoppable, must hit. Then, 5% adjudication per arrow. Full-blooded seconds, this is too damn scary. Exclusive skills are different than they used to be. Still 2 exclusive skills. And, surprisingly, it's a Halo technique. Skills exclusive.
Aura of Extinction LV1, within a range of 1W1W1W, any selected target that kills an enemy also provides you with the power of extinction and increases the damage dealt by all selected targets by 50%.
Including yourself.
Transfer Aura LV1, 80% of the damage taken by any selected target within 1W1W1W can be transferred to another target.
Including yourself. See these 2 exclusive skills. Su-Ming's heart was extremely excited.
After all, he already had 10 powerful arrows with special effects.
Whatever comes with using that kind,
relying on fire coverage, are able to instantly kill countless wild monsters and bosses.
And those 2 halos. One can increase the speed of acquiring the power of extinction. Just be in range of your own target.
They all have to work for themselves. And that includes a 50% boost in damage dealt by yourself.
That alone is very good.
And the other damage transfer can be interesting.
Especially in the scope. You want to hit me? You hit me, you go ahead and take 80% damage yourself.
And he has a very powerful role to play. Inter-target transfer is also possible. Su-Ming was tired of shooting and might even be able to moonlight as a shocking millionaire's aide.
Look at me. Hat trick.
When full leveled, their range and effects will be even sicker.
For 2 days in a row, the little raving went wild.
Scavenging along the simple map drawn by the Scroll of Enchantment.
The backpack was stacked with a large amount of high-level holy herbs.
It's almost like the point where you can open an apothecary store later in your retirement.
And not just any apothecary store that the big boys would blink at. And today's single arrows are extremely scary in terms of damage.
Su-Ming quickly plundered the entire swarm of wild monsters in the divine collection.
The wind arrow. Chirp chirp chirp. 96W. Blast. 96W. Blast. 1500, 1500. What the hell? An arrow strikes, and this amount of damage has to be multiplied by 10,000? The 234% total damage increase bonus is just horrible these days. And that's not even counting the shadow possession scenario. Facing a normal wild monster with low blood, Su Ming could kill in seconds with a single arrow. Chapter 82, the Giant Chapter of Oroi. Get the jewelry golem necklace. The vibrations from the collapse of the heavenly ring gradually subsided. Su Ming killed him and his body was strewn across the sky. Directly relying on base damage is enough to kill large swaths of people. You have killed the three-legged giant toad LV-225 and gained 42.8 W of experience. You have killed the blood sea killer whale LV-229 and gained 43.1 W of experience. You have killed the spiked mammoth LV-229 and gained 43.1 W of experience. Spiked mammoth progress, 100%. You've looted 38 points of defense. Cory the fire spirit progress, 100%, you've looted 35 attack points. The level finally went up one level again. You have leveled up one level, LV-234 LV-235, plus 600 life, plus 300 mana, plus 3 strength, attack speed. Phew, this trip to the Heavenly Ring battlefield was worth it. Then he looked at the progress of his Power of Extinction. Power of Extinction, 46.3% 100%. When it reaches 100% of the Power of Extinction, it is invincibility in the true sense of the word. And just because it's not reached doesn't mean it doesn't work. Su Ming could form a state of constant consumption. Let it cover your entire body. After the trials within the last 2 days, Su Ming realized that every 1% of extinction power could be maintained for 100 seconds. It's been a long time coming. Just touching it forces paralysis. If you look at it another way, Su Ming can touch the porcelain. If others don't touch him, he can forcibly paralyze them by touching them directly. Of course, he wasn't thinking of doing that. Why bother with something that can be done in seconds with one arrow? He. Ah, the land of God's hidden treasures. Now it's time to change its name to Bald Land. Little Rave, let's go out. Raving oh, amazed face. This little guy, all grown up into a noble phoenix. But it's still so simple and cute. Su Ming saw the magnificent giant door. On the other side of the gate was the heavenly circle burial ground, which he had passed through earlier. Su Ming returned to the sky of the burial ground. There's no more beast tied here. By the way, there's a final boss in the burial ground. It's the strongest boss of the Heavenly Ring battlefield, it can't be spared. Just wait, I'll be right back with seconds. Thus, after Su Ming and Xiao Rui's efforts, finally in a pool of stagnant water as black as ink, saw the gargoyles hidden within. It has tentacles that can constantly extend, and at this time it is catching the wild monsters on the periphery. It's using the other wildlife as rations? Su Ming looked at this scene and somewhat wanted to laugh. The information of the other party had appeared in his eyes. Giant Chapter of Oroi, Sky Ring Burial Ground Boss Enhanced. Level, LV-235. Life, 5722.6 W 5722.6 W. Skill Super Suction, Super Spray, Tentacle Binding, Corrosive Slime, Forest Breakdown. Talent Super Tentacle, for every 1/8 damage reduction in maximum life, you may sever a tentacle to give yourself plus 1/8 attack, plus 1/8 agility, and plus 1/8 defense. Talent Giant Octopus Puppet Body, upon death, transforms into a super small octopus with 10% max life, defense becomes 0, attack and agility increase by 100%. If you don't die within 60 seconds, you will retransform into a 30% life value Oroi Giant Octopus. Heavenly Ring Burial Reinforcement, all control effects received are replaced with a 10% slowdown, which cannot be stacked, and targets attacking you are unable to regain lifesteal by any means for 10 seconds. Heavenly Ring Burial Ground Enhancement, for 1 second after triggering Giant Chapter Puppet Body, purify all damage and abnormal effects. Information, a beast master sleeping in the burial ground, possessing horrific attacking abilities and huge tentacles that have bound countless powerful beings. Weakness, cannot be triggered. This guy also has a 1-second invincibility. As Su Ming muttered, he was already holding the blood-colored longbow in his hand. Be glad that you lived to see the second. The time eliminating arrows. Shoot! Chirp chirp chirp. A single arrow is instantly divided into 10,000 arrows, aimed at the huge black pool, and the occasional giant tentacle sticking out. Buzz! Immediately afterward, a mournful scream rang out from the pool. Chirp! The octopus body that had been shot through 1,000 holes from the dome of the sky instantly surfaced. But at this moment, Su Ming's eyes flickered. This huge body, it's dead. The damage dunks it straight away. Eagle eye. Su Ming quickly opened his vision wide and searched for another trail. So, for the next 1 second, this boss triggers the giant chapter puppet body. Boom! At the same time, the black forest surrounding the pool began to collapse continuously. Countless streams of water seemed to converge towards the center point. It transforms into a super octopus and uses forest breakdown and super suction. Next, it's the dreaded super jet. The corners of Su Ming's mouth curved up in a handsome arc. Found you, little octopus. The wind arrow. 10,000 blasts of wind cut across the sky, as if teasing time. The whoosh seals off all movement of the little octopus. Throughout, Su Ming scat inside. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent was golden for 1 second, 2 arrows from Su Ming would directly take 2 of its lives. The little octopus is dying. A skyward column of water with a huge sweeping range struck toward Su Ming. Limit blink. Then the terrifying speed pulled away in an instant. On Su Ming in the sky. Not a single drop of water was stained. Perfect solution. You have killed the Oroi Mega Chapter LV 235 boss, gain 212.5 W experience, 3 W points. Your first kill of the Oroi Chapel LV 235 boss, gain an additional attribute, life plus 5,500. Progress, 100%, you've looted 42 points of defense. With the hit message, Su Ming didn't waste any time quickly swooping down to fish out the fallen objects. Maybe the boss itself doesn't have much appeal in terms of drops. But he knew. The more additional archer items you can get by relying on Predator's arrow intent, the better. These 2 magic-filled giant chapter demon eyes belong to high-grade materials. As for the 8 fat tentacles, perhaps you can roast them? Su Ming simply collected them all into his backpack. Then looked to the dropped equipment. Necklace, platinum grade? It's okay, he's met the rank requirements. The base attributes don't really matter. The characteristics are also good, a direct replacement for the hook jade necklace. After all, since obtaining the will scale crystal, Su Ming could already completely ignore so control. Golem necklace, platinum. Type, necklace. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 220. Attributes, life plus 3W, defense plus 300, riot resistance plus 10%, durability 320-320. Characteristics, when receiving damage higher than 20% of maximum life value, the golem will replace the injury. The golem can be used once every 24 hours. Characteristics, when the golem is not activated, the wearer's defense is an additional plus 200. No one can have too much life-saving power, right? Besides, the necklace was really bent on favoring defensive attributes. Su Ming is currently expressing great satisfaction. As for output and all that, with the Super God bow in hand, no one will be in vain. Chapter 83 Super Anomaly Crystal. Dragon Kingdom, it must be the Dragon Kingdom challenger who did this. Then Su Ming's gaze went to the last piece. A Super Anomaly Crystal? Nice one. This stuff can be extremely rare. Though the roll isn't to the point where everyone's eyes will glaze over. But just as long as it's a career as an archer, it's still enough to put your life on the line for. If you use Super Abnormal Crystal Bow, all arrows you shoot will have a 5% chance of burn, 5% chance of bleed, 5% chance of poison, 5% chance of slow, 5% chance of poison, 5% chance of slow, 5% chance of poison, 5% chance of poison, 5% chance of poison. Poisoned, 5% probability slowed, 5%. Each abnormal status is calculated separately. Not much if you're talking about damage alone though. But it's extremely disgusting if a warrior confidently charges an archer. Results: a bunch of anomalies hanging around halfway down the road. Scared to death. After all, this is not a game. Rather, it's the true reality of Blue Star, which will kill you if you don't disarm it. Su Ming didn't care.
It's true that seconds are still more comfortable. End of phase, the rings are joined, and the burial earth is entered, and the sacred treasures are in strife lasting 7 days. Note, starting from the 4th day, you can exit the Tianhuan battlefield early after 10 seconds of being out of the battle to settle the points. This time, as Su Ming significantly increased the speed of the outer ring's collapse, the other challengers were more on the run. Until the last surviving wave also entered the edge of the burial ground. It took everyone a moment to let go of the boulder in their hearts. Fark, who the hell is Su Ming? He must have cheated, right? Why does he have over 3 million points already? Can someone explain this to me? Walter Matsafak. Once, for 20 years. The highest points in the entire Heavenly Ring battlefield were only 27W. And the people who reached that number. It is Wang Lin's old man, once 5 turns when Wang Bo. That was also the time when the name of the Bao god of Wang Bo Longhua came into prominence. Available at. Su Ming is even more than 10 times, huh? How many monsters did he kill in such a short period of time? How many heavenly treasures have been acquired? Dragon Kingdom. Is this going to produce an even more stunning and extraordinary Bao god? No, Su Ming will definitely be a threat to the lighthouse in the future. We must strangle him in the middle of this battlefield. Because most of the wild monsters in the burial grounds went out with the beast tide. So the total number of people who have finally arrived here now is 5,882. It was instantly less dangerous by a large margin. In the fringe area of the burial site, 3 major groups are facing off. Largest group. Led by LV-239, several challengers from the Lighthouse, Sunset, and Sand countries. Second largest group. Instead, it is a group formed by the various small countries that occupy the neutral. Final group. It is the congregation of the Dragon Kingdom. Once upon a time there was no such thing, and the people on the Dragon countryside exchanged words with each other. Wang Lin, it looks like the Lighthouse Kingdom wants to gather the power of all the great powers to deal with Su Ming. The man who spoke was named Tang Mu, LV-239. He is the strongest 5-turner of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, one of the 2 level 9 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Currently these people were led by 2 people, him and Wang Lin. If we're going to do it, let's do it, just because they're delusional enough to try to beat us. I also don't know that old brother Su Ming is in that part of the burial ground. Wang Lin was very helpless inside. Looking at this situation, Su Ming must have run into the depths. The danger inside is so great that even everyone here doesn't dare to act rashly. That kid, however, has the capital to go against the grain. Let's just deal with the problem at hand. The terrain here is perfect for our tug of war. Don't fight them head on, they're bound to hold up their composure. When the time comes, they dare to expose their weaknesses. Let them come again without return. Wang Lin quickly formulated a battle strategy. They're in no hurry anyway. The ones in a hurry were the group of people who had been scared out of their minds by Su Ming. After all, they hadn't even seen Su Ming until now. The press could not comprehend his terrifying strength. It was only Wang Lin who snickered inwardly. When old brother Su Ming converges, those people are going to suffer, tisk tisk. Nope, there's Li Huiyang in the corner. Team Wang. Watch me make them implode first, trust me. Taruyo ah. Well, everything first safeguards your own life first. Okay, let's see me take the fat of those evil women. Li Huiyang disappeared. Even Wang Lin couldn't see him at this moment. After the experience of being killed in seconds by Su Ming, Li Huiyang's heart sank. And he finally realized something else. It's not that he's weak, but Su Ming was too strong. Looking around at all the challengers from the Dragon Kingdom, even including the currently strongest Tang Mu. Then take a look at those arrogant things in the lighthouse state. It's not even on the same level as my Su Xin. Li Huiyang's heart thrilled. He deeply understood how dejected these people in the lighthouse country were now. How much this group is going to cry when Su Xin comes. And he, too, was known to have been the successor of the god of stabs. He wanted to make his idol, the one he admired the most, Su Xin, understand that he was no ordinary scum. I'm going to follow Su Xin and him up. Su Ming and Xiao Rou have left quite a few friendly imprints all over the depths of the burial ground. And then a small interest in resources as a reward. At this stage, the challengers should all be entering the edge of the burial ground. Su Ming pondered over it. It was decided that he would immediately rendezvous with elder brother Wang Lin. The ultimate fight was the exploration of the inner space of the divine collection, as well as the emergence of the burial ground sacred treasure, and the inside of God's hideout. The Su Ming that should be scraped and plundered all returned fully loaded. All that was left was the last sacred treasure, which could not be spared. Raving, let's go. Oh, amazed face. The wind arrow. What appears to be a casual clearing of the map is a relentless acceleration machine. With the speed they both have today, it takes only a few minutes to traverse the entire burial site. Raving. The dark phoenix spread its wings and transformed into a black meteor. By the way, don't forget to pretend you're a shadowbird. The little ravings raised their noble heads. Raving, I have long since obtained Su Ming's true passages. Oh, amazed face. After all, she had personally witnessed Su Ming's astonishingly great lulling technique. An indelible seed has been planted inside ever since. In the meantime, there was a commotion at the base camp of the burial ground, led by the lighthouse state. Damn it, those scum from the Dragon Kingdom dared not hand over Su Ming. What Su Ming? I don't think there is such a person at all. It's always impossible for him to break into the depths of the burial ground alone. That would be seeking death. Let's crush our numbers and directly attack to exterminate everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Just then, several screams rang out. The next thing you know, you're beating up on the people around you. Ah! Straight to the sky. I knew you goods were no good. How dare you steal my little undershirt? Berserk, Ascension Fist. Fark. What cranky tigress, old man looking at you. Brute Charge. Shatter, I've been watching you guys for a long time. Multi-inflammatory bombs, die for me. For a time, disputes swept through dozens and hundreds of people. In the end, even the unknown challengers all rolled into the fray. Stop it for me. I, Tito, am your leader, listen to me. You don't count for, I've been upset in my heart for a long time. Rarely did Tito's eyes burst into flames, and a pitch-black prop appeared in his hand. Damn, it was supposed to be used against the Dragon Kingdom. And it's going to end up being wasted on these losers, aha. Hold it in, I'll settle the score with you guys after I've settled that big problem in Su Ming's heart. Dragon Kingdom. This must be the work of the Dragon Kingdom Challenger. Chapter 84 Su Ming. Godlike man, one arrow explodes all clowns. A dark, shadowy figure stood out. Shroud the entire chaotic field. The challengers who were originally fighting with each other were surprisingly as if they were briefly controlled. Forced to change in target direction. Toward the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Lin and Tang Mu and the others narrowed their eyes. Inside, it was extremely heavy. I didn't realize that Rashid Taito had kept his hand in the game. It seems this fight is inevitable. Just do it, who are we Dragon Kingdom challengers afraid of? Li Huiyang had successfully returned to the Dragon Kingdom camp. The eyes became equally cold. One would have succeeded in causing the opposite side to implode. Didn't realize. The guy actually brought a famous prop from the lighthouse state. Luckily, I forced this strong control prop early. It allows us to get a head start. Brothers, I'll make sure they don't come back. And the other group occupies a neutral 1,000 or so. Chose to keep moving away from the battlefield. Some of them were sighing and shaking their heads. This group of dragons are going to be exterminated. But we haven't seen this person Su Ming at all? Who told this dragon nation to be too scary to cause fear in the lighthouse nation and the rest of the big countries? With the group far away, the entire fringe land eventually turned into a battlefield of offense and defense. Arrows and mana bombs resounded through the sky with brilliant and terrifying explosions. Hawkeye. Just then, from the distant sky an equally dark shadow crossed. In the dimly lit burial ground. It's deeper and more noticeable than the shadowy areas below. Raving. A clear and loud phoenix chirp. Whether it was Wang Lin, Tang Mu, etc. or Rascal Titus and his minions. Those who had flying tamers were summoned to confront each other in the air. This bird possesses such terrifying shadow power. Walter? Wait. There's another one on its back? As for Wang Lin, at this moment, he finally revealed an excited expression. Su Ming? Su Ming is here. Ah, you're just in time. Little friend Su Ming, we're being bullied, look.
Wang Lin kept blinking his right eye, you see. Tang Mu, on the other hand, revealed a shocked expression.
Shadowbird. The mysterious and powerful Shadowbird. On the back of the Shadowbird. It was a tragically handsome young man.
That's Su Ming. Name Tang Mu. Profession, Inferno Mage. Level, LV 239. Name, Rashid Taito. Profession, Shadow Mage. Level, LV 239.
Su Ming's eyes had appeared to be the highest ranked person from these two parties. He has Tang Mu's information in his profile, 25 years old.
Leveling up is too slow though.
But it's considered a top output hand in the 5th rank.
And pulling a diluted Teto. Then there is the bandwagon of this lighthouse nation. Walt? You're Su Ming?
Rahi Taito and the group of LV 230 plus powerhouses beside him revealed unbelievable expressions.
It still looks like a little white moon that just came of age. Chirp chirp chirp. 264W. Bludgeoning burning bleeding. 264W. 3W, 3W.
A single shot of a time dissipating arrow instantly teaches them to be dead men.
The moment the bow is drawn off.
The powerful 1-second time lag of time travel has been unleashed.
A rain of arrows. Chirp chirp chirp.
We didn't bully the Dragon Kingdom we pressed on yet to start the fight woo.
How is it possible?
No It's all Rashid Taito's doing, it has nothing to do with us, I don't wanna die.
Devil, he's the devil, blink, why can't I move? They are like clowns.
Su Ming gave the other party the effort to finish his sentence.
It would have been a great mercy. How could there be any reason to let it go? Space blockade.
As soon as the arrow lands on a person, for those who don't have a mandatory life preserver,
it is a one-strike kill. And people who have used mandatory life preservers. Due to the spatial blockade imposed by Su Ming. The speed of their light escape. But how can you catch a swarm of arrows 1 second early? Tang Mu was dumbfounded. Su Ming was alone.
Just raised his hand and shot through thousands of turn 5 elites?
If you become Su Ming's enemy, can you withstand an arrow? Unconsciously, he didn't even realize it.
His own mouth went from an O to an O at this moment. Nearly dislocated my jaw right off the bone sigma A. Tang Mu looked in horror at the murderous super handsome guy above the shadow bird. Then slowly turned his head to look at the other Dragon Kingdom challengers.
Surprised face, surprised face, surprised face. It's like being petrified. There are two people with different expressions? Wang Lin. Wang Lin's little heart was beating just as violently. But,
for some reason, it was as if he felt that this was Su Ming's base drill.
Sure enough, Su Ming is the fated Bao God.
The other, Li Hui Yang, who had manifested from stealth.
Li Hui Yang. It's an idol, it's me Sukin. I finally got to meet Sajin in person.
He's so handsome, he's so strong.
It's time to awaken a new sexual fetish.
Worthy of being the man who shot my Li Hui Yang with an arrow, Su Xin will always drop God.
10,000 arrows rained down, wave after wave. The bearing in which it fell. The only thing that comes out of it is a sow-like plea and squeal.
Su Ming was the cold-blooded executioner, ruthlessly sentencing thousands of people to death. Wang Lin helplessly spread his hands. This year is the lowest survival rate ever.
Watching Su Ming strike for just over a dozen seconds. The total number of challengers went from 5k plus entering the burial site. Eventually down to 1,532.
And the group of challengers who chose to stay neutrally away.
Even more frozen, not knowing whether to be thankful or not. How is this possible? That's over 3,000 strong people, including the elite of the Lighthouse Kingdom. This is a top turn 5 powerhouse, so weak? Weak? No way. So, that leaves only one possibility. It was Su Ming whose points had once again skyrocketed, who was too strong. The future landscape of Blue Star is about to change. Su Ming. What kind of person is that? I'll have to report to the Generalissimo immediately when I get back, and try to hug the Dragon Kingdom's thighs by all means. Su Ming doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? I'm going to decisively turn into a woman to capture his heart. You've slain the TARDIS. You've killed the Kamburo. You've killed Kiritai Mushi. looking at the constantly refreshing kills in the message. Su Ming's heart didn't even make a single ripple. Then the demon god. These are simply too pedestrian. 5 poison magic cube, poison damage has been raised to 3000 S. In addition to the kill information, Su Ming also saw an additional message of poisonous injury elevation. If triggered by using a time eliminating arrow. There's also an additional 500 poison shatter in the first second for a total of 3500. And then 20x would also be 7W of damage. Subsequently 6W poison damage per second, simply horrible. Of course, for the horrific damage that could kill a crowd in seconds with a single arrow these days, it's better than nothing. Harm is a little bit stronger again. Chapter 85, Epic Prop Shadow Tide. Aurora's path appears, a sacred treasure emerges. Raving. At this time, little Raving reminded Su Ming. You found a prop that carries the power of the shadow? As the crowd descends downward, Su Ming saw the sight of the carcass of the tamed beast of Rashid Taito. Roll out a dark, eye-shaped insignia. Shadow Tide Epic Prop. Surprisingly, it's an epic level badge prop? It's a great deal of money. It doesn't play well at all in the hands of a scum like Rashid Taito. Besides, he's had a good night's sleep since then. So, let me keep it safe for you with tears in my eyes. Shadow Tide Epic Prop. Information. Items that have been tainted with the shadow essence turn the shadow into a tidal wave that invades the heart. Passive ability. Causes all abnormal effects inflicted by the wielder to X2, and reduces abnormal effects suffered by 30%. Active capability. Generate a shadow tide field with a huge sweeping range either 1. Identifying the field as friendly removes all anomalies and greatly increases one's prestige for 10 seconds cooldown 12 hours. Effective after identification. 2. Determine that field for enemy forces reduces all targets' defense by 80% and agility by 20% for 30 seconds cooldown 24 hours. Effective upon identification. Characteristics. Shadow coordination. Holder's attack plus 500 effective upon identification. The first thing that attracted Su Ming was the unseen characteristic of shadow coordination. To use this prop you must master the power of the shadow. And it keeps the shadow force from getting out of control. No wonder Rashid Taito, the Shadow Mage, became the leader of the Lighthouse Nation this time. Su Ming has an official record of the Dragon Kingdom. There is a powerful family of mages in the Lighthouse country. All of that lineage had been converted to the Shadow lineage. I don't care, it's mine he. Dark Phoenix are their own mounts, isn't mastering the power of the shadow a matter of having a hand in it? You can choose one of the two when the active ability is triggered. Friendly group resolution anomalies. He really has the potential to be a big support in the future. But what Su Ming was more interested in instead was the passive ability. Doesn't abnormal effect X2 fit right in with poison wound? There you go. The original initial 7W poison damage triggered by the time-defying arrow went straight to 14W. Su Ming directly put this badge-type prop into his backpack. The other challengers from the Dragon Kingdom were not the least bit displeased. They have until now. All of them had not yet recovered from Su Ming's astonishingly sharp arrows. Wang Lin went up and beckoned, asking excitedly. Su Ming, you've already completed your 5th turn, right? He knew that Su Ming had entered the Heavenly Ring battlefield mainly for the transfer quest. Otherwise, there wasn't even a spot for him originally. Until now. Su Ming's strength had officially far exceeded his. Wang Lin was rather like an old father's helplessness. But more than that, it was exciting. Now Wang Lin thought to himself, damn, this decision is so right. The others wanted to kill Su Ming? Just think about the possibility of getting regimented. Su Ming responded by waving. Nodding at elder brother Wang Lin, he said, well, I've been transferred into a 10,000 arrows archer now. Well, you sure are perverted. Wait, what did you just say? One arrow shooter? Wang Lin froze, now thinking about the scene where Su Ming killed in seconds. Countless arrows rained down on the sky. Is still really a million arrows. Then Su Ming turned his head and saw another person, revealing a smile. Li Huiyang, is the idol looking at me? Sushin, can I take a picture with you when we go out? The scene inside the Heavenly Ring battlefield could not be shot out.
Su Ming smiled and shrugged, good.
He didn't say anything about the next secret realm he was perhaps about to enter. See you again soon.
At that moment, Su Ming spoke to the Dragon Kingdom challengers. The final stage is the exploration of the divine treasure and the emergence of the sacred treasure. I've cleaned up the gods' hideout a bit, and there will be much less danger there than in the past.
You may be able to obtain some of the rarer treasures.
Su Ming had expected to encounter this situation. So while the goodies were scavenged for themselves, but there was still some soup left for the others. As for the burial ground sacred treasure, sorry guys. If it comes down to a fight with me, I'm not going to back down.
What? You've entered a divine hideout long ago?
Wasn't that when the beast tide was at its peak? It was as if the crowd's brains were burning furiously and they couldn't turn around for a moment.
So? Did Su Ming, the archer, shoot in directly against the beast tide forcefully?
Hiss.
Countless voices sucking in cool air once again broke the tranquility.
Archers are indeed brittle.
However, spike all of them and then rush through before any targets get close to you. That seems to sound reasonable? Boom!
For a moment, the entire sky of the burial ground seemed to shine through a dawn. With a violent shaking. The burial ground sacred treasure is about to come out. The gate representing the divine treasure is also fully open. They are at opposite poles of the burial site. The place where the divine collection was located was not far from this place.
And so,
the others all heeded Su Ming's advice to enter the divine collection.
Shabi was the one who would grab the sacred treasure with Su Ming, right? Can you grab it? Besides, it's been documented.
For the entire first 20 times, not once had anyone succeeded in obtaining the burial ground sacred treasure.
Because obtaining it requires extraordinary means.
And it only stays for a while before disappearing into this space.
Far less tangible than exploring the fringe lands in the divine collection. And this time, it might even go in deeper.
Little ravings, let's conk out the so-called holy treasure.
Raving oh, amazed face.
And so, amidst the envious adoration of the crowd, Su Ming disappeared into the sky in a flash. Only then did Tang Mu breathe a sigh of relief, quietly approaching Wang Lin's ear.
Wang Lin, tell the truth, is Su Ming Elder Wang Bo's illegitimate son? He's actually your half-brother, isn't he? Wang Lin? Get lost, old Don. Su Ming's identity may be far higher than you can imagine.
Tang Mu froze and smartly cut off the conversation.
Then thought to myself, I have a sister. If Su Ming becomes my brother-in-law? Wouldn't that be ecstasy? Therefore, when the time came, he must introduce his sister to Su Ming. Su Ming pondered. There are many fewer records about sacred treasures than divine treasures. No one has ever succeeded in obtaining it, so it must have exceeded the strength requirements for someone with 5 turns. The so-called burial ground sacred treasure is more like the dawn of an unknown existence passing through the sky. Send something across the border to a burial site to absorb a special energy, then wait until the time is right. And then disappeared into the sky again through the Aurora Passage. Su Ming stroked the blood-colored longbow. Parrish is in harmony with his thoughts. Constantly and affectionately, it sent ripples of extinguishing power through the bow. Su Ming thought of how the Heavenly Ring battlefield had once been a corner of the Divine Warland. Then looked away. The dawn that falls from the vault of heaven. Heavenly Ring battleground. Heavenly Ring burying ground. There are definitely still hidden secrets that are not known. After all, it was already outrageous enough to have a demon god soul body sleeping in the divine collection. Here it is. Su Ming and Little Rumor cautiously and furiously approached Aurora Road. Then Su Ming saw the end of the dawn. A gourd vine is slowly rooting itself into the black soil of the burial site. It is glowing with 7 colors at this time. The only treasure that seems to be gestating on the gourd vine. That's a purple and gold gourd baby? Chapter 86, that's it? Shoot me through the Aurora Road. On the other side of the golden chaos sea. However, nowadays, the purple gold gourd was only the size of a palm. Along with the gourd vine continuously absorbing the energy of the burial ground. It is also becoming full of divinity to the naked eye. Not 2 days. Definitely birthed and molded. Su Ming raised his eyes to look at the source of the dawnlight. The sky was instead a sea of golden chaos. It was as if countless terrors were about to rush out of the chaotic sea. announcing that once someone breaks into Aurora Road,
it will use everything it has to exterminate those who come. Heh, I'll shoot this road through today. In a flash, Su Ming raised his great blood-colored bow right up against the vault of heaven. A man and a phoenix rushed into it. Buzz! The Golden Chaos Sea had indeed triggered a special prohibition. It was instinctively blocking all beings that tried to rush to the end of the Aurora Road. That's Golden Jiaopang? In Su Ming's eyes, countless messages had appeared. Illusory Golden Jiaopang, Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV-239. Lifespan, 135.5W 135.5W. Skills, Golden Armor, Golden Storm, Giant Auger Strangulation, Void Travel. Enhanced gain, when bathed by Aurora, it is unaffected by real damage. Reinforcement gain, all damage to targets with more than 50% life is true damage. Information, a phantom gold summoning spirit with terrifying attacks. You can't be careless with it. Weakness, eyes. The number of illusory gold Jiaopangs was increasing. Only they did not take the initiative to attack. More like a guardian of the one-sided gourd vine. Phantom gold summoning spirit? Summoning spirit? Su Ming murmured in his heart. So the other end of the golden sea of chaos is definitely not simple. But now, Su Ming chose to take the initiative. Still want to guard the gourd vines? Olmi shot straight through the Chaos Sea channel. When the time comes, the gourd is molded. Doesn't it just so happen that he can pick it himself? The Wind Arrow. 112W. 112W. 3000, 3000. After the Blizzard Arrow quickly picked up speed, it began to proceed with a horrifying swarm kill. Shadow Arrows. Thunderbolt. Chirp chirp chirp. Beep. After all, this heavenly ring battlefield, everyone was limited to LV-240. How high is the power cap at turn 5? Anyway, no one had ever thought of Su Ming at this point before. There were enough augers to pave the entire road. It simply wasn't something that thousands of turn 5 powerhouses could easily face. Available at Su Ming's 10,000 arrows started. With his current actual absolute power, it was enough to exterminate an army formed by tens of thousands of 5th turns. It's not even on the same level. So what can Jiaopang do? You have slain the illusory gold Jiaopang LV-239 and gained 44.3 W of experience. You have slain the illusory gold Jiaopang LV-239 and gained 44.3 W of experience. Su Ming's speed in shooting arrows was too fast. The auger rock appeared at an accelerated rate. However, Su Ming killed even more quickly. He pushed all the way across the room without any burden. Bloodthirsty Rage has been triggered. Amulet of the Gale is stacking. Su Ming's convulsive right-hand movements couldn't even be followed with his eyes. Kill. I'll kill as many as you come. Progress, 100%, you have looted 5,200 life points. Su Ming shot soundly. Su Ming shot with reckless abandon. Thunder struck at first, fire erupted, and then dark shadows fell silent one after the other. It seems the guess was right, the dawn has definitely gotten a little dimmer. Trying to generate the phantom gold auger rock. It would have to consume the energy of the Golden Chaos Sea. And the Golden Sea of Chaos. Its energy is capped, shoot me. Chirp chirp chirp. Su Ming continuously rode Little Rapture up high in the sky on Aurora Road. It was getting closer and closer to the chaotic sea. In a flash, a huge purple thunderbolt actually split from it. Come on. Die. Fuzzy ravings ring in his ears. Purple thunder transformed into an elemental giant, his sky-covering giant hand crackling. The smooth fall completely suppressed Su Ming. That's it? A fiery red scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Activated, Molten Flame Field. The fire of death accompanied the heart of undead fire and rushed into the sky. Su Ming's sky-destroying arrow shot out at the same time. Arrow Chase Amulet is fully locked, one arrow to rule them all. Burst arrow burst. A loud rumble resounded through the burial ground as the smoke passed. There was no more purple thunder giant. At this point, whether it was Tang Mu and the others who came to the side of the divine hidden door, or a neutral group hiding in a safe area, all looked up in horror. Then look into the distant sky. Su Ming. What the hell did he do? The sky is red. It's as if there's a flame lord in the golden light.
Tangmu was an inferno explosion mage.
It was a long time to look at the sight of the sky and not be able to rest inside.
Compared to Su Ming, his inferno blast. It's like a fireworks display to liven things up? Why is Su Ming so strong?
If I cannot lick Su Ming, my body, my mind, my
everything, it's as if it has no meaning.
Su Shin, simply a true god. Only Wang Lin breathed a soft sigh of relief in the corner.
No emotion.
Instead, he murmured silently in his mind. Just after the 5th turn, it is enough to juxtapose all the 9th turn levels.
It seems that Blue Star's destiny did truly choose him. The Dragon Kingdom. No.
Perhaps the future of the entire ancestral land.
All depends on him. Waiting for the end of the last secret. It's also time to tell Su Ming the hidden secrets of the ancient world. After 2 days of fighting without rest, the only thing on the Aurora Road was the roar of countless elemental giants crumbling to pieces. No brokenness to polymerize again. The dawn then dimmed a few points until now. It's as if everything will return to peace. Maybe the thing is playing dead? After all, come on, anything that kneels. Su Ming revealed the smile of a big sunny boy. Blocking? It doesn't exist. He can walk around here unimpeded nowadays.
You have leveled up 1 level, LV 235 LV 236, plus 600 life, plus 300 mana, plus 3 strength, attack speed. Finally, the level was raised 1 level again to LV 236. Such a terrifying upgrade speed would make anyone's jaw drop when they saw it. Su Ming held the super god grade world destruction great bow in his hand.
Pride in the sky.
He did not stay, but ascended to a higher heaven. In both eyes, it was like a god descending into the world, trying to see through the golden sea of chaos. Another silver-white scale crystal appeared in his hand. Will scale crystals to break through some of the illusions and go straight to the end.
The hidden eye, and see it for what it is. The moment.
The scene before Su Ming's eyes changed. The other end of the golden chaos. He saw a vague, magnificent palace.
A gaping hole opened in the palace's huge door. A chain composed of densely packed runes was born from within. Eventually it keeps dropping. That chain went through time and through centuries of space. Chapter 87 4 Directions Divine Beast Boss. Turtle, you can't even take an arrow from me.
Then the chains passed quietly through countless worlds. And not a trace was left behind. Eventually, it wrapped around the dome of the sky where a small tower stood.
Wait. Tar? What looks like a small tower from God's point of view is actually a behemoth. This tower. Why does it look somewhat similar to the Six Paths Divine Tower? Rune culture as a golden ocean.
In the middle of the ocean, a gourd vine fell from the sky.
It eventually landed at the burial site waiting to take root.
Su Ming felt a sharp stabbing pain in his eyes.
It was as if they were seared by the law.
You know, these eyes of his are enough to compare to the gods.
And even the gods can't peer into the... And what kind of existence? If this is the world and the sea, chaos is the surface.
That golden chain is the fishing rod, and the gourd sacred treasure is the bait.
And what is it that you really want to catch?
Su Ming shrugged his shoulders.
It couldn't possibly be them kids who only had 5 turns, could it?
No wonder no one has been able to pull it off at all for 20 years.
There are levels involved here. Pressing is not something the average person can imagine. What is within the palace?
At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were all illuminated by the color gold.
He wanted to get a glimpse of the whole thing. The palace universe, encompassing all. It's a world from above the blue star. 2 levels of heaven and earth.
One of them is dense with immortal energy, and the other is dead and scarlet.
Raving.
The little ravings were instantly connected through Su Ming's beast-taming contract. It turns out that the dead scarlet place is where the abyss is. Su Ming didn't expect Little Rave to know this news.
Looks like she was strong for a while before Nirvana too. That. What about the other place? Or, perhaps, a star between 2 levels? Buzz. Right at this moment, the golden chaos sea began to rotate violently. It was constantly bathing the gourd vines below. The palace is obscured.
Su Ming slowly closed his eyes.
Who It's the first time he's ever felt like he's overusing his eyes. Then, the eyes regained their calmness to look down. Gourds, to ripen. The final attack of the chaotic sea would be extraordinarily violent. Instantly 5 pillars of rune light appeared. The one in the center rushes toward the huckleberry vines to form the line that pulls the bait. And the other 4 change into huge beasts. Su Ming's expression was stunned for a second. This. Surprisingly, it's in the mold of the 4 directions divine beast? And, the moment of molding. The respective information appeared in Su Ming's eyes. They all turn into bosses. Me, you really don't think of the other 5 turns as human beings? Even 5,000 LV-239 powerhouses. While facing the siege of these 4 bosses at the same time. And what are the chances of winning? Only, once upon a time, those challengers hadn't even forced out those 4 bosses yet. It was long ago that wave after wave of augmented rooks that simply couldn't be cleared. The path of progress is blocked by that. Also, these 4 bosses are different from normal bosses. They are also phantom gold summoning spirits. There are no special boss exclusive talents. In its place was the power of the divine beast and a daunting amount of lifesteal. $100 million each? That's a full $400 million. The good thing was, in Su Ming's eyes, 100 million is just a small goal. Seconds to shoot you up. Illusory Gold God Green Dragon, Boss Illusory Gold Void. Level, LV-239. Life Value, 10,000 W 10,000 W. Skills, Green Dragon's Breath, Pray for Rain, Dragon God's Claw, Dragon God's Dive, Shock and Awe, Dragon Sucking Water. Power of the Green Dragon, plus 1,000 extra attack, plus 80% bludgeoning. Green Dragon's power, so damage becomes true damage, and melee damage must be bludgeoned. Information, reflects the divine green dragon to form a phantom gold summoning shadow, possessing a powerful and incomparable frontal output ability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Illusory Gold God White Tiger, Boss Illusory Gold Void. Level, LV-239. Life Value, 10,000 W 10,000 W. Skills, Tiger Dash, Beast Roar, Tiger Fist, Seal of the King, Earthquake, Trample. White Tiger's Strength, plus 800 additional agility, plus 30% strike, plus 50% strike resistance. Power of the White Tiger, upon entering combat, constantly gain 1% agility per second, capped at 500%. Information, reflecting the White Tiger of the God, the White Tiger forms a phantom gold summoning shadow, possessing unparalleled speed and combatability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Illusory Gold God Vermilion Bird, Boss Illusory Gold Void. Level, LV-239. Life Value, 10,000 W 10,000 W. Skills, Flame Rain Sky Burial, Meteorite Meteor, Purgatory, Bird God Chop, Recovery Flame, Superstorm. Vermilion Bird Power, plus 500 extra attack, plus 500 extra defense. Vermilion Bird Power, all skills range increased to 3x, duration plus 50%. Information, reflecting the god Vermilion Bird, forming a phantom gold summoning shadow, with a powerful and incomparable wide-range spell bombardment ability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Illusory Gold God Xuanwu, Boss Illusory Gold Void. Level, LV-239. Life Value, 10,000 W 10,000 W. Skills immovable as a mountain, solid as a rock, extreme intense Xianshin Break, Sacrificial Guardian, Super Xian Shield, Battle Cry. Power of Xuanwu, plus 1,000 extra defense, plus 80% resistance to violence. Xuanwu's power, when using Guardian skills, prioritize 80% of the damage taken by the Guardian target, and only take 1/3 of the damage affect yourself. Information, reflecting the god Zhenbu to form a phantom gold summoning shadow, possessing a powerful and incomparable group Guardian ability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Tisk, Tsk, 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 Tisk. Su Ming wasn't the least bit intimidated, but still lamented. Both while dealing with these 4 blood bull bosses. And to interrupt the process of the gourd vines flying away. Who can do that? That's bound to be me. Therefore, Su Ming looked towards the snake-tailed great turtle that was facing him. The super godly extermination bow was drawn full at the same time. Arrow Chase Amulet. Fading arrows, shoot. Chirp chirp chirp. 281W. 281W. 14W, 12W. Eagle Eye. Limit Blink. Just as the big turtle had only just poked his head out. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows shot directly in front of them. Woo! The big turtle was furious. Just this tiny person, still want to shoot through his thick turtle armor? Chirp chirp chirp. You have killed illusory gold god Xuanwu LV239 boss, gain 220W experience, 5W points. Your first kill of the illusory gold god Xuanwu LV239 boss gains an additional attribute, life plus 5800. Illusory gold god Xuanwu boss progress, 100%, you have looted 60 points of defense. Great, turtle didn't have a single skill out of his kung fu. The head of the turtle was then zapped into a beehive, and you couldn't even catch one of my arrows. Chapter 88, A Spicy Big Xuanwu. The purple and gold gourd baby, is it a spirit god? Where's the giant basilisk? The other three bosses seem to live awkwardly for a moment. Phantom gold god green dragon? Phantom gold god white tiger? Phantom gold god vermilion bird? Phantom gold god Xuanwu, MM. 2. My turtle? What a big basilisk! Both his gain and his skills. The basilisks all have the thickest skin. As a result, it's been seconded? The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked into a smile and he shrugged. And don't think about it, tens of thousands of arrows all hitting. If Turtle doesn't die, who will? Now, it's your turn you three cuties, hee hee hee. Su Ming turned his head. Sunny smile in the eyes of the remaining three bosses. It's like the devil. However, this last gap in. They also used their most powerful abilities. Otherwise, it would be too stifling to die in peace like Xuanwu. Oh. This is Extreme Intent Dragon God Claw, Extreme Intent Tiger God Fist, Extreme Intent Sparrow God Slash. At this moment, the entire Aurora Road resonated with it. The monstrous attack had locked onto Su Ming. It was bound to decimate him in one fell swoop. Oh, I'm not giving you guys any chances. In Su Ming's hand, a third thick scale crystal appeared. Rock Armor Scale Crystal. Activate it. As an archer. How come you won't go head to head? Arrow Net Inferno. All three of you get together. Then. Blocking arrows. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Blocked and silent, unsolvable package understanding? Dang. 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 The three loud explosions that resounded through the sky raised countless thick smoke. 0. Guard. 0. Guard. 0. Guard. Su Ming, oh. Having the dragon scale crystals, I'm just that sick. Next, it's your defense. But can you defend it? Chirp chirp chirp. 281W. 281W. 14W, 12W. The huge white tiger's body kept scurrying in all directions. However, the tens of thousands of arrows with the arrow-chasing talisman were as if they had grown eyes. Alas, I'm still a second ahead of schedule. Shoot. Roar. Woo. A wail rings out, mercilessly piercing through everything, death. You have killed illusory gold god white tiger LV239 boss, gain 220W experience, 5W points. Your first kill of the illusory gold god white tiger LV239 boss, gain an additional attribute, agility plus 56. Illusory gold god white tiger boss progress, 100%, you have looted 58 attack points. Then, the arrow chase amulet immediately locked onto the vermilion bird boss. The big fiery red bird kept taking off high into the sky. But it still doesn't help. Under Su Ming's arrows, no one would be able to escape. Chirp chirp chirp. You have killed the illusory gold god vermilion bird LV239 boss, gaining 220W experience and 5W points. Your first kill of the illusory gold god vermilion bird LV239 boss gains an additional attribute, attack plus 55. Illusory gold god vermilion bird boss progress, 100%, you have looted 56 attack points. The screams were once again loud and clear. In 2 short seconds. The white tiger and vermilion bird fell one after another. The green dragon's shadow used the last of its power to start praying for rain. Tick-tock tick-tock. Su Ming turned his head sideways to reveal a strange expression. Do you still want the dragon to suck water? Is it useful to struggle unnecessarily? In that case, it's all frozen into frost. Ice arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 224W. Blast freeze. 224W. Blast freeze. 7,000, 6,000.
You have killed Illusory Gold God Green Dragon LV239 boss, gain 220W experience, 5W points. Your first kill of the Illusory Gold God Qinglong LV239 boss gains you an additional attribute, Strength plus 48. Illusory Gold God Green Dragon boss progress, 100%, you have looted 58 attack points.
In the end, under Su Ming's arrow, it transformed into a cloudy ice dragon.
It then slowly dissipated into the sky. The attributes have increased again, comfortable. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Today's Su Ming had long been at the forefront of qualitative change. He dared to say, as long as the beings are below God, all of them have to drink with their own sharp arrows.
And the beings above the gods?
Su Ming no longer had to worry about encountering targeting.
Progressive power of extinction, 100%, 100%.
His power of extinction had reached a state of perfection.
So what if it's a god? It's best to come as many as possible at once. In that case,
when Su Ming's incarnation was annihilated, it would be the day that the gods fell.
The rain has not yet dissipated. And it was like a rain of recovery. It gives the gourd vines below a very vibrant sheen.
It began to unravel from the burial earth. He was about to follow the pillar of light up into the sky. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly.
The corners of his mouth hooked up. Sorry then, it's mine. Limit blink.
As long as the will scale crystal is in hand. Su Ming was then immune to all control and spiritual oppression from the god level. Therefore, the pillar of light could not be helped in the slightest. Immediately after that, the gourd vine began to transform into countless special runes wrapped around the only gourd.
Limit blink.
Su Ming decisively rushed into it.
There was no hesitation in taking off the identified target. Tossed it straight into the backpack without dragging it out. Limit blink. Sprinting again, away from the destructive aura of the rune. Boo-hoo. Rumble.
The Aurora Road began to crumble and blow up continuously. Su Ming looked out along the runes. Suddenly the head of a large fish hidden in the void was seen in the hidden eye.
That's Ekin from the abyss? Sacred treasure is actually fishing this thing out? Su Ming retreated back and forth. It is said that once this kind of icon manifests its true form, will cause the entire small world to be flooded by the endless sea. Well, after it realized the gourd scent was gone, it disappeared into the void in the twinkling of an eye. The creatures in the abyss. Surely none of them are simple. Su Ming muttered. He was sure it wouldn't be long. He himself will swing everything. Aurora Road eventually collapsed.
The runes also disappeared into the golden chaotic sea along with the light pillars. The heavenly ring burial ground reverted back to calm.
Sky. Shrouded in dimness once again. Boo.
In the distant vault of the sky, the gate of the palace finally closed.
But the end of the chain was empty. The countless runes re-emerged as a gourd vine, but without the gourd. Everything withers, the century annihilates. Is this the terminal of the 21st era? The owner of those eyes seems to have wandered beyond the river of time. Where's my purple and gold gourd? My daughter has been stolen. No. A miserable wail swung back, and the palace returned to peace once more. Su Ming rode Little Raving quickly away from this place. Eagle Eye. After confirming that there was no more danger around, finally, he turned his attention to his backpack. That purple and gold-colored baby gourd. It was as if it was a special treasure that possessed consciousness. Is this considered an artifact spirit? After all, Su Ming is a traveler. It's understandable even if you encounter 1,000 oddities. Finally, Su Ming took out the baby violet gold gourd. It froze. Because of this moment, his message log suddenly refreshed with a message. Purple and Gold Spirit God has used the Divine Master Pact on you. Do you accept? Chapter 89, Papa can't be called anything. Where are the lighthouse people? How come none of them came out? What? Su Ming looked at the gourd strangely. You're a god? You're just born as a god. You're really something. Along with the Divine Master contract, it was displayed in Su Ming's spiritual sea of consciousness. And a faint voice. It's calling to itself? God Lord. Dad. Dad. Su-ming? The family is in mourning.
So, a couple of verifications.
Su-ming finally confirmed one thing. This gourd thinks of itself as its father. It's a model of recognizing a thief as a father. Su-ming almost didn't laugh out loud. And once the divine master contract is accepted, it would be able to obtain a divine space similar to that of Little Rumor. Then get the nutrients from yourself to keep growing. Purple and gold spirit God. Su-ming only needed to think, and it would be able to absorb everything in the vicinity. And feeds back the life force to both itself and the Covenant Master. So just bring it. Means becoming an automatic treasure collector. And a constant source of life supply. Epic enhancements to life preservation. It's impossible to die. It's really impossible to die now. Accepted. You have accepted the divine pact of the purple and gold spirit god, gaining an additional 100% of your total life permanently. Wait, an extra 100% total life? This is a direct increase to the panel attributes. Su-ming glanced at the panel. Indeed. Name, Su-ming. Occupation, Jedi Arrow God. Level, LV 236 LV 245 turns. Life, 162.2 W. Mana, 9999999. Strength, 3548. Agility, 3275. Attack speed, 14.1 arrows S. Attack, 24,864. Defense, 6,364. Blitz, 160%. Resistance to violence, 120%. Total damage increase, 236%. Single arrow reserve, 9999999. 9999999. His base life value had reached 162.2 WA. I didn't think that there would be a day when I, an archer, would turn into a blood cow. That's not the limit. Stacked with the amulet of the steel heart, Su-ming's could also gain a total of 100% or 162.2 W temporary life again. At the same time, the shield of the undying arrow body took off. At that point it was a 324.4 W shield. I'll be damned, I could turn into a superboss myself. Su-ming and the consciousness in the gourd began to establish a close connection. Then it was as if he saw the gourd. There was a purple doll with big round eyes? Girls? Girls? God Lord. Dad. The purple doll roamed intimately within his own sea of consciousness. And then found a shocked little raving face? Ravishing? Ahem, little one, from now on I'll call you Violet Spirit. Little Rave, from now on, Violet Spirit will be your playmate. Oh. Violet Spirit, Violet. Spirit? Yeah, Daddy, I'm hungry. Little Rave, Omega obviously I came first. Xiaoro, Su-ming, from now on, I'm going to call you Daddy too. Su-ming. Ahem, little raving is the best. Daddy can't be called that. Don't worry, I'll only ride you from now on, we're the best partners ever and on. Oh, amazed face, good partner, kill aces. Su-ming. After a bit of a setback, Su-ming had finally pacified the two little cuties. Originally, the Violet Spirit could return to its own divine spirit space. But she seemed to like the little ravings very much. That's why it's now in the branches of the Tree of Dreams. This seed rooted in deed space. Now the beginnings of a giant tree in the sky are finally visible. Small ravings are helpless though. But the joy of having another playmate soon outweighed the commiseration. The Heavenly Ring battlefield will finally come to an end. One day later, Su-ming looked towards the battlefield's leaderboard list. Su-ming, current points, 1032.79 W, rank, 11145. Broke 10 million points now. Geez, there were a total of 1 W people when they came in. As a result, by now, only 1/10 of it is left. Among them were close to 100 challengers from the Dragon Kingdom with the friendly help of Su-ming. There were essentially no casualties. And a few arrogant countries such as the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Three Kingdoms and the Underworld Cold Kingdom in this term. Their challengers were all but wiped out. Especially the guy, Rascal Toto. Still said to be a very important youngster in the Lighthouse State.
Oh, the dead under my arrows.
I never cared what you were. Until now, 5 turns complete.
As well as a super godly extermination bow in hand. Su Ming no longer had to be careful to hide it.
The forces that want to deal with you in the future. Better be careful. After all, I'm very insecure as a person. One slip. It's not out of the realm of possibility to wipe out the existential threat outright.
In the end, Su Ming did not return to the camps of the other Dragon Kingdom challengers. Instead, they kept continuing to kill monsters and practicing. You have leveled up by 1, LV 236 LV 237, plus 600 life, plus 300 mana, plus 3 strength, attack speed.
The level is raised again by 1 level. You have to know that Wang Lin was only LV 236 until now. So, here and now, he had all but officially surpassed Elder Brother Wang in rank. I told you so, Elder Brother Wang. From now on, it's going to be me who's going to take care of you. It's time to go to the Divine Dragon Burial. This day was the moment when the great powers of the various countries waited at the outskirts of the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Although there was no turn 9 level in attendance. But if Su Ming was here, definitely see a lot of old people whose ranks are located at LV 400 plus. A number of major countries sent their turn 8 chiefs. The head of the Lighthouse Nation is an uncle of Rahi Taito, LV 425. The first place this time is definitely our Lighthouse Nation. That Rahi Taito kid's shadow ability is incredibly powerful. Moreover, he's carrying a powerful epic prop. If all the challengers from other countries are eliminated in one go, it couldn't have been better. I can't wait to see a bunch of powerful people crying their eyes out. Rastito looked sinisterly at the rest of the country heads. Inside, he had already made his calculations. Next, the fully contracted Heavenly Ring battlefield cut out streams of light. Already the challenger has flown. Fly to different directions depending on your camp. At the periphery, there is no need to worry about being targeted by other forces. Unless it was powerful enough to break through the Heavenly Ring battlefield's prohibitions. But, how is that possible even with 8 turns? How come they're all challengers from weak countries? And, to everyone's confusion, the faces of these people. All of them are deeply hung up on fear. Knowing the safe landing. It was only then that he finally breathed a sigh of relief as if a stone had fallen. They must have been scared out of their wits by Rashid Taito. These people are just useless trash. Next. Instead, a group of challengers with sunny smiles flew out. Dragon Kingdom challengers? Why are there so many of them? Damn it, didn't I instruct to suppress the Dragon Challenger? Lostrato was puzzled. It shouldn't be, even under normal circumstances. It's also unlikely that basically all of them will survive. What kind of luck did Rokoku have that all of them didn't run into Rashid Taito? Rastito's face instantly clouded over. But there were already big country challengers out there, and he thought about what came next. The first is that they are not running away from the lighthouse state. At this point, a magnificent woozy sound rang out, signaling that the dust had settled. The Heavenly Ring is finished, the Divine List is out, and the resources of the 6 fields are divided. The first camp, Dragon Kingdom, obtained the right to mine all levels 1/6 of the 6 paths field LV 181 LV 239. The second camp, Bara Kingdom, has been granted the right to mine part of the 1st to 4th floors of the Rokudo field LV 181 LV 239. The third camp, Pharaoh's Kingdom, has obtained the right to mine part of the first 2 levels of the Rakado field LV 181 LV 239. The remaining 4th through 10th would then only have partial mining rights to the first level. Lostrato? How come the 2nd through 9th are all small, obscure countries? Wait, where's my lighthouse country? No. No one from my lighthouse country has come out, have they? Chapter 90, Abundant Rewards. Pale Stream Ornaments 3-piece set, setting off a tsunami? The magnificent ring of heavenly queens was constantly moving away from the crowd. In the eyes of all, everything has returned to silence. What fa? Where's my Lighthouse Nation challenger? Oh no! Why is there not a single challenger from my country, Agri? How is this possible, and why are there so few survivors this year? Just as many of the country's leaders were skeptical. Su Ming followed a rainbow light. Followed behind the other Dragon Kingdom challengers back to the Dragon Kingdom area. In the meantime,
His message log also began to refresh with several settlement messages. Su Ming, final points 1032.79W, has earned a place in the world rankings. Previous world totals. First place, Su Ming, points 1032.79W, belongs to Dragon Country. Second place, Wang Bo, 27.8W points, belongs to Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, the original number 1 has been claimed by Mr. Wang Bo for a number of years. Until you break the record yourself. Will future challengers despair if they see it? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. You have broken the previous world ranking record and have been rewarded with the title Battlefield Master, a permanent buff in place of the temporary gain of the Heavenly Ring Battlefield, and 100 points of free attributes. This was Su Ming's reward for entering the previous general rankings. And so, Su Ming quickly looked at the title Battlefield Master. The condition for obtaining it is to become the new number 1. So, in fact, Elder Wang Bo also owns this title. Battlefield Juggernaut permanent title. Upon entering combat, you gain the power of Juggernaut, unable to take any group damage for the first 3 seconds, 10% probability that the target of all your attacks will be afraid. Wow, there's something about the effects of this title. Su Ming lamented. Not to mention immunity to group damage for 3 seconds. 10% of all attacks alone making the target cringe is a very powerful control. Of course, this is paired with your own infinite firepower. Fear is a control effect. It causes the target to be unable to attack and have their back to themselves. More powerful than silence. And another buff. Instead, it was adapted and brought out permanently from the Sky Ring battlefield. Permanent buff, damage dealt to monsters is increased by 50%, damage dealt by monsters is reduced by 50%, damage dealt to all non-monster targets is increased by 20%. Dramatically increase your clearing speed. Also, there's a 20% additional damage increase to people. The genus is good. The last 100 points of free attributes gained. Su Ming chose to add defense. The one free attribute to defense ratio is 1:2, so again, 200 defense is added. There's no shortage of output at the moment. The higher the defense, the more secure you feel. Because of the powerful effect of the undying arrow body. As long as the shield isn't broken. His defense just can't be ignored. So real injuries are ineffective on their own. Your ranking in the Heavenly Ring battlefield is 1, your points are 1032.79W, and your overall performance rating is SSS. You have gained the base reward, 300 million experience, 100 free attribute points, diamond grade jewelry x3 of your choice. You have been awarded the points achievement reward, special skills catalog 30, choose 3 of your own. You have earned the performance rating reward, limit stone x2 transcendence crystal 5th level taming beast. If your camp is Dragon Kingdom, you will be able to increase the Dragon Kingdom's mining resources for the 6 paths by an additional 50%. Now refreshed are the rewards for this ranking. The free attribute is still added to defense. If Su Ming guessed correctly. These 3 optional trinket outfits are special items with no level restrictions. Isn't that just right? 1 each for the necklace, ring, and mask. Thus, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation. Acknowledgement was quickly selected. You have obtained the Ring of Currents, the Necklace of Currents, and the Mask of Currents. These 3 trinkets also have the same word. Generally can be kitted out in sets. The effects possessed are definitely more powerful than the bulk. Su Ming's gaze quickly moved to on top of them. Pale Flow Ring, Diamond. Type, Ring. Occupation, Archer Class Exclusive. Level requirement, None. Attributes, Attack plus 1000, Strike plus 20%, Attack Speed plus 0.3 arrows S, Durability 1500. Feature, every 3 seconds, the next attack will freeze the hit target for 2 seconds. Features, activated at the same time as Currents Necklace and Currents Mask. The currents converge and cause a tsunami in the area where it is located, during which it will return 5% of its maximum life value per second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 24 hours. Pale Flow Necklace, Diamond. Type, Necklace. Occupation, Archer Class Exclusive. Level requirement, None. Attributes, Life plus 5W, Strength plus 300, Riot Resistance plus 20%, Attack Speed plus 0.3 arrows S, Durability 1500. Characteristics, every 3 seconds, the next attack will rebound the control effect in 50% of the damage dealt. Characteristics, when activated along with Ring of Currents and Mask of Currents, currents converge and cause a tsunami in the area where it is located, during which time it will return 5% of its maximum mana per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Pale Stream Mask, Diamond. Type, Mask. Occupation, Archer Class Exclusive. Level Requirement, None. Attributes, Life plus 5W, Defense plus 800, Riot Resistance plus 20%, Attack Speed plus 0.3 arrows S, Durability 1500. Feature, after entering the battle state, you can enter 0.5 seconds of all-round invisibility every 3 seconds. Features, activated at the same time with Songlu Necklace and Songlu Ring. Songlu gathers and causes a tsunami in the area, during which it gains 5% extra agility per second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 24 hours. That's a 0.9 increase in attack speed? With the double bonus of Extinguish, that's an increase of 1.8 arrows S. Naya would be sick to still be able to set off a tsunami. No wonder it has to occupy one of the traits of each of the 3 ornaments. No mage chanting at all. 100 years is enough to trigger a tsunami comparable to a forbidden spell. It's only 10 seconds though. But it's not something the average person can afford. After the earthquake, you get the tsunami. I'm a natural disaster in human form. Without any hesitation, Su Ming directly equipped himself. The strength is a little bit stronger. Then, Su Ming could from the 30 skill catalogs that were displayed. Choose 3 of them to get individual skill books. Let's see. Arrow by Day, Frost Arrow Formation, Mark of Bloodlust, Flying Eagle Overlook, Quinn Just Cause Cage. Eyes have seen them all. All of the skills here are obviously good ones for archers. Su Ming directly ruled out output techniques. Then again, there doesn't seem to be a shortage of control techniques yourself. So the idea of choosing Quinn only because of the cage was abandoned. Eventually, Su Ming selected 3 good support techniques. You've acquired Eagle Overlook, Demonic Arrow, and Energize. What a rewarding ride! Su Ming, who had successfully reached 5 turns. You can learn a total of 10 skill books of generic skills. Therefore, Su Ming didn't have any hesitation. Study. Chapter 91, Lostrado's Crazy Move. Old thing, who gave you the illusion that you could kill me? You have met the learning requirements for Eagle's View and have successfully learned this skill, Eagle's View LV1. You have met the learning requirements for Demon Destroying Arrow, and have successfully learned this skill, Demon Destroying Arrow LV1. You have met the learning conditions for Energize and have successfully learned this skill, Energize LV1. These 3 skills match their output. It can totally serve to take it to the next level. Flying Eagle Overlook LV1, the archer gains long-range eagle vision, activating it to fly an unstoppable magical flying eagle, gaining a 1W meter view of all straight lines. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. This skill is the skill that opens the field of vision. It's just different from Eagle Eye. One opens up all the peripheral vision. The other opens a longer field of view with a straight line range. Various reconnaissance in advance. A very important thing for brittle archers. Although, I don't seem to be that brittle now. Demon Slayer Arrow LV1, passively attaches all arrows. Each arrow consumes an additional 10% of its own mana, reducing the target by 10% of its maximum mana and 1% of its maximum life, and cannot be restored for 3 seconds. This skill would be very interesting. Mana for mana. But consuming to own mana is simply equivalent to not consuming at all. Also, each arrow deals 1% max life. Doesn't this mean I only have to hit 100 arrows and die for sure? Not to mention the ultimate extinction ability. Each arrow has a 5% chance of a direct spike yet. Energized LV1, the archer gains a surge of energy, causing the 3rd arrow after every 2 arrows to carry an additional 50% of all effects, no consumption, no cooldown. This skill is something that can only be learned by the archer class. Very well understood. Equivalent to gaining 1.5x per 3rd arrow. Whether it's freezing or silencing or blocking. This is much more powerful than simply boosting damage. Once again, 2 limit stones were obtained. Putting it away in your backpack gives you 3 of them. Each one is equivalent to a life. Very important. As for the final, Beyond the Crystal. Su Ming's gaze flickered. Using it for Rui can directly exempt her from the requirement to advance to 5th rank. Get comfortable. Su Ming's appearance instantly became the center of all of the Dragon Kingdom challengers. The surface of the crowd showed a faint smile. The truth is that all of them are in inner ecstasy. This time, in the Heavenly Ring battlefield, the top 100 rankings.
It's basically all wrapped up by the Dragon Challenger.
TSK, this time, the stacking of resources of the 6 Dao fields is also too terrifying. For a full 10 years, the Dragon Kingdom won't have to worry about a lack of fifth-order resources. In the future, it will dramatically increase the speed at which the entire population reaches the 6th rank at the 5th rank.
Wan Lin looked at Su Ming and couldn't stop sighing.
All of these were obtained because of Su Ming.
Idle.
Ask for a picture. Li Huiyang was no longer reserved. Instead, he excitedly rubbed up against Su Ming's side, and frantic clicking sounds rang out. The person in charge of the Dragon Kingdom this time was a middle-aged man with somewhat graying hair. At this time staring at the Dragon Camp harvest.
A look of consternation. What the hell? The top 50 are all dragon nations? Doesn't that mean all 6 fields are covered? Happiness is a bit too sudden. Name, Li Xingyan. Profession, Terminal Death God Assassin. Level, LV 412. A Turn 8 Assassin Bigot, TSK.
Su Ming lamented inwardly.
Soon after, Li Xingyan walked up to Su Ming with a strange expression on his face. Li Huiyang, what are you doing?
Our old Li family is losing face to you.
As for licking a young man like that? Cough, Li Huiyang, get away from me.
Let me have a nice exchange with little Su Ming. Li Xingyan immediately revealed a full smile to Su Ming.
I blanch. Pops, you'll never steal me, Su Shin. Li Xingyan. Li Huiyang, sorry to interrupt.
Then, Li Xingyan looked at Su Ming.
It instantly turned into an amiable smile. It's really little friend Su Ming. At today's sight, I am sure that I am well equipped and suave. Su Ming.
He thought that this middle-aged man was just a senior member of the Li family.
Unexpectedly, it was Li Huiyang and Li Huiwan's old man. It doesn't feel like much, does it?
Maybe both brothers took after their mother in looks. Su Ming pondered in his heart. Luckily, there was old brother Wang Lin who quickly relieved the situation. Relatively detailed account of the situation of the Heavenly Ring battlefield was given to Li Xingyan. One was shocked, the rest helpless.
Other challengers, Su Ming is simply not a human being, okay? Upon realizing that Su Ming was simply not on the same level as them, these people are left with nothing but heartfelt admiration. They all understood the future of the Dragon Kingdom. There is going to be a Bao God that is far beyond anything amazing. Little friend Su Ming, it's a pity that I only have 2 incompetent sons, what a pity.
Li Xingyan was simply shocked. The more he looked at Su Ming, the more delighted he became. If you are a daughter, you can't wait to do it yourself. After all, their Li family and the Godslayer Temple had a remarkable relationship. It had already known Su Ming's basic information.
Singles. No emotional experience. After this time,
that stinky old man Wang Bo would surely be subjected to countless envelopes looking for Su Ming to get laid.
Just as Su Ming and the others were preparing to leave, a mournful and hateful scream rang out from the next area. Is that? Name, Lustrado. Profession, Void Shaper. Level, LV 425. Surprisingly, it was a Turn 8 Shadow Archmage. Wait. His name. What's the relationship with Rashid Taito? Who exactly is Su Ming? How could it be over 10 million points? You Dragon Kingdom definitely cheated. No one leaves, none of them. Not only that. Dozens of other Turn 8 and Turn 7 powerhouses began to gather around Lustido. Why are we all wiped out and angry? So are we in the Undercold Kingdom? This isn't normal. The ultimate winners are all Dragon Kingdom, you guys must have a problem. At this moment, Li Xingyan's temperament changed. Su Ming felt that he had instantly turned into a shadowless assassin. Oh? You can't do any damage here. Life and death on the battlefield is supposed to be commonplace. Could it be that you guys still want to play dirty? Li Xingyan blocked in front of Su Ming. If it wasn't impossible to do damage here, he'd have stabbed Restrada with one blow a long time ago. We don't care about the others, but Su Ming must stay today. I heard from the challengers in the country of Bara who have become mentally unbalanced. Su Ming is a murderer. He's the one who killed all of us at the lighthouse. Such people who have lost their humanity must be punished by heaven. The corners of Lostrado's mouth hooked up on his grim face. A small altar appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha, even though Rahi Taito is dead, it has revealed to me a great threat to the future of our lighthouse. Today, I will break the Great Power Ordinance. As long as I consume a few years of my lifespan, I can kill people even here, jia jia jia. A dense black mist floated out of the small altar, enveloping the entire outer area. It's... Spatial teleportation has failed? Lostrado, how dare you? Jia jia jia. What wouldn't I dare, trading a few years of my life for the future demise of a lighthouse threat, very nice. Jia jia jia. The big deal is that ostensibly from now on I'm banished from the lighthouse state, and you guys don't even have a reason to go to war, jia jia jia. Li Xingyan's expression became extraordinarily serious. I didn't expect that Lostrado would dare to make such a crazy move this time. Cough cough cough, old Unsha, you're a bit full of crap. Su Ming spread his hands, and the great blood-colored bow appeared. Yoren walked up to Li Xingyan and said with slightly narrowed eyes. You want to kill me with your coffin-ready body? I really don't get it, who gave you the wrong idea? Chapter 92, I'm here, so let's all go to sleep. Inside the lighthouse state. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were as frosty as ice, and his deep eyes were chilly. Hiss. What? Did I hear you right? Kid, how dare you hide the information, you really are Su Ming. Lostrado deadpanned as he stared at the handsome teenager in front of him. Gnashing of teeth. Damn it, you're the one who killed Rahi Taito. Today, I will kill you, jia jia jia. Rastido's side began to be shrouded in infinite darkness. With communication to the small altar in hand. A sharp blade as black as ink began to appear in the entire edge space of the heavenly ring battlefield. This is the broken shadow needle, jia jia jia. In my realm of shadows, all rules will be dispelled. Lostrado's smelly face became even paler. Even a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But, a smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, it took a full 8 years of my life. I will kill you today, and I will be a great credit to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Lostrado's entire body was in a state of insanity. Even the other people in charge beside him earlier all showed their shocked faces. They were each thinking about something, and their hearts were in the right place. Is this what the Lighthouse State is all about? He became the biggest power in Rye-world after getting rich by plundering. It's extremely eye-opening for those of them who are delusional enough to attach themselves to it. It's an opportunity. If they follow the trend and climb to the top of the Lighthouse State, the future can be pinned on them. The Lighthouse State is mighty. In fact, I, Martha Lappy, have long admired Lord Restido. I boo only because Mold likewise has an extreme admiration for the Taito family. Today, Lord Restido is going to act on behalf of the heavens and get rid of this evil. These men looked at the power of Restrado. All with their eyes open and no blush. They looked at Su Ming gloatingly, but in their hearts, they were disdainful. Kid, just you want to call Lord Restido's bluff? I think you're tired of living, jia jia jia. Li Xingyan, on the other hand, was surprised to look at Su Ming, who walked forward. Just tried to block in front. However, he saw that Su Ming had merely gently waved his hand. Softly, he said, Uncle Shang Nian, I would like to ask you a question. What the? Can? Li Xingyan didn't understand why Su Ming was so flat. Hey #O. Young man, you can't do whatever you want so much just because you're a big handsome guy. I would ask if I killed all of them here. Will it cause a war between the nations and the rivalry? Su Ming smiled. Li Xingyan? This middle-aged man almost shook a certain leg in fear. You know, Lostrado made such a huge sacrifice. Consuming 8 whole years of life to only make one strike. You want to kill them all? Su Ming, don't be impulsive. With me here, as long as this strike falls short, Lostrado would no longer have the ability to pose a threat. After this time, it's time for the Dragon Kingdom to liquidate the Lighthouse Kingdom. Su Ming, I'll just ask if it's a success if I kill it, right? Sheng Li. Success, no problem. He really didn't know what abilities Su Ming was hiding. Surprisingly, it cuts through the rules of the world to inflict blows. Lostrado felt like he was the master of the entire space. Heaven's pride? Nothing more than a toy for him to decapitate recklessly. So what if Su Ming was stronger in the future? Today, he was still not going to fall under his black blade.
Jia, Su Ming, very well, the others will be powerless to watch you die.
I can't wait to enjoy your desperate linea.
Dang, Su Ming lightly snapped his fingers. Early prepared will scale crystal, silver light reflected. Space blockade. Little Rave, this shadow power is enough to fill you up.
Murmuring this person's shadow spells are Suo Carrot.
Ling Ling Dad.
I want to eat it too.
Oh?
Well then, being overfed oh.
At this moment, it wasn't just the little ravings. Even the violet gold spirit god in the zucchini revealed joy.
At the same time. Whether it was Li Xingnian, Wang Lin, and other challengers from the Dragon Kingdom.
Or the heads of the countries that were regimented. The beings in the will scale crystal fell asleep and fell to the ground one after another. When old brother Wang Lin and the others wake up,
then you'll realize there's nothing left, hee hee hee.
Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly I realized I had such a powerful talent for infiltration.
I'm coming, so let's all go to sleep.
What the others don't know is this. The arrows that Su Ming shot out of extinction could never be stopped. Not to mention the rules of the small world, even the big world like shooting him a heavenly turnover.
Just get out of the bow. No matter the end of the world, it will shoot up. Ice arrows. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile.
Under the frantic draw, hundreds of thousands of arrows headed across the room.
Except for Lastrado.
All the others watching the show can't be spared. As long as all of them are all permanently conceptually erased.
So who knows it's self-made? Chirp chirp chirp. You've killed Masha Rapi. You've killed the boogeyman.
Words of despair.
In the end, Su Ming used this skill on Rastardo.
Because he had something particularly important in mind that he needed to confirm.
Words of despair is currently only 5 seconds long.
Su Ming immediately opened his mouth.
Lastrado, is the Lighthouse Kingdom in collusion with the demon god? What do you know?
Starting with the encounter with the two lighthouse state shabbies as you enter the world cloister.
A bad guess rose in Su Ming's heart.
Now owns words of despair. The target was none other than a high-ranking member of the Shadow family in the Lighthouse Kingdom.
Never let go?
At this point, Lastrado mumbled as if he were talking in his sleep.
Just a bit of a maniacal expression. Ha 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 ha, the Lighthouse State will be the future master of the Blue Star.
We have contacted that world, and they will be descending on Blue Star soon. The search for the demon god is nothing more than an order from a certain lord. We've discovered the sealing places of several demon gods. At that time, the Lighthouse Country is the spokesman of the Blue Star, Jia.
Hearing this, Su Ming's expression became extremely serious. Sure enough, the Lighthouse State does have an inside track. That world? What kind of world is that? Lastrado was once again epileptic and dreamy.
The expression, however, suddenly became extremely panicked.
That's a world far beyond the level of the Blue Star, a world with deities. No, it can't compare. We can never resist. The Lighthouse State just needs to decisively betray the Blue Star and defect to them. From then on it will be a gift from God.
When the time comes, I will regain my firmness and heave with my beloved Kiwi 2 beauties.
Had. What's going on? Rastido snapped back to his senses.
Then to her horror, she saw the handsome teenager who was wearing a sunny smile.
Su Ming, aren't you dead? No, this can't be, I must be dreaming. He found his draining 8 years of life. The cohesive shadow power has all disappeared. Is there a possibility that it was you who was dreaming before? Thank you for the information, it's time to repay you. 10,000 cold arrows instantly locked onto Rastido. Zapping him into a frozen hedgehog, feel good in eternal sleep. Chapter 93, Honorary Membership. Zako Melt, wait for me, yo. Faster. I feel as if I've had a brief beautiful dream. Wang Lin and the others all awakened. There was no sign of Lastrado and the others. The ability to teleport in space is restored as before. Little friend Su Ming. What happened just now, are you alright? Wang Lin said with concern as he grabbed in front of Li Xingnian.
If something happened to Su Ming, he would absolutely hate himself from then on.
Ahem, I don't really understand it, actually. In the last moments, I thought I heard the woozy sounds of the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Because Lastrado broke the rules of the world. After Su Ming explained, the crowd was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that old miscreant who touched the prohibition? Ah, what a great job, he deserves to die. I knew the heavenly ring battlefield wasn't that simple. Obviously. After Su Ming's movie star-like acting skills, they were quick to accept this. Actually, Su Ming himself didn't care. However, he did not want to expose the existence of the will scale crystal. Even the demon god. It would also covet the companion of a true dragon king such as this. 3 days later, the imperial capital field. You have leveled up by 1, LV 237 LV 238, plus 600 life, plus 300 mana, plus 3 strength, attack speed. Su Ming revealed a smile as his level was raised by 1 level once again. Moreover, because Su Ming's neighborhood didn't need to worry about being close to him, elder brother Wang Lin also frantically killed his way up to LV 237. What a surprise, you surpassed me in such a short time. When he learned that Su Ming's level was already LV 238, Wang Lin almost didn't find a crack in the ground. Damn, man to man. Nima is bigger than the gap between man and dog. I really can't compare with Su Ming. Otherwise there is only deep despair. Don't worry, the old man won't let go on the lighthouse countryside. Actually, we've been planning to up that bunch of villains for a long time. All just waiting for your return from the secret realm. Your guild position has been changed to honorary member, same as vice president. Temple of the Godslayer has been blessed by the 6 Paths Pagoda's blessing of conquest. Based on your position, you have been given the buff. Experience gained in duplicates and secret worlds is increased by 900%. In those 3 days, Wang Bo Laozi had already approached Su Ming. Have to say, the real person is almost in the same mold as Wang Lin Lao. Anyone who sees him will know he's Wang Lin's father. Su Ming accepted the change in position. Honorary membership, in fact, is nothing more than a vanity position. But while there is no right to vice presidency, but has all the status of a vice president, that means Su Ming would be able to walk horizontally throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom just by displaying his guild information. This time under the report of Li Xingnian. Su Ming's battle performance had really moved the crowd of 9th turn elders. Among them, the one at the top, the 9th turn auxiliary hidden profession Wu Lao. There was even more conviction in Su Ming's potential. The entire Dragon Kingdom would grant Su Ming every freedom. Even the Zhu family, where Peggy Zhu was originally from, both had to think about finding an opportunity to make amends. Peggy Chu, Su Ming? He's too scary. Face the gap today. He no longer dared to call himself a powerful archer. It's almost like playing house. Wait, help. He's the man who taunted Su Jin. The thought of it made the pig's trotters taste bad in my mouth. Brother Wang Lin, I understand. Su Ming nodded his head gently, very seriously. Su Ming had thought that the secret realm that elder brother Wang was talking about was also a space similar to the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Until followed the spatial coordinates given to him by the Dragon King Negril to inquire about it stealthily. Sudden realization. The entry node of the Divine Dragon Burial was in that secret realm. That's the mound where countless dragons were buried. And there was even the existence of a heavenly demon Saint Lord. No wonder elder brother Wang Lin said that the unexplored places were very dangerous. Aren't the other 5 turns going in deeper just looking for death? Right, brother Wang Lin. Besides the Dragon Kingdom, there are 20 hidden professions from the other 4 major countries, right? Only a total of 25 people enter at a time. And, especially trying to get into the core. You must also have 5 people from the same camp who are all hidden professions. This secret place. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't fight for it but doesn't force it like it did with the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Even without getting to the core. In the periphery as long as you come out alive at the end. The settlement will also be based on the performance rankings of the Big 5. Decide on a party's important division of resources. And that resource is enough to involve a country's turn 8 or even turn 9. So, the top 5 countries that have access. Anyone who does will be treated at the highest level. And these 5 countries are the 5 strongest countries in the Li world. The regulations previously stated by Lostrado. The 5 countries are responsible for this. For example, professionals can't use their abilities as they please in the surface world. Su Ming only vaguely revealed to elder Wang Bo. The lighthouse state is a matter of descent. It doesn't say that world.
Everything waited for him to settle the matter of the divine dragon burial, and then it would be time to turn 6. There would be no need for the lighthouse state to exist. Su Ming silently chanted in his heart. Regarding that world, Su Ming had a strong premonition in his heart. It couldn't be dissociated from the star continent that he saw through the golden chaos sea. Imperial Yalt Exchange, Level 8 Zone. Although Su Ming had accepted the granting of the position from Elder Wang Bo, but except in cases of necessity. Still prefer to trade directly on the exchange. Elder brother Wang Lin understood this very well. He knew that Su Ming was a teenager who loved freedom. Su Ming saw the bad old man at turn 7. Sub-Sake Pro, on the other hand, froze for 1 second. Then his mouth opened wide, too shocked to speak. Ahem, Ajussi be calm. You. Won't others despair when they see your heavenly ring battlefield points in the future? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming directly waved his hand, and equipment of various qualities piled up. Then there were the skill books he couldn't use. Asian Wine Pro. He was once again shocked, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Su Ming alone provided the equipment. Enough to provide the amount that an elite squad would provide in a couple of years. Skill proficiency crystals are all wrapped up. I also need Dark Flower, Sleepless Shadow Vine. These are the items needed to advance to 4th level in Murmuring. Once the progression is successful, Su Ming was able to use the Transcendence Crystal to directly exempt himself from the 5th level. Until then, the small ravings will also catch up with their own rank. As for the Purple Spirit, Su Ming realized that if the purple gold gourd absorbed items rich in life, the same will accelerate growth. Nope. It should be chemotype. The purple and gold spirit god has only a spirit body gourd today. Only after transforming into a true form would they metamorphose into a true deity. Divine cubs are gods too, then no. Furthermore, Su Ming had discovered a special ability of the violet spirit. She can even suck living things right into it. Either devour or guard. Once you choose to guard, you can also use your divine power to shield yourself from all outside perceptions. Even the demon god couldn't find it. Great, you can forcefully subdue that unlucky kid Zagurumi with a gift. It was also a solution to one of the threats to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming, oh. Zaga melting yo, scale crystal being cheated. Don't want the other gargoyles to know, do you? Chapter 94, Zaga molten yo, I'm ing coming for you. River City State, Level 5 District. Su Ming returned to Jiangchang. Nowadays, with his strength, he didn't need Wang Lin's protection at all. Where the highest are only level 5 guilds, Su Ming's rank was the highest. Now, a black diamond-shaped crystal appeared in its hand. Shadow Space Stone. As the strength of the little ravings increased, this teleportation stone became more and more connected to her and to herself. Little ravings, by virtue of what you are now, it should be possible to get through the small space of a low-level copy with it, right? With questionable effort, Su Ming's figure appeared at the edge of the magma. Su Ming noticed that there was an extra hint sign here. Apparently a replacement for what was once the La Buena Vista Mine volcano. La Bula Magma Mountain, Magma Serpent LV40 LV50, Rare Monster, Rock and Iron Beast LV50, Rare Boss, Golden Rock and Iron Beast LV50. A new copy formed by the eruption of La Bula Mining Volcano. Recommend 2 turns and 10 people or more to form a group. Su Ming looked at the large snake swimming in the magma in front of him. Some emotion. The volcano eruption that gave itself heart palpitations only last month. Nowadays it's nothing but small talk. After all, he's a mobile cataclysm himself. Raving people can, Su Ming. The teleportation point of the lava mystery realm was in the magma mountain. But this is the closing period at this time. That was why Su Ming had borrowed some special means. Next, the little ravings transformed into infinite dark shadows clinging to his body. It's her shadow possession. Then, Su Ming activated the Shadow Space Stone. Unlock the ability to travel through space. Once upon a time, this teleportation stone Su Ming was unable to teleport across small worlds. But now, with the power of little ravings, it was finally realized. As long as it's a secret realm that's been entered before, he doesn't need to wait for the open period now, it's all accessible. I have to say, this Shadow Space Stone, it actually involves the god level as well.
Transworld teleportation.
At one time, the full state strength of the small ravings didn't seem at all inferior to that Dragon King of Negril.
You have activated the Shadow Space Stone and have detected a deep world space that has been marked. Do you wish to enter? It's a done deal. Even though he had expected it, Su Ming was still excited. This means that it can be used not only in such cases. It can also be used for cross-border runs. No one is going to chase after themselves, he. Yes. In the very next moment, a massive shadow power rose from the crystal. It completely enveloped Su Ming in it. He immediately felt ripples in the nearby space. Wait for the shadows to clear. Su Ming looked up and saw a group of rock scorpions in the distance. Yo, our old acquaintances. But it looks like there's a new round of wilds still brewing in the secret world. Facing these scum who are only about level 20. One burst arrow from Su Ming was enough. Instantly 10,000 arrows landed. Boom 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 boom. Minions within range are killed in straight seconds. Progress on Rock Scorpion, 100%. You've looted 15 points of defense. Of course, the heaven-swiping arrow intent, that was originally acquired only afterward. Nor did they miss the opportunity to plunder the properties. As for the rock cubes all over the place, Su Ming no longer had to waste time picking it up. Violet Spirit. Ling Ling, I'm going to suck it. In the future, either the drops from your own monster kills, or an item that someone else was too late to pick up. Tong Tong instantly sucked into the zucchini, then Su Ming, and then it all became mine. He wanted to laugh a little. No one can rob him later. It's only 7 or 8 seconds since he entered this secret place. Now, an item appeared in Su Ming's hand once again. Fire and Flame Heraldry. It is because of this equivalent of a key. It's the only way to open the hidden space that contains the Zaguri. Hey, I'm ing coming hot. Su Ming once again activated the Shadow Space Stone and then communicated with the Fire Flame crest. A faint glow enveloped him at once. Open your eyes again. His body then appeared in the lengthy stone pathway. The fire spiders here had refreshed quite a bit, and all of them came at Su Ming. Ice arrows. Still just a casual arrow. The walls around them were all frozen into ice. Fire spider progress, 100%, you have looted 12 points of power. At the end of the road was the huge fireball that sealed Zagurumi. Inside some silent space. Eternal solitude. The only sound was the occasional churning of molten lava. This is for Zaguru Molten, who has been sleeping for 10,000 years. Actually, I've been used to it for a long time. Since shortly after it was born, it was forcibly sent away from the divine dragon realm by its mother. Being a wildly growing gargoyle doesn't have an ounce of gargoyle pushiness. Of course. In a fit of carelessness, messed with a certain deity and ended up in a 10,000-year seal. Zagurumon slowly closed his eyes. But it couldn't fall asleep anyway. No. Megalodon's time and human perception are different. Iron and manganese was just yesterday for it. It thought again about the fact that it had been lied to. Damn it, WW. Iron manganese, come back to me. The gargoyle was exasperated. Sleep is awakened by the laughter of the iron manganese. Zagulin hadn't realized it yet. The divine seal flame cage that sealed himself is gradually weakening. Su Ming had already seen the blurred shadow of a dragon. Then the face began to look serious. Ahem. The sudden figure surprised Zagurin, who? Another human? Damn, could it be that sly iron manganese? Zaga Fusion, I am the divine dragon messenger who has inherited the power of Negril. Learned about you after killing iron manganese. Therefore, today I will unseal you. Su Ming's words carried an undeniable seriousness. With his current abilities, there was no need to fear the threat of Zagurumon in the slightest. Furthermore, Su Ming had discovered something very important. Seal this big fireball from Zaguru Melt. It's not actually a fire elemental at all. Rather, the seal of the gods. This suddenly made him think of the runic chains he had seen in the Heavenly Ring battlefield. No wonder. No wonder it can easily seal the body of a giant dragon. Su Ming muttered inwardly. What? Zaguru fused the entire dragon, dumbfounded at once. This human burst out with the name of a certain dragon king right off the bat. And there's even mention of killing ferromanganese? That damn crafty kid just died? 2 of his own scale crystals were now in the hands of this human? Zaguro fused is unbelievable. Roar! It roared. Kid, whoever you are, don't try to fool me again. When I get out, I'll destroy you, bugs ahoy. Looking at Zaguro melt as if it were a stress reaction. Su Ming somewhat wanted to laugh. But it can't be helped. Violet Spirit used divine power to suppress the seal. Ling Ling following her father. Kill. Little rumor not bad. Su Ming. Shower, what on earth did you instill in Violet Spirit in the contract space? In the meantime, Su Ming decisively stepped forward. Then the fire flame ripple directly touched these divine rune seals. Buzz. There was a loud noise, and the magma underneath began to boil violently. The temperature of the entire space was constantly rising horribly. Zagumi? Opened. The seal is really coming off. Happiness came too suddenly. It turned out that this human was really a divine dragon messenger. And he killed Iron Manganese. Took care of the guy he hated the most. Zagurumon's expressions were all considerably more pleasant. The day has finally come. My great Zaguro Molten is about to reign over the world. Woohoo, the whole world will be your own with all its precious delicacies. You're good human, submit to me, ha ha ha. And offer up our companion scale crystals with both hands. The great lava dragon is time to show the dragon's might. Chapter 95, Why is Gozagu fusion so miserable? Returning to the imperial capital. Su Ming didn't want to hold it in, and the entire laughter came out. Su Ming, pfft. Zaguro melt, human, what are you laughing at? Ahem. I'm laughing, you don't seem to recognize the situation. Then, the purple gold gourd's divine might opened up. The small body seemed to gather infinite greatness. A purple golden light erupted from the mouth of the gourd, instantly suppressing Zagurumi's rioting body. How is this possible? The great Zagurumon could never be defeated. Kid, who the hell are you? Are you a descendant of that deity? Roar. Magma ripped up and filled the entire space. Phoenix wings sky soaring, superstorm. The holy wings behind Su Ming's back bloomed, and the storm wind turned into countless sharp blades. Insulate all the magma like crazy. Next. Su Ming raised the great bow of extinction. Now for your 2 choices. First, immediately be taken into the purple spirit's gourd to become my divine seal slave. Second, shot to death by me. Then I forcefully take you into the gourd to become my divine seal slave. Zaguro melt. What difference does it make? Can I pick 3? I'll take 3. This script is completely off. Once you become a divine seal slave, it meant that its life would be completely in Su Ming's hands. And any ill will that rose towards Su Ming would be discovered. Even a thought. Su Ming would be able to make Zaguro Molten truly die. Why is my great Zaga melt so miserable? Not. Seeing as Negril and I get along just fine. I don't intend to kill the few dragons left in the world. Or are you actually bent on death? 3 scale crystals appeared in Su Ming's hand. Molten fire scale crystal, rock armor scale crystal, and will scale crystal. Zagulin was stunned. The gargoyle's eyes glared like flood bells. It sensed the familiar aura of the first 2 scale crystals. But this last piece. Instead, it felt the suppression from above. Dragon King, that's the scale crystal of the true Dragon King. In that case, let's shoot you unconscious first. Su Ming no longer paid the slightest bit of attention to Zagurumi's disorientation. The long arrow was already knocked. The giant dragon on the opposite side immediately felt the threat of death and was even more terrified. In fact, when faced with extinction, the higher the level of the being, the more likely it was to find it unusual. It was literally a weapon powerful enough to exterminate a deity. Even people like Wang Lin and Li Xingnian. It was only thought to be a mere weapon of good quality. Wait, humans. Oh no, Lord Messenger. In fact, we are very friendly and have something to say. Zagurumon doesn't want to die. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been sealed for 10,000 years for nothing? It was so hard to be able to see the light of day. It has a long dragon life yet to enjoy.
He also has to travel across several worlds to find the beautiful dragon girl.
What a life of sexual bliss from now on.
As long as it lived, the long lifespan of it might be able to boil this short-lived human to death. So it chooses to follow the heart.
Definitely not because the great Zaguro Melt-sama is scared. Zagurumon thought internally.
Su-Ming put away the great bow with satisfaction.
Under the suppression of the purple spirit, Zagurumi, whose strength had not yet been restored, could not move at all.
So he made a friendly pleased gesture.
Good girl, yourself in there on your own accord. It's a good place inside. Su-Ming himself had personally experienced it. It's actually a lot more comfortable than some big fancy villa.
Purple air is dense and refreshing.
Zaguri Melt.
The dragon has had a rough life, it has had a really rough life.
Zako Melt, huh? This isn't hell? It's kinda cozy?
Zaguro Molten has received the seal of servitude from Zigguin Spirit God, and based on the fact that you are the master of Zigguin Spirit God, you have gained the status of its transferred seal master.
Race, Lava Dragon. Attribution, Dragon Burial. Level, LV 579. This stupid dragon is from the Dragon Burial? No, it should be that it was born in the Dragon Burial, but left 10,000 years ago. There isn't a single living dragon race in today's Divine Dragon Burial, is there? It has just become a real graveyard of divine dragons. But its class. Surprisingly, it's a 9-stage subclass. This can be stronger than a single human 9-turn.
Because they also have the natural racial advantage of having thick skin.
I didn't realize that I hadn't even used half of my strength yet.
Su-Ming has been trapped in all aspects of his life.
You won't be able to take back your 2-scale crystals. Tell me, what is the relationship between the Lava Dragon King and you? Zaguro Melt, how do you know I'm not the Lava Dragon King? You're a Dragon King. It's too much of a Dragon King, isn't it? Su-Ming mercilessly mocked.
Hold it, so it is. Su-Ming figured out a lot of things.
Zaghoog should be roughly as dead as Negril. Actually, Su-Ming chose to take in Zagu Molten now.
It is also meant to perhaps have an unexpected positive effect upon entering the Dragon Burial. After all, the other half of the Negril mental body was still there.
Now it seems that it does. Since Zaguro Molten are born in the Dragon Burial, then the rest of the trip could be a lot more comfortable.
It's time to leave this place.
With Zagurumon being collected into the deity's space in the gourd, this deep space gradually collapsed. Meanwhile, the magma is starting to erupt in a big way. This secret realm will change once more.
It's going to have to be brought to the attention of River City officials.
With the Shadow Space Stone activated again,
Su-Ming eventually appeared unharmed at the waist of Labura Magma Mountain.
Boom! The Magma Mountain, with it, shook violently. This? Lava Mountain is erupting too? It seems I don't need to be reminded.
Soon, the familiar sirens sounded throughout the River City.
With the shield, you'll be fine as long as you stay in the city. Su-Ming contacted Debeo.
Tell him to tell River City officials through the Ult family. This eruption will have little effect on the Rai world, but the secret world may become a different place.
Nowadays Debo is early on his recommendation.
Worked as a junior steward at the Yalt Exchange in River City.
TBH Yujuyi knew that Su-Ming was led by Debeo at the time, and that the man was stout and honest, taking better care of the eldest child and having a family. Ahem. This kid.
After receiving the other party's confirmation, it was time for Su-Ming to leave.
Looking back at where it all began,
Su-Ming smiled and gently shook his head.
A short period of time doesn't really change much for anyone else.
It's just himself in the middle of a non-stop killing spree.
It's just a sea change in strength. Imperial Information Tower, Level 9 Zone. Su-Ming's own authority today.
It would already be enough to teleport casually throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Zaga Fusion, if you excel when I need you next, I might grant you some freedom after making a detailed contract.
As far as mounts are concerned, little rumor can be ridden much better than Zagu Molten.
In terms of strength, nowadays Zagurumi can't help at all with things he can't even do himself. Lava ability is no better than shadow ability.
So, after the trip to the Divine Dragon Burial, Su-Ming had the idea of controlling and cultivating Zagu Molten to become a guardian beast that guarded the Dragon Kingdom. After all, it won't be long before the storm comes to Blue Star.
He might get into that place. Chapter 96 Getting Together. Top 5 Hidden Professionals, Su Ming writes hi. Su. Messenger Sama. Really?
The Zaguru melt within the spirit space had resigned itself to its fate. With his dragon sense. The more he felt that Su Ming was not simple.
Well, you should understand that unless I die of normal old age, or once you do something against my will, I can obliterate you in a single thought.
Su Ming already knew how to properly treat Zaguru Molten.
That is, hit a stick. And then a candy. Besides that, don't you dragons have long lifespans? The moment I die a normal death, you will be truly relieved.
Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth.
Gotta give the silly dragon some hope, right? Besides, humans have a short lifespan, and that's for ordinary people too.
Su Ming thought of that world where gods were everywhere.
Still dare to violate my Blue Star ancestral land? Just wait, I'm always going to kill up there. After leaving the Imperial Information Tower, Su Ming met Wang Lin and Li Huiyang about that secret realm of the Divine Dragon Burial. It's going to be open soon. This time, everyone was ready.
Su Ming, before I let you enter that secret realm I was still apprehensive.
But now after seeing your strength, I've been completely convinced. Here today.
Su Ming and Li Huiyang were two types of hidden professions that favored them.
Dragon Nation will also be fielding 3 other career biases. They are the mage's hidden profession, the warrior's hidden profession, and the secondary hidden profession. It is said that the venerable master is from the Mu family in Jiangnan, while the warriors and auxiliaries come from the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Idle Sushin, this time if I have you enter that secret realm, we, the Dragon Kingdom, can definitely find its inner secrets. Next, Wang Lin told Su Ming many hidden secrets in detail,
like the stupidity of the Sky Demon node.
Moreover, there might be a passageway connecting to another world in that secret realm. Su Ming nodded calmly.
If he had guessed correctly. Except for the Divine Dragon Burial. The core of the secret world might also communicate with the world above the stars.
Wait. If that's the case, then isn't this operation by the Lighthouse State going to be something?
Su Ming muttered inwardly. They don't yet know that they have discovered the secrets of the Lighthouse State.
On the death of Lostrato. Now it has been given to Elder Wang Bo.
And a bunch of 9-turn bigwigs vaguely sparring with other big powerhouses. So I can find the challenger from the Lighthouse State first. Then utilize words of despair to get special information.
That's great. He was worried that he didn't have detailed spatial coordinates,
since the Lighthouse State has decided to betray the Blue Star.
Well, they must know more. Soon. The 3 of them then entered the 6 Paths Divine Tower's special space belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Coming.
A voice rang out, and Su Ming saw an old man.
Name, Mew. Profession, Broken Mage. Level, LV 516. Aha! It's a 9-turn mage.
When Su Ming saw that the other party's surname was Mu, he immediately thought of the one from the Mu family in Jiangnan. It turned out to be the old man in front of me.
This is little friend Su Ming, right? It's really extraordinary to see it today.
Mu stared at Su Ming, but realized that he was unable to see through him in the slightest.
The old man then sighed. Today's young people can really have unlimited potential, the latter are fearful.
All us old bones are going to get slapped on the beach.
This big man is full of goodwill towards himself.
So Su Ming also revealed a smile. Elder Mu is joking, I'm just a mediocre archer.
He didn't expect to finish that. Wang Lin and Li Huiyang on the side froze for a second.
Then the corners of his mouth twitched.
Mediocre? That's pretty mediocre. You've opened up a huge gap with everyone else with this hidden profession, it's a great ride. By the way, little friend Su Ming, my granddaughter Mu Qingwan is your fellow traveler this time. I implore you to look after it a little, after all. The danger there is unpredictable. Of course, Qingwan's strength won't hold you back. Mua's expression became serious. If it wasn't for your performance in the Heavenly Ring battlefield. Perhaps the opening of the secret realm won't be advanced to so soon this time. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had been missing an archer's hidden profession before. Originally it was intended to be the last day to enter.
Now, it had turned into a direct entry on the first day because of Su Ming.
Don't worry, Elder Mu, I won't let them be in danger. Because I am the greatest danger.
Su Ming's idea was that once the core area was opened, Su Ming's firepower directly shot out all the obstacles. He can then leave alone to enter the divine dragon burial with peace of mind.
As several people exchanged pleasantries, 3 more figures entered it. 2 women and 1 man. Name Mu Qingwan. Profession, Frost Annihilation. Level, LV 235. Mu Qingwan is a quiet girl.
Perhaps because of his own talent, frost constantly appeared in the air around him.
Indeed, a completely unseen profession. So, she's probably been around for the last 20 years as well. The first French-biased profession to have this hidden profession. Mu Qingwan saw Li Huiyang.
Then he looked at Su Ming. A slight surprise appeared on his face, but he only nodded gently, with a preliminary impression in his mind.
A gentle girl who doesn't talk much. It doesn't seem to be an unapproachable sort of frosty personality. Wow. You're Su Ming?
You're even more handsome in real life than in the photo. The harmonious calm was suddenly shattered. Then Su Ming saw a child-faced giant.
Murder weapon. He almost blurted it out. Name. Profession, Star Enlightener. Level, LV 233. What's a Star Enlightener? Although
Yu Mengmeng relies on her own strengths.
It just seems to be an enlightening experience for countless people. She is the secondary hidden profession this time.
Does communicating with the stars gain power?
Su Ming was pondering. If it was the stars in that palace, could she communicate? Ahem. I'm flattered. This is a spunky little legal Lolita with a lively personality.
Then there was the other lanky warrior.
Name, Fang Xiongju. Occupation, Optimus Prime. Level, LV 235.
It is said that the special talent of this hidden profession.
You can make your body extremely gigantic. Not only can they serve as powerful warriors,
it also serves as a rock-solid guardian for the entire team.
However, Su Ming's focus is. This polarization seems to make everything bigger, yay. Isn't it? Su Ming immediately withdrew his thoughts, not daring to imagine.
Unfortunately, Mo and I were on a special mission at the time.
Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to witness your invincible style in the Heavenly Ring battlefield.
I have seen you today, the future Bao God of the Dragon Kingdom.
Ha, you're not so bad.
Soon, Su Ming and these few people became acquainted with each other. These several hidden professionals were all the key cultivation targets of various forces.
It is very likely that he will be the future head of the Dragon Kingdom.
It's worth noting that today, Li Huiyang has the lowest rank. But compared to the time and the void spirit space, the Heavenly Ring battlefield was also boosted to LV 219 in a wave of fat. The role of this profession of his.
Boundless Stealer. But it's more fun than fighting, isn't it? Chapter 97, Entering the Divine Meteor Secret Realm. Su Ming teaches you to kill monsters happily. Now everyone should understand the danger of this secret realm, right? Actually, though, he's of a secret nature.
But it is a small world of its own, and the world has the same local powerful races.
Mua's expression became extraordinarily serious as he watched the crowd.
As a 9-turn big man, he was worried for his granddaughter.
Due to the level restriction, those racial forces of theirs are not strong though. Yet it's still not something that a 5th-turn challenger can handle. Moreover, some races will even take the initiative to step out of the core area to hunt the challengers. You must be very careful. Manhwa kept barking.
Su Ming, however, thought of what Wang Lin had said earlier.
In the center of the core area,
there also seemed to be one hidden behind the scenes ordering countless races.
A heavenly demon in full bloom.
The Dragon Kingdom had once had several hidden professions die in its hands. Of course, this heavenly demon was not at the level of the heavenly demon Holy Lord.
At best, it's a sky demon junior. Otherwise,
if it's really the heavenly demon Holy Lord in full bloom, even if it's turn 9, whoever goes in there is going to die.
Su Ming can only open the extermination invincibility to go. Power of extinction, 100%. 100%. Looking at the power of extinction in its perfected state, Su Ming was not afraid of anyone. Demon gods and all that, better not let me run into them. Or else hey. Dang!
It was as if the crowd heard a bell ringing. Then, a golden glow emerged around the 5 people who took out the 5 tokens.
The Mysterious Realm of Gods Fall LV 181 LV 239.
Tip: once you enter this secret realm, unless you die, the only way to force everyone to exit is at the end of 7 days from the time of entry, during which time level LV 240 will not be exited.
Hint: this is the first day after entering. 6 Paths Divine Tower World News: Dragon Kingdom Camp has entered the Divine Meteor Secret Realm, current time point. The 6 Paths of the Divine Tower of the World prompts.
Only the remaining 4 major countries that have qualified will receive the message.
They were stunned. What? The Dragon Kingdom doesn't speak of martial virtues? How dare they go inside early? Don't you know that this is the most dangerous time of the year? Oh by God, did they know more secrets?
That Su Ming is most likely in the group. I must avenge old Bala Stardust. The other 4 powers are under suspicion. The Lighthouse State, however, instantly sat back. Because this Divine Meteor Mystery Realm operation was a matter of their heavy responsibility to dominate Blue Star.
As long as the Lighthouse State opens the mini-channel ahead of time,
let a few special beings from that world sneak across the sky.
When the time comes, it's inside out. The forces of the blue planet can fall apart in an instant.
They, the Lighthouse Kingdom, then by extension, became the voice of the gods in this realm. Come on, we in the Lighthouse Nation definitely need to get ahead of the game. God's Fall Secret Realm, Broken Dragon Mountain Range.
Eagle Eye. Flying Eagle Overlook.
It was as if the 5 people at this moment had landed at the end of a huge dragon vein. Su Ming quickly gained vision to confirm the situation nearby. Yu Meng Meng also raised her star staff at the same time.
Moment.
The breath of all 5 of them was then hidden. Not bad for a well-trained man. In fact, Yumomo does not look like a lolicon face, but in fact, she is already 24 years old.
Just then,
the entire dragon vein began to stir. A group of huge monsters had appeared in Su Ming's eyes.
Monolithic Carrion Dragon, Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV 225. Lifespan, 135.5 W 135.5 W. Skills, Rockfall, Savage Rush, Dragon Whip, Earthquake. Reinforcement gain, physical damage taken in the Broken Dragon Mountain range reduced by 30%. Information, with its huge dragon body, it can cause great damage when it rams through the air. Weakness, Rotting Heart.
This weakness, Rotting Heart, Su Ming had already seen the chest of every stone dragon. There is an indentation there, and inside is the Rotting Heart. As this group of massive carrion dragons grew in number,
the remaining 4 were ready to fight. After all, for even the top 5 turn 5-man squads, trying to take care of these thick-skinned wild monsters quickly,
it also takes about 10 minutes.
Stop.
Su Ming suddenly gave a calm cry to the remaining 4 people.
Su Ming. Captain? Are we going to bypass this group of monsters?
Su Ming was the captain of this temporary squad, so his orders were very effective.
Not to mention that Li Huiyang instantly understood Su Ming's thoughts and had an excited look on his face.
No, you guys are too slow. With that, Su Ming held the great bow of extinction in his hand.
Instant pull full. Ice arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. 98W. Blast freeze. 98W. Blast freeze. 7,000, 6,000.
You have killed the monolithic rotting dragon LV 225, gaining 84.7 W of experience and plus 10 Dragon Kingdom performance points. You have slain the monolithic carrion dragon LV 226, gaining 84.6 W of experience and plus 10 Dragon Kingdom performance points.
Progress, 100%. You've looted 42 points of defense. Su Ming didn't shoot much. 16 arrows were shot in just 1 second. Then, 16 arrows became 16 W arrows. Mu Qingwan? Fong Xiong Giant, Oo? Yu Meng Meng, Omega Omega. Li Huiyang, luckily I was prepared. After all, only Li Huiyang had witnessed it here. The sight of Su Ming instantly slaughtering thousands of challengers. Su Ming? Your reported occupation 10,000 arrows archer. Still really literal Omega Omega? Shooting 1 arrow is equivalent to shooting 10,000 arrows? Gosh!
Yu Meng Meng after seeing it with her own eyes.
the entire little Lolita face froze. Breathing in and out. No. There's still something wrong. Is a turn 5 archer's attack speed that terrifying? Fang Xiongju also froze. Su Ming's instantly convulsive hand speed simply shocked him. Originally, he had wanted to let Su Ming, who was now a rising star, see how huge he was. Now, it's like a deflated ball. It shriveled up. Even the frost that Mu Qingwan was preparing to condense dispersed. It's only been a second. A lot of big guys all instantly become corpses. Elder Mu says the wildlife in the outer layers is at its most active today. Now that you've seen my output, you should realize not to tie your hands. So we can quickly sweep through to brush up the dragon's performance score. Su Ming said this with his mouth. In the back of his mind, he was thinking that the Lighthouse Nation challengers should soon be here as well. As soon as the detailed coordinates are obtained from them, he'll be able to push across all the way to the core. Okay, everything is at Su Shen's disposal. Li Huiyang was in front of Su Ming. But it's too self-aware. Li Huiyang, with Su Shen around, aren't we the toolmen who opened the core area? After all, the Dragon Camp performance score was shared. The stronger Su Ming was. In the end, the more resources the Dragon Kingdom gained from the Six Paths Divine Tower. Isn't it more comfortable for the rest of us to lie back and enjoy it than to have to initiate it ourselves? Ravishing. Then the little ravings pretending to be shadowbirds appeared. Once again, it caused Yu Meng Meng and the others to gasp in surprise. Call out your mounts as well, I'll teach you to kill monsters happily. Sure enough, now at this level, everyone chose tamers with the ability to fly. Space blockade. Now, let's all let loose and kill the monsters. As long as you're within 1k meters of me, no one is going to hurt you. Also, if you're slow, I'll grab all the monsters. Shadow arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Fang Xiong giant. He's an archer stealing my guardian's niche? Until, that is, an unprecedented sense of security was experienced. Emma, that smells good. The way Yu Mengmeng's profession gains experience is very equally distinctive. He will gain an additional 20% of the experience given to gain targets of the same level. At this time, as long as one was lying beside Su Ming. Then countless experience followed into the account, laughing with a soft bullet slightly shrugged. Look at all of you in the crowd. Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth, the fish of the Lighthouse Kingdom, they've finally arrived. Chapter 98 Killing Without Blinking. I wonder if Su Ming likes big cute girls. Six Paths Divine Tower World Alert. The Lighthouse Nation Camp has entered the Divine Meteor Mystery Realm, current point in time. Six Paths Divine Tower World Alert. The Furry Bear Country Camp has entered the secret realm of the Divine Fall, current time point. With 2 alert messages. Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile. It's time to empty the entire outer perimeter of the Divine Meteor secret realm. Rock-shattering arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Tens of thousands of rock-shattering arrows instantly came out. Only. The goal isn't just to cover the feral swarm. And the whole earth. Boom. For the rock-shattering arrows that hit the earth. Countless great earthquakes began to activate, shaking the ground. Yu Mengmeng's few people were once again dumbstruck. Su Ming's actions were simply too shocking. Is this the rhythm of lifting the secret realm? Gentlemen, the challengers from other countries have already entered this secret realm. I'm going to take care of them straight away first, what do you think? Mu Qingwan. Fang Xiongjiu. Yu Meng Meng. Li Huiyang, Su Shen is awesome. If one hadn't seen Su Ming's terrifying strength with their own eyes. They are facing challengers from other countries. Neither side will take it lightly. After all, the 25 people who could enter the secret realm were all hidden professions. It's not guaranteed that the opponent will have a special counter-killing ability. But for now, the crowd will only lament. Under Su Ming's firepower that covered everything, so what if it was a hidden profession? Countless arrows came out. The pressure was all but crushing a field of strong men. They were still too small under the shocking firepower. Ravishing. Then, Su Ming rode on Little Raving's back. After some simple instructions. In the twinkling of an eye, it disappeared from view. Solve other challengers. He alone is sufficient. The other side. The 5 people from the Lighthouse Kingdom who had just entered the Divine Meteor secret realm discovered the anomaly. Walter? An earthquake in the distance? Where are the wild monsters? Didn't we say that this is the time of year with the most wild monsters? That's a good thing. No more wildlife to get in the way. The group moved directly and quickly inward. Each one had a look of excitement on his face. Anima, don't forget our mission. Understood. As soon as we gain the power granted by the gods, the blue star will surely be dominated by the lighthouse. Ha ha ha, what Dragon Kingdom's #1 rising star Su-Ming? It all has to be trampled under our feet. Just then, a dark shadow in the sky gradually appeared. With that, Su-Ming's handsome face was revealed. What a coincidence, I think I heard my name just now. The 5 men below are the Lighthouse State Challengers. What? You. You're the Dragon Kingdom's Su-Ming? So what if it is? We are equally powerful and incomparable hidden professions. If he dares to appear alone today, then give us death here. Why do I feel so sleepy? The 5 people below were all prepared to kill Su-Ming for sure. But even the words were only half spoken. He was drowsy and went to sleep. Su-Ming had landed safely. The silvery white scale crystal in his hand gleamed. TSK, the will scale crystal's forced dream entry is just too insurmountable for beings below the divine level. Su-Ming lamented. Then he wasted no time. Words of despair. A word of despair that has been perfected by skillful crystal enhancement. At this point the duration increases to 15 seconds. Soon, with the information summarized by each of the 5, Su-Ming easily obtained the node coordinates. I didn't realize it's not far from the coordinates of the Divine Dragon Burial. Finally. Ahem. Throw out all the items in your backpacks. This line of squads from the Lighthouse State is significant. So it's bound to carry a lot of goodies. Sure enough, at Su-Ming's command, a large amount of resource props began to pile up on the ground. Violet Spirit, suck me. Things are settled, so let's give them a ride. Ice arrows. An arrow of cold ons both, and the 5 people on the opposite side of the room completely went into a long sleep. You killed Anima. You killed Moldy Yushin. Actually, neither of those 5. Still, all the top brass in the Lighthouse State didn't expect it. It's not because they're weak. Rather, Su-Ming was really far beyond their expectations. After all, the last time he had experienced Su-Ming's terror, Lustardusto was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Even if the countries speculate that they can't get out of it with the Dragon Kingdom. Nor would they definitely think that Su-Ming had done it. Even more powerful, but only 5 turns to. Since the Heavenly Ring battlefield, Su-Ming had become internationally famous. But also just rising stars with great potential. Isn't it just a matter of a slap in the face of a 9-turn big brother? So, their misjudgment led to the death of these 5 men in a way that was too stifling. If he knew that Su-Ming could even kill a god. They're afraid they've been scared out of their wits for a long time. Very well, after this trip to the secret world. With my strength, I no longer need to hide my identity. A direct showdown with the Lighthouse State. You want to make trouble? I'll just destroy you guys first. A couple minutes passed. I'm going to kill you, how can I? No. Murderer, you're a murderer. Devil, Su-Ming is simply the devil. Su-Ming once again looked at the challenger who had been frozen into ice and gently clapped his hands. Without blinking an eye. Except for the dragon challenger who was his temporary teammate. The remaining 20 people were all easily solved by Su-Ming. Su-Ming was not a person who was addicted to killing. But it's not a saint. Those people had become their own rival competitors since they had entered the Divine Meteor secret realm. It's time to understand that life and death are inevitable. After all. Every time Su-Ming showed his form, the first reaction of the challengers from the other camps was to kill him. So it was still self-defense on my part. Ravishing. Threats from outside are resolved. It was time for Su-Ming to deal with the threats within the secret area. Soon, he reappeared with the 4 men. Su-Shin, you've solved it? Li Huiyang asked curiously. The challengers from the other 4 countries that entered in succession were basically spread out in completely different outlying areas. In order to solve the problem, first of all, you have to have an extremely rapid speed to arrive. Still have to spot the other side. After all, it's been less than half an hour. Well, you'll never have to worry about the threat of a challenger again. This
The giant body of the square bear gradually shrunk back to its original size.
With an unbelievable face, Brother Su-ming, are you destroying all of the challengers from the remaining 4 countries? Previously,
they had thought that Su-ming only had enough time to resolve one camp's challengers in half an hour.
I didn't expect the results to be greatly unexpected.
Those guys can be hidden professions.
Why? Why is everyone in the same hidden profession? Would the gap still be so wide?
On the side, Yu Meng was also appalled here and there. She and Fang Xiangju are from the military.
Deeply understanding what Su-ming's performance today meant. Under the 2 armies.
With Su-ming's status as a 10,000 arrows archer at this moment.
He alone. It is the transcendental army of bows and arrows. Su-ming. In the future, he will definitely become the number 1 person in the Dragon Kingdom.
Besides, the man was so handsome and compelling.
Yu Meng was blinded when she looked down. In his heart, he pondered, I wonder if Su-ming likes big cute girls. Chapter 99, Arrow Poison Compulsion Gothic. Divine Meteor Order. Any race that encounters us will be unlucky. The outskirts of the Divine Meteor Secret Realm were no different from normal secret realms. After resolving the other challengers,
Su-ming then told the crowd to stop hiding their breath.
Instead, let go and push all the way. Shadow arrows. Exploding arrows. Wherever the arrow falls, everything will burn. Chirp chirp chirp.
You have killed Death Ghost Vine LV-228 and gained 93.1 W of experience. You have slain the Reckless Giant Serpent LV-231 and gained 93.3 W of experience. You have killed Prime Chicken LV-231 and gained 93.3 W of experience. As the news of the constant kills refreshed, Su-ming's attribute plundering had also all reached 100% with none left. You have leveled up 1 level, LV-238 LV-239, life plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed.
Ha! The level has finally been raised to LV-239. In this line, besides Su-ming's experience gain skyrocketing, there was also Yu Meng who was equally laughing.
She also moved up a level. Her special hidden career requirements. It means that as long as you follow Su-ming's side, you can upgrade while lying down soon under Su-ming's violent shooting. The entire outskirts of the secret realm did not even see a single wild monster. The passageway to the middle level is open, but there seems to be a guardian beast at the mouth of the passageway.
In general terms, everyone going into the mid-level will use concealment to get around it as much as possible.
But now, there was Su-ming, the god of murder.
Straight up front just right. This is an ancient compass eagle? Ancient compulsion sculpture, Divine Meteor Secret Realm Passage Guardian Boss. Level, LV-225.
Life value, 4855.6 W 4855.6 W. Skills, Thorny Bloodburst, Compulsion Field, Berserk, Provoke Scream, Frost Freeze. Talent Frost will, 10% chance of any attack freezing the attacker for 1 second. Talent Blood Compulsion, for every 30% of maximum life damage taken, generate a blood compulsion that deals sustained bleeding damage to targets in a wide area and absorbs a portion of the life value to restore itself.
Channel Guardian, attack and defense will not be lowered.
Information, the guardian of the outer channel of the god's meteor secret realm. As long as you avoid its perception, you can also enter the channel, but killing it can obtain a piece of the god's meteor order.
Weakness, cannot be triggered. The Divine Meteor Order? And this is the Divine Meteor Secret Realm. Maybe this is something for when you get into the middle.
As well as the final core area can be of no small help. Therefore, Su-ming would definitely not let it go. You guys stand away from this boss's blood compulsion. The corners of the remaining 4 mouths twitched. They really have become pure and simple tool people. But this time, they could use their assisting skills to help Su-ming resolve it quickly. Mu Qingwan raised Frost to keep the boss in place. And Yu Meng and Fang Xionghu exerted gains and shields against Su-ming.
Li Huiyang? Su Xin is bullish.
At the same time, Su-ming instantly drew his bow.
Arrow Chase Amulet. The time eliminating arrows.
The tens of thousands of arrows were no longer scattered, but all of them hit the boss's huge body. Su-ming himself was free of control and did not panic in the slightest.
Next.
You have killed Ancient Compass Eagle LV-225 boss, gained 425W of experience and plus 1200 Dragon Kingdom performance points. Your first kill of Ancient Compass Eagle LV225 boss, gain additional attribute, life plus 5600. Ancient Compass Eagle boss progress, 100%, you have looted 48 attack points. Wait. That's dead? Yu Mingming's cherry mouth opened wide. Seems. Su Ming could kill this boss in seconds even without any gain. Geez, arrows can still be designated to attack a target? Now, even Mu Qingwan, who usually didn't talk much, blurted out in surprise. The crowd's gazes towards Su Ming were once again fiery. Su Ming didn't care, there was no need for a disguise now. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "This is my prop ability. Under normal circumstances it cannot be done with tens of thousands of arrows all hitting the same target." Oh. I see. But this so-called prop is still in your hands now. Originally, they had only thought that Su Ming possessed the transcendent ability to become an army of one, i.e., to fight against many. And now it seems. Even against top-level bigots, Su Ming remained undefeated even in a one-on-one situation. 10,000 sharp arrows instantly stacked damage. And depending on the speed of attack raw, it's just too world-shattering to think about. Don't be discouraged, you will all be pillars of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. In the future, many things in the Dragon Kingdom will be left to you. Your future potential is equally immeasurable. The crowd was helpless but could only take it in vain. Sushin, why does that sound wrong coming from you? Nowadays, we have the purple spirit. The fallen items automatically fell into Su Ming's hands without having to actively pick them up. A compulsion feather. Su Ming directly threw it into his backpack. Then surprisingly, it was a skill book Arrow Poison Compassion Gothic. This skill book should have dropped because of the talent Swept Sky Arrow Intent. Comfortable, after stacking with the 5 poison magic cube on top of each other. My future arrows and poisons will all have explosive damage, and it's no big deal to poison a boss. You have met the learning requirements for Arrow Poison Compulsion and have successfully learned this skill, Arrow Poison Compulsion LV1. The others didn't have any objections to Su Ming monopolizing the loot. Next, Su Ming decisively took out the skill proficiency crystal. In a short while, the Arrow Poison Compassion Gothic had reached perfection. Now, Su Ming had learned a total of 9 generalized skills. Arrow Poison Compulsion Gothic LV10, the archer's arrows carry an amazing amount of toxin, causing each arrow fired to carry a base poison damage of 1W and doubling the total value of poison damage gained from other sources. Passive no consumption, no cooldown. The base poison damage is already 1W. The other roll just happens to stack again with the 20x settlement of 5 poison cube and eliminate time arrow. It's scary to think about the future. The last item was the Divine Fall Order. It was an ancient jade token. The Order of the Divine Fall. Information, a special token that seems to serve as some sort of control core. Su Ming lightly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. That's a message that's not being said. Not sure exactly what it does though. But prepare beforehand and you might just reap the rewards of the unexpected. Alright, now we can enter the middle level of the secret realm with honor. The challengers who have entered this secret realm several times in the past all choose to bypass all bosses encountered. Because as long as you don't risk exploring the core, the various relics in the middle tier are where you can get goodies that far exceed boss drops. It's obviously not cost-effective to resolve boss at great expense. After all, the others couldn't do what Su Ming did with a single arrow in a second, and the loss would outweigh the gain. The crowd quickly stepped into the passage. At this time Mu Qingwan spoke. Grandpa said that the middle range of the secret realm is actually the largest part of the entire secret realm. It's more than 100 times the size of the outer burrows. With the secret realm opening to us, it means it's also time for quite a few relics in the middle tier to open. So there will still be numerous native races competing with us for resources. When you run into them, there's no room for any semblance of reasoning. In the next instant, the scene in front of the crowd shifted. Heaven and earth are magnificent and immortal. The crowd marveled. It's a heaven on earth compared to the outer burrows. Su Ming took over Mu Qingwan's words and returned with a sunny smile. Whichever race encounters us is considered unlucky. Who dared to stop Su Ming? You'll have to ask the exterminator in your hand if he'll do it. He still had to push all the way across the border and bring the 4 toolmen together as soon as possible to open the core into the Divine Dragon Burial. P.S.
Yesterday yang, dizziness, nausea, fever, general weakness. Cookie thanks for all the support you guys and gals. Chapter 100, Spot the Minotaur? Just let me steal its cow. The secret realm of God's Fall, 100,000 God's Fall Valley, Unknown Valley. With 5 people showing up at this location. Prepare yourself instantly for an unknown enemy. Eagle Eye. Flying Eagle Overlook. Stargaze. Su Ming is the archer and Yu Meng Meng is the assistant. Use the skills of vision scouting one after the other. The first 2 skills open up nearby ranges, as well as a long-range field of view for linear orientation. Yu Meng Meng's star vision is a non-directional prophecy type of open vision, but exclusive skills belonging to her special profession. So there's a particularly powerful ability attached to it at the same time. Randomly opened in the field of view. Must take the nearest non-teammate target that exists. That is, possible threats are prioritized. Su Ming looked at this legitimate little lowly. Satisfied, he nodded. This girl's special profession was top-notch in all but defense. Su Ming, at our right rear. I've spotted a procession of minotaurs. They seem to be moving along according to the pointer light screen in their hands. Directly in front of him, 10,000 meters away, Su Ming did not see anything different. And so, immediately, he turned with Yu Meng Meng's words. Just in time to pry the lair out of these minotaurs. Looks like there's no need to waste time. Hit the lair of the native race directly based on this group of minotaurs. And then that behind-the-scenes sky demon will be directly terminated. At that time, there was no need for Su Ming to intentionally search for it. The passages in the core are actively opened. Just as he had done in the outer zones, killing all the wilds. Forcing the passage guardian beast to appear directly and forcibly. Breath of secrecy. Cover the sky. Yu Meng Meng and Li Huiyang each used their skills again. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. This kid, Li Huiyang, actually possessed group stealth skills. Of course. No exclusive stealthy powerful effect of his own. Su Xin, this group stealth only lasts for 10 seconds. But it's totally enough with you out there. By now the 5 had moved into the woods to the right of the group of minotaurs. Su Ming heard the bull-headed leader in front of him conversing. Oregano, those death-seeking outsiders will be coming in soon, right? Yes, Lord Neogung, times are different now, those damn guys won't be able to leave alive when they come. Moo 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 laughs. We finally found the clues to the relics that the Holy Lord has been chasing for years, and soon, the Holy Lord himself will descend. Don't worry, Lord Oxgung, I have already preserved it in the Chin Kuan Ox Nail pouch, and when the time comes, the Ox Nail clan will completely rise to power over the Coiled Dragon clan. And that group of insouciant outsiders are nothing more than clowns in front of the Holy Lord, who has long since killed many of them in seconds. Moo 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 Moo. Holy Lord? Su Ming, who was just about to make a move, stopped. Nope. The Holy Lord in their mouths is not the real heavenly demon Holy Lord. It should just be what that sky demon minion called himself. Heh, I didn't realize that guy was so unshakable barren. If it's really the living Holy Lord of heavenly demons, this secret world wouldn't have blown up long ago. Of course, so what if you are the true heavenly demon Holy Lord? Directly the big destroy once open, kill give death. Li Huiyang, you heard that, right? I'll give you an important mission now. You can steal items from that bull-headed deputy chief's natural cow bag, right? Su Ming looked at Li Huiyang with a burning gaze. The other 3 people looked at Li Huiyang in an equally hopeful manner. Su Ming didn't show himself to do it immediately. It was that he was afraid of accidentally destroying this group of minotaurs outright. The Chenkuan Nubizi pouch was originally a part of that minotaur's body. So it will go up in smoke with death. Li Huiyang was shocked and excited. Since the awakening of his powers, it is then envied but also despised and disliked by countless people. Fear of an accidental theft to yourself. So they all stayed as far away as possible. Until Su Ming appeared. It almost made him completely flip his car overnight. Su Xin. Don't worry, I will complete this mission even if I give up everything. Just let me steal its bull. Li Huiyang's eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. At this time, Mu Qingwan opened her mouth after a few mental struggles. I can help you with that too, Ice Annihilation Frost Reversal. Su Ming looked at Mu Qingwan's sudden change.
It was as if he felt a familiar force. The nearby space seemed to be pulled into the illusion she had constructed, and the Minotaur was completely unaware of it.
Now, if Li Huiyang makes a move. Definitely a steal. Su God, I'm going. Su Ming's gaze. Li Huiyang instantly approached that Minotaur with a subtle blink.
Then, a small black hole appeared steeply in his hand.
Looks like the kid's got all his natural abilities. The naive bullheads are still crossing their legs to straighten up and rest. Unbeknownst to me, the items around me are dwindling. It's done. It's done.
Little smooth one hand, I'll smooth another hand.
I'll do it again. Li Huiyang's mood was excited. It didn't work out.
This time with the help of Mu Qingwan. The efficiency of your own theft is significantly increased by several times.
Not only did Su Ming request that bull-headed deputy leader,
even the other Minotaurs were all stolen from him.
It's now, yo. This time the rating will be the highest ever, hopefully SSS.
I'm on track to catch up with Su Shin in terms of upgrading speed, he.
Li Huiyang decisively withdrew. Next.
A Minotaur licked the corners of its mouth to open its confused eyes.
Moo. My, let's continue to play happily. Moo? Where are my clothes? It's not just this Minotaur. The other Minotaurs also finally realized something was wrong. Moo! Where's my cow big sword?
That's the best sword in our village.
No good. Oh no, the pointer in my hand is gone too. Those two bullhead chiefs and deputy chiefs immediately realized that something was wrong. Enemy attack.
Then, a handsome face with a sunny smile was seen.
Su Ming's longbow was drawn to full strength. Kindly returned, right answer, too bad it's slow. Cold arrow shoot. Chirp. Kid, I'm going to kill the people. You've killed Nyo Gung. You killed Oregano. You've killed Oxbow.
In an instant, the only thing that shattered was the dozen or so chunks of ice that had been zapped into a honeycomb.
The crowd still can't stop feeling the emotion.
Su Ming, it didn't even take 1 second to kill this group of Minotaurs whose blood was supposed to be tremendously thick.
It's simply horrible as hell.
Su Ming leisurely waved his hand. I'm afraid their jaws would drop even more if they knew their life value. As at LV-239 Brittle Archer Lifesteal has reached 186.8 W. Very well, as long as we get into that relic first. It will be able to just stand guard and kill that heavenly demon in one fell swoop. Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth. Things were going more smoothly than one could have imagined.
Chapter 101 Mu Qingwan's Difference? Entering the Lost Ruins.
The Dragon Kingdom is truly a crouching tiger with hidden dragons.
Soon, Su Ming got the special pointer light screen from Li Huiyang's hands. And an ancient scroll. Sure enough, it's a demon sealing scroll. The others don't know.
But Su Ming had long since seen what a complete demon sealing scroll looked like.
So, even though the one in front of me has lost its original effect, Su Ming also quickly confirmed its authenticity.
It just so happens that the bearing where the ruins are located is also where we're going to go deeper.
Let's just wait for some guy to die after emptying the ruins.
Su Ming's words were commands. Also, a reassuring agent for all. So the group moved immediately.
Little Wan, why do I feel that your aura has changed?
Halfway through the journey, Yu Mengmeng curiously sized up Mu Qingwan.
No, it isn't, Mo-san. Geez, it's a woman's intuition, I feel like you're sexier, yo. Ahem. Su Ming did not speak.
But in what his hidden eye saw, the change in Mu Qingwan had long been discovered.
It doesn't seem very strange for a person to have two personalities in this world?
Su Ming muttered inwardly. And he found out further.
Mu Qingwan was again completely different from the average dual personality.
Once the personality switches, both the power level and the aura had changed drastically. Compared to the introverted and gentle Mu Qingwan that I knew before.
This one today is simply a living collection of spells. Inside her dimpled, slender body, it was as if it contained a massive destructive power that froze the entire world. Monsters? Or spirit creatures?
Though she was trying her best to refrain from hiding it.
However, it still couldn't escape Su Ming's divine eyes that struck straight into the essence.
Even Yu Mengmeng, who was able to communicate with the stars, could feel a hint of abnormality.
Frost annihilation? So it is. Su Ming finally thought. Why was it familiar when Mu Qingwan used that ability just now? Because that is the same level of power factor as the power of destruction. Oh. Interjection indicating slight surprise. This girl is not simple, huh? Perhaps she hosts a deity from the distant past? However, she had no ill will towards herself or Yu Mengmeng and the others. So, Su Ming decided not to poke holes in this secret to his face. Wait until you get to the ruins. He had ways to draw out this being, and if he was restless and dissenting. Hey, the big destroy is on. No one is loved. Just as Su Ming glanced at Mu Qingwan also glanced at Su Ming. In an instant, beads of non-existent sweat seemed to run down his back. Retracting his gaze, everything finally returned to business as usual. No one noticed her subtle changes anymore. Mu Qingwan breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like she's switched back to her original gentle personality. I just wonder, what is the difference between the personality that is so desperately restrained? Su Ming thought curiously in his heart. It was just his manly curiosity. If there is a complete abrupt change, that would be interesting. The secret realm of God's Fall, the Valley of 100,000 God's Falls, the Lost Ruins. Here we are, and so far it looks like we're the first ones here. After half an hour's rush, the crowd finally found this giant hidden relic. If it weren't for the special pointer light screen guide and that lost text of the magic sealing scroll, normal searches simply don't reveal traces of hidden relics. And Su Ming found it extremely comfortable to have a prophecy expertise assist. Now, he didn't treat the rest of the guys like tool people either. The Dragon Kingdom is truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If Su Ming compared those 20 hidden professionals from various countries that he had killed earlier, if Mu Qingwan completely inspired the second personality, the same can be done with total annihilation. But perhaps it will have an irreversible effect on one's personality. And Yu Mengmeng Star Enlightener's powerful prophecy and all-around open map finder type assist. Even Su Ming was full of praise. Then combat gives a little buff that doesn't affect much. Doesn't this smell much better? Of course, there was that oddball Li Huiyang. The only one of its kind in the entire Blue Star. Plus his own inappropriate person. This may be the fate that brings us together now. Square Bear Giant. Brother Fawn's strange place can get bigger? How many men are envious? Su Ming thought in his heart with a smile. The potential for the giganticization of the Fawn Bear Giant is equally unlimited. In the future, it could even be big enough to crush the stars. However, Su Ming felt a bit sorry for this because the base life value and base defense of the human race was too low. This means that the Fawn Bears are huge after the big change. It's also very easy to be set on fire for an instant GG. If he meets an opportunity like the Titan Spirit God in the future, he might just take off. The crowd entered this slightly dilapidated ruin. After in which Su Ming, however, found something else. The mouth of the ruins behind them disappeared steeply, and a path to the other side rose up. Then the rear was crumbling. Boom! You guys go straight ahead and leave the wildlife to me. Su Ming roared out. He didn't want to let go of the mobile attribute source that had been delivered to his door yet. Besides, even if we do encounter a crisis, you can also teleport out of the ruins at any time with the Shadow Space Stone. Next, a large group of bats with red eyes attacked. Scarlet Bat Enhanced Wildlife. Level, LV-232. Lifespan, 148.4W 148.4W. Skills, Super Shockwave, Mind Taking, Crosscut, Toxin Bite. Reinforcement gain, you will not be subjected to abnormal statuses in the relics. Information, a wild monster that has slept for countless years with the lost relics and possesses powerful mind control abilities. Weakness, eyes. This giant bat succeeds with its eyes and fails with its eyes. However, in front of Su Ming, they all had to be seconds. Still trying to regale me? Sorry, I'm immune. Explosive arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. Boom boom boom. A loud explosion sounded from the rear. After the little raving came out of his shadow, Su Ming decisively rode on, shooting wildly more than that. You have killed Scarlet Giant Bat LV-232 and gained 89.1 W of experience.
You have killed Scarlet Giant Bat LV-233 and gained 89.1 W of experience.
Scarlet Bat progress, 100%.
You have looted 48 points of agility.
Su Ming gently clapped his hands and happily resolved it.
With the speed of the small ravings, he instantly caught up with the few in front of him. Yu Meng Meng and the others did not know what to make of their expressions for a moment.
Su Ming. You're so fast. Su Ming. Cough cough cough, a man can't say fast, it's called swift. Yu Meng Meng, oh. Lori nodded her head, one after the other.
Yu Meng Meng then said earnestly, "Everyone be careful, I have prophesied that there is a great threat of an organ in the doorway at the end." In the relics, Yu Meng Meng's role is equally significant than the usual secondary class astrologer profession.
The message she prophesied into was more specific and accurate.
It is possible to know the next crisis faster and in advance.
Su Ming could even push horizontally without stopping. Organs, huh? Watch me shoot it straight up and blow it up. Yu Meng Meng, question mark. And shoot the fried ones? Rock-shattering arrows.
Su Ming smiled without saying a word, and an arrow snapped out, instantly splitting into 10,000 arrows.
Chirp chirp chirp.
The next moment, a great vibration began to come from the doorway.
Rumble. Boom. Countless stones crumbled and disintegrated, and the earth shrugged. This is... I felt something familiar before. Isn't this nigh on the great earthquake, in the natural disaster technique? An archer knows this skill? It's too late.
Fang Xionghui exclaimed in shock, and even a few people fought carefully before being completely dumbfounded.
However, he saw Su Ming on the side reveal a sunny smile.
A slight wave of the hand. It's just a small tactic, since the organs are shattered, don't waste time and go straight over.
Chapter 102, directly sucking an entire crystal vein.
One man became an army and slaughtered 10,000 devils.
Hunt and kill moment.
The group rushed into it, following the path of the organ.
The crisis that Yu Meng Meng felt also disappeared peacefully. Then, look ahead. Oh my. Gosh, these. Is this an elemental crystal vein?
Yu Meng Meng exclaimed.
Even Su Ming looked at the scene in front of him and sked.
These are all block crystals above the pink crystals.
If they were all taken back to the Dragon Kingdom,
it will surely result in the rise of a large number of elemental-based professions.
Mu Qingwan and the others looked at Su Ming with bated breath.
Su Ming gently hooked his smile. This thing is useless to me, and it's time to give back to the Dragon Kingdom. It's very time-consuming to rely on you to dig manually.
But it just so happens that I own space-based receiving props, said.
Su Ming informed the Violet Spirit. The simply adorable little Violet Spirit happily turned on the aptitude of the Violet Gold Gourd.
One time,
a huge vortex of stormy winds appeared within the entire relic.
Countless elemental block crystals disappeared as far as the eye could see.
The two eyes of Zagu Molten in the gourd were as wide as copper bells.
There is an additional huge crystal vein underneath his body? Su Ming. Forever dropping God. I didn't see it wrong, did I? A crystal vein that big was sucked away in an instant? The crowd was literally going numb.
Su Ming struck out every time.
For them it was as if they were getting reacquainted. Unconsciously.
All of them had also experienced what old brother Wang Lin had once felt.
Choosing to come to this relic temporarily is just too good a deal. It's a whole crystal vein.
Of fire, Xian water, condensed ice, gungold. In the future, the Dragon Kingdom would still be short of high-level materials of all elements.
Once it is buried by the Imperial River, people will be able to fish for crystals all over Raiworld in the future.
If only there was one other chakra. Su Ming thought in his heart. After all, the Raiworld had a Changjiang that was even more fertile with heavenly treasures.
Just the next second after Su Ming collected the crystal vein, the entire relic then began to shake violently. It's an underground wormhole.
Necromantic ancestor worm, specialized wildlife.
Level, LV-239. Life value, 1-1. Skills devour everything, split death. Necroma. Anticization, under special control, unable to die by normal means. Information, from the abyss, Control Lord is immortal, will not die normally. Weaknesses, none. Chomp. These bugs can't be killed?
Fang Xionghuo exclaimed in shock, instantly giganticizing to destroy the earth and rocks in front of him.
Quick, all vacate. Ravishing.
Several clusters of dark shadows immediately appeared around Little Rumor, who had a telepathic connection with Su Ming. Soon, it enveloped Su Ming as well as the other 4 people. The next moment, the crowd appeared thousands of meters in the air.
What's going on? Does the shadow bird possess such terrifying spatial abilities? The crowd hadn't had time to think about it.
Then he saw Su Ming in the air, who had already set up his great bow.
Shadow arrows. Exploding arrows. Rock-shattering arrows. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Everyone stay 100 meters from my side, that sky demon is coming. You have killed the necrotic ancestor worm LV-239 and gained 10 experience. You have killed the necrotic ancestor worm LV-239 and gained 10 experience.
Can't be killed under normal circumstances. But can you live under the relentless conceptual erasure of extinction? Su Shin. You can kill these bugs? Li Huiyang realized that he was equally unable to strike.
But under Su Ming's 10,000 arrows, the only thing that was left was the blasted and charred insect shells.
Necrozoan progress, 100%.
You have looted 48 points of agility. I told you why that sky demon needed to find this relic.
So there's the other half of its soul sealed under the crystal vein mine. Ha!
Yu Mengmeng sidled her head, a little embarrassed.
So we're the ones who broke the seal?
Yes. Su Ming, however, hooked up the corners of his mouth.
But it's better this way, we can get the boss behind the curtain in seconds now. Yu Mengmeng. Mu Qingwan. Li Huiyang. Fang Xiongjiu.
If he didn't know that Su Ming was a decent person. They really thought that Su Ming was talking in his sleep. The constant demise of the swarm instantly tugged at someone's nerves.
I feel my insect family. No. How is that possible? They are immortal existences. Why is it dwindling?
Although astonished, the 100,000 heavenly demon spirit generals in the depths of the divine meteor valley were greatly excited. Because once it senses the location of the bug family, it means that it has found the other half of its soul.
In time,
it would evolve into its full body and become the true king of the entire God's fallen land. Then, one has the ability to devour other worlds. The Coiling Dragon Clan, the Red Tiger Clan, the Dark Crow Clan.
Follow me to the heavens and the earth. One time.
The countless native spirits of the divine meteor land all revealed excitement and greed.
The Holy Lord is mighty. Holy Lord is mighty.
Jia jia jia. Soon we will set out beyond the divine meteor, I will plunder everything. Otherworldly wines, otherworldly beauties will be ours.
How come I don't see the bull one?
Su Ming and the others did not leave the vicinity of the ruins.
The other 3 people surrounded Mu Qingwan with the intention of laying down an ice ceiling formation.
The function was to create a line of defense for Su Ming that he could never step into.
Then,
Su Ming could then become an army by himself.
Slaughter of all races.
It's really thanks to you guys for trusting me so unconditionally. Su Ming shook his head helplessly inwardly. Though without this big formation others wouldn't be able to hurt themselves.
But it's not always easy to explain. Coming. Su Ming's face was calm.
Yu Mengmeng's prophecy, however, felt a horror she had never felt before and panicked a little.
It's for them.
Now it was about to face an existence close to the level of a deity. It does get a little difficult.
But Su Ming.
Sorry,
demon god, I've killed a few of them.
The black clouds were crushing the city, but this city of frost was surprisingly firm. It seemed that Mu Qingwan had once again used a trace of the annihilation power within her body. A remnant cloud rolled up countless densely packed beings. After that, the shadow of a giant skeleton rushing into the sky was branded in Su Ming's eyes.
Did you think I couldn't see you? He. Those native beings spoke up. An outsider has appeared by the Holy Lord's relics? How dare they destroy the Holy Lord's palace? Watch my coiling dragon divine light kill them. The battlefield's all set. This was also Su Ming's first large-scale war with the alien beings. Although, it was in 1vn. Well, not exactly. The 4 little ones still helped a lot. My great bow has long been hungry and thirsty. Phoenix wings sky soaring. The holy wings behind Su Ming's back were finally displayed in a complete manner.
The little ravings transformed into a dark shadow and merged with himself.
You are imbued with the immensely powerful shadow force, during which all arrows fired deal 50% more true damage, which cannot be recovered. It's Shadow Bird? How come it feels more like the legendary Phoenix? Small ravings, do not talk nonsense, do not know, do not cue. The wind arrow. Gasho arrows. Holy light arrows. Shadow arrows. Thunderbolt. Explosive arrows. The first 3 arrows stack in steal status, while the last 3 arrows do violent group damage. At one time, 160,000 arrows per second. Fire with lightning, silence and broken defense. Hunt the moment. Chapter 103 Destiny Arrow God. 6 turns is actually a divine revelation transfer? Destroy the divine bow and kill the heavenly demons in seconds. Those 5 outsiders aren't scared silly, are they? It's really damnable to disturb the Holy Lord's King's landing, and it's a good idea to capture and torture them to death even if they run. Wait. How dare that fool fire a bow at us? Does he think that one person can shoot a few arrows? To be able to deal with so many of our powerful men? Ga ga ga. Ga ga ga. Ga. 1 second of effort. The whole sky was flooded with fire, with lightning. And the arrows with these cool special effects seemed to travel through time. It reached the clouds in an instant. Boom 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 boom. Beep. Bloodthirsty Berserk is in effect, stack the Gale Talisman for me too. With the horrible addition of Extinction. All of your own attack speed gains are doubled. The twitching right hand of God seemed like countless phantoms in this instant. 186W. Blast Freeze. 164W. Blast Burns. Trance. All enemies are destroyed. You've killed the rat. You have killed Crow's Dome. You have killed the Demon Wreck Golem LV-239 and gained 92.5W of experience. You have killed the Demon Wreck Golem LV-239 and gained 92.5W of experience. Sure enough, quite a few of the higher echelons of these beings have been replaced by heavenly demons. Next moment. Su Ming's panel refreshed with another message. You have leveled up by 1, LV-239 LV-240, plus 600 life, plus 300 mana, plus 3 strength, attack speed. Level officially came to LV-240. Temporarily breaking through to level 240 in this secret realm does not teleport you out. So Su Ming wasn't worried. At this point, he turned his great bow finally on the guy who thought he hadn't been spotted. Arrow Chase Amulet. The time eliminating arrows. Go on. The heavenly demon behind the curtain was suddenly dumbfounded. What? How could you possibly discover me? The arrows that were originally scattered fire coverage. Suddenly all turn. Shot into the air. Why is he so scary? Ha! He shot crooked. Great, he shot crooked, I'll avenge my dragon sister-in-law, go to hell. However, the next moment. A sharp whistle suddenly emanated from the empty sky. Ah! Aha! This scene caused the last surviving group of foreigners to completely despair. Even lost the fight to kneel. Holy Lord? How did the Holy Lord get there? It was shot. No, how could the Holy Lord be shot to death? Is he still human? That damn human. I can't die in peace. Very well, Su Ming's heart was like a rock. Shooting like crazy. Meanwhile, turn on the spot. Limit blink. Straight into the wormhole of the relic, a burst of arrows incinerates the entire interior. Oh, why do you think I stayed with that soul to begin with? It wasn't even to fish out this greedy sky demon spirit general. You have slain the demon general Wormwood. It's just a little demon. You're not very smart after all. Then, Su Ming looked at the 10,000 unredeemed foreigners. The devil, you're a devil. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile. In the face of you, it can be my honor to be hailed as a devil. We are enemies in life and death, and it is you who will be killed. Arrow Net Inferno. Finally, suck back all the leaks. Exploding arrows. Boom, regimentation. Yu Mingming's few people looked at the battlefield full of corpses, messing up in the wind. Luckily, the ice wall we built blocked most of the dying attacks from the opposite side. They are so comforting. It's always not completely watching the show. Now, they finally figured out Su Ming's true level of battle power. You're only 5 turns closer to 6. Nowadays, his strength definitely exceeded even a group of ordinary 9th turn big brothers. Both Mu Qingwan and Li Huiyang each thought of their own grandfather. If they can't instantly resolve Su Ming, can't seem to beat it yet. Su Ming only needed to produce 1 arrow, and it was all an absolute kill. Su Ming withdrew the world-destroying God Bao and put all the loot directly into the zucchini. Now, go straight to their lair. Wherever it passes, no treasure is left behind. Within the next few moments, the entire middle layer was kettled by Su Ming's few people. Su Ming sighed lightly. Elder brother Wan Lin, you didn't expect me to solve it so easily nowadays, did you? By himself, he had finally fulfilled his promise to Wang Lin. Finally. Deep in the mountains where the Pendragon clan's ancestral land was located, Su Ming discovered the passage into the core area. The 5-square stone platform. No wonder it requires 5 hidden professions to activate. After Su Ming confirmed the situation here, eventually looking at the 4 people beside him. Earlier, he had purposely asked the Violet Spirit to confirm the presence within Mu Qingwan's body. The result looks like a good thing. I have something very important I need to get into the core to resolve. So you will not be taken into account when the time comes. All of the native beings in the middle layer have been resolved, in the 100,000 gods fallen valley. There are still quite a few opportunities and treasures left to explore. Several people instantly understood Su Ming's words. So immediately pick up on your words. Sushin, don't worry, we've discussed this a long time ago. It has been decided not to enter the core. It's just that it's unusually mysterious, and everyone who's ever been there before hasn't come back. And you're the only one who possesses the ability to retreat in peace. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Actually, until the day before entering, Su Ming realized that the Dragon Kingdom didn't want challengers to enter the core area, because it's too dangerous. So at that time, Wang Lin was a little bit eager to speak. He thought that Su Ming might be the only person with the power to find the truth about everything. If you miss this opportunity, whether it's the Dragon Kingdom or Blue Star will lose a lot of precedence. In that case, turn it on. Soon, 5 people activated each of the 5 stone pillars of the 5 square stone platforms. Then a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. Wait. Golden Chaos Sea? The terminals of the stone pillars were actually golden chaotic seas? It turns out that the core really does connect to a corner of that world. Wang Lin's guess was correct. The core area of the Divine Meteor Mystery Realm really hid a secret that concerned the survival of the entire Blue Star. Dragon burial for now. If the lighthouse state did reach its goal before, there's no telling how many mysterious beings might be secretly hiding in the blue planet. The lighthouse state, a complete offense against the Blue Star bottom line. Cherish the last days of today. Everyone must live well and return to the Dragon Kingdom together. There was that presence within Mu Qingwan's body to bail her out. He also wasn't worried about the lives of these guys being threatened in the middle tier. Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth. Enter the golden pillar of light. Finally, he was able to cross the golden sea of chaos. The entire divine fallen land is filled with treasures, so let's not waste any time. Hey, maybe, by then, we'll have even more than Sushin's harvest. Buried leaf forest. Is this? When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a maple forest. Suddenly, the message log was updated with a message. Your level has reached LV 240, and you have met the prerequisites for divine transformation synchronized 6 turns. You have obtained the exclusive eternal artifact Extinction. Does it open the divine enlightenment transfer quest to become the world god lord destiny arrow god? Su Ming? Surprisingly, it didn't need the 6 paths divine tower to directly trigger the transfer quest? And the world god lord or something. Ziling seems to call me by the name of God's father? I, Su Ming, shouldn't be about to become the divine lord of Blue Star, right? Is this a 6th turn for yourself? Awesome. The one who holds fate in his hand, the arrow god of fate. Chapter 104, Divine Revelation, Building the Divine Kingdom World. Meeting Dragon King Negril again. Does it open the divine enlightenment transfer quest to become the world god lord destiny arrow god? Yes, no. Su Ming finally confirmed the news. Yes.
You have chosen Destiny Archery God, generating the Divine Enlightenment transfer quest, Divine Enlightenment constructing the world of God.
What? I still have to build a party of God's kingdom? And
Su-Ming realized that the form of the mission this time was also completely different.
neither will the streak that occurs at turn 5. There is also no general case difficulty labeling.
Although, Su-Ming thought about how his transfer task could only be the most difficult situation.
This time it really isn't a transfer in the ordinary sense. After all,
it didn't even touch the transfer crystal of the Six Paths Divine Tower. So Su-Ming immediately looked at the mission description. It was a relief that it wasn't as appalling as he thought it would be.
Doesn't need to be built from scratch yourself. Divine revelation building the world of God's kingdom.
Description: choose and receive a side of the world origin and become its nominal God Lord. When the overall strength of this world is enhanced, you will receive synchronized feedback, and your strength enhancement can also contribute to the world origin's immensity. Hint 1: the received world source must have a destiny connection with you. Hint 2: the world of God's kingdom does not affect you in any way and is a conceptualization of destiny. Tip 3: when the construction is complete, Parish will truly become your eternal artifact of origin. It's the blue star if you're connected by fate.
No wonder it needs extinction as a prerequisite, it actually involves concepts.
If I'm right, once Blue Star has the concept of the kingdom of God, then the whole world level will rise like flying.
This is equally good for Blue Star. After all, whether it's a stupid sky demon,
or was it the other world that Su-Ming was in today?
All eyeing Blue Star intently.
Perhaps
what they're watching is actually the Six Paths Divine Tower?
Old Brother Wang Lin said. In ancient texts, the Blue Star was once referred to as the ancestral land.
So the descent of the Six Paths Divine Pagoda was not supposed to be a coincidence. How do I do it? There is no answer in this task description. By the way, I can ask Negril. After all, one is still a great Negril dragon familiar. Ravishing. Raving Su-Ming. I'm in.
The little raving transformed into a dark shadow that instantly wrapped Su-Ming.
Then Su-Ming rode on little raving's back.
Already sensed its location from the coordinates of the Divine Dragon Burial. Oh, amazed face, Su-Ming ride steady charge acres. A little dark shadow swept by, and the fallen leaves of the maple forest flew in surprise. No one had noticed that a human from another world had appeared in the burial leaf forest. Here it is, this is the spatial node of the Divine Dragon Burial.
Eagle eye.
Su-Ming hadn't seen a single living being along the way. It seems that this area would have belonged to the barren part of the world.
At this point,
the Negril 1-2 spirit crystal that had been lying in Su-Ming's backpack.
A faint shimmering light suddenly emanated.
Su-Ming proceeded to be enveloped at the same time. The scene in front of him changed once again, and Su-Ming disappeared into thin air. What Su-Ming didn't know was that 10 minutes after he disappeared,
a group of humanoids with blue pupils appeared on the outskirts of the burial leaf forest. What's going on?
I clearly felt the spatial fluctuations. Why have they all disappeared? 2 or 3 of them surrounded a handsome-looking blonde teenager.
Their expressions were very flattering.
At that moment, the blonde teenager spoke again.
Hasn't that bunch of losers from the ancestral lands who call themselves the Lighthouse come yet? Looks like they don't have that power anymore. What a waste.
A number of people in the neighborhood agreed.
Ancestral lands are nothing more than possessing special world prohibitions.
Though dominated by men there, they are now but barbarians who have not yet received the blessing of the gods.
The blonde teenager's face was grim.
Commanding, he said, send a few people to guard this place, and report immediately once you find something strange. This is ultimately the land of the extreme east, rumored to have dragons buried.
It's too dangerous. Yes. What they don't realize is that just because it's 10 minutes late,
they missed Su-Ming and the opportunity to discover the Divine Dragon Burial.
Divine Dragon Burial. It's always been an ancient rumor in this place. Even the gods could not locate it. And Su-Ming.
It was only with the help of Negril, the spirit dragon king, that he was able to enter it.
Dragon Burial. Come on out, Zaga Fusion.
Su-Ming would be ready to make a big splash here.
Under the avatar of the Violet Spirit,
a huge lava dragon appeared in the sky of the Divine Dragon Burial.
Howl. Messenger Sama.
You, this.
Is it really my homeland's divine dragon burial? Would I lie to you? Murmur, that's it, silly dragon.
Ling Ling Daddy's right about everything.
Su Ming didn't waste any time and decisively looked towards Zagwa Meltdown.
Even now the place has changed drastically.
But you should be able to feel the Dragon King's scent, right? Zaguru's fused head nodded down in quick succession. Lord Messenger, in the southwest, I feel it. In the meantime, Negril 1-2 spirit crystallization also resonated strongly. With a silly dragon and 2 cuties. Departure.
Su Ming was extremely excited because this trip was about the Dragon Divine artifact. Plus, the big destroy is at hand.
God stops God, devil stops devil. The sky here, it's actually covered in turbid air?
Fortunately, Su Ming relied on the will scale crystal to immunize him. Then he let the little ravings burrow into his shadow. The violet spirit then returned to her deity space.
And Zagurumon, being a thick-skinned dragon, wasn't a big problem for it. And so,
a man and a dragon began to descend rapidly.
Just then,
a spiritual word rang out in Su Ming's mind.
You're finally here.
The piece of spirit crystal in Su Ming's backpack flew out of its own accord at the same time. It kept moving in front of Su Ming's eyes.
Follow it. After Su Ming spoke to Zaguron, he went straight forward himself. Surely this is the kind of underground plant world Negril would love.
Su Ming muttered inwardly. The labyrinth here is a completely enhanced version of the dragon ruins. Only with this spiritual crystal to lead the way. The journey was unhindered. Finally, Su Ming saw the spiritualized Negril.
It is as if it generates sensations.
It becomes a piece of spiritual crystallization.
2 crystals finally merge.
A miraculous scene occurred as the entire deep world began to be wrapped in intention.
Relax, I'm pulling you closer to the dream.
Forgive me for doing so, after all, the Holy Lord of Heavenly Demons will likely notice.
Oh? This little dragon is your partner? Su Ming didn't immediately answer this question.
Instead, he looked around at the scene with a strange expression. Blue skies, white clouds, and clear winds in the wilderness.
O field of flowers of dreams.
The other dreamflower constructs dreams based on the scenes that one's heart desires.
So I thought, you might like this place. Summers, well, I can't thank you enough, Negril.
But something else occurred to him.
It seemed as if one's identity was completely authenticated by Negril.
Perhaps there is also a reason why the titled Divine Master comes into play.
So,
this complete spiritual being seemed to be particularly close to himself nowadays, treating him as a peer.
Chapter 105, Racial Title Dragon King. Dragon Ruler.
The Book of Words, the Spirit of Words of all beasts. Thank you, Negril, it is indeed beautiful here. Su Ming's words were sincere. If it wasn't for the shadow of the dream left by the other side of the dream flower at that time.
This endless sea of flowers truly heals the soul. While on the side, Zagurumi couldn't help but be unusually agitated. Are you really the Spirit Dragon King? 10,000 years. I have finally met my fellow Dragon King. Negril soon learns that Zagurumon is one of the few dragons still alive today. There is an incomparably pure originator bloodline hidden within your body. Zagurumon was instantly pleased. Well, I don't think so. I am the great Lord Zaguru Molten. Su Ming, huh? Zagura Melt, ahem, I am still Lord Su Ming's most loyal little brother.
Unfortunately, it was stripped of its dragon origin by the power of the gods.
Today, it's also a chance for you to see me. Let me erase every limitation you have ever had. Negril looked toward Su Ming. Zaguru Molten also looked at Su Ming. Why are you looking at me? It's a good thing that Zagurumi is still here to greet the takeoff? How could Su Ming not be happy about it? He was practically numb with laughter. After all,
Su Ming had originally planned to have Zaguru Molten sit as the Dragon Kingdom's guardian god beast. Now, after obtaining the power of Negril's origin,
Zagu Molten Future is destined to be the true Lava Dragon King. Just then, Su Ming's message log was updated with a few more messages.
You have earned the permanent racial title Dragon King. You have gained a permanent attribute gain, life plus 10W, mana plus 10W, strength plus 1000. You have unlocked the Book of Words, all beasts' words. It was as if Su Ming had seen the last of the kindness in Negril's eyes.
This is my final gift to you for keeping your promise. That book of words and spirits transformed into a curtain of light. It eventually disappeared into Su Ming's brow. So, from now on I can communicate directly with the 10,000 beasts? Su Ming tried to utilize the book of words and spirits to communicate with Xiaoro? Su Ming. When did you know the Phoenix language?
Little rumination cocked her little head in Su Ming's shadow space.
Heh, it's a secret. Xiaoro, Su Ming, you're bullying me #O. Then.
Su Ming looked towards the title of Dragon King.
Dragon King, racial title. Racial passive, you will be treated as one of a kind by all dragons and will be able to use all dragon skills from now on. And your status will be equal to that of a Dragon King, allowing you to order and lead all dragons. Racial active, activate to replace your power with the Dragon King's origin, making you the true Dragon King in the hearts of non-dragons. Hint, when ordering dragons, it is normal to have disobedient dragons, so you need to solve it in the way of dragons. That is to bet on the dignity of the Dragon King to beat it down. Loved this gift. Su Ming suddenly thought of a line, Jojo, I won't be a human being. When people think I'm human, I backhandedly transformed into the Dragon King to scare them to death. When someone else identifies themselves as the Dragon King, I'm practically human ta. Repeated horizontal jumps. I'm just asking you if you dare to bet that I don't have a bullet in the muzzle of my gun. There are no bullets, there are tens of thousands of arrows. Su Ming's expression as he looked at Negril and Zagurin was once again much softer. They're all treasured dragons. The dragons are simply a treasure in their own right. You've received a pair of heavenly burials. This is the map of the dragon artifacts? That heavenly demon holy lord is sealed there, O brave youth. If you want to be recognized by the dragon artifact, you must kill it. Su Ming nodded. Put the map away again. While the last vestiges of Negril's power were still fresh. Hastily, he asked, Honorable Negril, do you know how to receive the origin of a world? World origin? Negril revealed some surprise to Su Ming. The dragon eyes staring at Su Ming did not move away for a long time. You really aren't your average human. It's just. The destinies of our dragons have been intertwined with yours. In that case, you can take that dragon vein from the divine dragon burial. The world is finally in ruins, drowning in history. Now I have the satisfaction of meeting a descendant of my own race. Negril's body is starting to fade. It gradually turns into a particle of light. Then it eventually polymerized into a small ruler with a pointer. You have obtained the item, Dragon Ruler. Dragon Ruler special props. Features, when activated, it can sense the dragon veins in the world and can collect the unknown dragon veins in the ruler. Each collected dragon vein enters into the cooldown for 24 hours. Hint, when the sealing array of a dominant dragon vein is broken, it returns to a non-dominant dragon vein. This ruler is the last prop that Negril was transformed into. In fact, if you collect dragon veins, Violet Spirit Zucchini is even more powerful. Maybe even force the seal to be broken. But the good thing about this ruler is that it can directly sense the location of the dragon vein. Only dragon veins exist in any world. Then it can be sensed directly across space. Unfortunately, Negril passed away 10,000 years ago after all. Otherwise maybe it's still a friend. Although, well, it's a bit of a con job at first. Silly dragon, time to go. Zaguruman immediately showed a confident look. Wahahaha, the great Zagumolten feels powerful beyond measure. Just give me a period of time, and I shall truly inherit my grandfather's name. Who is the great lava patriarch Dragon King? It is I, Lord Zagumolten Ta. Pa. Su Ming immediately made a headshot. Look at your demeanor, where is half the depth of a Dragon King? Zaguri Fusion, Omega. Thus, Su Ming simply hitched a ride on Zagumolten's hitchhiker to return the same way. Wait until you're out of the land of turbidity. The little ravings then burst out of the shadows with impatience. Raving. Su Ming, you clearly said you would only ride people. Su Ming. Ahem, of course, I just didn't want your beautiful feathers to be polluted just now. So that's how it is. Su Ming, you're so nice, oh carrot oh. Ling Ling daddy's the best. The Violet Spirit's divine language was not one of the 10,000 beast languages. So Su Ming could only know what she meant through the contract. But now.
He could communicate directly with Little Rumor or Zaguro melt in Phoenix or Dragon language. The Book of Words and Spirits. It's not as simple as the language of the beasts. Especially the documented races of superior divine beasts. That can be used to use racial speech spirits. Definitely a gem that Negril has treasured for years. Open the Burial of the Heavenly Jedi Gods map. One person, one phoenix, and one dragon disappeared at once. The Scarlet God Bow Extinction appeared in his hand. Power of Extinction, 100%. 100%. When facing a true Saint Lord level heavenly demon, one must utilize the power of Godslayer. So this time, the final form of the power of extinction will be utilized. So what if it's the heavenly demon Holy Lord, a deity? Meet my great destruction death-giving arrow. Su Ming himself was very much looking forward to it. Because next, he was going to destroy the gods with a single arrow. Chapter 106, What a Great Earth True Dragon Vein. When the Great Destruction opens, no one will love it. The dragon vein should be buried under here. At this moment, Su Ming was holding the dragon-seeking ruler with a calm expression on his face. Negril finally told him. The one way it knows to receive the origin of the world. It is to utilize the true dragon vein of the dragon race. Being part of the core of the world. Then, Su Ming could then feel the will of the world through this dragon vein. From there, you gradually go on to master that will. Tisk, TSK, what a huge dragon vein. It's simply several times bigger than that crystal vein from before. Su Ming finally looked at it and lamented. Su Ming was planning to bury this dragon vein along the Chang River. So, the Ryworld Dragon Kingdom professionals who will later live on it will get a super experience buff every moment. Just live in the land. You can upgrade by leaps and bounds without doing anything. From here on out, leveling up was no longer a bottleneck for the dragons. They need to do it. That is, it is just a matter of completing one's transfer mission. Hey, the future of the Kingdom of God is promising. The fully automated experience buff is still just the most basic gain. With the establishment of the fledgling Kingdom of God, as well as the dragon vein being revived and growing again. When that happens, it will allow Zagurumi to sit in the dragon vein again. Everyone above the earth and rivers. Even the general populace receives a significant base attribute boost. And the gain boost per level will be several times what it was before. For example, a boost of 200 life per level will become a boost of 1000 per level. This will have adaptive boosts for all professions. Of course, everything at the end. All of them would converge on Su Ming's body. Is this the joy of a godly lord? The whole world is your hired hand. So, in time. As a divine lord, Su Ming cleansed such as the Lighthouse's group of assholes beforehand. And rightfully so. You have obtained the true dragon vein of the earth, which is temporarily sleeping in the space of the dragon ruler. Please find a suitable place to awaken the vein again. This is a true dragon vein of the earth. It just so happens to complement the properties of Zagurumon as well. Later, when he's not at Blue Star. It's not like you have to worry about Blue Star being disturbed by some alien race anymore. Su Ming's heart was extraordinarily excited. A crystal vein enters the Imperial River, and a dragon vein enters the Standing River. As long as I'm around for a day, the Dragon Kingdom will surely raise its nation to soar. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Now, who dares to say that he didn't give back to his country when he became powerful? I'm not just going to be a one-man mighty regicide. There will also be a national ascension, and even more so, the entire world will be transformed into the Kingdom of God. Put away the dragon ruler. Su Ming burst into speed with several rounds of blizzard arrows, and once again disappeared into the sky on Little Raving. Until the end of the Burial Jedi map. Divine Dragon Burial, Abyssal Passage Homeland. I didn't realize that this was once an exit from the abyss. Su Ming murmured with a serious expression. At this moment, the very moment Su Ming approached, a voice rang in his head. The Dragon King's breath. The voice carried a boundless anger that stirred the earth below. Damn Negril for letting in a little bug without my knowledge? Kid, you don't want to take away the Dragon Clan's inheritance, go to hell. Boom. The earth was shaking violently. Anywhere the eye could see became torn apart. This earthquake is far more terrifying than anything ever seen. Not only that. Su Ming even saw the traces of the sky slowly shattering in front of him.
Is this the strength of the heavenly demon Holy Lord?
It's possible to crush countless great powerhouses across the seals. However, Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth.
Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary person.
Jia Jia Jia. The brat who presumptuously wants to get his hands on the dragon clan's inheritance. Now is your doom. With our presence, the dragon race will surely be extinct. At this moment, Zaguri, who had returned to the gourd, cocked his large head.
Zagumi? My great lord Zaguri is not even dead yet.
Immediately, he roared with his head held high. Messenger Sama, this cheap bastard who's pretending to be a god. Su Ming laughed lightly.
You need a hint from a stupid dragon? 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Here it comes.
A demonic, blood-colored tower rushed out of the fragmented land. The heavenly demon Holy Lord, then, was sealed at the bottom of the giant tower connection.
A glance is not enough to see the end. Monstrous shadows were converging in the sky.
With the partially collapsed and broken sky, it was like a god or goddess. Su Ming who was writing little raving. In front of it is nothing more than a small human body.
Jia Jia Jia. Humble worm, even if you have Negril's help.
And don't try to leave this little world after all, bury it forever. The only way to end up angering our heavenly demon Holy Lord is to constantly repent in the abyss of death.
Today we will show you how foolish you will be. Pay for your stupidity, Jia Jia Jia. Just this instant.
The huge god and goddess silhouette transformed into a mountain of black blood. Heavenly demon blood mountain seal.
I suppose the last of Negril's power went to you, little worm?
In that case, I shall have no more scruples, Jia Jia Jia.
After exterminating you, little worm, I will once again reign over the land of the abyss. You can't escape.
Giant blood-colored mountains seem to surround the entire sky of the world.
It is a big invisible hand. Contraction and convergence from all directions. The heavenly demon Holy Lord was laughing wildly with abandon.
Foolish Negril, to choose such a weak human race as a legacy.
How lost are the dragons today? Oh. The one thing you got wrong. Why would I run away?
At this moment, Su Ming simply went numb with laughter. This heavenly demon sacred lord had not only blocked his path of retreat.
Even his own retreat was blocked. Now, you sent yourself up, even cutting off your own retreat.
I don't want to thank you too much for taking care of my troubles just yet.
Great annihilation. Self-annihilation. It was at the moment when Su Ming fully opened the 100% extinction force.
It was as if he felt the world-destroying God's bow come to life.
It is no longer a cold weapon.
It was as if Su Ming felt its heartbeat, his blazing heat. At this moment, Su Ming and the world-destroying God's bow were united in their thoughts. The world in his eyes was never colorful again.
Perish? In your eyes. Is it an eternal gray?
Let me, then, turn him into a colorful gray.
It's... The spirit god's arrow has heard my call as well. The arrow in Su Ming's hand changed once again, unexpectedly morphing into the once dazzling purple red.
Su Ming felt an unprecedentedly terrifying power. It's as if shooting wildly for 24 hours in a day is not a problem. That's right, without stopping.
This minute of self-annihilation, I am the eternal Godslayer. Shoot. An arrow through time and through space.
The moment it left the bow, it silently pronounced the death sentence of the heavenly demon Holy Lord.
Chapter 107, 1 arrow seconds hip hip hip. The self-metamorphosed True Dragon Divine Artifact True Dragon Jade Seal. Kid, I sense a special power attached to you. But no matter how strong it is, it can't be a match for our heavenly demon Holy Lord, Jia Jia Jia. Be suppressed by me to become the sustenance of the abyss. You didn't think you could kill me with one arrow, did you? Even if I take an arrow head on, I don't.
You have slain the heavenly demon sacred Lord Bloodshed.
Su Ming, that's what? One arrow kills he hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag.
The strange arrow instantly pierced through the heavenly demon Saint Lord's massive silhouette body. The mournful sound was deafening. Then the Yingling God's arrow shot into the blood-colored giant tower from top to bottom.
Boom boom boom.
A terrifying roar resounded through the sky. The blood-colored giant tower was collapsing, and countless red and black liquids flowed onto the earth.
Soon.
The sound of bear.
This is abyssal pollution?
The earth that was stained by the red and black liquid was suddenly turned into barrenness. The sight was appalling. It was like a god crying, followed by the earth shaking. Ravishing. Su-Ming, I'm here, shadow shelter. The little ravings transformed into dark shadows that instantly wrapped Su-Ming. Then Su-Ming no longer hesitated. It rushed straight into the giant tower that was still collapsing and falling into the center of the earth. The Dragon Clan's artifacts are then in the deepest part. Ice arrows. Ice arrows. A minute 10,000 of countless cold arrows shot out at the same time. Countless flowers of frost rose. Form a skateboard from the boulder debris that is falling in all directions. Su-Ming then controlled the Phoenix Wing's heavenly soaring skill to fly down quickly. Passionate and exciting. Found it, this is it, the Burial Jedi map, Kai. This quaint map from Negril flies up ahead. Until it didn't go into some space in the ground. At that moment, a golden doorway appeared out of nowhere in front of Su-Ming's eyes. It's in there. The wind arrow. Su-Ming shot 10,000 blast arrows at the rear once again. The speed skyrocketed at the same time. In a flash, he rushed inside the golden doorway. Dragon God Inheritance Hall. Sure enough, this is the place, this glorious temple of the Golden Dragon. Su-Ming saw the countless dragon murals on the inner walls of the Great Hall. In the meantime, the three giant dragon statues in the center of the hall suddenly opened their eyes. This is the stone statue of the caretaker. Divine Dragon Stone Statue Inflammation Ice Rock, Boss Guardian Stone Statue. Level, LV 240. Life value, 5000 W 5000 W. Skills, Dragon Roar, Swooping Dragon Claw, Elemental Bomb, Explosive Wind, Elemental Field. Elemental Power, when using an Inferno Ice Rock Elemental skill, the damage and range is doubled. Guardian, immune to all controls, all damage taken by 3 stone statues is split evenly. Information, the 3 elemental stone statue guarding the Inheritance Hall must be resolved first if you want to obtain the Dragon God's inheritance. Weakness, cannot be triggered. There are 3 in total, each corresponding to an attribute. Right off the bat it's 5000 W of blood each, not at all a small amount for the others. But in front of Su-Ming, it wasn't enough. After all, he had just destroyed a heavenly demon saint lord comparable to a true god. It's a pity that the power of extinction needs to be reaccumulated. Power of extinction progress, 0.13% 100%. Since these 3 stone gargoyles take an equal share of damage. That would be great. Arrow Chase Amulet. Su-Ming directly locked onto one of the bosses. The time eliminating arrows. Chirp chirp chirp. So the sharp arrows were suddenly heading towards a dragon. The other 2 stone statue dragons immediately swooped in arrogantly when they saw this. As if to say, how dare you ignore us both? And then, there was no more. Under damage equalization. The other 2 stone gargoyles inexplicably died in midair. Hey, perfect. You have killed Divine Dragon Stone Statue Yen LV 240 boss and gained 424.5 W of experience. You have killed Divine Dragon Stone Statue Ice LV 240 boss and gained 424.5 W of experience. You have killed Divine Dragon Stone Statue Rock LV 240 boss and gained 424.5 W of experience. On top of that, the looted attributes and no less. Then, Su-Ming saw them each drop a special crystal core. Elemental Additional Crystals Inflammation Ice Rock Archer. Oh! I can't believe it's this. If you use Elemental Core Inflammation, Elemental Core Ice, or Elemental Core Rock, the final damage of the corresponding elemental arrow technique will be increased by 50%, and the range of the corresponding elemental arrow technique will be doubled. The range is doubled. Su-Ming's ranged arrow technique had already gone through several range boosts. Now doubled again, it will be even more terrifying. From here on out, wherever it was shot, no one was spared. Su-Ming decisively stepped forward, favoring the top of the Divine Dragon platform. Just then, it was as if he felt the roar of countless dragons. Come on, the inheritance of the Divine Dragon artifact. You have completed the special quest Dragon Burying Pure Land. Su-Ming's message log also swiped out a message. Then, it was as if he had entered a state of its marvelousness. In this state, it was as if he was a true dragon. Dragon King activated. Su-Ming immediately activated the active effect of his Dragon King title. This time, he is in a sense the true Dragon King. Sure enough, I feel it. It was a small golden dragon.
Nope.
It's not a real little golden dragon, but a spirit body made of some item.
It surprisingly turned into a living thing? Self-metamorphosed? Perhaps the little golden dragon was the artifact spirit and could continue to evolve into a spirit god existence similar to the purple spirit?
Soon after, Su-ming communicated with the little golden dragon. It didn't have the overwhelming intelligence that the violet spirit possessed right out of the womb.
After the Dragon Kings fell one after another.
It was only after 10,000 years of silence that it was able to harbor a trace of spiritual intelligence, which was this little golden dragon.
But in that case, Su-ming, in turn, could better control it. Follow me, come on.
Eventually, Su-ming saw its true body.
It's a jade seal? True dragon jade seal, divine artifact available to dragon bloodline.
This golden jade seal originally had a small, lifelike golden dragon carved right in the center.
And now,
the little golden dragon was officially born with a trace of spiritual intelligence.
Turned into the spirit of this artifact.
The two most immediate abilities of the true dragon jade seal are:
one of them forces the control of all beasts.
The second of them rips through the void and obliterates the creation of the void.
The first ability is nothing to write home about? The bloodline's ultimate suppression.
No wonder Negril had taught himself the Book of Words and Spirits. Combined with the true dragon jade seal,
in the future, he could even become the divine lord of all the beast races.
The name of the dragon clan's lord of 10,000 beasts was not for nothing.
And the second ability is even more truly terrifying.
Worthy of a true dragon artifact.
Tearing through the void.
So that's how it turned out. The dragons were destined to be the arch-nemesis of the restraining abyss.
So, this was also the reason why countless heavenly demons and demon gods tried their best to exterminate the dragon race, right?
Now he himself has become the inheritor of this jade seal.
Will once again become a higher level of demonic executioner. It seems like it'll be a little easier to up the demon god from now on.
Just close the door and release the little golden dragon. All abilities in the void are nullified, tearing all to me. In addition to the main competencies,
his attribute gain to Su-ming was equally terrifying.
The most intuitive direct gain of 50 W lifesteal. After doubling it, it was then boosted by 100 W.
Name, Su-ming. Occupation, Jedi Arrow God. Level, LV 240 LV 245 turns. Life, 304.6 W. Over 3 million life points, and this is called a brittle archer? Su-ming, oh. And, according to Negril,
this jade seal is now a lost holy relic of the dragon clan in the outside world. Originally, only it, the spirit dragon king, knew about it. It was only now that it finally fell into Su-ming's hands. The future holds the true dragon seal. By relying on Su-ming's strength, not only would he be the dragon king, but he would also be the king of all dragon kings. Su-ming put away the little golden dragon. The violet spirit in the spirit space curiously circled around it. It's just not too comfortable. Time to go back and reason with the Lighthouse Kingdom. Chapter 108. Why is there always a need to find death? Back. A curtain of light flashed. Su-ming appeared in a corner of the land of the Far East. This place was not very far from the burial leaf forest. There wasn't much time left before the closure of the Divine Realm Mystic Realm. So, Su-ming had to return to the burial leaf forest as soon as possible. That is, the core area of the original Divine Meteor Secret Realm. Was thinking of exploring some of the other areas of this place. Su-ming murmured inwardly. However, today's priority was to return to the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. And utilize the Dragon Pulse to complete 6 turns. Then after becoming the Divine Lord of the Blue Star. Then it was time to welcome the invasion of the foreigners. The storm is coming. Su-ming had to notify Elder Wangbo and the others to make advance preparations. Ravishing. Su-ming, I'm here, charge AC. The little ravings transformed into a dark shadow that instantly wrapped Su-ming. Buried leaf forest. This is a very special place. Half of it was connected to this world, while the other half belonged to the chaotic sea of the Divine Meteor Secret Realm. Unfortunately, this golden chaos sea isn't the one we saw before. Su-ming shrugged and muttered. What he doesn't know is this. Since the last time I abducted the purple and gold zucchini, the ancient existence in a certain heavenly palace went crazy.
The entire immortal region set off a monstrous tsunami of endless souls. This situation is for the 10,000 tribes.
Even the inevitable natural disasters are opportunities to go further from there. Treasure relics abounded on several star lands. These times keep changing at a rapid pace. Finally, I understand the role of the divine meteor order. So this token can control the timing of returning to the chaotic sea. Otherwise, Su Ming would then have to wait until a new round of golden chaos rose in the burial leaf forest. It was bound to waste a lot of his time.
Wait. There's someone here? Or another race? Su Ming instantly discovered the abnormality of this place. Signs of life have appeared in what was once a deserted place. This convinced him even more. This star continent is completely unusual.
If Su Ming wanted to return to the secret realm, he would inevitably need to pass in front of them.
Of course. Or you can just shoot them out.
However, Su Ming wasn't some kind of devil and thought about making contact in advance.
After all,
he has the skill of words of despair. Therefore, Su Ming chose to appear in front of the two people below in a bright and open manner.
What man?
Su Ming's sudden appearance caused the two people in front of him to be greatly shocked.
And he also saw the basic information of these two. There are some differences from blue stars.
However, the two humans in front of him were equivalent to the strength of a 5-turn denizen if compared to the past.
I was going to ask what you guys were. Su Ming asked a rhetorical question.
Then he heard a sudden burst of lighthouse language from the man across the room.
It means, hello? You're the lighthouse man who greeted us.
One of the martial artists named Blue Fox maintained a lofty stance.
They seem to have gotten it wrong.
However, Su Ming immediately understood a certain thing. The lighthouse state and they do collude and have long made unseemly deals.
And they, in turn, will be the ones to sneak into Blue Star. In that case, it seems like I could get something going.
The intention to exterminate the two was instantly interrupted.
It can't be just the two of you, can it? Su Ming asked.
Lighthouse boy, speak with respect. It is an honor for us to rule over you savage primitives in advance. The more they spoke, the more pride the opposite two revealed.
TSK, TSK, TSK. What a way to get killed. Yes, 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 my two lords. Instead, Su Ming became more calm.
When we invite you to the Dragon Kingdom, behave yourselves.
He had made plans. These people aren't trying to infiltrate Blue Star? Then you will be satisfied.
Then, Su Ming could happily hand them over to Li Xingyan.
Heard.
The Assassin's League has a set of special techniques for interrogating criminals. Soon, Su Ming realized that fluctuations appeared in more space nearby.
Then 8 people appeared.
At the head of the group was a young blonde youth.
HM?
Why don't you kneel down when you see Lord Jin Taijiao? Su Ming, however, revealed a smile without being humble.
Ahem, we don't have a custom of kneeling in the lighthouse state. This provoked an angry look from the crowd. Boy, you Lighthouse Nation really take yourselves seriously, don't you?
At that moment, Jin Taijiao waved his hand. It seems you're the only one who has crossed the world barrier, and the Lighthouse Kingdom isn't all crap. Be my war servant from now on, and in time you will be treated more favorably than any other light horseman. Others then spoke out.
Kid, why don't you thank Lord Jin? Su Ming.
The Golden Tai Eagle, likewise, was at the peak of the 5th turn.
This should be receiving the limitations of the Divine Realm's secret realm.
Only people with 5 turns are allowed to enter it.
So as a staging area for them trying to sneak into Blue Star.
They all forcefully follow more rules in them as well.
Only.
Su Ming felt that the true strength of these 10 people was more than 5 turns. They must have used some secret method to suppress it to this point. For the sake of the grand plan of our divine ancestors, you lighthouses will be the meritocracy from now on.
Jin Taijiao hooked the corners of his mouth.
Above and below, he looked down at Su Ming. To him, Su Ming was nothing more than an okay mole cricket.
It's a waste of my time to communicate with you. Su Ming sighed.
He all had planned to pretend a little bit, but it turned out that this group of always bumped into his arrows. Well, then, I'll show my cards.
I'm not pretending. What? What did you just say? Jin Taijiao was instantly enraged. Just now this mole seemed to be cursing him? Are you deaf? I say, don't you understand human language?
At this moment, Jin Taijiao completely heard Su Ming's words. Immediately afterward, his face was green with grease. Very well, you're really looking for death, and right away I'm going to make all of you blue stars pay.
It's not just the golden eagle.
The other 9 people were all filled with murderous intent towards Su Ming. At once, he was about to decapitate Su Ming.
All of you, give me a good night's sleep, hee hee hee.
No one knew that a silver-white scale crystal had suddenly appeared in Su Ming's hand. Under the will scale crystal, all beings are equal below the gods.
All sleep for me. I'm going to kill you. So sleepy. Good night, crooked Bubba. How is that possible? What have you done?
Jin Taijia watched in horror as the people around him fell asleep one after another. I'm going to kill.
Good night, Go Shidasai. Su Ming, oh.
Violet Spirit, collect all 10 of these people into the gourd.
Zagamelt, show them your big baby when they wake up. Zagurumon was instantly happy to hear this. Constantly letting out excited dragon roars.
Lord Su Ming, I will definitely treat these people well. Su Ming also revealed a smile.
He didn't have time to remain in this world. One must return to the divine meteor secret realm immediately.
Now, these 10 are rushing up to him, and it's just not good enough.
Su Ming believed.
After that, Rokoku was perfectly capable of prying quite a bit of practical information out of them.
This was used against the foreigners who invaded Blue Star. Definitely a good thing.
Taking back the will scale crystal, another token appeared in Su Ming's hand.
You've used the order of the divine fall.
The golden curtain of light immediately enveloped Su Ming. Then, Su Ming once again entered the light pillar that connected the golden chaos sea to the 5 square stone platforms.
Chapter 109 Divine Fall Final Settlement. The world landscape is about to change drastically? The Lighthouse Kingdom went completely crazy.
The secret realm of God's Fall, the land of God's Fall, the 5 square stones. At this moment, Mu Qingwan and Yu Mengmeng were looking worriedly at the golden chaotic sea in the dome of the sky.
The divine meteor secret realm will soon be over. Su Ming will never be able to come out if he hasn't yet. Don't worry, Su Shin is no ordinary person.
Compared to Yu Mengmeng, Li Huiyang was Su Ming's loyal little fan.
Although he was even older than Su Ming.
All the good things in the divine meteor secret realm were basically scavenged by us this time.
When we return to the Dragon Kingdom, the situation of the entire world will change drastically.
Yeah, there's still a whole crystal vein in Su Shin's hands.
It's just that we have to prevent the other big countries from joining forces to put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. Oh, really think we're afraid of them? Ha! Huh? Look at the sky, that's Su Ming. Su Ming has returned. Yu Mengmeng Lori voice exclaimed. It made the remaining 3 look up again.
It really is Su God. Su Ming, will always drop God.
It's good to be back. Grandpa said that area was very dangerous. Looking at Su Ming's descent.
The crowd had their own thoughts, but none of them were happy and relieved for Su Ming.
Gentlemen, I'm back.
Su Ming was also the first to see the 4 people who flew up into the sky to greet them, and smiled in response.
Su Shin. What exactly is in the core?
Li Huiyang curiously opened his mouth and asked.
The others looked equally curious.
After all, I heard about it a long time ago. Everyone who entered it in those 20 years is dead. Su Ming was indeed still the first person to return alive. And Wang Lin guessed that it was related to a certain world based on the message left by his own big brother.
And that turned out to be true.
This matter can't be explained for a while. Return to the Dragon Kingdom first. Next we have very important things that must be accomplished.
Su Ming's expression was very serious.
The 4 teenage girls with huge power behind them all smelled a hint of a precursor of something big happening.
The final hours.
Su Ming led the crowd to clear all the maps in the middle layer once again.
It is time to return to the Dragon Kingdom, gentlemen, we will meet again. Said Wen. Su Ming gave Mu Qingwan a meaningful look. As well as, another deity-like personality within her. The secret world of God's Fall will close in 1 minute, and all survivors will be automatically transported out. Settlement of the final performance of the Big 5 is in progress. First place, Dragon State. Survival, full survival 5-5, performance points, 3,464,880,000. Second place, White Bear Country. Survival, all dead 0-5, performance points, 114.
Third place, White Flag State. Survival, all dead 05, performance points, 78. Fourth place, Sunset State. Survival, all dead 05, performance points, 68. Fifth place, Lighthouse State. Survival, all dead 05, performance points, 0. Based on the performance points of the 5 major countries, the 6 Paths Pagoda will distribute the resources of the crystallized mountain, Dragon Country 99.999%, White Bear Country 0.0003%, White Flag Country 0.0003%, Sunset Country 0.0003%, and Lighthouse Country 0.0001%. Except for the Lighthouse countries, the other 3 big countries, because well, at least they have some points. So slightly more resources are allocated. Su Ming had heard from old brother Wang Lin. The crystallized mountain is a very important resource point in the 6 Paths Divine Tower. Can involve more than just 5 turns of resource acquisition. It's more about access to resources for 9 turns. Only. Su Ming no longer cared about this at all. Whether it was the crystal vein that was obtained, or the Earth's true dragon vein. In a long-term sense, all of them were countless times better than the resources in the crystalline mountains. Of course, more resources are never too much. This instant. Not only did Su Ming and the 5 people receive the news, the heads of the 5 major countries also received the news in synchronization. Then, all dumbfounded. Except for Li Xingnian, who was slightly more prepared. The rest of the heads of the 4 major countries are completely petrified. Li Xingnian, Su Ming ah. You've really given me a super problem. Not only to him, but also to the Dragon Kingdom. The last Heavenly Ring battlefield gave Elder Wang Bo and the others a headache for a while. Nowadays, this even more important Divine Meteor Secret Realm was even enough to cause a change in the world pattern ah. Really? I didn't realize that a 5-turn teenager could do this. Soon, Su Ming and the others appeared in the Dragon Kingdom space of the 6 Path Divine Pagoda. Pops, I knew it wasn't me you were waiting for. Li Huiyang saw his own old man and immediately revealed his dislike. Brat, at a glance you're dragging someone else, Su Ming, down. Li Xingnian returned the same dislike. Then with a smile on his face, he looked toward Su Ming. Ah, Su Ming, the one from the Mu family will be here soon. What's going on in the secret realm? What you guys have done this time is just too impactful. This short moment. The entire top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were practically blown away. What's more bombastic, of course, is the entire international landscape. The Lighthouse State went completely crazy. It threatened that Su Ming, the great scourge of heaven, must be resolved, or else they would wait for the full-scale war of the Lighthouse. The challengers from the Lighthouse Kingdom all died in the secret realm. Meaning that contact with that world was a complete failure. So, they definitely can't delay any longer. It was necessary to quickly seize the opportunity to wait until the races of that world had finally descended. It's the lighthouses that have more to say. This. Su Ming also thought clearly, and immediately asked a rhetorical question. Is the lighthouse going to start a civil war against the Dragon Kingdom? Li Xingnian froze. Su Ming's words were shocking, but it was likely to be exactly that. Yu Mengmeng and Fang Xiongju also froze. The 2 of them were of military status and knew what Su Ming's words represented. Little friend Su Ming. What else do you know? At that moment an old voice rang out. The 2 old men appeared in this divine tower space at the same time. Because it's Dragonland space. So there is no fear of being targeted by other countries here. Grandpa. Mu Qingwan immediately walked over to Muwa. On top of that, the other guy is an old acquaintance. Master Wang Bo, goodbye. Name, Wang Bo. Occupation, Arcaricide. Level, LV 535. Wang Bo is quite a bit younger than Muwa. However, his level was more than a dozen levels higher than Muwa. After all, once upon a time, the middle-aged Muwa was not to be called a genius. Tell me, Su Ming. You must know something, right? Wang Bo trusted Su Ming greatly. Or rather, it wasn't Su Ming that he trusted. Instead, it was Su Ming, who was prophesied in Elder Wu's mouth. The Lighthouse Nation intends to betray Blue Star to become the vanguard of the Fae. Li Xingnian immediately sat down. What? If my guess is correct, the highest level of the Dragon Kingdom should know about the existence of a certain star world. What? Su Ming, what star world? Cough cough cough, Shang Yan, don't make a fuss, you didn't know these things before.
Mu was said calmly. Shun Li Li.
He shut up decisively, or else he's a completely unseasoned baby doll.
Unlucky son Li Huiyang is laughing? Go back and wait for your favorite bamboo shoot stir fry.
Su Ming finally looked into the eyes of Wang Bo and Mu He. That world, which is about to descend upon the blue planet, which is soon to suffer extinction.
Extinction.
Wang Bo and Mu He looked at each other, but did not refute.
Really? Is it coming? Under the gods are all ants in the end. Can either the Dragon Kingdom or all the forces of Blue Star really resist?
Wang Bo's voice was a little pale.
Obviously he knew a little more than Su Ming thought.
That's why he named it the Temple of Regicide. It's just that now that we're actually going to be facing each other soon, there's still some panic in the back of my mind.
Just then,
he suddenly saw Su Ming on the opposite side smile. Don't worry, old master, with me here, no one will be able to enter Blue Star. Su Ming's resounding cry was like a proud lord of the 9 heavens.
Chapter 110 Dragon Kingdom Fusion Crystal Vein. All eyes on what? There's a real dragon vein? Imperial River Basin, Class 8 District.
At this moment, Su Ming was already standing at the source of the Imperial River Basin.
It's not just him.
Behind them were Wang Bo and Wang Lin and a host of others.
Is this the crystal vein? The father and son Wang Bo Wang Lin looked at Su Ming's handiwork incredulously. And
the crystal vein Su Ming had just seen seemed to have been created out of thin air. More than anything else, the crowd was in awe.
To know
props that could take in a complete crystal vein were inherently rarer than the crystal vein itself. Su Ming didn't let them see the full extent of the violet gold zucchini.
Now, I can sort of understand some of Su Ming's bottom line.
I didn't expect Su Ming to be willing to do such a thing for the Dragon Kingdom. Right, in the future, all the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom will all be favored by Su Ming.
He will be an absolute credit to countless people.
You have chosen to merge the ancient crystal vein with the Yellow River Basin, and since this will cause irreversible changes to the world's environment, please reconfirm these actions.
Oh.
This was when Su Ming officially learned the name of this crystal vein. It was worthy of being a crystal vein that could seal the souls of heavenly demons.
Wait. In the future, doesn't it mean that the Dragon Kingdom can also use this crystal vein to seal all the heavenly demons?
Su Ming's heart was very pleasant.
Although one could easily kill a high-level heavenly demon in seconds. But it's not easy for the rest of the Dragon Kingdom.
Without being in the Dragon Kingdom itself,
he could have just let Zaguro Molten Bailout take control of this best insurance approach.
Once the heavenly devil takes advantage of the situation. If you're not at Blue Star yourself,
at least have absolute countermeasures. Wait until your own God's kingdom is built. The strength of all professionals will also soar. In time. Even if he wasn't needed, no one was going to enter Blue Star. With Su Ming's high-profile move,
various powerful professionals were constantly gathering outside of the Rai World's Imperial River domain.
Gradually, the old-timers who stood silently in the rear. Not only Wang Bo and Muwa.
And once again, there were several old men who were all 9 turns. There were some who learned the identity of this crowd. It took a long time to become calm.
Su Ming. Is that heavenly handsome young man above the Imperial River Su Ming?
What kind of identity does he have, to have a bunch of Dragon Kingdom superpowers sitting in for him?
Why is Su Ming obviously so handsome and still so terrifyingly strong?
I want to be Su Ming's sidekick. Even a dog Sushin can make it take off right. Su Ming didn't care about the other people's base words.
After the final confirmation, the crystal vein merged completely with the Imperial River.
The earth is stirring, and all will come to an end.
Is it over?
It was only then that Wang Bo was able to speak out, his eyes looking at Su Ming with complexity.
Su Ming's return to the Dragon Kingdom was simply too significant.
Not only almost all of the crystalline mountain, but also this huge crystal vein that will influence the world for thousands of years.
Well, this crystal vein is over. But it's the other one that comes next that counts. Su Ming revealed a sunny smile.
At this point he also noticed 3 other highly respected older men.
2 men and 1 woman, all of them are LV 500 plus true greats. Well, we'll always be there to protect you. Then, Wang Bo and the others suddenly froze. Wait. What did you just say, Su Ming? There's even more than one crystal vein like this. Did I hear you right? You mean there's a more important one?
One must know that Ming's few people only knew of the existence of this crystal vein as well. After learning that Su Ming was going to fuse with the Imperial River, the entire top echelon of the Dragon Kingdom was shaken but also prepared for it in their hearts. Results? Now you're telling me there's a bigger one? Su Ming's words almost caused the top 5 people of the Dragon Kingdom's small hearts to flutter and burst. The 5 of them were half of the highest fighting force in the entire Dragon Kingdom that had come. In total, there are only 10 9-turn bigwigs here and 5 of them appear at the same time. How could it not shake the entire Dragon Kingdom? Especially the nearby towns. It had been piled high by countless powerful people who knew a bit of news. Hey, the other one isn't a crystal vein, it's the Earth True Dragon Vein. Dragon! Dragon, True Dragon Vein? Manhwa exclaimed. They, as the people in the Dragon Kingdom who knew the most about the ancient hidden secrets. Rightfully so, he understands what the Dragon Vein means. That was a legendary thing in the ancient times. The moment they realized that compared to Su Ming, they were the ones who looked like they had no insight. What the hell is a lighthouse state? How dare you touch our beloved Su Ming? Him. It was a surprisingly unanimous moment for the 5 seniors. Even if it costs more. All of them had to protect Su Ming well. Whoever dared to hit Su Ming's idea, if they couldn't do it alone, they would beat them up in a group. Especially Wang Bo, the whole person seemed to be a dozen years younger and was all smiles. Su Ming was worthy of being the person that he and Elder Wu unconditionally looked up to and supported. I didn't realize it was only a short time. Just a big surprise for the whole Dragon Kingdom. This Earth True Dragon Vein merging with the changing river is the best case scenario. From then on, starting from Changjiang, it will gradually radiate across the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, the entire Blue Star will receive the Dragon Vein feed. And so, that 9-turn warrior profession, the Dragon Kingdom God of War, stayed in the Imperial River Valley. He will be ordering the Dragon Army in soon. And Su Ming and the others. Under Manhwa's big hand, a huge teleportation array instantly rose up. Then it disappeared into thin air. Su Xin and a bunch of Dragon Kingdom bigwigs have left. Everyone, look at the internet news, they're back at the headwaters of the Standing River Basin. Is it possible that things aren't over yet with Sajin? Changjiang Basin, Zone 8. Both the Changjiang and the Huanghe valleys are powerful Class 8 wilderness areas. Because their core copy area has LV 400 plus powerful wild monsters. But under the strong suppression of the bigwigs. What ungrateful beast would dare to come within a step of this place? They all went up in smoke. You have chosen to merge the true dragon vein of the earth with the Yangtze River Basin, and since this will cause irreversible changes to the world's environment, please reconfirm these actions. Still the same tip. Oh my. Surprisingly true, this is the dragon vein? It's just too huge, isn't it? It's as if a true dragon hibernating in the center of the entire world. And, it's the legendary true dragon of the Dragon Kingdom. With this true dragon vein of the earth, what do we have to fear from the lighthouse? They dare to start a war? Let's just them up. With Su Ming's confirmation of fusion. A huge dragon roar seemed to ring out from the depths of his soul. It's calling me? Nope, there's also Blue Star's world origin. Su Ming was very excited, it seemed that his 6th turn was about to be completed. For a moment, golden light enveloped him. Wang Bo and the others instantly revealed their vigilance. Don't worry, Elder Wang, this is the call of the dragon vein. You guys wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Wang Bo and Mu He and the others then nodded their heads. Then a huge phalanx rose from the entire source of the changing river, don't worry about it. Chapter 111 6 turns completed, Destiny Arrow God. The terrifying karmic talent Fate Usurpation. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, the scene around him had been all different, as if he was in the center of an illusory magma. Just then, 2 messages in a row refreshed from the log. See the message. Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile. The true dragon vein of the earth has chosen you as its master, do you accept? Yes, no. You have met the conditions for receiving the Blue Star origin, do you accept the Blue Star origin? Yes, no. Yes. Yes. Zaga Molten, come forth, and this dragon vein will be in your hands. Hearing this, Zagurumi was greatly shocked.
Lord Su Ming. Did I hear you correctly? Do you think there are any other dragons here besides you, the dragon? Zagyarumon's pupils dilated. It's just so happy. Roar. Thank you Lord Su Ming for your love, wow. The great Saguru melt will be invincible from now on. Su Ming. This middle-aged stupid dragon is hopeless. Thus, next, Su Ming began to receive Blue Star's origin power. Zagyo Molten also gained partial control of the dragon vein through Su Ming's life and death contract. The aura of one person and one dragon were both climbing. The clock is ticking. You have reached the condition of divine revelation. Do you start divine revelation? Yes, no. Yes. Su Ming didn't have any hesitation this time. It all feels so dreamy though. But it is something that is actually happening to you. Raving Su Ming is so great. Amazed face. It was as if I felt a great power. Little murmuring's voice sounded in Su Ming's mind. At this time she will also be undergoing a fourth order progression metamorphosis. Once the progression is complete, it also synchronizes exemptions from the 5-step progression. Little ravings in those days. Then it went completely into a full state. I also wonder if this little guy will awaken memories from before Nirvana. But no matter what, Su Ming would not change his attitude towards her. Either way, it's its own little phoenix cutie yet. Ling ling. The spirit at this time also made a pleasant sound. What? You're about to take form and can leave the gourd body alone? Not only that. Even the small golden dragon on top of the true dragon jade seal has changed significantly. Su Ming sensed its spirit body becoming more complete. Part of the spiritual intelligence that was once missing seemed to be completely filled in at this time as well. I don't know how much time has passed. A crisp beep awakened Su Ming. You have completed the divine revelation. You have completed the transfer quest, divine enlightenment building the world of God's kingdom. You have obtained the prototype of the divine kingdom and are able to fuse it with the entire blue planet. Is it finally done? Su Ming immediately felt refreshed. It was as if it had been accumulated for several days and then all settled out at once with great relief. Look through the inner vision. He saw the magnificent heaven and earth palace in his mind. This. Surprisingly, it's a universe in the brain. Once the fusion of the divine kingdom and the blue star is finalized, it would mean, in the future, Su Ming would even be able to peer at everything above the blue star in his mind. A trail of falling leaves. The gurgling sound of running water. As well as everyone being able to simulcast themselves while they're sneaking around doing stuff? Su Ming's expression was exceptionally strange. The Divine Lord's control over the Divine Kingdom was actually so perverse? Su Ming suddenly thought. If one enters that world later, there's no one possibility. In fact, a certain or even a few higher level existences were secretly peering at the entire heaven and earth. Wouldn't that be the time to go deeper with the beauty? In reality, there may be some unknown being who is secretly watching? Really? NIMBY exciting. Su Ming swore that he definitely hadn't awakened any strange X-fetish. Just as a party of God's Lord. There are times when you have to take responsibility for your own kingdom, aren't there? Then. One of the most important things at the moment, the transfer is complete. You have been transformed into the God of Destiny arrows, life plus 10W, mana plus 10W, strength plus 100, attack speed plus 1.5. You have leveled up one level, LV 240 LV 241, life plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. You have leveled up one level, LV 241 LV 242, life plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. The moment of transfer. Su Ming's basic attributes once again skyrocketed. The level was also raised to LV 242. But he just happened to be planning to squeeze in a little lighthouse sweep. So it doesn't take long. Reaching LV 320 to get a quick 7-turn quest is not difficult. The most basic attribute boost today. It was nothing more than a small handful for Su Ming. Spera thought. The increase in attributes for this transfer was also vastly higher than before. This should be the effect of the Earth's true dragon vein. Over time, it will take off in full force for the entire Dragon Kingdom and eventually even to the entire Blue Planet. Back then, even life professions will gain huge amounts of attributes. And once you have the base of the attributes,
It's a guarantee that certain lifeline professions will develop superb sets. Of course, Su Ming no longer cared about any of this. Himself as the Divine Lord, he has transcended the kingdom of God and will be the master of his own life and death in the future. Begin fusing the God Kingdom prototype. It's going to take a long time. Su Ming wasn't sure if he could complete it before the alien race descended. So there's a second hand to prepare. The Changjiang River, which spanned the entire Dragon Kingdom Ryworld at this time, was dense with immortal qi. It was as if it possessed countless dragon phantoms. Every moment attracted the attention of all the major powers in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, particularly the towns in the Chang River Basin and the Yellow River Basin pathway. All of them created a huge buzz. And the name Su Ming. It had also become a household name and the most mentioned name in all of the Dragon Kingdom. Just what kind of person is Su Ming? He actually summoned a true dragon? What are you guys talking about? Su Ming clearly married a true dragon. No, Su Ming's true identity is actually a true dragon that has been exiled in the Blue Star, only now has he been able to awaken. Peggy Chu. He really wanted to rush over and beat up these rumor mongers. That's him, Su God, dropping God forever. Until now, Xu Peiqi no longer had any thoughts of competing with Su Ming. His whole body took on the shape of Su Shen. And he is also the second president of the Su Shen support group after Li Huiyang. Li Huiyao looked at his fanatic brother in Xu Peiqi. The whole thing went numb. Of course, when he thought of Su Shen, Li Huiyao blushed as well. On this day, Wang Bo and Manhwa finally moved. With that, all the forces that were concerned about the source of the Changjiang River were all unable to sit still. For a golden light once again appeared from the center of the source of the standing river. The divine man that the 10,000 people of the Dragon Kingdom had hung on to Su Ming had returned. And at this time, Su Ming, immersing himself in the newly acquired talents and skills of the God of Destiny Arrow. What a terrifying talent, to be able to rewrite other people's destinies in some way. If you use this tactic, the enemies can all be forcibly changed into loyal dogs by Mia. This talent didn't enhance Su Ming's frontal combat ability. But it's a million times more terrifying than gaining the ability to fight head-on, the ability to involve karma. It is exclusive talent Destiny Usurpation. Chapter 112, The Terrible Usurpation of Fate. The Coming War at Sea. At this moment, Su Ming had looked towards this exclusive talent. Talent exclusive. Destiny usurped, unable to probe, permanent retention. 1. You have wandered away from your destiny, and you can force a rebound from any karma imposed on you by any target. 2. After you deal damage to any target, you can point blank keep one drop of its blood, and then forcibly change the fate of a target whose life level is lower than yours, making it unconditionally your master and incapable of doing anything to disobey your commands. 3. When faced with a target whose life level is higher than yours, you can toggle your multi-line fate to alter your own, so that its attacks on you and subsequent fates will be directed to a causally justified line of failure. Your current life level is Divine Master, the peak of the Divine Spirit class. The text description of this exclusive talent is very concise. But except for the first karma bounce ability, effects 2 and 3 are not at all as simple as they seem in practice. The change of destiny is for the whole level of life. And Su Ming was also able to automatically recognize friendlies and enemies in his own mind. Not only does effect 2 not affect any personality 4 friendly modifications, it could still be on top of being loyal to Su Ming. Obtaining the identity of a believer anchored by Su Ming. What does that amount to? This is the equivalent of having someone on top. No. No. This is a goal that countless people have dreamed of. It meant that true shelter would be obtained by Su Ming. As long as the kingdom of God is not destroyed, there would be absolutely no day of death for them. And now with the dragon vein in Su Ming's divine kingdom, the normal lifespan of all people in the entire blue planet will be extended indefinitely. Gee, it's even the lure of eternal life. Su Ming murmured inwardly. It is also possible to forcibly erase the mind of an identified enemy. Autonomous choice makes it a loyal dog that only knows how to wag its tail. 1 second a high and mighty saintly maiden, the next may be. Ha. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, it was truly terrifying. If there's a frenzy of believe in God, get eternal life in the future. He was kinda embarrassed to be the God Lord. Eternal life and all that, it's better to wait until I reach that point first. And Effect 3 signified that Su Ming had powerful means of confrontation in the face of the unknown.
No need to fight. I'm directly involved in your future destiny.
Let me, Su Ming, become an essential part of your future.
Not to mention the ultimate victory. At least, I took the absolute unbeatable position first. Hey! So what if you're stronger? You can't kill me, and you can't hit me.
When my life level is up, I'll backhand you into a loyal dog.
There's a punishment for disobedience, oh.
Su Ming hooked up the corners of his mouth, feeling an excitement he had never felt before. Then there are the 2 exclusive skills.
These 2 skills. Worthy of the God of Destiny arrow. Su Ming sighed.
More than combat, the skills of this profession are all supportive in nature. But it is the same that involves cause and effect. Once you use a skill powerful enough to completely turn the tide of battle. Without saying a word, Su Ming took out the skill proficiency crystal that they'll always had on hand. The 2 exclusive skills reach completion straight away.
Skills exclusive.
Usurpation LV10, Karma Passive Technique. When you kill a target, you can keep and seal their soul as a bridge for you to usurp their destiny. Thereafter you will completely inherit the other person's identity in terms of karma, inheriting everything that the other person originally possessed, lasts for 24 hours.
You can only usurp one identity at a time.
Reversal of Fate LV10, Karma Passive Technique. Any target attacking you will become yourself in the first 3 attacks to take this karma damage and all negative effects instead of you, while you will gain the opposite healing and all gains. First 3 times per target, times reset every 24 hours.
It's just not 2 misses horrible. Even Su Ming himself couldn't help but marvel. First usurped skill. Isn't this a bright NTR?
And, this time still retains its soul.
So,
the sufferer can even feel everything about being NTR the whole time.
Think about it.
If Su Ming directly usurped someone with a lady for 24 hours,
then
it would mean that within these 24 hours, that lady will be graciously begging Su Ming for comfort in the causal.
Why is that all I can think about? Su Ming was a decent person.
Only, as the saying goes,
it's not as good as dumplings, it's not as fun as. Ahem, we are indeed decent people. In addition, the reversal of fate is equally as bad. Now no matter who wanted to attack Su Ming, in either form, the first 3 times you need to take on yourself karmically first. As a result, Su Ming also gained gain in reverse. Doesn't that mean I can still develop a reverse gain stream?
The harder others hit themselves,
the stronger my buffs. Oh. Wang Bo, oh. Mu, Omega. This kid. He's not suddenly stupid, is he? This is the biggest loss in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Elder Wang Bo spoke up. Su Ming, you finally come out.
Oh? How long have I been in the dragon vein? 3 days and 3 nights.
Old Wang almost had to sit down and go down to the center of the earth to look for you.
Manhwa, who was on the side, muttered.
It was only then that it dawned on Su Ming that he had taken so long to receive the world origin.
But it's all worth it now.
Su Ming, I always feel that the air of the entire Blue Star has changed drastically.
And it's as if I've regained my youthful vigor as if it were a genuine anomaly. Is it related to this dragon vein, and you?
Wang Bo and several other old people all came up and asked. In these 3 days, as the 4 ninth turn bigwigs closest to Su Ming,
they feel extraordinarily strongly.
For 3 whole days, it was as if the world was undergoing an unusually unprecedented but imperceptible change.
Exactly.
Su Ming nodded his head in confirmation with a smile.
The future of Blue Star will be immeasurable.
Then, Su Ming patiently explained to the crowd. But one of them involves his godlord status. All of it was skillfully pushed into the role of the dragon vein.
Whatever the benefit anyway. It's all because of the dragon vein.
Long live the dragon vein. At that moment, that summoner's 9-turn granny spoke up.
Su Ming, it's fortunate that you've come out now.
Otherwise, we are all still afraid to leave this place to fight the lighthouse state.
The lighthouse surrounded the outer waters of the Dragon Kingdom in the Pacific Ocean yesterday.
Now, it's time to let them know that my Dragon Kingdom is not to be bullied.
Name, Long Jinxiong. Profession, Divine Tower Summoner. Level, LV 529. Don't look at this dragon lady as a woman. She was the true great leader of the entire Dragon Kingdom's Shanghai Guardian army.
Because Su Ming was simply too important.
So, during those 3 days she chose to stay put and wait for Su Ming's arrangement. Now that Su Ming had come out, he could show off his skills. The lighthouse state is really tearing it up? In that case, I'm just in time to test out some of my newly acquired abilities. Elder Wang, Granny Long, let me do this battle.
Su Ming hooked up the corner of his mouth.
Wait. Su Ming, you've broken through the 6th turn?
Or is the back of the old brother Wang Lin keen, a whole person again stunned?
How long has it been? Su Ming was simply not a human being. Chapter 113 East Sea Battlefield. Showing you guys something interesting. Are you all acting me?
Hey, old brother Wang Lin, you're about to break through 6 turns as well, aren't you?
Su Ming joked.
Wang Lin was already LV 240 at this point and was in the state of receiving a transfer task that was still incomplete. He didn't expect Su Ming to be even faster than him. It's true that heroes come out of the youth, and the latter wave pushes the former wave. Then, Manhwa once again raised a spell.
He himself stayed behind to order the Guardian army that was about to move in. After Chang Jiang merged with the Earth's true dragon vein.
The early stages today certainly require the guardianship of a powerful force.
Just in case some ill-intentioned person does some damage. Sure.
Manhwa did not yet realize that at this time in the dragon vein.
Also sleeping is Zaguro Molten, who was absorbing the power of the dragon vein. That was after Su Ming had resolved the lighthouse and a bunch of threats. What about a little surprise for the dragon? East Coast, East Sea Battlefield, Level 9 Zone.
The ocean is likewise a wilderness area. Especially where the east coast of Dragonland used to be close to the small days. There are numerous terrifying and incomparable super sea beast races living in the sea. After all, it was the closest sea area to the 6 Paths Divine Tower's tower today.
The other direction. A dense gathering of flying tamed beasts had gathered over the sea.
Also there are huge ships.
It's all because of that Su Ming from the Dragon Kingdom. Everything, it was because of Su Ming. At this time, the Lighthouse Kingdom even went so far as to send out 3 truly powerful people of the 9th turn.
As well as several 8 turns of various professional leaders to guide the team.
Lakatito, are those shrinking violets of the Dragon Kingdom afraid? Today, if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't hand over Su Ming, don't blame us Lighthouse for being merciless.
It's all because of that damn Su Ming, the god has become completely enraged. Jianchuan Rumpel, I suspect that the disappearance of that god's person in that world also has something to do with Su Ming.
Su Ming must have entered that place, damn it,
Therefore, as long as we catch Su Ming, we will definitely be able to obtain God's forgiveness once again. At this point, the 3 old guys at the front of this.
All of them showed expressions of resentment. Neither the Dragon Kingdom nor Su Ming would be spared in the future. Just then, the east coast of the Dragon Kingdom moved as well.
Countless flying tamed beasts filled the sky at one time. The army of powerful professionals quickly arrived on the other side of the East Sea battlefield. At the head of the group were the same 3 9-turn bigwigs. Long Zhenxiong, Wang Bo, and the shield warfare profession 9-turn big brother who were together before. Of course, there was also Su Ming.
How dare you cowards from the Dragon Kingdom actually come?
Today, I, La Slim Taito, have put out the word that if you do not take the initiative to hand over Su Ming and compensate us for our losses, I, the Lighthouse, will definitely engulf a corner of your Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it's not just us, but other big countries are already eyeing your Dragon Kingdom.
Prepare yourselves for the divine punishment of the kingdom. La Curladetto is the most hateful.
Because of a strong man from his family as well as a heavenly pride. The deaths of La Stito and La Rare Stito were all related to Su Ming. Although there is no evidence. But they, the Taito clan, had long since identified Su Ming as the murderer. Wang Bo immediately showed a face of disdain.
Oh, you lighthouses really think highly of yourselves. If we didn't have more important things to do, would we really give you face?
If we're going to do it, I'd been hungry for my big bao for a long time.
When Su Ming was not a household name to the general public. Wang Bo is the only designated bao god of the Dragon Kingdom. He shot the arrow. It's not that good of a catch.
Su Ming looked at this domineering old man and silently gave a thumbs up, handsome.
La Curladetto was instantly red with rage. You.
Very well, the Dragon Kingdom has violated the wrath of the people today. It's not just us lighthouses, you guys just wait until you end up on your bellies, ha 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 ha. I, La Curl Taito, apply to the Rokudo Shinto Tower in the name of the Lighthouse Kingdom. A massive battle will be launched against the Dragon Kingdom, East Sea Battlefield, open up. Name, La Corrido. Occupation, Shadow Dying. Level, LV 520. Name, Kinkowa Rump. Profession, Universal Taunt Warfare. Level, LV 521. Name, Sabamabe. Profession, Earth Bomber. Level, LV 527. In Su Ming's opinion, these three old guys still had something. But don't you see who you're up against? Su Ming thought to himself that it wouldn't be difficult for his current self to kill the ninth turn. Put. Su Ming riding on the back of the noble and magnificent little raving was already very conspicuous. Now he had this unbridled smile. It reached the eyes of countless lighthouse people across the street with instant clarity. Damn! Fark! Fark! That damn kid dared to mock, he simply doesn't want to live. Wait. Him, his appearance. He's Su Ming. The moment Su Ming's name came out, instantly, he became the target of all the lighthouse powerhouses' deadly stares. Damn Su Ming, how dare you appear here? I will kill you. La Curladetto was instantly ready to sneak up on him without speaking of martial arts. As a shadow mage superpower, countless dark shadows seemed to have dyed the sky black, and they really flew towards Su Ming's location. Su Ming, be careful. Two spell formations rose around Long Jinxion. Then out of them came two holy, dragon-headed warhorses. This is the Dragon Chief's holy light dragon horse, someone exclaimed. However, Su Ming evoked a sunny smile. Then the shadow ability then. La Curl Taito was literally breaking open his ass flaps and looking for raving. Small ravings grunted. Surprisingly, there were people who were showing off in front of her, the Shadow Lord. Su Ming, look at my divine might, the dark shadows are all collected for me. Amazed face. The deep sea battlefield opens. At this point everyone seemed to have entered an isolated sea battlefield of competition. This scene's coming up. It would mean the official opening of the battle. This is a large-scale naval battle recognized by the Six Paths Divine Tower. The winning side gets huge loot. The Great Bow of Extinction in Su Ming's hand had also appeared. Now, the moment of the show has finally arrived. Xiao Rouge instantly rushed to the front with a shadow dash. Su Ming as a free agent is not subject to any other constraints. It was just this move that alarmed Wang Bo and the others. Su Ming was also too risky, once he was in danger it was the loss of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, Master Wang, I'll show you something interesting. Then, Su Ming took the initiative to zip into the dark shadows. The wrinkles on La Curladetto's face cracked with laughter. Su Ming, this arrogant brat. Since he had thrown himself into the net, he should not be blamed for not being polite. What's going on? Put. La Curladetto suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood himself. Moreover, the entire body was subjected to all sorts of shadow negative effects as if it was still suffering from a backlash. This can't be possible, I've been hit by my own shadow curse? No. What the hell have you done? You little punk obviously couldn't have avoided my lock. It's not just La Corrido. At this point a number of lighthouse people realized something was wrong. In the attacking nature of countless people, Su Ming should have died. But why does it feel like you're getting spaced out strikes? Then, among the shadows, a domineering, magnetic voice rang out. Blocking arrows. Lift it up, tsunami. An arrow flew out of the shadows, and Kenko Rumple showed disdain. Then one arrow was divided into 50,000 arrows. The second branch, again, was divided into 50,000 branches. In just 1 second, 700,000 to 800,000 arrows, you damn. That's right, Su Ming's arrow splitting had doubly improved again, with one arrow splitting 50,000 arrows. The frontmost Ken Trump people are dumbfounded and their mouths go from O to O? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Chirp chirp chirp. It was only moments before Kenko Rumple set up his light shield that he realized he couldn't move. Countless sharp arrows hit him in all parts of his body. The entire battlefield. A frantic rain of arrows formed instantly. The corner of Su Ming's mouth moved slightly, point blank, rewrite your destiny.
Were you the ones who tried to kill me just now? Now kneel down and repent.
This statement was made.
Even Wang Bo didn't know what Su Ming was doing anymore. This kid still had the true speech technique?
But covered in fire were Kenshin Rump as well as La Curladetto and a host of lighthouse men. Immediately, he knelt reverently.
Long Jinxiong, oh? Wang Bo, oh? All of you in the Dragon Kingdom, oh?
The crowd that was thinking of rushing forward immediately froze. The friendlies were rubbing their eyes. And it was that lighthouse 9-turn archer, the only one still in the very back, who was the most desperate. He looked at his 2-turn 9 companions who were kneeling.
Feeling like a real clown at this point. These people look so pious. He doesn't believe it without an early defection.
Especially since La Curladetto can be a real Oscar winner.
So you're the only one who's an outsider who knows nothing? Did they collude with the Dragon Kingdom long ago? Actually acting me? Zabamabai, I went in by myself anon. Chapter 114. It's time to liberate the whole lighthouse yet. Cheap parental information? Walt Hare? I'm not mistaken. Sabamabai's whole body was bad. La Slim Taito, aren't you a blood feud with Su Ming? Why did you even kneel down to him?
What he couldn't figure out was that it wasn't just La Curl Taitos. Even Bill Trumpet does the same.
La Curladetto, are you blaspheming my loyalty?
Jinchuan Ma worshipped, that's right, don't be obsessive, convert to my lord Su Ming. Compare that to the lighthouse's only turn 9 commander that was out of range.
Wang Bo and the others were simply more shocked. Su Ming. What exactly did he do? This kid always gives us unexpected surprises.
Those 2 guys are the oldest 9 turns at the lighthouse.
So Su Ming actually possesses enough strength to override the 9th turn?
The more they thought about it, the more incredible it became.
To know. If Su Ming's strength was truly as they thought, it would have long ago been possible to transcend the control of the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even open another gateway. But he didn't do it.
There was also a great deal of respect for the crowd.
What an elusive little guy.
But no matter what, it's a blessing for us that he considers himself a part of the Dragon Kingdom. With Su Ming, the Dragon Kingdom will be immortal for 10,000 years.
They don't know it yet, not much longer.
Su Ming would officially allow the God Kingdom prototype to fuse with Blue Star to become the Blue Star God Lord.
The Dragon Kingdom will not be immortalized for 10,000 years.
In the future, perhaps everyone in Blue Star possesses the qualifications to become a god. All of this would be thanks to Su Ming. As the biggest instigator, Su Ming merely smiled.
Sabamabai, right? It'll be your turn soon. Limit blink.
Su Ming didn't give the other party any effort to react and directly stepped forward.
Sabamabai, don't you come over here.
This 9-turn big man in the whole of the lighthouse country are high up in the ranks of any character. At this point there was complete panic. One more step forward, and I'll have to ask if my bombardment explosion arrow agrees. But Su Ming acted as if he didn't care in the slightest. The corners of her mouth ticked up, shoot me if you can. Now, since I have the reversal of fate karmic passive. Who dares to deal with him?
That's on you. Hey. The expected attack did not come.
However, Su Ming did not give him any time to hesitate.
Ice arrows.
Seeing Su Ming's attack, the expression of La Slim Taito, who was still kneeling in mid-air, was extraordinarily agitated.
My lord is mighty.
Today it was as if he felt as if he had been transformed. The great master Su Ming changed his destiny. He must be a good and loyal dog to his master's most faithful.
Just the next second, the crowd was again shocked as Sabamabai also finally knelt down reverently. The outcome of this battle is truly magical. The expected heavy casualty press never came.
Instead, it ended with the full fall of the lighthouse state. Straight up white flags, and all pious and happy.
This. Su Ming, they are truly surrendering? You're not afraid they'll make another treacherous move?
Su Ming laughed lightly. Don't worry, Gramps, it's a permanent change for them.
It's up to Rokoku to kill or use as labor.
Su Ming didn't care if these people died or lived.
Would have chosen to waste a little more time just now. It was also to test the effect of the reversal of fate skill. It's horrible to watch today. If Su Ming is willing, It could even force the entire human population of Blue Star to be converted into his diehards. Sure. In fact, other people's power was something Su Ming couldn't look at. But Blue Star serves as its own god's country. You can constantly provide yourself with future gains. And as a dominator, you can't do everything yourself. In the future, management-related matters will continue to be handled just fine by Rokoku. Don't be too comfortable with yourself as a dumping god lord. The space of the East Sea battlefield disappeared, and Long Jinshong, as the leader, received a generous reward. And, right now, he's mobilizing the dragon warriors to escort the POWs. It's unbelievable. Those Lighthouse State POWs even volunteered to cooperate. And an agitated face pleading for confession. And the 3 Lighthouse Nation 9-turned bigwigs, La Curl Taito, were following behind Su Ming at this time. Now, it's time to liberate the whole lighthouse. Not only that, but there are other forces that don't listen. Su Ming muttered. As long as we're doing it, let's do it all at once. From now on, his kingdom of God had no need for traitors who messed things up. Su Ming could also take advantage of this trip. Scrape huge amounts of experience and attributes from the top copies within each country. After all, within the different country copies, all have a variety of wild monsters and bosses of different races. How could Su Ming miss this opportunity? He had a hunch. Since the divine revelation, the next 7 9 turns are also related to fate. 3,000 avenues, fate is honored, and time and space are king. Just take control of your destiny. It is then possible to evolve all the attributes of the final. At that time, one's major talents will also finally become fully state. Moreover, one's skills would be completely removed from the mortal level. No longer does it simply come with fixed attributes. Rather, they can be based on their intention. Feel free to use whatever abilities you have at your disposal. It would be a true arrow to the stars. Nope. Billions of arrows shot up. The power of the gods really should not be underestimated. After all, not everyone could hold fate in their hands like Su Ming. What? Su Ming, you want to take control of the entire Lighthouse Kingdom? Wang Bo was almost scared out of his old teeth. Don't be impulsive, the depths of the Lighthouse Kingdom are far from what they appear to be. This is something we can take our time with your abilities. As long as they are eased into controlling all of their powerhouses, the Lighthouse Kingdom will naturally disintegrate. Su Ming, however, smiled and shook his head. I don't have that much time left to spend with them. The space-time barrier of that world is about to be broken. Once that world is mentioned, Wang Bo and Long Jinshong and the others also all became serious. Wang Bo, Su Ming. Since you've already thought about it, let it go. In fact, we've never been able to see into your past or future. And your parents. It was only when we did a thorough recheck that we found major holes. They originally served as the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Tower engineers, but the origins are surprisingly completely unknown to the entire Dragon Kingdom database as well. And, although reported as dead, that quest Big Bang. All the bodies were left behind, and not the slightest trace of them could be found. Now it looks like maybe they're not dead. Wang Bo ended up telling Su Ming this secret. It was Su Ming's turn to be shocked. He actually heard his own cheap parents about it? After all, as a rooted traveler himself, there was no bonding with the couple who lived in vague memories of the press. But there is ultimately a bond of destiny between them and themselves. After we settle the matter of Blue Star, let's study it sometime.